Chapter 1 The Beginning Goth Tale, Taro Ultraman. This day was originally one-off tranquility and peace, whereath the steam med character Softo Kusatsu either leisurely enjoyed life or dealt with their quotidian battle sagainstmonsters. However, the sudden appearance official luminescent screen abrupt, lie altired thickers off their lives. In the cosmos off flight. A this moment, itis settent the timeline of following the conclusion of Galaxy Fight 3. The emergency of thistle vera screen aboveth the land of light captured the attention of countless ultra warriors, including fielder generation of warriors and the high platform, as well as Hikaru and his companions. Ultraman father gazed upon the Silvera screen in astonishment. Such a phenomenon had never before occurred. What is the Silvera screen? Could it be an assault from the Absolute clan? Strangely, this light screen manifests a remarkable gentilra, akin to theparticle so flight floating upon it, reminiscent of fish swimming freely in the human world. Mused Taro and Jack, both sharing the sentiment that the screen posed no threat, evoking nostalgic memory as of their time on Earth. What an impressive technology, is not detected in his subtle movements soft light particles. What could this technology possibly? If it were so crafted by the Absolute clan, the situation would sure live a farmer complex. I am convinced that this is Thorco Fainentity farmer formidable than the Absolute clan, asserted Hikaru employed the technological apparatus of scientific bureau analyze a thelamina screen. He detected no and toe flight particles and, through his deductions, surmise said that the force behind this phenomenon was undoubtedly extraordinary. Hikaru, can was serious that this light screen poses no danger of ultra warriors? Ultraman father expressed his concern over Hikaru's swords. Upon hearing that the entity behind the screen was formidable, the primary concern shifted to hit Herit posed a threat to ultra warriors. At present, it a person likely that even the I cannot detect in a movement to flight particles, isn't that this screen rivals the mysterious power of Noah, imparting nuisance of warmth. Listening to Hikaru's conclusion, Sira became intrigued by the light screen. Is theory a connection to the great Noah? Fascinating. I am eager to discover the extent of this mysterious existence hidden power. Meanwhile, similar occurrences transpired across other Tokusatsu universes, as they were a start led by the unexpected errancy of the light screen, leading to fervent discussions about its potential threat. At this juncture, the screen underwent a new transformation. Classic battles from the Tokusatsu series being showcased. Tokusatsu heroes, such as Kamen Riders and Ultra Warriors, are renowned for their valiant fights for light and justice. The worlds inhabited by these heroes are collectively known as the Tokusatsu universe. As these heroes engaged in battle, they encountered numerous exhilarating and legendary conflicts, which for them represented glory. The fierce Thylai Trio featured Taro Ultraman vs Moraloya. In the Dyna universe, it seems to mention Ultraman, doesn't it? Furthermore, alongside Ultraman, it lists Kamen Riders and Armored Warriors, which means it intends to showcase an Ultraman we haven't ever encountered before. Taro? Hori touched this skin thoughtfully, and Daigo, upon hearing this, felt a sense of foreboding. If the intention was indeed to showcase these heroes, there was a significant possibility the two might be included. However, it was fortunate that Thuis not the fierce to be featured, Butrathera the Ultraman. At that moment, it was beneficial for Daigo to become acquainted with Theather Ultraman. It is quite advantageous for us to learn about their brave warriors. Our world has always been protected by Dyna, and if we do not communicate and understand warriors from other worlds, we could gain much knowledge. Through Daigo's technical insights, the members of Victory Team relaxed and engaged in lively discussions. In the cosmos of flight. This is rather intriguing. Is she going to showcase Ultra Warriors alongside other heroes? Indeed, there were other champions soft used to Saint Universe, though I am not well acquainted with them. If intends to present them, it could prove quite interesting. Zero, noticing the text displayed on the screen along with the silhouette saw 5 black and white armored warriors, felt a surge of interest. Suthis an introduction to the champion Sofoter factions? If possible, it would indeed be beneficial to establish connections with them. 7 nodded in agreement, contemplating Weileristing and Hishant. They all hoped that in the upcoming showcase, they would Cividios introduce a more Ultraman to the PP of Photo Worlds, thereby enhancing their own prestige. Now, with Taro as a precedent, the Ultraman off Land of Light gained considerable recognition. However, Theang Ultraman the square had never heard of the monster Moraloy and were completely unfamiliar with it. E haven ever heard of this monster Moraloya? Could it be Thady doesn't tap here frequently? Moreover, e haven third anything get booty from instructor Taro. Indeed, there are numerous monsters on Earth that Torum I unaware of. Besides, this sudden light screen will soon provide explanations, so the rest no need to rush. Yes, the Salos Sisto learn more about different monsters, so that if we encounter Moraloy in the future, we can be better prepared with effective strategies at Fetty. On the high platform, Taro and Theathirst need an appreciation of the young Ultra Warriors' remarks. Gaining knowledge about a monsters would greatly benefit them, acting as excellent training. In the Kamen Rider world, the Time King universe. This mention of use is rather surprising. Deuce the Kamen Rider serious Drulire Choir showcase? We're well aware of he's a rider's histories. However, he haven't ever heard of the Ultraman before writes him quite intriguing. Gates initial lie expressed disdain but then shifted a praise, showcasing the attitude of an arrogant veteran. Ultraman you say? Quit a thin of Eltermai wonder how powerful Hetroli is. And how do est hat Giantminster Moraloya comprato Ultramanum Taro? Tokiwa Sugostro Kedishjin, equally intrigued. Meanwhile, Tsukuyomi gazed pensively at the Kolosalskursen, seemingly concerned. In her worldview, only the formidable Time King Kuderkistrates at grand displays. It was thy sentitialina thought Kuti fortless lie conjure, such a spectacle, leading Tsukuyomi about potential conspiracies lurking beneath. The previous Limana Chromesh striped visuals transition to a new video. Thesina depicted a tranquil planet suspended in the cosmos, as a missile-like object descended on toit surface. Moral a planet. This missile a Spartafane experiment conducted by European nation on Earth, known as Doomsday Weapon Thor missile. Topper Ventradio active a materialise from endangering Earth's ecological balance. The location was chosen to moral a planet, situated 1,200 million kilometers from Earth. Although the intentions of humanity were renable, the Tauran missile less repercussions, resulting in mutation of life on moral a planet, leading to the emergency of a colossal cosmic methatropid live volvid in Tothimonstrous Moraloya. Influence said by radioactive materials, Moraloya harbor da profounded trid for a manatiandwas no preparing taladas warmofs muller kangmas towards Earth. Up and witnessing this, the audience comprehended here region soft Moraloya. In the Dyna universe. Another victim of humanity's recklessness, it? Just like at the previous realisand the enormous monster affected by exhaust fumes, Widao, as Shumans, fail to reflect interactions? Shinjo, despondent, slumped his arms on a the table, his gazifixated in Moraloya, how us boys Tauri cavo kunder the influence of radiation. His mind weighs already far moved from the present. At this juncture, humanity has sexed indeed its grasp in outer space, beginning to harm the creatures of her planets. Even in Thenamio validating military weaponry, them must not interfere with the civilization so photo worlds. Deputy Captain Municative Amont, like Honda met Hection soft humanity during Thatera. Hath victory team existed at the time, they would have spared no fortin halting the missile experiments conducted with Soviets. Dagola tout a deep sigh. These was not the fierce occurrence would dumini type persistent repeating this say, mistakes without nissing yof awakening? What difference is there between Chaction and invasion? As Dago pondered, Hequistion the Trimin and Goff Tegwardianship that Ultraman spoke if. Why must they continue to protect humanity? Why did Dynas specifically accuse him, rather than in Unils? Lost in self-reflection, Daigo was drawn from his thoughts when Kumikala doubted him. Daigo. At last, Daigo was roused from his reverie by Kuma's voice, his gaze locking Gonto her as if he were beckoning death itself. For Daigo feared that Kuma had dunko virid his true identity, worrying Gabat the implications soft Sachek's basur. How wild the team member sand the captain Percy of Ahimthan? What were you just thinking about, Daigo? De Gus guy descended in the afternoon, relieved the tight was nothing's basurio Ultraman's identity. With asai, here marked, it's nothing, Captain, am merely talking to meself. De Gus skierful and naive demi nordum pereral yalavia tedsimi of Kamiyakai's worries, yether heart was pered that degumus tharbarascrit. In the world of Gaia, idriama desire flected upon thecheus rot behumane experiments hatsamon the extraterrestrial morroad. I often recalled how Fujimi would frequent lie. Surtha humanity never true lie reflect suponet mistakes. Evrimon stirred had recently emerged in Earth waste a calamity instigated by humankind. The conclusions drawn by the crisis computer and solidified Fujimiya's conviction, thought both the root cause of annihilation and humanity itself must be eradicated. Perhaps Fujimiyama perceives the crisis computer, tersenser sas the definitive eki, butho called crisis no, of the existence of the root cause of annihilation, especially when theta manifest. There must be conspiracy at play. He had never fully believed in Fujimiya's assertion say absolute truth rather, itha ek the wasto extreme, fixate in honor perspective, neglecting an objective viewpoint. I believed Fumiya had been deceived with crisis computer, and held danta the truth. As the scene continued townfold, it was the day when the parents of Ultraman's 6 brothers went abroad for trip. What ways initially asirani dater nedjatica's more or rivet on earth. Shortly after takeoff, the plane was besieged by numerous cosmic myths, and Maruro and Lisha Dapatinta Sid beamed hat dissolved the plane's engine, resulting in a catastrophic crash. All aboard perished. The children of Ultraman's 6 brothers struggled to comprehend the loss of their parents, especially Ace. On Seth immediate departed, Heron away from, and their siblings, led by Kaneki and Higashi Kutaru, set out to find Ace. Their search led them to an industrial reef led with cosmic myths drawn by the flashlight beam swielded by Higashi Kutaru in theaters. However, before Maruro could wreak further havoc, the successful illocated Ace, Higashi Taro urging Torgerpin Hernhomi while notified, confront them and stir. Morning arrived, and Maruro, blinded by sunlight, rampaged unchecked. The Zedime unleashed their full firepower against Maruro, who, despite his blindness, retaliated with an acid beam, causing Galito crash. Fortunately, Nanu and Anduno parachuted to safety, but Heaven Whale wasn't so fortunate, as Sit was struck directly Maruro. The vice captain Andither Shadna Consto escape. Fortunately, Higashi Kutaro transformed into Terra just into Meadow save Heaven Whale, but Maruro as he eyes the opportunity to credit Taro. As Maruro attempted to strike, Taro evaded, and a fierce melee ensued. However, Maruro displayed non-yielding endurance, resembling gamer Silas killing machine. Sizing a moment when Tara paused, Maruro unleashed Aspray, and while Taro managed to evade initially, Maruro a cunning lie released a cloud off black mist, rendering Taro nearly helpless as she fought in obscurity. Maruro launched Anotheris a dike assault, and Tara was finally struck, enduring his left Tarmandelicid in Gaycree of pain. As the battle progressed, Tara struggled to maintain his footing and eventually vanished from sight due to exhaustion. Maruro, emboldened by Tara's disappearance, rampaged further, expanding the black mist until off Tokyo was shrouded, followed by the interior of Japan, and ultimately enveloping the entire Earth. The oppressive black mist obstructed visibility, leaving people unable to see the streets while disrupting their daily lives, forcing them to retreat indoors in fear. Chapter 2 The Marvelous Ultra Star, an audience sign shock. For the first time, viewers from various cosmic dimensions learned of Ultramanris, eager to witness their combat prowess. However, Taro Ultraman's death was a staggering blow. The stark contrast in size and weight, coupled with the overwhelming threat posed by the colossal monsters, left them feeling gutter-lit defenseless. Their ascent defeat of Taro intensified the suffocating atmosphere. In the world of the armored warriors the world of Kai-E, within the Happy Dumpling restaurant, Lizin and his companions, driven by curiosity, suffed to observe how Utherung known heroes battled against extraterrestrial invaders. As Maruro's formidable fighting abilities under the cover of night quickly overwhelmed Taro, Lizin and his friends drew comparisons between Ultraman and themselves. Reflecting on this, our armored warriors seem adequate, yet the colossal monsters from Ultraman's real marine a entirely different echelon compared to our ability beasts that, adding to a pressurous etherealization, that Maruro wasper that from our own earthlings. Dongshan furrowed his brow, rubbing his temples and attemptical himself. The combat of Ultraman inflicted a profound psychological and physical blow upon them. None could foresee that them in Sturson Earth hailed from outer space, nor could the ascertain whether Li Zinan and Dongshan could withstand the invasion. Baimi Asan's hooded demeanor had softened considerably, as she maintained a calm analytical stance. It never anticipated that Ultraman could face insurmountable foes. From a perspective, Maruro is a disadvantage under the sun, yet it is the black mist that greatly enhanced its battle capabilities, letting Toteris defeat. If it hadn't been for the black mist, Terra could hopper sedan swift dealt with Maruro. The syndicate test that underestimated Mororoa's ability assitsnet Mororoa to blame, but Tara's complacency. Bamios' observations galvanized Lee Zinin and Theathers to continue watching. Upon reflection, it became evident that Ultraman was not infallible. It possessed flaws that needed addressing to avoid underestimation on the battlefield. Mia Jin rubbed her palm stoge there, resting her shoulders in theta blind contemplation out hat. Tara has list this combat capability. Online Zadim remains to confront Mororoa. But thou will thy Tecletheus su eve te blackmist? This situation is untenable. Let's keep watching. My intuition tells me that those Ultramen must possess secret swery uniwarif. Lizinin replied, harboring gap premonition that in this vast universe, their insane counters with Ultraman were significant. If the viewing screen could reveal more secrets about their Ultraman, it would surely benefit them. In the world of Kamen Ritterth decade universe, Minyashi observed the present viewing screen without a hint of discontent with her. His interest in its sexist and segru, especially with themergits of twa groups related to the Kamen Riders defending their world. His curiosity deepened. Fascinating, and ever expecteth demonsters from Ultraman's realm Tobasa Colossal, capable of swiftly overpowering those self-proclaimed champion sophistists. It seems one either define the existence of Ultraman. It appears they have been conserving their strength, they didn't fight with their full might, and tis defeat seems to stem from underestimating their foe. Yet he trusts the Ultraman will govern solution. Is shallow weighty outcome. Minya Shire reclined, crossing his legs while sipping coffee. Nearby, Ono Darayuzuk shared a similar sentiment, noting that Tara had yet town Leisha's absolute power, clearly holding back. Sure, Hudo you believe I stronger, are Kamen Rider Sorthos Ultraman? Upon hearing Ono Darayuzuk's inquiry, Minya read the comparison between Kamen Riders and Ultraman, contemplating what truly held the upper hand. However, upon reflecting on Ultraman's immense stature and the latent power Setoba revealed, Hebe came increasing like convinced that revoking the it Shardo Sesafar, Wavianly witnessed their combat capabilities. Isn't there even more formidable entities among them? Let's continue watching. Minyash's response said in a tech site Ono Darayusuker, but Hetho that Ultraman's powers extended far beyond what they had seen compelled them both to keep watching the footage. Meanwhile, Higashi Kudera lay on the ground, his injuries inflicted by Mororoa, with no time to heal. Suddenly, a radiant beam of multicolored light pierced through the black mist enveloping Thirth, gradually descending Higashi Kutaru. In the wake of this light, the mother of Ultra appeared before the sun, awakening Higashi Kutaru. Taro, rise quickly. The mother of Ultra's arrival carried another world Lyora, but thankfully, she roused Higashi Kutaru from a stupor. She continued, assuring him that Hanle could saveth the earth, urging him not to succumb to its bear. Moreover, the mother of Ultra Revia led up forward themine stores the planet Liupont the star of Ultra, and only went the six brothers sooner did Kuther Bilamur of Hope, thought he method remained a mystery. Taito Dongwang ponderedthidis, mother Kud Nivertisi of Ahim, Thusharesalut Lizzie Izeth Tyro Bajado summoned Tyro Ultraman, breaking free from the shackle soft te black mist and journeying to Ultrastar. Ultrastar? As anticipated by Kitami and Minyashir, it was evident these Ultra warriors harbored numerous secrets, intensifying Theodian's curiosity. Thessine continued townfold. Back on Earth, Theblik Mist released be Moraloia disrupteth the normalive Sefivrion, with enemies hapafter Nothera occurring in quick succession. The Adim found Thier phonally nescent of her job being overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Taito Dongwang's whereabouts remained down, further exacerbating the situation. The Zadim was no sked with unraveling the mystery of Moraloia's emergency and the origin soft T cosmic myth. At this juncture, team member Mori Yama received news that a lighthouse of Bethisia had fallen victim to Themith's destruction, prompting the deputy captain to the order from Stamo B lies. Upon arriving at the lighthouse, they discover a multitude of cosmic myths fluttering Gabu, trying to obscure the lighthouse's light. However, Kittajima Hadal Reedy deduced Theris and Themoths were drawn at the light duet a Thirphota tropic behavior. Upon reaching this conclusion, Kittajima instructed the lighthouse's staff to extinguish the light, but the staff member stubbornly refused, insisting on fulfilling is due to ensure the safer return of Tozasi. These obstinacy ultimately yallowed Moraloi to successfully attract Themoth Sandri Cavo Kant he lighthouse, leaving Jevrio noon scathed, save for Winnow, who suffered an arm injury from a myth bite. After complete Njit's destruction, Moraloi Avanishiden to the black mist. Upon returning, The Ziteam compared the cosmic myths they had captured with those if they attacked Therakitin Korea, discovering them to identical. This Ledavarianatakatlatis can question Sanser Moraloya ways exploiting Themoth's attraction to light to destroy luminous objects. Following this revelation, Thetaputai capped an order at a powered identification. But Thais was merely a temporary measure. If luminous subjects were destroyed, humanity's extinction would be imminent. Fortunately, the ZDM possessed a trump card, the Z-1974 bomb. This bomb boasted a power equivalent to 3 hydrogen bombs, thought he launch and detonation mechanisms were not yet completed. At this moment, suggest a thought some own shooting giga demonstrate closer engine attached the Z-1974 timed bomb to Moraloya. Have volunteered for the task, but the deputy captain refused, insisting first undergo a medical examination. Meanwhile, at the Homeophthisics brothers, Ichi wrote a side to build a water collection point next door to a tire water shortage. While the audience had yet to witness the Felexton Toft's team capabilities, it was clear that the potential danger posed by the Z-1974 bomb was significant. An enormous step could lead to catastrophic radiation, and if Moraloya detonate on the spot, the radiation could spread across the surface, disrupting human life. The audience placed their hopes in Taro, asked the belly vet that if Taro cal direct land of light and acquired artifact capable of defeating Moraloya, there remained a glimmer of hope before Earth's salvation. Thessine continued townfold. Taro traversed the vastness of spacey after prolonged flight, crossing glare soft darkness soaring through the cosmic expanse, sooner riving at Ultrastar, as described by Ultra warriors. Upon entering Thizrium, the atmosphere transformed into a dazzling spectacle, awash in vibrant its thighs was the passage connecting Ultrastar to the outer cosmos. As Tyra glides slowly, he was greeted by Onavashirish pits, the sight of tepuri white Dejevikangas and Zoformed hand spaciousness, reminiscent of foam. Tyra's gazer main fiket ahead, through the crimson exit, where a healthy amusement facility is off land of light, complete with swimming pools, schools, and amusement parks everything own coup desire. Memory is off fiskiled hood adventure flooded back, yet these immediate a priority water night with his brother Sathultra Tower. Consequently, Tyro accelerate his flight towards Thultra Tower. For the audience, these was their first glimpse saint the homeland dofither heroic warriors, aplacy that feltrium like, as if they had stepped into vivid fantasy. In the Tarragoniverse, both Shinjo Kengo and Seishao were recaptivated by the sight soft land of light, rendered speechless as they absorbed everything before them, as thought they had discovered a new world. After several moments, Shinjo finally returned to reality, reflecting, Sothis a Ultrastar. It's truly magnificent. When will ever have a Thechance to visit Ultrastar? It's nothing short of a dream come true. Listening to Shinjo, Seishao's expression darkened further. He had long aspired to become an ultra warrior, a protector and a veritero. Yet, their recognition bestowed upon Shinjo as Terraga filled him with envy. Why called Shinjo Terragual he cold not? However, Seisho was noticed grazed as Masaki Kengo, relentlessly suftajup Terragas rather. He recognized the immense burden of responsibility thought, Camu with being an ultra warrior, as Shinjo consistent liar turned from battles bearing injuries. Seishao felt that he could never become a qualified ultra warrior, and so he resigned himself to being an ordinary scientist. Reflecting on this, Heffelte twin Jav sympathy for Shinjo's plight, speaking to Hymenate and reminiscent fan old married couple, Yuma venturi to Ultrastar, but first, attend to matter sheer. Oh dear. Shinjo looked at Seishao in bewilderment, sensing that Seishao was not in the right frame of mind today, and decided to lighten the mood. Seishu, don't wear that frown. Just smiley a little, it'll be right. Smiling. Hearing Shinjo half-hearted attempt at cheer, Seishao found a thart accept Tandra turted. No way, before retreating to the laboratory. Shinjo, accustomed to Seishu's dismissive attitude after prolonged exposure, merrily shrugged it off. Returning to the unfolding scene, Tyro successfully reached land of light, receiving Zophi's ultra signature, and flew to the Ultrator with his 5 brothers. Upon meeting, Thiamber Sidoni and other warmly Zafithan began recounting the history of land of light. Had detailed how, to commemorate Thirbital with Thampolins, the ultra warrior Shadkaret to Ultrabell, which lay buried beneath the blazing flame-soft Ultra Tower. Now, as Earth succumbed to darkness, the 6 brothers soon had retrieved the Ultra Tower. They ascended, lowering the temperature-reefed heraging flames, and subsequent like complete a Ultra combination, Transformagento Super Tyro. The emergency off Super Tyro allowed him to plunge it through the inferno, arriving at the Ultra Tower. However, within the space, Super Tyro's combination time was limited just on a minute. Swiftly, he extracted the Ultrable within that brief window and soared into the cosmos, where he deactivated the Super Tyro combination. The six brothers were now poised to undertake critical mission of rescuing Earth. The audience observed the rejuvenated ultrasonic six brothers, bearing the Ultrable as they journeyed back to Earth, feeling a renewed sense of reliability in these Ultra Warrior siblings. Although the initial encounter often felt awkward, the audience understanding of the Ultra Warriors deepened with each passing moment. Theno recognized the ultrasonic six brothers, led by Zoffy, and speculated that there might tie up more Ultra Warriors, their abilities being similar, yet their skill sets varying. Returning to Thessanian Earth, Ichira had successfully gathered water at the collection point and was making his way home with Kenichi. However, on their return journey, a water delivery worker remained engaged in his duties. As she appeared his flashlights, headlights, the attracted the moths, obstructing his view of the road, which resulted in Ichiro sustaining injuries while trying to protect Kenichi. After Ichiro was rushed into the hospital's operating room, they endured a length away taste the hospital faced a power outage, necessitating candlelight surgery. Despite the efforts, Ichiro remained unable to undergo the procedure, letting Toadley. At that moment, Yuno arrived, recalling that the Ruasat third industrial facility nearby thought likely still had power, realizing Moraloya would likely had theory as well. Meanwhile, William Patrol, non-Uanata said the industrial facility still operational. Harried lie exitisfically and Durjed workers to turn off the lights, but the remained unperturbed by the cosmic myths. Nonetheless, this negligence inadvertently attracted Moraloya, while Kadavik without restraint. As Moraloya launched an other assault, the entire Zeti mobilized and simmered. Yuno again petitioned the deputy captain for permission to attach the Z-1974 bomb to Moraloya. This time, the deputy captain granted approval without hesitation. They boarded Tinkin Fluto Moraloya's location, landing atop the creature, where Yunoquiclitus embarked to affix the bomb. After setting Thedamur, Hepromptly procured away. Chapter 3. The bug abilities of the Ultraman clock. The audience watched as the ZAT team, braving immense peril, boldly directed Weno to leap onto the back of Moraloya to affix the AZ-1974 bomb. Setting aside the question of danger, the sheer physicality of Moraloya, when compared to humans, seemed utterly fantastical. In this round, humanity was simply no match for Moraloya. Furthermore, the ZAT team had previously articulated the grave dangers posed by the AZ-1974 bomb. If they failed to properly regulate the timing of the explosives, even the slightest miscalculation could result in their own annihilation alongside Moraloya. The ZAT team was fundamentally a defensive organization, ever prepared to make sacrifices once they stepped onto the battlefield. Having resolved from the outset to lay down their lives for the greater good in the world of Kamen Rider. Shoutara Hidari observed the reckless bravery of Weno, who risked his life to secure the AZ-1974 bomb onto Moraloya. Shoutaru held a profound admiration for Weno. This young man possessed remarkable courage and a readiness to sacrifice himself, qualities that Shoutaru felt he could never match. Perhaps he would never surpass the rugged masculinity of his mentor. He had previously struggled to grasp the essence of what it meant to be a true tough guy, but now he finally understood. Shoutaru engaged in introspective reflection, recalling the advice of Narumi Tsuji, who had warned him against acting solely on impulse. Even if he cast off the mantle of a tough guy, it would not alter his inherent flaws. While it might be unlikely for Shoutaru to ever become a proper tough guy, he still held hope of achieving that ideal, as long as he refused to give up. Tsuji had once declared that a man must shoulder his responsibilities, and Shoutaru had etched those words into his heart. In the world of Diga, Magata remarked, "This man named Weno is truly courageous, risking his life to attach the AZ-1974 bomb. Such bravery is commendable." To which Nairue responded, "Indeed. How wonderful it would be if we had more men like him among us." The others chuckled lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. As events unfolded, the six Ultra Brothers arrived before Earth, with Taro immediately activating the Ultraman clock, which emanated a powerful energy. This energy transformed into waves of starlight, interacting with the black mist and invoking wondrous physical phenomena, causing the mist to gradually dissipate under the force of this potent energy. Slowly but surely, the black fog vanished before the astonished gaze of the audience. Witnessing the extraordinary capabilities of the Ultraman clock, some scientists began to ponder whether they could replicate its power through scientific advancements. Among them, Kiryu Sento was the most fervent. The children, now bathed in light, were filled with excitement. However, Moraloya was not unscathed. As the dissipating black mist wreaked havoc around them, it was at this moment that Winnow adjusted the timing and prepared to parachute. However, just as he leaped, his parachute snagged on a pipe attached to Moraloya, rendering him unable to detach. With only half a minute remaining until detonation, Taro swiftly intervened, pulling Winnow down and engaging Moraloya in combat. Winnow parachuted down. He shouted to Taro, "Taro, there's a bomb on the monster, be careful." Upon hearing this, Taro summoned all his strength and, after a few exchanges, managed to topple Moraloya to the ground. In the final seconds, Taro lifted Moraloya and hurled him into the sky, resulting in an explosive demise. Taro ascended to the heavens, bidding farewell to his 5 brothers before returning to Earth. In the end, Ichiro's surgery was a success, and he and his 5 siblings began their journey of living together in a world without their parents. The first review concluded, as the audience viewed the video of the review's conclusion. They not only glimpsed the true nature of the Ultraman star, but also discovered the existence of formidable artifacts of bug-like proportions. This was indeed an eye-opening experience, as it provided insight into the civilizations of other heroic worlds. In the world of Kamen Rider, what exactly constitutes the Ultraman clock? Its ability to unleash such tremendous powers is astounding. If only I could create such a weapon. Kiryu Sento, who fancied himself a genius physicist, gazed at the Ultraman clock with fervor. If I could decipher its components and defeat the Reaper, would I not become invincible? The blackboard to his right was nearly filled with equations, and Sento's hair stood upright in a manner reminiscent of a rabbit's ears. But let us be realistic. The Ultraman clock is something you'll never analyze in your lifetime. It belongs to a civilization that has advanced tens of thousands of years beyond ours. No matter how brilliant a physicist you are, you cannot hope to create a weapon akin to the Ultraman clock. Wan Zhonglong turned away, regarding Sento with disdain, fearful that he might once again boast. Aren't I impressive? Aren't I a genius? Although Wan Zhonglong had only recently joined the main cast, his bond with Sento and Mizora had deepened over time, rendering such displays of arrogance commonplace. After all, Sento remained oblivious to the fact that he was, in truth, a devilish physicist, with his memories entirely erased by EVOL. Having been ensnared in EVOL's schemes, in the Land of Light, the defeat of Moraloya was celebrated. Taro, the instructor, was indeed formidable. The collaboration between humanity and Ultraman was incredibly powerful. If such an alliance were to extend to Earth in the future, they might even bestow high honors akin to those of Commander Hikaru and Captain Zoffi. The younger Ultramen excitedly discussed Taro's victory over Moraloya. On the high platform, the Ultras did not feel exhilarated by the battle. Instead, they were somber. Aside from Taro, the other Ultra brothers were unaware of the true circumstances surrounding Moraloya. Although Taro had vanquished Moraloya, it was a battle born from human desires. It was not entirely fair to blame Taro, as Moraloya had harmed humanity. The Ultra Father, observing the screen, articulated his thoughts. Indeed, for the sake of humanity, we must confront cosmic and earthly monsters alike, ensuring that humans can thrive peacefully on their planet. This is the mission of the Ultra Warriors. 7 declared, "It seems I am still too young. Aspiring to become a legendary hero like my father is indeed a challenge. But who am I? I am Taiga. I am also a messenger of light." Taiga exuded confidence in his abilities. Confidence is admirable. Yet one must not act blindly. We must discern the nature of the dark forces invading us. Taro advised Taiga.at that moment. New subtitles appeared on the screen. Second review. Ultraman Jinga.it is well known that Ultraman Jinga, as the elder brother of the new generation, had previously earned the recognition of Taro among the 6 Ultra brothers, achieving remarkable success in numerous battles. However, not every encounter ended in triumph. Ultramen are not deities. They too face limitations. Jinga, in particular, suffered injuries while participating in the second battle. Yet the most grievous defeat came in the following confrontation. Please enjoy the showdown. Ultraman Jinga vs. Dark Lugield in the world of Kamen Rider. Armor Hero. Upon witnessing the new subtitles in the review video, Lee Shinnon and his companions, who had previously held biased views, found themselves momentarily stunned, contemplating the implications of the white subtitles. The Ultra Warriors are not gods. They too have their limitations. It appears that both we, the Armor Heroes, and the Ultramen are not flawless beings. Everyone has their shortcomings and inherent deficiencies. However, it is essential to engage in open discussions to understand one another. For the enemies faced by the Ultramen are undoubtedly more formidable than our OW and AT times. We truly rely on them. Kuonjong, the youngest Armor Hero and a university student, felt a deep sense of empathy for these superheroes who were always ready to sacrifice themselves for a greater cause. He had previously chosen to become a Tiger Knight solely because he admired the heroic figures of the Armor Heroes and yearned to fight for the happiness and justice of all. In Kuonjong's eyes, all heroes were united on the same front. There should be no sense of exclusion or oppression, but rather a quest for understanding and compassion. His words rejuvenated Li Shinnon and Bai Miao, who had previously lost their fighting spirit, with the exception of Shi Zhao. Kuonjong and Shi Zhao were the best of friends, sharing similar sentiments, and Shi Zhao's inherent angelic nature made their camaraderie all the more harmonious. Meijin, upon hearing Kuonjong's perspective, also reflected on the validity of his thoughts. Indeed, Ultramen are not perfect. They too face invincible foes, but most importantly, they fight alongside humanity. Perhaps it is because of their profound desire to stand shoulder to shoulder with humans, and their unwavering faith in humanity, that they journey from the distant land of light to earth to lend their support in battle. It seems that my previous understanding of Ultramen was indeed flawed. Kuonjong is right. We must embrace each other, foster understanding, and build trust. Let us continue to observe the remarkable performance of the Ultraman known as Galaxy. Once again, everyone's interest is piqued as they watch the recap video. As the visuals unfold, a woman clad in white wanders uncontrollably, clutching a dark spark in her hand, leaving many on the ground unconscious from her influence. The woman's eyes blaze with a crimson glow as she raises the dark spark high, causing it to suddenly morph and emit a sound effect. The darkness fuses, revealing the Dark Luciole King. Immediately, an earthquake ensues, and a colossal figure, a giant of darkness, descends to the ground, adorned with a red, Ultraman-like colored timer at its center, 2 glowing red eyes, and an entirely obsidian exterior, with 2 protruding horns on its shoulders, in its right hand. It brandishes the dark spark, witnessing the re-emergence of Dark Luciole. The Taro doll in Chikusa's pocket recalls all past events. The mastermind behind the transformation of all Ultramen, monsters, and extraterrestrials from the land of light into spark dolls is none other than the Dark Luciole before them. I am Luciole, Dark Luciole, foolish life forms, humans, your time. By my power, cease. Dark Luciole then turns and obliterates the entire school. The student body feels exhilarated. The light of the auditorium witnesses this scene with outrage. Crying out in despair, "Stop it at once!" Clutching the Galaxy Spark, he releases the Spark doll of Galaxy Ultraman and, utilizing the power of the Galaxy Spark, initiates a superfusion. Superfusion, Galaxy Ultraman. Amidst a resplendent azure glow, A cosmic light array appears, filled with starlight, intertwining galaxies. One figure gradually reveals itself, adorned with LED lights on its wrists, chest, and legs. It is Galaxy Ultraman. Emerging from the brilliance, it rotates its fists in a continuous motion, and its form begins to grow larger. Just as Galaxy is on the verge of successful transformation, a sudden wave of darkness rushes in. Galaxy, still in the midst of transformation, fails to react in time and is directly struck by the dark figure's foot. Sent sprawling by Dark Lucille's kick, that kick sent the entire summer flying. Caught off guard, Galaxy lets out a pained howl as his body uncontrollably hurtles through the air, crashing into the mountains. In the world of armored warriors, the Nawa world, Duanmu Yin grimaces as she witnesses the utterly defenseless Galaxy Ultraman being kicked away by Lucille, feeling a sense of humiliation. Indeed, it is Duanmu Yin who feels the disgrace of Galaxy Ultraman. How utterly disgraceful! The fact that he could be interrupted mid-transformation is simply unacceptable. Has he no sense of shame for being ambushed by the enemy? Fortunately, as an armored warrior, I would not easily be interrupted during my transformation. Ma Lingling beside her agrees, stating that they, the armored summoners, would not allow their opponents to seize the opportunity to interrupt their transformations and capture their summoning devices. Unless, of course, one were to gamble like Xiao Gang and lose their summoning device. Naturally, no one is as foolish as Xiao Gang, though some, like Ren Tianyun, merely follow their whims and refrain from battling, wholly dependent on their moods. In simple terms, they are controlled by their emotions. Returning to the scene, before Galaxy can rise, a large foot descends upon his head. Galaxy Ultraman. We have awaited this moment for far too long. Awakened from a long slumber, I shall now defeat you, as Dark Lucille speaks. He mercilessly stomps on Galaxy Ultraman's face. At this moment, Galaxy recalls his past battles with Dark Lucille. Ding dong, ding dong. The colored timer of Galaxy Ultraman is flashing frantically. Time is running out for Galaxy Ultraman. Without delay, Dark Lucille kicks Galaxy into the air. Before he can retaliate, Lucille executes a spinning kick, propelling Galaxy away. Given Galaxy's current combat prowess, the notion of defeating Dark Lucille is nothing short of a pipe dream, making victory exceedingly difficult. Dark Lucille delivers 2 more kicks, causing Galaxy to tumble violently upon landing. Observing this, Dark Lucille slowly presses his left hand against his chest, dark energy surging forth. Several red destructive energy blasts erupt from Dark Lucille's crimson chest. Striking Galaxy, Dark Lucille attacks. The disparity in strength between Galaxy and Dark Lucille is insurmountable. As Galaxy activates his shield, it is swiftly obliterated, sending him flying once more. Humans, by your power, I shall be reborn. Feeding off despair and fear, consuming the negative energy tainted by darkness. As Dark Lucille speaks, he uses the dark spark to drain the energy of the fallen humans around him. In this moment, Galaxy senses his energy waning and resolves to make one final struggle, but all is in vain as Dark Lucille relentlessly delivers finishing blows. All is futile, Galaxy. Humans, by your power, I shall be reborn. Feeding off despair and fear, consuming the negative energy tainted by darkness. Dark Lucille continues to unleash red energy blasts from his chest upon Galaxy. Unable to withstand the onslaught any longer, Galaxy succumbs to the barrage. And gradually, the colored timer extinguishes. After vanquishing Galaxy, Dark Lucille slowly raises the dark spark to continue siphoning the strength of humanity. Chapter 4. No matter how strong you are, Galaxy stands above you, returning to the scene. Listen, Taro Ultraman, pitiful doll. I have absorbed the despair and fear of everyone here, and now I shall halt the time of all on this planet. Dark Lucille cackles, raising the dark spark high, an endless tide of dark energy spilling forth. Gradually forming the presence of a black hole, darkness emerges from the sky, seeking to envelop all in its shadow. In the world of Kamen Rider, the Time King world, Tokiwa Soji watches as Lucille's formidable figure wields the dark spark, manipulating the time of others at will, evoking within him a mix of admiration and indignation. The admiration stems from Lucille's command over time, rendering people utterly defenseless, stripping them of their agency, forcing them to submit. The indignation arises from Lucille's misuse of this power, halting the life force of others to fulfill his ambitions, which is entirely unbecoming of a king. Tokiwa Soji pounds the table in fury, standing up with righteous indignation, his gaze fierce enough to slay. Lucille is utterly inhumane. While I hold a certain respect for this extraterrestrial who possesses the power of time, I shall not let him off the hook for his ruthless ambition to extinguish the lives of others. Tokiwa Soji's voice resonates, neither too loud nor too soft, but enough for Gates, Tsukuyami, and Was to hear. They are taken aback by how the emergence of such a hellish figure as Lucille could transform Tokiwa Soji's emotions to this extent. Gates and Tsukuyami feel elated. If Tokiwa Soji were to abandon his path to becoming a ruthless demon king in light of this video and instead aspire to be a benevolent ruler, that would be commendable. However, Was does not share this sentiment, believing that this video will only draw Tokiwa Soji closer to the path of kingship, leading him to become even more merciless. Your Majesty? The Demon King, while Lucille's ruthlessness is indeed appalling, you may not possess the same power as Lucille in the future, yet you will undoubtedly command respect and awe. Gates? Tsukuyami? No, it is not that Soji will reconsider. Was southwards may instead drive Soji to become even more inhumane than Lucille. If Soji's thoughts were to revert to the path of the Demon King, their efforts would be in vain. Fortunately, Soji is not easily swayed, turning to Was and calmly stating, "Fear not, Was. I have my own sense of judgment. I shall not align myself with Lucille. My aspiration to become a king is grounded in principles. I strive to be a benevolent and righteous ruler, fighting for the happiness of my people and their well-being. This is the king I yearn to be." It seems I underestimated Soji's resolve. Mere words from Was, as a subordinate, will not sway him from his path toward benevolence. Tsukuyami and Gates cannot help but commend Tokiwa Soji in the world of Gaia. Takayama Yum observes the memories of Galaxy, easily recalling how he transformed into Gaia Ultraman, now reduced to a sparkling doll. Setting aside the question of why he fought alongside numerous Ultramen, the terrifying power of Lucille is unprecedented, especially the dark spark in his possession. Capable of transforming any Ultraman or monster into a shining doll, is utterly perverse. It seems that only Galaxy can contend with Lucille. Yet, it appears that even Gaia is not exempt from the grasp of Lucille's minions. But now that even Galaxy Ultraman has been defeated, what hope remains? Other Ultramen have also been sealed by Lucille, transformed into luminous dolls, leaving no opportunity for victory unless the true power of the Galaxy awakens. Takayama furrowed his brow as he watched the Galaxy sprawled on the ground, envisioning how utterly helpless he would be against Lucille. The scene was steeped in desolation. The fallen figures foreshadowed the dark reign of Lucille. He had halted humanity's time, plunging them into despair, believing this was the path to eternity. Yet, amidst this despairing tableau, a stirring melody suddenly resonated. The fervent music seemed to possess a strength that lifted the desolate humanity once more. What do you strive for? Because our tomorrow lies ahead. In moments of stagnation and sorrow, look around, smiles abound. The fervent strains of music emanated from the stagnant crowd. Even those on the ground never relinquished hope. As the rhythm surged, the dark wormholes conjured by Lucille abruptly vanished, leaving him perplexed. What? Even while under Lucille's control, Principal Shirai stood resolutely to protect his students, declaring, "I shall no longer allow you to exploit us. My heart is steadfast, as are the hearts of these children. Encircled by dark forces, a faint shimmer of light began to emerge from Principal Shirai's defiance, gradually dispelling the encroaching darkness. "Principal Shirai, you truly are a resilient soul," exclaimed Hidetaka in admiration of Shirai's bravery. Lucille found it incredulous that his plans could be thwarted by mere humans. "Silence, you insignificant humans. This darkness is utterly futile. I have fully resurrected," he cackled. Gradually, everyone began to rise once more, their hands aglow with the shimmering virtual sparks of the galaxy. These virtual sparks represented the undying spirit within their hearts. "Lucille, no matter what you destroy, no matter what you take from us, humanity shall rise again," said Taro passionately, "and no matter how many times, we will stand again." With that, the doll soared into the sky. Ultramen have never merely saved humanity. They have fought alongside us at this moment. All in the campus stood resolutely, wielding the radiant virtual sparks of the galaxy. "Irreplaceable friends, let us battle together." All those grasping the virtual galaxy sparks raised them high, sending them soaring into the sky. One after another, piercing the patterns on Taro's left foot, a myriad of sounds followed, and the fiery marks began to glow intensely. After enduring countless jabs to his soles, Taro ascended into the air. A familiar BGM resounded. It was the exclusive theme of Prince Taro, Ultraman, Taro, Ultraman the Sixth. He charged towards Lucille with a powerful kick, striking him and sending the dark sparks flying from his hands. Seeing Taro's revival, Lucille launched an immediate counterattack. Taro swiftly maneuvered to strike at Lucille's chest, targeting the ruby-like core with a flurry of punches. Yet, they inflicted no harm. Lucille retaliated with a barrage of fists. But Taro's chest was equally unyielding. Taro dashed beneath Lucille, hoisting him and throwing him aside, while Lucille retrieved the fallen dark sparks. "Cursed be it! Return me to a doll at once," Lucille bellowed, channeling potent dark energy into the dark sparks, causing them to pulsate ominously. A crimson wave of dark energy surged forth from the tip of the dark spark, targeting Taro's position. Dark spark wave. Witnessing Lucille unleash his ultimate technique, Taro responded with his signature beam attack. Stellum Beam. The two beams collided, neither able to vanquish the other, creating a tense standoff of light before the onlookers. "I shall not be defeated," Taro proclaimed, yet he was unaware that standing to the left, he was destined to lose this clash. "Now I finally understand," Taro exclaimed, glancing towards the fallen galaxy. "Galaxy, you are the Ultraman from the future, aren't you? That is why you chose Little Light. Little Light, your unwavering strength is hope." As he spoke, Taro transformed his Stellum Beam into a shield, channeling the power of light towards the colorful timer of galaxy. "Receive this power." Observing this, Lucille intensified his assault, unleashing a red destructive energy orb at Taro. Taro's light shield faltered and shattered. He struggled to maintain the last flicker of hope. "Little Light, seize the future," Taro cried, but he could no longer hold on, reverting to a spark doll, his consciousness fading. "Taro." Upon witnessing Taro's transformation back into a spark doll, Hidetaka cried out in despair. The sight of a commander from the Land of Light easily subdued by Lucille was astonishing, yet Lucille's power was undeniably formidable. His frenzied onslaught was more dazzling than fireworks. In the world of Dyna, Daigo looked on in disbelief as Taro was defeated by Lucille, murmuring, "I never expected the commander of the Land of Light to be so easily vanquished." Lucille's strength is truly terrifying, especially with his ability to turn Ultramen and monsters into luminous dolls. If I were to face him, I might unwittingly become a doll myself. What should I do? Unbeknownst to Daigo, Captain Kaima stood behind him, watching with a judgmental gaze, pondering what hidden secrets Daigo might possess. "Daigo, Daigo." Startled by Kaima's voice, Daigo's heart raced. Captain, can you not be so frightening? Lena interjected. Noticing Daigo's startled expression, if the captain hadn't thought you were so engrossed, he wouldn't have hesitated to interrupt. Daigo, you've been entranced since the video began. You aren't curious about these foreign Ultramen? Are you? Daigo, filled with trepidation, met Lena's questioning gaze, fearing she might uncover his identity. Yet, after listening intently, Daigo felt a wave of relief. So it's not about that. But to navigate Lena's inquiry, he concocted a fabricated tale that he recited verbatim. Lucille, upon noticing Taro's absence, erupted into laughter. How dare you defy me? Truly foolish. At that moment, a magnificent figure appeared before Lucille. What is so amusing? How can a wretch like you obstruct our future? Galaxy declared, radiant light enveloping him as he grew to match Lucille's towering height. Regardless of the adversary, Galaxy remained resolute, prepared to engage in battle. A legend circulated through the cosmos. Regardless of your strength, Galaxy will always soar above you. The overwhelming aura of Galaxy captivated the myriad of cosmic beings watching the video. Galaxy appeared as an angel descended, akin to a phoenix racing through the universe, radiating miraculous brilliance. Thus, the battle commenced in earnest. Lucille, seeing Galaxy's transformation, refrained from rushing in to attack, shielding his eyes from the blinding light until it faded away. Observing this, Galaxy's hands were enveloped by a deep azure glow, gradually revealing his signature weapon, the Galaxy Spark Gun. Gripping the Galaxy Spark Gun, Galaxy began to swing it with precision. Lucille, in response, converted his dark sparks into dark spark guns. What sparks might ignite in this duel of arms? Galaxy and Lucille charged at each other, transforming into blue and red orbs, colliding from Earth to the moon. The battle raged on without a clear victor, their weapons clashing without inflicting harm. The encounter was terrifying in its intensity. Cease all life, all time. In the depths of darkness, Dark Rucky Ire expressed his innermost thoughts, believing that only through such revelations could one attain eternity. He had succumbed to madness. He yearned to bring all life to a halt. To achieve that state of permanence, it must cease. It is your twisted ambition that must end, declared Galaxy, as the Galaxy Spark Gun in his hand surged with power, producing an increasing number of sparks upon clashing with the Dark Spark Gun. The two engaged in a fierce gunfight on the lunar surface, shaking the ground beneath them, their fervor intensifying with every exchange until both weapons were cast aside. The confrontation devolved into a brutal melee. Galaxy possessed a significant advantage over Dark Rucky Ire, and amidst the chaos, he positioned himself to the right. With this move, the outcome will be decided, he proclaimed, unleashing a dazzling orb of silvery light before him. This orb birthed a resplendent Galaxy. Dark Rucky Ire, evidently having learned from past experiences, gathered dark energy in tandem with Galaxy. Just as I intended. They were, after all, two sides of the same coin, executing identical techniques. Galaxy Supreme Impact, Dark Rucky Ire mirrored the move. The two forces surged forth, colliding in an instant. However, whether due to the ancient lore of the left side's defeat or the vibrant, potent rays unleashed by Galaxy, the outcome was predetermined. Under the relentless barrage of luminous projectiles, Dark Rucky Ire's offensive was obliterated, and the fierce light struck him, resulting in an explosive detonation. A thunderous roar erupted from where Dark Rucky Ire stood, and the resulting flames gradually dissipated. The Dark Spark Gun left on the moon vanished in an instant. Galaxy emerged victorious, having defeated Dark Rucky Ire. The sparks transformed into luminous particles, dispersing into the cosmos to pursue their own existence. Including Tai Luo. In their final exchange, Tai Luo expressed, "It has been a pleasure to meet you." Bidding farewell to Galaxy and the others, as countless beams of light departed, Galaxy's gaze settled on Li Tangguang. "Xiao Guang, I am setting off on a journey through the universe. You continue your adventures on this planet, he said slowly, gesturing towards Li Tangguang. When your explorations conclude, we shall reunite. With Li Tangguang's affirmation, Galaxy continued, the future is malleable. It can improve or deteriorate, and it is you who will determine its course. Thank you all. Farewell. Finally, within the sight of Li Tangguang and the others, Galaxy gradually transformed into a golden light, swiftly soaring into the depths of the cosmos until he completely vanished from their view. Chapter 5. Duanmu Yin. The advantage of 1 against 2 lies with me as the screen faded to black. The audience remained entranced, still reeling from the recent battle between Galaxy and Ruckyear. Their clash on the moon was nothing short of a historic confrontation in outer space. The marksmanship of both combatants left spectators spellbound. Yet the most thrilling aspect was the interplay of light and energy. The audience was particularly enamored with Galaxy's ultimate technique, the Galaxy Supreme Impact. The miraculous rays emitted from the vibrant, rainbow-hued galaxy illuminated the entire battlefield in the Land of Light. The realization struck that Dark Ruckyear's power could transform us into mere spark dolls. Thankfully, Galaxy, our esteemed predecessor, vanquished him. Otherwise, we would remain as spark dolls indefinitely. Galaxy is truly impressive. Who would have thought he awakened such genuine power? We are clearly no match for him. It seems we must train diligently to earn trainer Tai Luo's recognition, perhaps even garnering the same esteem as Galaxy. Upon hearing this, the younger Ultras rushed to the training grounds with fervor. On the high platform, Tai Luo pondered whether they had misunderstood something. I do not favor Galaxy. I treat all Ultras equally. Unaware of how the younger Ultras perceived the footage, Tai Luo speculated that perhaps Galaxy was the first disciple accepted by their father, prompting the others to seek his guidance. Tai Jia chuckled softly. In the world of armored warriors, World of Armor 1 inside the Happy Dumpling House, the words resonated. The future can be changed. It can improve or deteriorate. Ultimately, it is we who decide. Li Xian Nan and the others savored Galaxy's profound statement, astonished that such a powerful being could articulate such thought-provoking words. In comparison to Galaxy, they felt a considerable distance between themselves and his greatness. Bei Miao, usually so arrogant, found himself humbled by Galaxy's words, praising him. Truly a warrior from the future, able to make me concede. Who would have imagined this Ultraman, seemingly unrelated to the Land of Light, would possess such might? Bei Miao had newfound admiration for this Ultraman. The others shared similar sentiments, clearly recognizing that Galaxy was on a different level in the Dark Domain. The Shadow 5 Guardians were also taken aback by the sudden appearance of the video footage. The Shadow 5 had heard of the legends of Ultramen across the cosmos, but had never encountered one until now. The sight of the Ultraman defeating his enemies, particularly Ruckyear, left a favorable impression. Since Dark Ruckyear was ultimately defeated by Galaxy, we need not attempt to recruit him. Although his abilities are remarkable, we cannot traverse dimensions to bring him here, Evil Gene remarked, somewhat regretful about Dark Ruckyear's defeat. However, I am intrigued by his dark sparks. Perhaps we could experiment with them to control humans and seize their power. Evil Shui expressed interest in Dark Ruckyear's weaponry. Evil Mu mumbled with a hint of mischief. These warriors of light face formidable foes, each one more twisted than the last. The other guardians nodded in agreement, feeling the pressure of the vast universe and the existence of even more powerful adversaries. At that moment, the dark video suddenly illuminated, accompanied by new subtitles. The diverse reactions to Galaxy's performance unfolded before everyone, yet his extraordinary abilities were undeniable. Beyond the presence of Ultramen, there existed a human organization dedicated to combating dark forces. Next, I shall introduce an organization known as the Armored Warriors. In the Land of Light, Armored Warriors, a human-formed team. I never imagined humanity would strive so diligently, one exclaimed. Indeed, however, we must also observe what feats humanity can accomplish. The revelation that the armored warriors were among the heroes of the tokusatsu genre piqued their curiosity immensely. The younger Ultras were particularly fascinated by humanity's ability to create new armor to combat evil forces, acknowledging that while they could not protect humanity indefinitely, it was not surprising that humans could fend for themselves. On the high platform, Father of Ultra observed the emergence of fellow heroes from the tokusatsu realm. Feeling a sense of pride, he recognized that humans on Earth had created armor to defend against invading monsters. What passionate and spirited young individuals! Meanwhile, Hikaru marveled at humanity's advancement in high-tech armor, sparking his curiosity about their civilization's progress. Indeed, let me witness just how capable Earthlings are in confronting the beasts they can defeat. In the world of armored warriors, World of Armor won inside the Happy Dumpling House. Excitement filled the air as they finally introduced the armored warriors. This marked their first live broadcast in the cosmic dimension, providing them an opportunity to showcase their prowess before countless cosmic beings. Kuan-jong appeared unaware that although the broadcast centered on the armored warriors, it did not pertain specifically to their 5-element armors. All right, Kuan-jong, is it really necessary to be this exuberant? But you are correct. It is time to let the viewers witness our battles. This is a moment to remember, East-chan remarked, displaying a more mature demeanor compared to Kuan-jong. I knew we would be selected to watch the footage. It seems we are seasoned warriors, West Zhao commented, attempting to maintain a calm facade, though excitement bubbled beneath the surface. I in the dark domain. Evil too lamented. I never expected those wretched armored warriors to appear on screen. I knew things were not that simple. Don't be so disheartened, Evil 2. It might not be our world's armored warriors, Evil Mu reassured him. Are you suggesting there might be armored warriors from other realms? Evil Shui, the group strategist, deduced Evil Mu's implication. Yes, let's observe. Additionally, we can examine the combat experiences of previous armored warriors. Evil Wood remarked as the new scene unfolded, revealing a horizon at sea. Danmu Yin approached with measured steps, and upon encountering the cold-blooded Bioman and an Oxer, she said nonchalantly, "This box must be rather heavy. Wouldn't you agree?" In response, Cold Blood slowly straightened his posture, licking his lollipop before sneering, "What a coincidence. We meet again, adversaries." Danmu Yin replied coldly, "Speak. You sent the threatening letter, didn't you?" Faced with the two, he exhibited no fear. The flames of anger blazed within him, his fists clenched tighter as he struggled to control his emotions. Cold Blood twisted his neck with a hint of malicious amusement and said, "Did you think of me when you were planning to blow things up? Let me tell you, Danmu Yin, one day I will send you flying to the heavens." As his words faded, a dark mist enveloped Cold Blood, gradually consuming his entire form. When the mist dissipated, a blue-silver oxer stood before Danmu Yin, its hair resembling the tails of a 9-tailed fox. He had fully transformed into the cold-blooded Bioman and coldly declared, "Allow me to escort you to find your father." This time, he was determined to capture him and resolve his father's case. Danmu Yan's eyes burned with hatred, vowing to drag Cold Blood to prison. Danmu Yin swiftly retrieved the Navarre summoner, fastening it to her abdomen, and then produced the Tornado Energy Key. Tornado Navarre unleashed the power of the raging storm, fusion, as she inserted and twisted the energy key. A green whirlwind roared forth, enveloping Danmu Yin. When the tempest subsided, a suit of green armor adorned her, with the most striking feature being the green protective armor, and a small red emblem on her helmet resembling a soaring eagle. A silver scarf trailed behind her, billowing like a tornado in the wind, as if Navarre were the sovereign of whirlwinds. Navarre's proud speed was often understated among the various Oxer, employing teleportation and surprise attacks as his signature tactics. He casually flicked his wrist and coldly remarked, "It seems the virus has evolved once more. Even monsters can now converse. Here I come, handsome boy, little detective. I'm here too." Blocking Danmu Yan's path were the Black Fiend Oxer and Cold Blood Bioman, both prepared to eliminate her on the spot. However, events did not unfold as they had anticipated. Instead, Navarre transformed into a green tempest and vanished from their sight. When he reappeared, he was positioned between the Black Fiend Oxer and Cold Blood Bioman. In an instant, Navarre delivered a powerful kick that sent the Black Fiend Oxer flying, followed by a punch that knocked Cold Blood Bioman to the ground. The number of opponents meant nothing to him. As Danmu Yin boldly stated, 1 against 2, the advantage is mine. Her confidence was palpable. Facing 2 opponents was merely a challenge, and the more Oxer that arrived, the more exhilarated she became. It was no wonder that Xiao Lizi had previously told Ma Qingshan. Navarre has become increasingly ruthless. Online, they call him the Oxer Slaughter Machine. Today, without fail, I will ensure your complete defeat here. Navarre swiftly charged towards the 2 Oxer, shouting, "Shadow Spear." A flash of green light erupted as a shadow spear. Navarre's exclusive weapon shot forth from his foot. As Navarre grasped the shadow spear, the 2 Oxer summoned their weapons to engage him in combat. Although the 2 Oxer were formidable, they struggled to gain the upper hand against Navarre's swift evasions and lethal strikes. Originally a speed-oriented armor, in Danmu Yan's hands, it transformed into an assassin-like suit. Amidst the clashing of weapons, the 2 Oxer found it nearly impossible to land a hit on Navarre, who danced effortlessly between them with astonishing speed. A cloud of white smoke rose as the battle raged on. Despite being outnumbered, the 2 Oxer found themselves in a defensive position, their bodies marked by green arcs of electricity, clearly at a disadvantage. Just as Navarre pushed them back, they seized a fleeting opportunity to escape. "This guy is simply too powerful. We must retreat." Cold Blood Bioman, having sustained the most damage, found an escape route and immediately unleashed 2 destructive energy blasts. Navarre swiftly dodged, allowing the 2 Oxer to make their getaway. Though Navarre was quick, the swirling smoke obscured his vision, permitting their escape. "Consider yourselves fortunate to have escaped. If we meet again, I will not show you mercy." With the 2 Oxer gone, Navarre chose not to pursue further and departed without delay. In the world of the armored warriors, Philip noted, that Navarre possesses the attribute of wind. It closely resembles the Gale memory device in our possession. And his speed is remarkable, coupled with teleportation. If Navarre were to battle us, the outcome would be uncertain. No worries, Xiangtao reassured Philip. Even if Navarre is swift, our numerous memory devices will prevent him from launching an effective attack. Philip was fervently contemplating amplifying the Gale memory device's attributes further. In the world of the armored warriors, world of Kai E, Dong Shan expressed a keen interest in Navarre's speed-oriented armor. As he himself wore Wind Eagle armor of similar nature, Navarre's speed is astonishing. I wonder how it compares to Wind Eagle's swiftness. However, with Navarre embodying the element of wind, a fundamental aspect of Earth, questions arose. We possess the 5 elements armor, a gift bestowed upon us by the universe. Meijian, in comparison, which is superior, the 4 elements armor or our 5 elements armor? Meijian could tell that Dongshan was conflicted about the merits of the 5 elements armor versus the 4 elements armor of Earth. And she too felt uncertain since she had never crafted such armor. I'm not entirely sure, but in terms of speed, I suspect Navarre is the faster of the 2, given that he embodies the wind. A product of Earth, whereas our 5 elements armor is a gift from the sun within the cosmos, likely linked to Earth's elements. Alas, it seems even among us armored warriors, there are disparities in strength. That man named Danmu Yin wields the Navarre armor with remarkable proficiency. Should he join our ranks, we need not worry about the Shadow 5 Guardians. He can effortlessly handle 2 opponents. Bei Miao was in awe of Danmu Yan's prowess. Indeed, yet in Danmu Yan's realm, the monsters are infected Oxer created by the virus of death. Where does this virus originate? Danmu Yan pondered, his chin propped up, vividly recalling the transformation of Cold Blood and the effeminate man into Oxer. Li Xinnan understood that although they hailed from different worlds, as fellow armored warriors, it was only natural to inquire about each other's enemies and their powers. Meijin could sense Li Xinnan's thoughts but remained unclear about the circumstances in that world, which could lead to such transformations into Oxer. She yearned to understand but was unable to breach the dimensional barrier. In the Black Domain. The armor wielded by Danmu Yin proved formidable, as he faced two opponents with ease and emerged unscathed, truly terrifying. Evilwood had previously deemed the Five Elements armored warriors a nuisance, but now with the emergence of Danmu Yin and his summon Navarre, they felt a palpable threat. I refuse to believe that Danmu Yin cannot handle 5 Oxer at once. Besides, I've heard of Oxer before. They are merely the amalgamation of the death virus from the dead Black Star and humanity, and in comparison to us, they are utterly inferior. We are the strongest in the universe. Evil Fire, with a fiery temperament, remained skeptical that Danmu Yin could manage 5 adversaries simultaneously. The scene continued to unfold, transitioning to a desolate wilderness where a man was digging a hole with a shovel, seemingly concealing something. "Hey, do you need help moving anything?" Danmu Yin emerged leisurely from a nearby thicket, utterly disdainful of the man's actions. Upon hearing Danmu Yin's voice, the man, engrossed in his digging, turned around with a carefree glance, rolling his eyes at Danmu Yin. "Oh, it's you? Handsome boy. You really startled me." It turned out that their previous encounter had been a performance, and he was inadvertently burying a genuine artifact here. Danmu Yin teased the man, finding his flamboyant manner of speaking quite nauseating. "So, how was the fireworks bath? I trust it was quite refreshing." This flamboyant man remains oblivious to the fact that this is his final task before being incarcerated. "Although I am unaware of the exact nature of your endeavors, I must inform you that my purpose for coming here today is to deliver you to the confines of a prison." Chapter 6. Jack. Is this fellow's body made of iron? The scene continues to unfold. With that, Danmu Yin retrieves the wind energy key from his pocket and, upon lifting his garment, a summoning device appears at the location of his lower abdomen, indicating that Danmu Yin has made thorough preparations. The man, upon seeing Danmu Yin, ceases to feign ignorance. A mass of black mist envelopes him, making it evident that he is struggling against this oppressive force. As the black mist completely engulfs him, it dissipates to reveal the dark entity, Oxar, the very same adversary Danmu Yin faced previously. Turns out that the Oxar who appeared last time was indeed you. Very well, let us settle both old and new scores. Without further hesitation, Danmu Yin inserts the wind energy key into the summoning device and initiates his transformation. Hurricane of Dorado, unleash the power of the raging tempest. Fusion. As a whirlwind subsides, Danmu Yin transforms into the Dorado armor to engage Oxar in battle. Once transformed, he swiftly summons his exclusive weapon, the Hurricane Dagger. The half-diamond-shaped dart is seized by Danmu Yin, who propels it towards the Dark Oxar with astonishing speed. Concurrently, the Dark Oxar summons his own weapon, launching a frenzied assault on Dorado. The sound of slicing air accompanies the sweeping blade, but Dorado effortlessly evades the attack, forcefully colliding with Dark Oxar using the Hurricane Dagger. Oxar, failing to learn from their previous encounter, is sent sprawling once more. Seize the moment and take your life. Dorado spares no opportunity for advantageous strikes, dodging and leaping gracefully before delivering a powerful kick to Dark Oxar. The impact sends Oxar down into a half-kneeling position. With your level of strength, you might as well surrender. Dorado delivers another kick that knocks Dark Oxar to the ground, his entire form shimmering with green radiance, vanishing into a green whirlwind before Oxar's eyes. Hurricane Slash. Dorado reappears, wielding the Hurricane Dagger to unleash a series of ruthless strikes upon Dark Oxar, akin to a frenzy of fruit slicing in a game. Dark Oxar is relentlessly battered by the onslaught of the Hurricane Dagger, smoke billowing from his form, and ultimately, he is felled to the ground. Dorado senses the opportune moment to unleash a finishing move to obliterate Oxar. but is suddenly struck from behind by the cold-blooded bio kick, who knocks him back several paces. After executing this ambush, the cold-blooded bio kick retreats beside Dark Oaksar, whispering conspiratorially, "This individual is psychologically unstable. Be cautious. You again, today? Neither of you shall escape." After regaining his footing, Dorado charges once more at the cold-blooded bio kick. Whoosh! A spark ignites momentarily. Under the force of the tremendous slash, the cold-blooded bio kick narrowly manages to retain his weapon. In their current predicament, even combined, they are no match for Dorado. Any slight opening could lead to their defeat. Whirlwind slash. After deftly dodging Dark Oaksar's attack, Duanmu Yin strikes fiercely at the cold-blooded bio kick's chest. Utilizing his exceptionally agile legs to leave bio kick with no chance to counter, forcing him into a defensive stance against Duanmu Yan's relentless barrage. Shadowless uppercut. Just then, Dark Oaksar attempts to strike Dorado, who skillfully sidesteps the attack. A green light surges from the hurricane dagger as immense power gathers at its tip. Dark Oaksar becomes a perfect target. With both hands gripping the hurricane dagger, Duanmu Yin thrusts it toward Dark Oaksar with lightning speed. Too fast for the naked eye to discern. The velocity generates countless afterimages as the strikes rain down upon Dark Oaksar, who, despite his considerable strength, is rendered helpless against such an inhuman pace. Even the mightiest Oaksar cannot withstand the onslaught. And Dark Oaksar is silenced. General Duan, your reputation precedes you. With the last of the Hurricane Dagger's whirlwind slashes, Dark Oaksar loses his balance, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing to the ground nearby. Cold-blooded bio kick watches in disbelief, unable to fathom how merciless Duanmu Yin has been. He worries that had he interfered, he too would have faced the same fate. Even in a duo, they are decidedly no match for Duanmu Yin. Azure Kite Explosive. Casually, Dorado inserts the energy key into a notch on the Hurricane Dagger, summoning an Azure Kite to soar from the heavens. The Azure Kite is Dorado's exclusive wind elemental spirit and a component of the Furious Kite Bow. Dorado gives a gentle shake to the Hurricane Dagger, transforming it into a bow, while the Azure Kite morphs into an arrow, revealing the Furious Kite Bow. The wind energy accumulates at the arrowhead, intensifying as Dorado leaps into the sky, drawing back the bowstring. The arrow transforms into a green meteor, hurtling towards Dark Oaksar, who is unfortunately within the line of fire of cold-blooded bio kick as well. To avoid collateral damage, cold-blooded bio kick positions himself behind Dark Oaksar, but the arrow strikes true, exploding Dark Oaksar in a brilliant display, while cold-blooded bio kick narrowly escapes the attack. The vivid green sparks illuminate the desolate plains. Both Oaksars emerge as if having taken a scalding bath, intensely heated yet exhilarating. Under the impact of this assault, Dark Oaksar reverts to his original form, while cold-blooded bio kick remains unscathed, though he has not gained any advantage. The terror instilled by Dorado leaves cold-blooded bio kick trembling, and he yearns to flee. However, just as he attempts to make a move, Dorado swiftly catches sight of his escape attempt, the outcome for cold-blooded bio kick now seemingly inevitable. This time, I shall not let you escape. Dorado unleashes a torrent, obliterating the parking lot, as he transforms into a green whirlwind and appears before cold-blooded bio kick. Just as cold-blooded bio kick remarks on Duanmu Yan's psychological instability, Dorado declares, "Today, I shall avenge my father, Duanmu Gushin, and ensure you face justice." Cold-blooded bio kick, undeterred by fear, realizes there is no path of retreat left. Duanmu Yin is resolved to engage cold-blooded bio kick to the bitter end. "Come at me, if you dare!" Bang! Cold-blooded bio kick swings his massive blade at Dorado, who deftly dodges and retaliates with a powerful punch to cold-blooded bio kick's abdomen. The blow inflicts significant damage, as cold-blooded bio kick's stamina has waned considerably from the earlier battle. Preparing to strike decisively, Dorado steps forward, executing a spinning kick that crashes down upon cold-blooded Biokick's shoulder, the tremendous force causing him to kneel on the ground, dust flying in all directions, whirlwind leg. As he lands, a green aura envelopes Dorado's right leg, gathering wind energy once more, and with a single kick, he sends cold-blooded Biokick crashing against the mud wall. Just as Dorado believes he can finally avenge his father, a shadow lurking in the grass springs into action, swiftly emerging to slash at Dorado's armor with a sword. It is none other than Medusa Biokick. Simultaneously, another figure clad in blue armor slowly approaches from another direction. Ma Qingshan transformed into the tsunami armor. Today, I shall unmask you. In this moment, Duanmu Yin reveals his identity as the Oksar slaughter machine, and despite the encirclement of 3 foes, he exhibits not a hint of trepidation. Before the trio can make their move, Duanmu Yin charges forward to initiate the attack. He leaps into the air, employing agile leg techniques to repel both cold-blooded Biokick and Medusa Biokick, evading an attack from Qingshan and delivering a powerful punch to his chest armor. Despite the change in numbers, Duanmu Yan's killing intent intensifies. His vow to defeat all Oksars is not mere bravado. The fighting prowess of Duanmu Yin leaves all characters from the tokusatsu genre utterly astonished. Such relentless vigor, devoid of extreme exhaustion, is what truly renders him terrifying. In the land of light, the cosmos marvels. My heavens! Is this man named Duanmu Yin not fatigued at all? Just moments ago, he faced 2 adversaries, expending considerable energy, and now he stands firm against 3. Truly astonishing. Could this fellow's body be forged of iron? He resembles the vigor of my youth. Jack is taken aback by Duanmu Yan's indomitable spirit. He is but a mortal, with flesh and blood, standing resolute against such an overwhelming number of foes, still managing to endure. What a miracle! An ordinary human has harnessed the Dorado armor to such an extent. It raises questions about the technology behind its creation. Hikari expressed a profound interest in the Dorna duo armor adorning Duanmu Yin, captivated by the technological marvels of Earth and yearning to explore this universe. In the realm of the armor warriors, the armor one world, amidst the dark domain, he exclaimed in astonishment. Duanmu Yin displayed an unwavering composure, seemingly unfazed by the multitude of adversaries surrounding him. He was no ordinary individual. Evil Fire faced the bitter truth of his earlier deception, having anticipated that Duanmu Yan's combat prowess would suffice against merely 2 foes. Yet, the reality was far from his expectations, as the conflict only seemed to bolster Duanmu Yan's strength. Should Duanmu Yin materialize in our world, he would pose a significant threat. While we are well aware of Oksar's capabilities beneath us, if a confrontation were to ensue, our chances of victory would be negligible. Evil Water began to share in this trepidation, recognizing that Duanmu Yan's exhibited strength far surpassed that of the 5-element armor. Compelling a reconsideration of their plans, Evil Wood felt similarly apprehensive, yet inexplicably trembled at the sight of Duanmu Yin. Was he, perhaps, infected by Oksar's fear? The scene continued to unfold as Medusa Bick and cold-blooded Bick stepped aside for Ma Qingshan, acknowledging the deep-seated enmity between him and Duanmu Yin. The Nawa armor, which had once belonged to Qingshan, was now rendered unattainable due to the infection of the rampant virus, preventing him from transforming back into an armor warrior. Overwhelmed with regret, Qingshan resolved to utilize the power of the armor to challenge Duanmu Yin. Today, he would demonstrate what true strength entailed. With a fierce roar, Qingshan lunged towards Duanmu Yin at astonishing speed, crouching low to execute a sweeping kick aimed at his lower body. However, Duanmu Yin, renowned for his swiftness, deftly evaded the attack, landing gracefully before effortlessly countering Qingshan's punch and forcefully pushing him away. Qingshan staggered forward, turning to bellow at Medusa Bick and cold-blooded Bick. "You must not interfere. I will personally teach this arrogant fool a lesson." Just you wait. Duanmu Yin lifted his right leg and lightly tapped the ground, summoning a green tornado before him, which he unleashed upon Qingshan. The tornado wreaked havoc. Qingshan, undeterred, attempted to strike it, but the invisible force of the wind eluded his physical assault, leaving him empty-handed in the blink of an eye. Duanmu Yin transformed into the green tornado, appearing behind Qingshan and delivering a powerful kick to his back, causing him to stumble back towards Medusa Oksar and the others. If your strength is only this, you shall join these Oksars in their demise today? Duanmu Yin taunted, mocking Qingshan. Just as he was about to unleash his ultimate technique upon Ma Qingshan, a familiar voice echoed from behind him. I will make you pay for my father's demise, and you too, Qingshan. You who have lost all confidence in yourself, I will personally end your lives. This vengeful young man was none other than the familiar summoner of the Cool Ray armor. Kusheng. He specifically referred to cold-blooded Bic and Ma Qingshan. Ke Sheng harbored deep resentment towards cold-blooded for the murder of his father, and towards Ma Qingshan for his shattered trust in the latter's integrity. Little brat, you certainly have a lot to say. If you wish to fight, then come at me. Medusa Oksar stepped forward, perplexed by Kusheng's current state. As Kusheng readied his Cool Ray summoner to engage them, Duanmu Yin swiftly intervened. Ke Sheng, what are you doing here? Allow me to handle this. You cannot defeat them. However, Kusheng received Duanmu Yan's concern with disdain, his fury blinding him to any understanding of Duanmu Yan's intentions, particularly the fervor of his desire for vengeance. Pushing Duanmu Yin away, he shouted, This is none of your concern. I must personally defeat them to avenge my father. Without hesitation, Kusheng grasped the summoner. Prepared to transform into Cool Ray, he had hoped for a fair battle, but the reality struck him harshly as the summoner made contact with his abdomen. An unexpected transformation occurred within him, rendering him unable to maintain hold of it, causing it to fall to the ground. Instead, a swirling mass of black mist erupted from within, enveloping him entirely in disbelief. Kusheng collapsed to the ground, succumbing to the corrosive effects of the rampant virus. Gradually, the dark mist consumed him, transforming him from human form into that of an Oksar, thus fulfilling Xiao Lizi's scheme. What is happening to me? Kusheng exclaimed, his Oksar form a blend of deep blue and black, crowned by a singular antenna, revealing himself to all. His crimson eyes glimmered with a sinister intensity. The spike-headed Oksar. How is this possible? Why have I become this? Kusheng could hardly comprehend his new appearance. Initially intent on vanquishing cold-blooded and Qingshan to confront his inner turmoil, only to find himself transformed into an Oksar. At this moment, Xiao Lizi, who had been beside Kusheng, stepped forward, exclaiming, This is wonderful. I never expected we would be on the same side. This is truly fantastic. His overly exuberant grin bore an unsettling demeanor. Duanmu Yin, witnessing Kusheng's transformation into an Oksar, was equally astonished, unable to fathom how the situation had spiraled into such chaos. Come, unleash the hatred festering within you. Kusheng, overwhelmed by despair, had never envisioned becoming an Oksar. He was once a valiant armor warrior dedicated to justice. Now, he stood indistinguishable from an ordinary human or armor warrior. Fearful and paralyzed, Kusheng fled in panic, retreating in a different direction. Witnessing this, Duanmu Yin seethed with rage, channeling his discontent towards Ma Qingshan, pointing an accusatory finger at him, and bellowing, This is all you're doing. Dare to act but not face the consequences. You are unworthy of donning this armor. As he spoke, Duanmu Yin retrieved the Nawa fire element key, initiating a transformation. Nawa power. Let the hunt commence, transformed into the Nawa armor. Duanmu Yin was resolute in his intent to eradicate all Oksars and exact vengeance for both Kusheng and his own father, especially against Qingshan. Having betrayed Kusheng's hopes and trust, Duanmu Yin harbored a particular loathing for such individuals. Today, he would not only obliterate the Oksars but also deliver a severe lesson to Qingshan. Coward! I shall expose your true nature. Fueled by wrath, Duanmu Yin charged towards Ma Qingshan and the others. What could 3 men accomplish against him? Today, Duanmu Yin was determined to unveil Qingshan's true identity. Chapter 7, Kamen Rider Review. Hino Ag. The scene continued to unfold, and the spectacle began. Xiao Lizzie, who had been idly observing, finally had a role to play as he spread his arms wide. The black mist gradually enveloped him, and when it dissipated, he had transformed into the ugly demon Bick. In their eyes, Duanmu Yin had always been the obstacle to their plans, and today, united, they were resolved to eliminate him. Undeterred by the four-pronged assault, Duanmu Yin delivered a powerful punch to Qingshan's chest. Forcing him back, and with a swift motion, his right hand glided over his armor, igniting a conflagration as he struck Medusa Bick with another blow. The flames surrounding Duanmu Yin blazed ever more fiercely, as he focused his assault primarily on Ma Qingshan and Medusa Bick, inflicting the most damage upon them. After stepping back a few paces, he declared, "Today, I shall enact justice," unleashing the molten flame slash. Duanmu Yin drew forth his signature weapon, the molten scale blade, etching a brilliant trail of fiery sparks upon the ground. As the blade became engulfed in flames, the scorching energy mirrored Duanmu Yin's determination. With a mighty leap, he brought the blazing molten scale blade crashing down upon Qingshan. The immense force of the strike sent Qingshan reeling, severely injuring him and forcing him out of his armor mode, tumbling helplessly across the ground. This Duanmu Yin is truly formidable. We must retreat for now. We will have ample opportunity to deal with him later. As the ugly demon Bick unleashed a destructive energy blast towards Duanmu Yin. The four of them seized the moment when he was momentarily off guard to make their escape. Duanmu Yin evaded several energy blasts, but when they struck the ground, debris scattered in all directions, leaving him no choice but to allow their retreat. The video concluded here, revealing Duanmu Yin's astonishing power far exceeding expectations. Such relentless and extraordinary combat prowess clearly marked him as a warrior of general caliber. In the Armor Warriors universe, Nawa World, Duanmu Yin proclaimed, "Incredible! I never imagined I could hold my own against 4 adversaries. My strength is unparalleled. That Ma Qingshan is unworthy of being the tsunami summoner. He deserves nothing but contempt." Upon hearing these words, Ma Lingling could no longer contain her emotions. Although Ma Qingshan's actions were reprehensible, he was still her biological brother, and she could not allow Duanmu Yin to speak ill of him. "Duanmu, do you have any humanity left? Qingshan is my brother. Even if his conduct is indeed detestable, he is still family." As Ma Lingling spoke, her voice grew more impassioned, tears welling in her eyes. "Family? How laughable. If it weren't for him being infected by the zombie virus, I would not have had to fight him, nor would I have allied with other Auxers. He deserves to die." Duanmu Yin treated all Auxers equally, seeking vengeance for her father by defeating them. This sentiment was not easily comprehensible to everyone in the world of Kamen Rider. The Extreme Fox world, Fu Shiring show watched videos while sipping coffee. What a talent! It's my first time encountering the title of Armored Warrior. I wonder when we will discuss our Kamen Riders. Our team is no less formidable than the Armored Warriors. Wang Zidao Chong had also heard of the Armored Warriors for the first time and was quite thrilled to see that they too engaged in internal conflicts. He was surprised that these Armored Warriors could experience discord. Yet someone named Duanmu Yin possessed exceptional strength. If he were to participate in the Desire Grand Prix, I might not stand a chance against him, especially considering his ability to take on 4 adversaries at once. At that moment, the screen lit up with subtitles. Next, we will review the third major category in the tokusatsu realm, Kamen Rider Video Compilation. Commonly known as Kamen Riders, they have been guided by fate since the Heisei era. destined to become Kamen Riders and engage in desperate battles against potential dark forces. Their foes could be compared to the monsters from the Armored Warrior world, some born from Earth and others arriving from the cosmos. From 2000 to 2018, the Heisei era served as the stage for 20 Kamen Riders of the New Age. Now, let us delve into the story of Kamen Rider 00. Number 1. The Red Friendship. Phoenix intertwined in flames. Observing the new tokusatsu superheroes, the various factions within the tokusatsu realm were profoundly affected by the tales of Kamen Riders. It was astonishing that the Heisei era, spanning 18 years, had given rise to 20 Kamen Riders, clearly showcasing their humanity as super warriors. Each held differing perspectives, yet their direction remained unified in the world of Armored Warriors. The Armored One world. Within the Happy Dumpling restaurant, Mei Zhan and the others gazed in astonishment at the video showcasing the 20 Kamen Riders, each distinct in appearance and characteristics, completely reshaping their worldview. Could 20 Kamen Riders truly have stirred the waters of history during the Heisei era? It was hard to fathom that the saga of Kamen Riders began in 2000. Mei Zhan, with an expression of disbelief, evaluated the new tokusatsu heroes. Having never encountered such sights before, they now recognized monsters with comparable martial prowess and physique to the Armored Warriors, enabling better communication. Indeed, they are strikingly similar to our Five Elements Armored Warriors. While I am uncertain of the specific strength of the Kamen Riders, we can discern their true capabilities through the exploits of Kamen Rider 00. Bei Miao, resting his chin on his hand, regarded Kamen Rider 00. Adorned in vibrant red, yellow, and green, with great interest. Let us hope these Kamen Riders do not disappoint us. I am eager to see what Kamen Rider 00 can showcase. Li Xian and saw nothing amiss. If this video could unveil the true powers of the Kamen Riders, it would facilitate a deeper understanding of them in the world of Kamen Rider 00 world. At a multinational cuisine restaurant, Anku exclaimed, "Did you see that? The first knight introduced is me? How wonderful! I never expected to have such fame." Hino Eiji was exhilarated to see himself presented first. Humph, what of it? The king from 800 years ago is still renowned today. It is only natural for you, as his successor, to possess considerable fame, Anka replied, though he was somewhat pleased that the first knight to be introduced was indeed 00. As the astonished inhabitants of various tokusatsu universes looked on, the footage began to play in a nearby park, for individuals were strolling. Hino Eiji, Izumi Rin, Anku, and Triple N, at that moment. Anku seemed to sense something and murmured, "It's coming." Oblivious to Anka's mention of the enemy's location, Hino Eiji inquired, "Where is it?" "Ahead," Anka responded, detecting the presence of the Desire Monster Yummy. He immediately informed Hino Eiji. Hino Eiji, growing anxious, instructed Izumi Rin and On. "Rin, On, when I shout, you both run and hide, but don't stray too far from us." However, On, feeling determined, refused to leave their side. "But I must protect the officer. Please ensure Rin's safety." Hino Eiji reiterated his plea for On to safeguard Rin. All right. On reluctantly agreed to comply with Hino Eiji's orders. "It's coming." As Anku's words fell, a man with his face bandaged approached Hino Eiji and the others, his right hand brandishing claws and his voice declaring, "Unforgivable! I will never let you go." The man's body emanated a yellow glow, and a mummy-like desire monster erupted from within him. "Run!" Hino Eiji urged Rin and On to flee to safety. Anku, clutching 3 core coins, waited until they had distanced themselves before tossing the coins to Hino Eiji. "Eiji?" Hino Eiji caught the 3 core coins, hesitating momentarily upon seeing their designs, yet ultimately accepting them. Very well, he inserted the 3 core coins into the 00 driver on his abdomen, turning the dial below, and then retrieved the scanner from the right slot to scan the coins on the driver. Transformation. Take Kamakiri-bata. Following the scan, 3 animal symbols appeared before Hino Eiji's eyes. ultimately merging into a single emblem that coalesced onto his form as he transformed into OOO. The OOO, combining the powers of the hawk, mantis, and grasshopper, materialized before the Desire Monster. Utilizing the grasshopper's leaping ability, OOO lunged at the Desire Monster. Striking it down, it appeared that the Desire Monster had evolved, transitioning from its mummy form into a new shape, sporting a lion's head, a left arm resembling the structure of Kazari, and a right arm resembling a yellow jellyfish, an amalgamation of attributes. Anku was particularly astonished by this type of Desire Monster. In the blink of an eye, OOO and the Desire Monster engaged in close combat. But OOO found himself at a disadvantage due to the latter's Kazari attributes, which granted it exceptional speed. Anku stood on the steps, pondering the situation. Why is this happening? Could it be that Kazari is behind this? Seemingly grasping the implication, Anku realized that Kazari was enacting a new scheme. The fusion of the aquatic Zuz and the feline Desire Monster proved formidable. OO's strength was insufficient to defeat it, as his strikes were easily repelled by the Desire Monster. Eventually, the Desire Monster delivered a punch to OO's chest, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. What is this monster's strength? OO questioned his own resolve as he was knocked down. Despite being on the ground, he refused to abandon his offensive, rushing forward to slash at the Desire Monster with the blades on his mantis arms. Delivering several kicks, the Desire Monster seemed unfazed, and OO continued his assault until his blades finally made contact with the Desire Monster's right shoulder, dislodging 2 cell coins that transformed into jellyfish. Seeing the jellyfish emerge from the Desire Monster's shoulder, OO did not hesitate to strike at them. However, the jellyfish not only remained unharmed but multiplied instead. What is this? In the midst of OO's offensive, the jellyfish retaliated with an electric attack, leaving OO in discomfort while the Desire Monster grew increasingly exhilarated at the unfolding chaos. Yet, the Desire Monster soon noticed 2 stragglers, Rin and On, and charged towards their location. Rin. OO desperately wished to assist, but the situation was dire. Fortunately, he spotted a vending machine nearby. Braving the jellyfish's electric onslaught, he dashed to the vending machine and exchanged one of his cell coins for numerous octopus cans. Apologies, but I must rely on you. Watching the mechanical octopus cans disrupt the jellyfish's assault, OO sighed. But with the Desire Monster still pursuing Rin and On, he promptly called for Anku to switch coins. Anku, give me the cheetah coin. Due to the remarkable speed of the cheetah coin, Anku felt a sense of assurance in entrusting it to Eiji. With the transformation into Kamakiri Cheetah, OO utilized the cheetah's agility to pursue the voracious monster. Zolva. Meanwhile, as Bina was being chased by the monster, Eiji swiftly arrived at the battleground and struck down Zolva with the blade in his hand. However, this action attracted the monster's attention, leading to a fierce hand-to-hand combat between Eiji and Zolva. Amidst the chaos of their battle, Anku caught up, brandishing the lion coin, and urged Eiji, first, deal with its damp parts. Eiji caught the lion coin and responded, I see. In a moment of evasion from Zolva, Eiji successfully switched to a new combination. Lion Kamakiri Cheetah. He intended to repel Zolva with a yellow light emitted from the lion's mane, but unexpectedly, the monster withstood the attack and retaliated against Eiji. Eiji braced himself for the impact, falling to the ground in a most disheveled state. Why? Anku inquired. Is it essentially a fusion of 2 Zolva monsters? Just when Zolva seemed poised for victory, a middle-aged man burst onto the scene. Exclaiming, having fun, are we? He carried a massive canister filled with numerous cell coins. He was Kamen Rider Birth. Spotting Ida, Eiji joyfully shouted, Mr. Ida? Yet, Anku, in a fit of anger, commanded, Get back, Ida. Seemingly accustomed to Anku's ire, calmly replied, All right, no need to be like that. With that, Ida retrieved a driver and secured it around his waist, tossing a cell coin skyward, catching it with his right hand while shouting, "Henshin!" He inserted the cell coin into the left slot of the driver and twisted the right knob, causing the design on the central cell coin to rotate from left to down. Fragments, shielded by a green barrier, began to assemble around Ida. Kamen Rider Birth was born. "All right, time to get to work," Ida declared as he produced a firearm and a canister. Inserting the canister into the lower slot of the gun, he called out to Eiji, "Hino, you're in the way over there. Hurry and move." With that, he fired several rounds at Zulva before leaping from an elevated platform, inserting another cell coin into the slot and twisting the knob to summon a weapon. Drill arm. Ida donned the drill arm on his right hand, relentlessly striking Zulva, creating a large hole in the monster's body and absorbing the cell coins within. "A bountiful harvest! A bountiful harvest!" Ida exclaimed with glee as he tossed the captured cell coins into the canister. However, his joy was short-lived as Kazari suddenly intervened, launching an attack on Ida. "Don't interfere with me, Kazari!" Eiji exclaimed, shocked by Kazari's unexpected entrance into the fray. Nearby, On observed Kazari's arrival with unease, avoiding eye contact with Bina and the others as he slipped away unnoticed. After repelling Ida, Kazari taunted, "You're merely using cell coins. How could you possibly triumph over us, the greed?" He then engaged in banter with Eiji and Enku. "Enku, how do you like my new Zulva?" Aware of Kazari's intentions, Enku remained unfazed by his actions. "Have you absorbed Mezel's core coins?" "Indeed, but not entirely," Kazari admitted, revealing that within him resided 6 of his own feline core coins and 3 aquatic core coins belonging to Mezel. "I've evolved. The new Zulva is quite intriguing, isn't it?" He concluded by kicking Ida away. "Mr. Ida," Eiji called out, wanting to assist Ida in the fight, but he was preoccupied with Zulva, making it difficult to do so. Ida found himself powerless against the greed's assault, as the birth system proved too weak to contend with the higher-tiered greed, unable to take on the greed in one fell swoop. The battle raged on, with Eiji succumbing to Zulva's relentless yellow whirlwind, and even Enku found himself within the line of fire, sustaining injuries to his arm. "Enku, I can only rely on the combination now," Eiji declared, realizing his only option against Zulva. However, just as Enku prepared to retrieve the storage box, On unexpectedly dashed out, handing the box in Enku's grasp to Kazari. "I've got it. I've got it." Eiji gasped in horror as he realized On was aiding Kazari. "Could it be that you, On? I'm sorry. These terrifying beings have coerced me," On confessed, revealing the circumstances to Eiji and the others. Chapter 8. The betrayal of Enku. The barrage of events unfolded dramatically. "No way! You've been deceiving us all along?" Bina exclaimed, witnessing On's treachery. Eiji, already fatigued, found himself ejected from the rider system amidst Zulva's final assault. "Eiji, Eiji," Bina cried out in alarm, attempting to help him up, only to be obstructed by Kazari. Eiji aimed to protect the 3 core coins, but Kazari stepped on them, causing them to fall. Kazari picked up the fallen core coins and absorbed them into himself, initiating an infinite evolution. With the collection of 9 core coins, he would achieve his complete form. As Kazari's hair morphed into numerous tendrils, a yellow aura enveloped him during the evolution process. "Just one more. Today, I shall fully resurrect," he proclaimed, opening the storage box as if the world were on the brink of apocalypse. A brief lesson. Each greed can fully resurrect upon collecting 9 core coins specific to their attributes. Core coins symbolize human life, while cell coins represent human vitality. Greed transforms cell coins into a source of desire, residing within the human body, fostering an insatiable craving that eventually culminates in the creation of voracious monsters. When the threshold of desire is reached, these monsters spiral out of control, becoming vessels of destruction. As the audience absorbed this information, they began to comprehend the immense power embodied by the cell coins and core coins. In the realm of light, Hikaru witnessed the unfolding events, gaining insight into the existence of cell coins and core coins. Core coins? Cell coins? I never imagined the world of OO possessed such advanced technology. Representing human life and vitality, the greed indeed poses a significant threat. Indeed, the majority of OO's core coins had fallen into Kazari's possession, indicating that their world was on the verge of catastrophe. Zafi understood OO's helplessness all too well. Point 7 recalled the painful memories associated with desire, reflecting on the time when, due to the Omega Files, humanity could not acknowledge their ancestors' invasion of Earth, seizing the homeland of the Normaltans. Unable to accept the historical injustices, humanity remained oblivious to events that transpired millions of years ago, and even now, they refused to coexist peacefully with the Normaltans. His own arrest for this matter had led him to spend considerable time in a cosmic prison for reflection. Furthermore, his prolonged absence from Zero had resulted in Zero's increasingly childish demeanor, filled with tumultuous energy from the plasma spark tower. Thus, Seven resolved to send Zero to Leo for proper guidance and fortitude. In the world of Armor Warriors, Kai World, within the Happiness Dumpling House, Meijin was astounded by the existence of greed and voracious monsters in OO's realm, realizing how a mere coin could wield such power. Is this the time to ponder such matters? She thought, recognizing that all of OO's core coins had been seized by Kazari, leaving only one remaining before he could fully resurrect. If those greed were to arrive here and join forces with the Five Guardians, we would be in grave danger. Baiming contemplated the situation thoroughly, understanding that if greed were to invade, they would be utterly defenseless. This was a grim reality, for in the original world, Kazari had collaborated with Dr. Makihara from Hanzhou, making it plausible that he could collect all the core coins for himself. A truly terrifying prospect. I in the dark domain, greed? Such intriguing beings, a fusion of cell coins and core coins. If we could recruit him, it would be a remarkable opportunity, Ifo remarked, astonished by the informative subtitles. But let us not rush. I am deeply intrigued by the individual known as Hano Eiji. I sense that he harbors extraordinary powers within him. It seems we could potentially recruit him into our team. Akagi believes that Hano Eiji possesses a unique constitution and is determined to bring him on board. Ding. 4 inventory videos have been compiled, and the barrage space has been unlocked. The barrage space serves as a platform for communication among various characters from the Tokusatsu realm, allowing everyone to express their thoughts freely. Is cross-dimensional communication possible between the Land of Light and other worlds? How fascinating! With that in mind, I shall take the lead. Hikaru can hardly contain his eagerness to engage with beings from other realms. Barrage Space Hikaru. Greetings, everyone. I am Hikaru, the most dedicated scientist from the Land of Light. I never anticipated it would be this effortless. Duanmu Yin. So, all of you Ultramen hail from the Land of Light. Do you know Taro Ultraman, who appeared first in the video? Taiga. Are you referring to my father? He is the stern chief instructor of our Land of Light, imparting practical combat experience to us Ultramen. Kido Shinji. Is he truly that formidable? It seems I have a reason to visit the Land of Light. Kin, humans are not permitted to enter our Land of Light. The light pollution emitted by the plasma spark tower would inflict significant harm upon your physical forms. Lena. So it is indeed forbidden. What a pity. Dongshan. The individual named Kido Shinji. Are you an Ultraman, a Kamen Rider, or an armored warrior? Kido Shinji. I am Kamen Rider Ryuki, battling the monsters from the mirror world. Dongshan. The mirror world? Are the mysterious creatures emerging from mirrors? How intriguing. Hano Eiji. Enough of this chatter. Let us resume watching the video. The footage continues to play. Kazari has acquired 8 cat-themed core medals, only one short of achieving his complete form. However, upon opening the metal storage box, he finds it devoid of core metals, filled instead with ordinary cell metals. Enk, witnessing Kazari's shocked expression, cannot help but chuckle, as he has long known that Enk is Kazari's underling. Having secretly concealed the remaining core metals on his person, replacing them in the storage box with cell metals. If you wish to manipulate humans, you should be clear about your intentions. I was fully aware that you would come to seize the core metals. So how could I be caught off guard? Ankh, aware of Kazari's cunning, maintains a higher level of vigilance than the other greedy individuals. I see. Realizing he has been outmaneuvered by Ankh, Kazari feels no anger. Instead, accepting this reality, your resistance is futile. Seizing the core metals from you will be a trivial task. Although Kazari still perceives Ankh's actions as futile, he understands that Ankh's intentions are not so easily deceived. Do you think I would carry the core metals with me? Where are they? Kazari now recognizes Ankh's slyness and the possibility of betrayal among allies. I seek only one. The core metal you hold in your possession. Are you suggesting a trade? This deal seems rather appealing. By doing so, you could assemble 9 core metals. What greedy individual would not desire a complete revival? Such a tempting proposition is one that no greed-driven soul could dismiss. Kazari hesitates, entranced by Ankh's peacock core metal, yet he does not fully trust Ankh's seemingly benevolent offer. However, I hardly believe you will divulge the location of the core metals you have hidden. Fear not. I have ensured this fellow conceals them. As Ankh speaks, his gaze drifts towards Hano Eiji, clearly intending to make him the scapegoat. Eiji, upon hearing Ankh claim that the core metals are hidden on him, appears utterly astonished, showing no signs of preparation. Ankh, you, Kazari genuinely falls for Ankh's sweet words, his gaze also shifting to Hano Eiji. Is that so? It is common knowledge that Kazari intends to interrogate Hano Eiji regarding the whereabouts of his core metals. Being a clever individual, Kazari strides swiftly towards Hano Eiji. However, to Kazari's surprise, Ankh directly seizes Hano Eiji and flings him into the depths of the lake. If you desire them, go ahead and ask this fellow. Hano Eiji barely has time to utter a sound before plummeting into the lake below in a parabolic descent. This act leaves everyone utterly astonished, particularly Kazari, who did not anticipate that Ankh would so readily abandon his ally. Stands on the high platform gazing towards the lake. Seizing the opportunity while Kazari is distracted, Ankh snatches his core metal. Ankh, you scoundrel, hold on tight. Only he knows where the metals are located. Kazari disregards Ankh, leaping into the water to search for Eiji. Ankh, what are you doing? In response to Izumi Hinata's inquiry, Ankh finally lowers his guard and reveals the truth to Hinata. Kazari is still too naive. As he speaks, Ankh places the tiger metal he had kept on him beneath the peacock metal. Hinata is taken aback, surprised that Ankh would resort to such trickery. Ankh, you claimed Eiji was hiding them. It turns out you were lying. Having secured his core metal, Ankh pays no heed to Hinata's calls. Barrage Space Zero. I can't believe it. Ankh actually betrayed Hano Eiji to reclaim his core metal. This is a real misfortune for Eiji, Shinchiro. I never expected such a significant blunder just to regain his core metal. Katamio. If my armor summoner were stolen, I wouldn't resort to such measures. Ankh is indeed both brave and cunning. Eiji's fate is quite dire, Duanmu Yin. If someone treated me that way, once I regained my strength, I would give them a good thrashing, Shi Zhao. Always boasting. Let us continue watching the video to see Hano Eiji's subsequent predicament. The footage resumes. The Desire Devourer begins to spiral out of control, wreaking havoc on the surrounding structures. Amidst the rising smoke, Ankh reappears before the Desire Devourer, shortly followed by Hano Eiji, who arrives on the battlefield, injured, and encounters Ankh. You are still alive. As longtime battle comrades, Ankh is well aware that Hano Eiji will undoubtedly come to defeat the Desire Devourer. Naturally, you better remember this. Despite Hano Eiji's numerous grievances towards Ankh, he is willing to exert his utmost effort to aid him as long as he can obtain the cell metals. Just be sure not to let anyone snatch your metals away again. Upon saying this, Ankh finally feels secure enough to hand over the 3 core metals he holds to Eiji. Seeing Ankh no longer resentful about past matters, AG feels reassured and ready to engage in battle. AG inserts the 3 core metals into the driver and uses the scanner to complete his transformation. Transformation. Take Torabata Ta-2 Toba. The ordinary combination of Oo manifests. He raises the holy sword and charges towards the desired devourer, deftly evading its attacks and delivering strikes from behind, followed by another swift slash. Having sustained injuries in his previous encounter with the desired devourer, Oo is exceedingly cautious this time. After dodging several attacks, Oo unleashes a series of 4 strikes with the holy sword, but due to his injuries, he soon finds his leg injury flaring up once more, leaving him at a disadvantage. After being sent flying by the desired devourer, the holy sword is knocked away, and the desired devourer shows no mercy, relentlessly pummeling Oo. There are no metals capable of healing my leg. Ankh wishes to assist AG, but regrettably, the storage box contains no metals that could cure his leg injury. So he can only stand by and witness Oo being battered. Ida Akira also arrives on the battlefield. He sets down the metal canister and picks up the driver to transform. Alright, it's time to get to work. Transformation. Once again, the same routine unfolds as Ida Akira transforms into Kamen Rider Birth to provide support. Here we go. As he speaks, he charges towards the desired devourer with a powerful kick. Hano, do not impede my work. Step aside quickly. Clearly, Ida Akira has learned his lesson. Attempting to withstand the desired devourer's attacks, he once again uses cell metals to summon a weapon for combat, shovel arm. A shovel arm materializes on Ida Akira's left arm, allowing him to absorb blows from the desired devourer like a punching bag. He seizes the desired devourer and hammers it repeatedly, eventually forcing the host out. Done? Ida Akira feels elated to see the host emerge from the desired devourer, as this means the battle can be swiftly resolved. However, without the host, the desired devourer's primal instincts awaken rapidly, transforming it into a merciless killing machine. Faced with the desired devourer's frenzied slashes, even Ida Akira begins to struggle. How can it be this strong? Oo is once again knocked down by the desired devourer, prompting Ida Akira to summon the drill arm to counter it. The desired devourer, seeking to conclude the battle quickly, unleashes a torrent of cell metals that transform into countless jellyfish, launching towards them. The electric currents emitted by the jellyfish ensnare both Oo and Birth in a stalemate. At this critical moment, Hinata, holding the peacock medal, rushes onto the battlefield, deeply concerned for AG's predicament. However, the jellyfish detect their presence and head toward them. In this dire situation, the secretary of President Hong, riding a motorcycle, arrives on the battlefield. Her black leather attire strikingly noticeable. Mr. Hano, the president instructed me to give you this medal you left with us. Upon hearing these words, Ankh instantly understands. Left with you? Hey, AG. What is going on? My apologies. I am not particularly inclined to hand that coin over to you. You rascal! Hino AG has yet to inform Anku of this news, and at this moment, Anku's expression is rather grim. Returning to Rinch's side, several jellyfish have drifted towards him. Rinch draws his pistol and shoots at the jellyfish. But despite several martial maneuvers, he fails to elicit any reaction from them. Hey, that is my core coin. Give it back to me. Anku is determined to reclaim his core coin without wasting any more time. Yet his path is obstructed by Bainai. Wait, wouldn't that make you even? If you could assist AG, why not give him that coin? This coin too. I will return to you solely to aid AG. Anku hesitates for a moment, but seeing AG's dire predicament, he realizes that if AG were to perish, it would spell trouble for him as well. Ultimately, Anku chooses to entrust the peacock coin to AG for his handling. Let this be a lesson learned, AG. Almost simultaneously, Rinch defeats several jellyfish and loads the peacock canister into his firearm, launching it forth alongside the vulture coin for AG's benefit. Upon receiving the 2 coins, AG extracts the tiger and locust coins, placing the peacock and vulture coins within. The moment of exhilaration has arrived, as the bird-themed union makes its entrance. Take Kajako Condor Tajidal, a fiery crimson O stands before the eyes of all spectators. Adorned with a striking phoenix emblem that captures attention, surrounded by countless flames, in this moment, O resembles a savior descending from the heavens. The avian-themed union of OOO emerges. As soon as the avian-themed union appears, it gestures to summon wings that unfurl behind, reminiscent of a peacock's display, embellished with red feathers. O scatters these red feathers upon the jellyfish, instantly annihilating them all. The OOO then summons the red wings from behind, soaring into the sky before diving down from above. At this moment, a radiant red light emanates from the phoenix symbol on OO's chest, transforming the emblem into a spectral figure that flies before OO. Finally adorning his left arm, the eagle sparrow circular shield materializes. All destructive projectiles released from the Desire Beast's maw are deflected by OO using the eagle sparrow circular shield, which then unleashes a fiery assault upon the Desire Beast. Striking true, OO ascends into the air, crashing the eagle sparrow circular shield against the Desire Beast, concluding with a knightly kick. Scanning charge as OO descends, the vulture leg appears exceptionally brilliant, growing larger. With a single dive, OO pierces the Desire Beast with the vulture foot, resulting in its immediate demise. The remnants of the Desire Beast disintegrate into cell coins, scattering upon the ground. OO executes a stylish landing, turning to gaze at the cell coins strewn about. The video concludes here. Chapter 9. The Purple Desire Beast, an unquenchable thirst. Following the previous chapter, the avian-themed union of Kamen Rider OO has entirely captivated the interest of the tokusatsu audience. Not for any other reason, but due to the stunning visual appeal of OO's avian-themed form. Bullet comments. Mao Zhaoyang. The avian-themed union of OOO is simply breathtaking, especially the moment it unfurls its peacock-like wings. I felt as if I were gazing upon my idol, Mao Yonghai. Falcon 1, Falcon 1. I suspect Zhaoyang has been seduced by Hino Eiji. Please devise an emergency plan immediately, Mao Huahai. I've said it before. Using the same code name makes it impossible to discern who Falcon 1 is. Li Shinan. Truly impressive. It rivals my Flame Dragon armor, but it seems all 3 core coin scanning sounds just now were avian-themed. Clearly, this form is delightfully fiery. Duankong Yin. Fiery, you say? While I cannot ascertain which is stronger between my Nawa armor and OO's avian-themed fire elemental attacks, I can't shake the feeling that the core coins possess powers yet to be fully realized. Honkai. Indeed. The explosive flame form derived from Senior Taro and Senior Mebius is quite comparable, yet it remains unclear whether core coins are meant for destruction or creation. Those of the Desire, the Greedy Ones, and OO all yearn for them. How exactly are core coins born? Enko. To be frank, it might terrify you. I must tell you that all core coins of the Greedy Ones were crafted by alchemists 800 years ago. Meijin. Alchemists? That sounds like sorcery. I never imagined the technological level 800 years ago would differ so vastly from our current era. Zhongfang Vice Captain. Indeed. Given our present technology, creating something as advanced as a core coin would be exceedingly challenging. Hino Eiji. This is my avian-themed union. It's so cool. I must say, Enku, we only possess a single falcon coin. The rest of the vulture coins are with the Greedy Ones, and the peacock coin is in Kazali's possession, making it somewhat challenging to retrieve. Enku. I almost overlooked that. I must head over to the Greedy Ones to reclaim my vulture coin and show them who the true holder of the core coins is. Hino Eiji. Enku, wait a moment. Don't be so hot-headed. Shinjo Kenji. Enku is likely a Greedy One as well. From the very beginning, his right glove has hinted at that. Duankong Yin. No way. Humans and Greedy Ones colluding. Is Enku good or evil? Number 2. The enormous purple desire the equality of all before dinosaurs. Left Xiang Taro. Purple desire? Dinosaurs? Could it be that a dinosaur-themed core coin has emerged? With the existence of core coins, it stands to reason that greedy ones would appear as well, Rintianyun. That is a possibility, however. I can't shake the feeling that this pertains to AG. Hino AG. Me? That's impossible. New footage airs as Hino AG transforms into the Eagle-Eel Union and battles alongside Kamen Rider Birth, Ida Akira, against the insect-themed Greedy One, Yuvin, and the insect-themed Desire Beast. They find themselves cornered within a corridor, seemingly at a disadvantage. Enku, what can be used to counter Yuvin? In this form, OOS attacks are ineffective against Yuvin, thus he inquires of his friend Enku. Enku tosses the peacock and vulture coins towards Ag, saying, "Use fire." Hey, did I not instruct you not to utilize the Union? Ida Akira, aware of the dangers of repeatedly employing the Union, advises Ag against reckless combat. There's no time to dwell on that now, Ag declares as he switches to the avian-themed Union. Take Kajaku Condor to Judol, countless fiery sparks swirl before Oo, heralding the return of the avian-themed Union. The tide of battle shifts, with Oo facing Yuvin, and Ida Akira confronting the Desire Beast. At this moment, Goto, Mr. Sakata, and Izumi Bainai arrive on the battlefield. Mr. Ida, I leave the Desire Beast to you. Very well, I understand. Goto, pass me the coins. Upon hearing Ida Akira's request, Goto sets down the coin canister, retrieves the rhinoceros canister, and through transformation, it morphs into a small robot to assist Goto in delivering cell coins. One by one, the cell coins are transmitted into the launch tube held by Ida Akira, who affixes it beneath his weapon, firing projectiles akin to coins. Returning to Oo and Yuvin's confrontation, after a fierce melee, Yuvin realizes he is outmatched and attempts to leap into the air for a diving attack. However, Oo sees through Yuvin's intentions, unfurling his wings to charge at Yuvin, relentlessly colliding with him, causing Yuvin to lose numerous cell coins and 2 core coins, the rhinoceros coin and the whale shark coin. Seeing Yuvin drop the 2 core coins, Enka rushes forward to seize them, marking a significant gain. As the battle nears its conclusion, having swiftly dealt with his opponent, Oo begins to assist Ida Akira. Oo grips the handle of the Eagle Sparrow circular shield, scanning the cell coins within to unleash a finishing move. Giga scan Mr. Ida. Please step aside, Oo alerts Ida Akira, who politely moves aside, as a circular shockwave composed of cell coins erupts from the Eagle Sparrow circular shield, striking the Desire Beast with tremendous force, resulting in its explosive demise. Only Yuvin remains on the battlefield, and as the conflict escalates, 5 purple core coins emerge, encircling OOO.it. Seems they are drawn to Hino Ag, as these core coins enter his body. Hino Ag experiences immense pain from the merging core coins. Struggling desperately, the purple arcs of electricity erupting from his body grow more intense, overwhelming the driver, which can no longer withstand the tremendous force, causing the 3 core coins to be ejected. Enku intended to reclaim his core coins, but the remaining vulture coin is snatched by UVN.as for the suddenly appearing purple core coins. Neither Enku nor Yuvin comprehend their origin. Even a hospital examination yields no answers. At this moment, atop a towering building, 2 purple Desire Beasts manifest, both pterosaurs, celebrating their own emergence with fervor. Rolling, the vortex of desire churns, the source of human life. Let all become naught, become naught. They swiftly departed after their utterances, disrupting the order of human existence. Duanmu Yin, nihility. Could it be the desire of the purple Desire Beast? But why did the purple core coins suddenly merge into AG's body? Hino Ag. What on earth is happening? The purple core coin unexpectedly entered my body. Enku, do you not know the origin of these purple core coins either? Enku. We greeters have never harbored such a desire for nihility. Where there are Desire Beasts, there are greeters. From my perspective, You have been transformed into a greeter by the core coin. Takamichi Mugen. What? Humans can evolve into greeters. This information is quite explosive. I must keep a close watch on that purple core coin. It may be the key to defeating the malevolent beasts. The scene continues, revealing two dinosaur-type desire beasts soaring to the rooftop of an office building, sending the staff fleeing in terror. This is the site, the vortex of desire. Let everything be reduced to nothingness. One of the desire beasts exhaled a thick black smoke. As it was released, the staff were eroded by the smoke and vanished in an instant. Eiji and his companions received the alert about the appearance of the desire beasts. And upon arriving at the building, they witnessed the black smoke gradually enveloping the floors below. With each layer it covered, the lives of those within were extinguished. One of the desire beasts descended. Speaking of their mission as dinosaur-type desire beasts, our mission is to eradicate everything. Following this proclamation, the desire beast unleashed a torrent of flames upon them. Eiji and his companions evaded the assault, preparing to transform and engage in battle. Transformation 2 Take Torteiko, Kamen Rider Birth, and OOO Tataba combo emerge. Before the battle commenced, Ida Akira instructed Goto to evacuate any remaining personnel from the building. Despite the combined onslaught of Birth and OOO, the desire beasts remained unscathed. Under their assault, the two riders found themselves at a disadvantage. Let the coins and desires be rendered to nothingness. As those words left the desire beast's mouth, it soared into the sky, crashing into OO and Birth. After narrowly avoiding the first attack, they were struck again. This time, OO could not evade, crashing against the glass of the building, but managed to stabilize himself using the grip of his octopus legs. Standing on the glass proved advantageous. Goto worked diligently to evacuate the crowd, yet the black smoke spread too swiftly, claiming numerous lives. Back on the battlefield, OO and Birth were still on the defensive when the desire beast unleashed a purple shockwave, sending both riders sprawling. Observing OO topple down the stairs, the desire beast mocked, "The core coin embodies desire. Desire is of no use to us." The desire beast unleashed purple arcs of electricity, bombarding Eiji mercilessly. Eiji was repelled from the rider system by the overwhelming impact. The desire beast seized the opportunity to deliver a finishing blow, leisurely approaching Eiji, while Ida attempted a surprise attack from behind, only to be swiftly knocked away by the desire beast. He landed on the ground, also ejected from the rider system. At that moment, another desire beast joined the fray, and facing the dual onslaught, Hino Eiji found himself in dire straits. In a way, the silver-purple desire beast launched fireballs at Eiji, who managed to evade, taking refuge with Ida beneath a staircase. "Hino, what on earth is going on?" Ida lamented his unfortunate day. Another one appears. Whose desire beast is this? Even Enku is unaware of this desire beast's origin, leaving them puzzled about which greeter conjured it. "We should retreat for now. Let us make a break for it." Ida contemplated fleeing, planning to return later to vanquish the two desire beasts. However, Hino Eiji disregarded such thoughts, concerned for those still trapped within the building, terrified by the desire beast's terror. Witnessing the desire beast strike first, Eiji resolved to assist them. Ignoring Ida's warnings, Eiji, driven by his fervor, was caught in the backlash of a fireball unleashed by the desire beast. "You fool! Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Ida, perplexed by Eiji's obstinacy, chastised him. "I cannot simply stand by while they perish. I said that what you would do, Ida?" Hino Eiji was bewildered, feeling a twinge of anger at Ida's attempts to restrain him. What unfortunate timing. "I am a doctor, and a doctor's duty is to ensure their own survival first. Otherwise, who can they save?" Listening to Ida's rationale, Eiji pondered for a moment but remained steadfast in his convictions. "Then it seems I can no longer be a doctor." As those words fell from his lips, Hino Eiji pressed forward to rescue them, while both desire beasts unleashed a howling wave, shattering the building's glass windows and releasing a torrent of flames, severely injuring Eiji. The fates of the people inside the building hung in the balance. Viewers watching the video deemed Hino Eiji a foolhardy individual, one who would risk his life for the sake of others. Dong Shan. Hino Eiji is reckless, disregarding his own life to save others. I would not be so impulsive. Rin Tianyun. Indeed, had I been present, my first instinct would be to confront the desire beasts rather than foolishly gamble on rescuing others. Duamu Yin. I am curious, Rin Tianyun. Who exactly are you? Are you a knight of armor? Rin Tianyun. Yes, however, I am a hunter knight, specifically the hunter knight Ma Shui. Meijun. Hunter knight Ma Shui. I've never heard of such a figure. Could he be an extraterrestrial knight? Anku. Eiji. Is it truly necessary? You were chosen by me. I cannot bear to watch you throw your life away for strangers. Why not just live well in this world? Igarashi Iki. Exactly. Just like me, Kamen Rider Revi, I'm currently enjoying my time at the bathhouse. Is it worth dying to save others? Hino Eiji. However, I cannot simply watch them die before my eyes. If I fail to save them, I will carry that guilt for the rest of my life. Kitamiya. What a stubborn individual. I fail to understand where you draw the courage to save others. If faced with such a situation, I would choose to flee rather than risk my life for others. Kuinjong. Kitamiya, are you even speaking sense? I believe Hino Eiji is right. If I were unable to save the citizens, I too would feel guilt for a lifetime. Kitamiya. Enough. I cannot argue with you people any longer. The scene progresses, revealing that Hino Eiji survived the Desire Beast assault, sustaining merely superficial injuries. Izumi Hina tended to his wounds, applying ointment and bandaging him. Consider yourself fortunate. You've only suffered these minor injuries. Although Ida Akira remained infuriated by Eiji's rash decision to rush in and save people, the matter of saving lives could not be ignored. I have always thought you to be somewhat dangerous. Now I see the reason why. You wish to save others yet disregard your own life. That is not my intention. Hino Eiji retorted, irate, still resentful of Ida's earlier attempts to prevent him from risking everything to save others. Feeling unjustly blamed, Eiji could no longer tolerate such explosive anger. You are thinking too simplistically. If you had the resolve to face death, it would at least indicate you understand the value of your life. However, you have not resigned yourself to death. You once risked your life, did you not? Ida spoke with a weighty sincerity, emphasizing the last two statements. Upon hearing this, Eiji involuntarily glanced at his injured right hand. Memories of past foolishness flooding back, feeling as though everything was undeniably real. Hino Eiji, I remember. Ida suddenly recalled their encounter years ago when he served as a battlefield doctor, a moment that marked Eiji's lifetime of pain. Enku lay quietly in the room, listening to the conversation between Hino Eiji and Ida, likely curious about Eiji's relentless drive to save others. Eiji, unwilling to hear more of Ida's counsel, retreated to his room to rest. Enku observed Eiji's wounded back, speaking with a hint of concern. Are you all right? Eiji, now disheartened, merely replied with a curt before sitting down to gaze at the night view outside. That moment, Izumi Hina was particularly eager to learn about Hino Eiji's past experiences, prompting her to inquire of Ida for information. Ida, have you ever encountered Eiji before? Ida began recounting his past experiences. While working in Africa, I happened to meet a politician's son who was caught in a civil war. He fought valiantly to protect his village, causing quite a stir at the time. This moment, Goto Shintaro suddenly recalled the news, articulating his thoughts on the matter. A year or two ago, there indeed was such a report. Goto seemed to connect the dots, realizing the politician's son was none other than Hino Eiji. Was that politician's son Hino? Izumi Hina also remembered Eiji mentioning such an experience to her previously. However, he once told me he couldn't save a little girl. Ida rubbed his hands together, resting his chin on the table as he reminisced about that fateful day. Beautiful tales can indeed be fabricated. He risked his life to protect the village, a fact that cannot be denied. Yet his survival was solely reliant on the ransom paid by his parents, and ultimately, it was only Hano Eiji who was saved. At that time, Ida Akira was assessing the casualties following the war, and during a moment of idleness, he gazed through the window to witness the despicable actions of Hano Eiji's family. Thus, he sought to publicize the matter of protecting the village far and wide. Naturally, Hano Eiji would not accept the abhorrent deeds of his parents, resulting in a significant emotional upheaval as he declared his unwillingness to return to Japan. Ultimately, it was only under the forceful persuasion of his bodyguards that Eiji returned to his parents' side. Chapter 10. Equality before the dinosaurs. In truth, Eiji's anger was not solely due to the media sensationalism surrounding his parents' actions. It stemmed from a profound guilt for failing to save the little girl, leaving him in a state of sorrow. Upon hearing the outcome, Goto felt a twinge of pity for Eiji. Did they not care at all for Hano's feelings? Such insensitivity was outrageous. If it were me. Perhaps, Ida Akira continued, some will be angered, while others may indulge in degradation. Yet, one may also encounter individuals who become inexplicably indifferent. Hano had become such a person, gradually succumbing to apathy and losing his desires. Enku, having heard about Eiji's previous disadvantaged situation, felt a sense of powerlessness, akin to being mired in a quagmire of relentless struggle. Who would have thought you were once ensnared in the vortex of desire? Perhaps, Eiji replied, but that is all in the past. I cannot remain fixated on bygone events. Hano Eiji reclined leisurely on his bed, believing that merely lying there and sleeping would alleviate his troubles. However, Izumi Hina found this all rather incomprehensible. She had never imagined that Eiji harbored such a tragic past, which he had never confided to her. Eiji was the type of person who would meticulously think of others, going to great lengths to protect those around him, even if he bore sorrowful memories that he preferred to keep hidden within. Eventually, Ida Akira uttered a few words to dissipate the somber atmosphere. All right. Let us not dwell on it. This is how he motivates himself to rise above. Yet, did the president not say that desire is the driving force of existence? It's splendid. If one were to lose their desires, can they truly be said to be living? At that moment, the door swung open as President Hamura entered, accompanied by Secretary Nakano, who bore a grand cake. The exclusive theme music for the president also played in the background. Absolutely. I almost forgot to mention Spare Arashi. Everyone was taken aback by Hamura's flamboyant entrance, prompting Ida Akira to scold him for being so dramatic and startling. Ida, you make an excellent point. However, it is precisely because Hano Eiji lacks desire that he can become a vessel for the coins. Perhaps you overlooked this. His frequent use of the coins without losing control is attributed to this very fact. Nevertheless, circumstances have changed. I am here today to inform everyone of an important matter. With that, Nakano unveiled the cake, revealing a massive purple-patterned confection adorned with two Tyrannosaurus Rex figures, one in the upper left and the other in the upper right, surrounded by purple flowers. Happy birthday. The purple glutton and his voracious beast. The purple coin possesses the power to extinguish all life and conjure mythical beings. Its desire is void, a blank slate. They are drawn to slipping into the void of AGS desires. Should the originally empty desire become fulfilled, may very well spiral out of control. The information shared by Hamura left Ida Akira and the others in shock. They had not anticipated the immense desire encapsulated within the purple core coin. Indeed, it was because Hano Eiji found himself ensnared in the whirlpool of desire, a void that could never be filled, while the purple core coin's desire was nothingness, possessing the power to annihilate all life. It was akin to an insatiable black hole suddenly confronted by a planet large enough to engulf the entire universe, threatening to tear the cosmos asunder. within the confines of the room. Enku, with her acute senses, grasped the terrifying nature of the purple core coin and spoke to Eiji. You must be aware, don't you, that your body harbors a core coin? Hano Eiji replied, yes, I can vaguely sense it. However, my intentions remain unchanged. I must assist those in need before me. With that, he reclined back onto the bed. Observing Hano Eiji's simplicity, Enku felt a sense of relief. Phew, thankfully you are somewhat of a fool. Are you complimenting me? Eiji was taken aback by Enku's sudden fondness. Depends on your perspective, Enku retorted with a hint of pride, merely concerned that Eiji's actions would jeopardize her plans. The night passed in profound silence, everyone fast asleep. Witnessing this scene, all remained silent, devoid of thoughts to share in the barrage of commentary, each harboring their own reflections in solitude. I in the world of Dinah. The purple core coin, capable of extinguishing all life, posed the question. Should Dinah and Oo face off? Who would emerge victorious? Shinchiro lay comfortably on his bed, sharing his innermost thoughts with his doormate. In truth, Daigo was uncertain as well, his attention captivated by the tragic fate of Hano Eiji. If Dinah were to suddenly lose control one day, I too might spiral into a rampage, wreaking havoc upon civilians. Dinah, what truly is the purpose of your existence? These were Daigo's genuine thoughts. Having wielded Dinah's power for so long, he remained unsure whether Dinah existed in light or darkness. He longed to uncover the experiences Dinah had faced 3 million years ago. Moreover, he was oblivious to whether he himself bore the blame, or if it was Dinah's true form from 3 million years past. In the world of Nexus, Kiriya lay in bed, lamenting the unfortunate fate shared with Hano Eiji. If you truly possess no desire, and merely act out of misguided zeal to save others, Eiji, you are indeed an insatiable black hole. Do you never consider your own well-being? To speak candidly, since the moment he obtained the evolution trust, Kiriya had believed it to be a punishment bestowed by the light. He had always felt that in losing Sarah, he was punishing himself by helping others. Yet, everything changed upon meeting Kamen Rider Guy. If the essence of light was to empower those capable of safeguarding humanity, then Kamen Rider Guy's emergence provided Kiriya with clarity. In the world of armored warriors. Hunting armor? The 4 hunters gathered with their girlfriends to watch videos. Ren Tianyun and his companions, having gained the opportunity to become armored warriors, bore the responsibility of protecting the city's inhabitants. They had always assumed that Kamen Riders existed for the same purpose. However, witnessing Eiji's experiences prompted them to realize that Eiji's fate was far more harrowing than theirs. Tianyun, let us be honest. If a situation akin to Hano Eiji's were to arise in reality, how would you respond? Would you sensationalize it? Holly broke the silence, addressing Ren Tianyun. They were all journalists, accustomed to uncovering various intriguing news stories within the city. If I were to sensationalize such news now, I, Ren Tianyun, would absolutely refrain from doing so. Once war breaks out, there will be casualties, and many will lose their most cherished loved ones and friends. Exposing their experiences to the media would only serve to reopen their wounds. And even if I choose not to, I refuse to let others profit from their suffering. Yaozu, the Ida Akira in the video, is also a doctor, albeit a battlefield medic. Should such a situation arise, would you agree to an interview? Chen Yaozu, a doctor dedicated to saving lives while battling against overwhelming odds, firmly asserted, I choose to refuse. If casualties occur and the media reports on them, I will not betray my conscience by voicing my thoughts. Any opinions I hold will remain concealed within me. If the dean insists on an interview, I would rather resign. Indeed, children who have lost their parents already endure enough suffering. To subject them to further torment through media scrutiny would be a disservice to the deceased. If it were me being interviewed, I would simply walk away, Jinhao echoed, sharing his perspective. Having lost his parents due to the burden of superior abilities, He wished to spare other children from facing a similar fate. As the scene continued to unfold, the next morning arrived. The two voracious beasts took flight, heading towards an amusement park. At that moment, the park was filled with children playing and adults enjoying themselves. Oblivious to the impending danger, the two creatures reveled in the sight of the bustling crowd, their desire to extinguish life surging within them. The whirlpool of desire churns, the source of human life. They proclaimed, before unleashing a thick, dark mist, causing all in the amusement park to vanish, one by one, succumbing to agonizing fates. Gradually, the once lively amusement park transformed into a desolate wasteland, as if no one had ever set foot there. No one has survived. The desire monsters continue their devastation here. Now, with the possession of the purple core coins, Hino Eiji can sense the presence of the dinosaur-type desire monsters. Upon awakening, he sets off with Enku. Along the way, they encounter Izumi Hino once more, and they all dash towards the amusement park. To prevent another transformation disruption, Enku cautions Eiji. It is imperative to evade the attacks from the desire monsters, or else his transformation will be undone. Eiji catches the core coins that Enku hands him, fastening the driver around his waist and embedding the core coins into the 3 circular slots. Ding ding ding. Transformation. Take Torabata Ta2Ba Totoba 2 revitalized. OO transforms into the standard eagle-tiger-grasshopper combination to engage in battle. The tiger emblem in the center of OO glows yellow, and 2 claws emerge from his hands, launching an assault upon the desire monsters. The desire monsters retaliate with their wings. OO skillfully dodges an attack from one and strikes fiercely at another. Although OO aims to press the advantage, he finds himself surrounded by 2 desire monsters, suffering multiple strikes from their wings. After a strenuous effort, OO breaks free from the encirclement and unleashes a powerful counterattack with his tiger claws. The battle escalates fiercely as Ito Akira and Gota Shintaro arrive. Relieved to see that Hino Eiji is unharmed, it seems Hino is alright. That's good. Let's join in. Ida transforms once again into Kamen Rider Birth to fight alongside OO, turning the tide to a 2-on-2 confrontation. Ida rushes forward, tackling one of the desire monsters to the ground and delivering a ferocious punch, then lifting it for close combat. The dinosaur-type desire monsters prove to be far stronger than their predecessors, rendering the ordinary cell coins and core coins largely ineffective against them. Hino Eiji and Ida soon find themselves at a disadvantage. On Eiji's side, he has just been knocked down by a desire monster when he hears a small girl sobbing uncontrollably. Seemingly terrified and hiding in a corner, having lost her parents, Hino Eiji suddenly recalls the little girl he failed to save, his heart heavy with guilt. Determined to prevent another tragedy, he braces himself against the flames shot by the desire monsters, resolutely guarding the girl. Eiji quickly rushes toward the spot where the girl is hiding, but he is once again struck down by the earlier attack. Nevertheless, Hino Eiji refuses to give up, as long as there is life to hold on to. He will grasp it without hesitation. This is Eiji's greatest wish, even without formidable power at his disposal. Come here. Hino Eiji extends his hand, beckoning the girl to his side. Regardless of his own condition, he is determined to save her. Witnessing Eiji's selflessness, Izumi Hina recalls the events Ida had shared with her the previous night about Hino Eiji's actions. Eiji always extends a helping hand to others. He has aided both me and my brother. But who can help Eiji? As Eiji successfully rescues the girl, he feels a surge of excitement, swiftly blocking the desire monster's incoming attack and delivering the girl to Goto. Just as he finishes saving the girl, Eiji is once again struck down by a desire monster, which capitalizes on the moment to unleash a purple arc of electricity upon him. Eiji suffers the same attack again. Under the overwhelming pulse of electricity, he loses his transformation, rendered like a soldier without weapons. Defenseless, he finds himself bereft of the will to survive. The situation grows increasingly dire as the Desire monster advances towards Hino Eiji, each step amplifying the sense of impending danger. Despair grips him. At that critical moment, as the Desire monster prepares to unleash a fireball, the 5 core coins within Eiji's body sense their host's peril, and 3 of them escape from him. They shield Hino Eiji from fatal harm, and in a display of apparent sentience, the 3 core coins settle into the slots of his driver. Eiji's eyes shimmer with a faint, purple light. In that instant, the air falls silent, save for the rustle of the wind, as the driver auto-adjusts and the scanner activates. Ding ding ding, Terra Tricera Tyranno Puto Tyrannosaurs. From beneath 000, a chilling aura emanates, enveloping a radius of approximately 500 meters. Creating a sudden explosion of cold, emerging from the frost is the terrifying figure of Kamen Rider 000's dinosaur-type combination. The dinosaur core coins completely fill the void of Hino Eiji's desires. He becomes ensnared by the purple core coins, plunging him into a dire state. 2 Desire monsters suddenly appear, perceiving a kindred spirit, yet they interpret it as hostility. What is this power? It is our kind. Kindred, yet simultaneously foes. They charge forward, intending to teach 000 a lesson, but are thrown off balance by the gusts produced by the pterosaur wings sprouting from 000's back. The 2 Desire monsters take to the sky to launch an aerial assault on 000, who refuses to comply with their intentions. In response, the pterosaur wings unfurl, striking at the 2 Desire monsters. The Tyrannosaurus emblem on 000's chest suddenly shines with a purple light, and a Tyrannosaurus tail emerges from his rear, swinging toward the approaching Desire monsters, swiftly diminishing their combat capabilities. The frenzied 000 shows no mercy, delivering a lethal blow. Scanning charge. The scanner sweeps over the 3 coins for a finisher red. The yellow pterosaur toes on 000's shoulders transform into pipes, rapidly piercing one of the Desire monsters. Then, the pterosaur wings on 000's back unleash a wave of cold that instantly freezes the monster into an ice sculpture. Subsequently, 000 turns, enlarging the Tyrannosaurus tail on his rear and striking the Desire monster with immense force, obliterating it without a trace, leaving no cell coin behind. Having dispatched one, 000 prepares to confront the next. The surviving Desire monster, paralyzed by the sudden death of its kin, lacks the strength to flee. It can only wish for a better reincarnation. 000 strikes the ground fiercely, summoning the dinosaur-type's signature weapon, the violent bite dragon axe. He swiftly inserts a cell coin into the axe's mechanism, then shifts the weapon into gun mode, pulling the trigger for a finishing move. Puto Tyranno Hisatsu. From the barrel, a dark purple wave coalesces, and in the instant 000 pulls the trigger, a dark purple bullet hurtles toward the Desire monster, which ultimately succumbs to the overwhelming impact, exploding into oblivion. Only a single cell coin remains, but now is not the time for such concerns. Having dispatched 2 Desire monsters, 000's sense of urgency is not yet abated. He switches the weapon back to the violent bite dragon axe and swings it repeatedly towards Ida. Hino, stop. Don't you recognize him? That's Ida. Despite Goda's urgent pleas, 000 remains fixated on eliminating the individual before him, unwilling to relent until he is dead. Has he truly lost control? Even though Anku is aware of the perils posed by the dinosaur core coins, such calamities still unfold. 000 swings the axe violently toward Ida's shoulder, hurling him against a nearby railing, determined to finish him off. In that critical moment, Izumi Hina bravely leaps forward, positioning herself between Hino Eiji and Ida, her compassion flaring as she strives to awaken Eiji. Eiji, you mustn't. Ultimately, under Hina's soothing words, the axe in Hino Eiji's hands loses its lethal intent. Chapter 11. The shock of the dinosaur combination and the true power of Tatoba. The impact brought forth by the dinosaur combination is so profound that the audience remains in a state of stunned disbelief. savoring the might of OO's dinosaur combination and forming their own evaluations. In the world of Armor Hero, the world of Kai-E, at the Happy Dumpling restaurant. Why is it that, although both are dragons, I feel that my flame dragon armor, marked by the symbol of the dragon, pales in comparison to OO's dinosaur combination? The flame dragon armor embodies the attribute of fire, while the OO in the video seems to channel the essence of ancient dragons, resembling not the Chinese dragon, but rather the dinosaurs of the Jurassic period. My strength ultimately falls short of OO's. Li Shinan is deeply concerned about the capabilities of his flame dragon armor. Should one day a member of his team fall under the control of dark forces, he would find it challenging to contend with them. Speaking of which, poor Hino Eiji, whose once blank desires have been completely overtaken by the dinosaur core coins. Who knows when he might lose control again? If we were to join forces in battle, we could very well find ourselves at a disadvantage. Kuenzhong is particularly worried that Kamen Riders might traverse worlds and suddenly appear beside them as the dinosaur combination. Launching an attack, that's enough. The present circumstances do not warrant concern. However, given the potential for such a situation to arise, we must exert ourselves in training. One day, we shall inevitably triumph over the Shadow Guardian. The question of whether the Kamen Rider will spiral out of control remains an enigma. Thus, focusing on our own preparedness is paramount. We must rally our spirits, as Mizuma seeks to invigorate us all. In the world of Trigger, the prospect of OO succumbing to chaos is terrifying, as if he were possessed by some malignant consciousness. If there were a day when I fell under the dark influence of Carmilla, would I turn against Kamen and the others? The mere thought is daunting. What shall I do? The image of OO losing control flashed before Monica Kingo's eyes, and he found himself unable to smile. Although such a scenario is plausible, all he needs to do is take precautions. At that moment, chaos erupted outside the Nasties. Trigger, come forth. Otherwise, I shall annihilate all these humans. With these words, Carmilla gestured with her hands, unleashing a barrage of fiery sparks that assailed the buildings and the pedestrians alike. It was Carmilla herself. Kengo, Akira, and Kamen immediately commenced evacuation procedures, rushing to the battlefield to provide assistance. Captain Tatsumi swiftly ordered Kengo Monica, Shizuki Kamen, and Seiji Akira to descend to the ground for support. At that very instant, Kengo transformed into Ultraman Trigger and proceeded to confront Carmilla. Unbeknownst to them, as they engaged in battle, a massive golden sphere collided with a substantial crimson orb beyond the confines of Earth, crashing down upon disparate lands. In 0.4, the rebirth of the Phoenix, the death of the birds on that day, I failed to grasp his hand. The fourth scene commenced. The screen revealed Yuva, now in possession of 9 core medals. Having transformed into his complete form, wreaking havoc upon Igarashi Eiji and Goto Shintaro. In this complete form, Yuva rendered their weapons ineffective, displaying a strength of astonishing magnitude as he tore off Goto's shovel arm. Observing the de-transformed Igarashi and Goto, he disdainfully remarked, "I was once unable to contend with you pathetic wretches." With that, he settled upon a stone platform, initially intending to watch them flounder in their attempts. But not long after sitting, he heard a commotion from afar. From the basement of the Hongo Corporation arose billows of white smoke, from which emerged a figure, Hino Eiji, who had absorbed all the cell metals from the basement. Now, Eiji was virtually invincible. With each step he took, he left deep imprints in the ground, transforming the street into a chaotic battlefield. Eiji approached Yuva, now equipped with the OO driver, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Emboldened by newfound power, he no longer feared Yuva in his complete form and was prepared to eliminate him. Observing the bloodthirsty Eiji from a high platform, Dr. Maki remained remarkably calm yet somewhat astonished. Cradling a doll in his left hand while peering through binoculars at Eiji's situation, a voice called out from behind Dr. Maki. "Dr. Maki, long time no see. Maki turned to find Hongo, dressed in a full red ensemble. Unperturbed, holding an exquisitely crafted gift box. That must be, Maki surmised, knowing full well it was his old rival's doing, wishing to inquire personally. If not, he would become agreed and eliminate Hongo. That is the true Oo. The true Oo? Yet all the metals are in our possession. Maki contemplated in disbelief. Aside from 6 dinosaur-type metals, Oo had no other useful core metals left. All valuable ones resided with Ankh. However, Ankh was not near Ag. So where would the core metals come from to sustain Ag in battle? Hongo anticipated Maki's skepticism and continued to elucidate. Have you forgotten? 800 years ago, there were 10 core metals of each attribute. Allow me to demonstrate. This is the 10th metal used by the king during his first transformation 800 years ago. Eagle, tiger, grasshopper union. With that, Hongo produced the remaining core metals from the gift box. These were the union metals utilized by the king during his inaugural transformation. The eagle, tiger, grasshopper union. Hongo promptly cast the core metals down, and Ag caught them, as if grasping a new hope. With an abundance of cell metals, he could unleash the full potential of the core metals. Ag slowly inserted the 3 core metals into the slots and cautioned Igarashi and Go to. Igarashi, please stand back. Once he had made his requests, Ag confidently activated the scanner to transform. Take Torabata, ta to Bieta Toba to Toba. Unlike before, these 3 core metals appeared before Ag on his left and right, as well as beneath him, ultimately merging into a singular form upon his being. Fire Ag completed his transformation. Kamen Rider Oo, Ancient King Union, made his entrance. Yuva charged forward, intent on delivering a punch, but Ag countered, sending him sprawling. Yuva lunged again, only to be repelled by Ag's palm. Ag then summoned the violent Bite Dragon Axe and the Holy Emblem Sword. Gradually advancing towards Yuva. Now, Oo resembled a general, while Yuva perceived him as nothing short of a lethal machine in O's eyes. Yuva was merely an inconsequential insect. O swung his sword at Yuva, followed by an axe strike. Yuva was rendered a mere plaything in Oo's hands. With swift precision, Oo wielded the violent Bite Dragon Axe in his left hand and the Holy Emblem Sword in his right, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon Yuva, who found himself in a dire predicament. I shall not allow you to utilize the core metals to obliterate this world. The coins of desire exist to facilitate the rebirth of our world. Hongo passionately articulated his belief that the existence of core metals was to rejuvenate the world, to foster a more splendid existence. Maki, on the other hand, maintained that his envisioned world should culminate in annihilation, rendering a blank slate devoid of life. Thus, the two engaged in incessant bickering, each fervently defending their viewpoint. No, Hongo countered, to achieve a world that stagnates post-saturation will give rise to rebirth through desire. Desire will guide us to create an entirely new culture, ascending to greater heights, continually evolving. Observe O's current power. As the two debated, O relentlessly battered Yuva with his dual weapons, the sheer might of Oo, having absorbed a plethora of cell metals, was formidable, and Ag felt liberated. Maki asserted, nay, nothing exists. Ultimate void is the pinnacle humanity can attain. With that, Maki relinquished the doll in his grasp, transforming into a greed and leaping downwards. At this juncture, the battle neared its conclusion, as Oo struck Yuva with both weapons, subsequently discarding them to unleash a rider kick. Scanning charge. Oo soared into the air, evading Yuva's assault, appearing from Yuva's diagonal flank as red, yellow, and green rings emerged. Wings resembling those of a hawk sprouted from Oo's back. The wings sliced through the air as he dove towards the 3 rings, passing through them, with his legs morphing into that of a grasshopper, piercing Yuva's being. Yuva could no longer withstand the onslaught of physical attacks, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. Maki approached the fiery remnants of the explosion, producing 4 core metals from his person and casting them into the inferno. It was as if time itself had come to a standstill. The erupting flames suddenly coalesced into Yuva's form, who gazed in astonishment at his body, restored and unharmed. Seeing Maki's intervention, Yuva expressed profound gratitude. "Doctor, thank you." Yuva eagerly approached Maki, yearning for an embrace. Yet, as agreed, Yuva lacked the capacity for such emotions, rendering the thought moot. With Maki's unexpected appearance on the battlefield, a sense of trepidation washed over the onlookers. For they were acutely aware of Maki's formidable abilities. Observing the fear and concern etched on Hino Eiji's face, Maki commenced his oration. "Though my methods may not be aesthetically pleasing, the culmination they bring will undoubtedly be splendid." Indeed, with that, he extracted several core metals from his being and hurled them into Yuva's form, intending to use Yuva as a vessel for chaos, thereby achieving his apocalyptic ambitions. However, Yuva was an honest individual who would not acquiesce to such a disreputable task. Vehemently resisting this unseemly endeavor, "Cease. Do not bestow any more metals upon me. I have no desire to spiral out of control." Witnessing Yuva's defiance, Maki became all the more determined to employ him as a vessel for chaos. After all, previous instances with Kazari, Mazul, and Gamel had all resulted in their transformations into complete forms, yet each ultimately met a grim fate, either at Maki's hands or those of Oo and his allies. Ankh had longed to evolve from a greed into a human, thus he too had passed on the opportunity. Now, only Yuva remained, being a straightforward individual, easily manipulable. Hence, he was the prime candidate. Yufin wished to refuse. But alas, he found himself devoid of options, in terms of ambition. "I hope you can learn from Ouz. As the words fell, another core coin was cast towards Yufin. He could no longer withstand the might of the other core coins and yearned to charge forth and slay Shinmaku. "I command you to cease." Unfortunately, Shinmaku paid no heed, launching several more core coins, and Yufin swiftly lost his ability to resist. Witnessing Shinmaku's repugnant actions, Eiji surged forward to strike him. Eiji's outstretched fist was effortlessly blocked by Shinmaku, causing some of the cellular coins within his body to spill forth. Shinmaku instinctively realized that Eiji was absorbing the cellular coins and was greatly astonished by his actions. "So it is? You have absorbed such a multitude of cellular coins. You truly are a formidable threat." Shinmaku gathered a purple arc of electricity in his left hand and struck towards Eiji with force. Eiji, unable to withstand the overwhelming impact, staggered back several steps. Seizing the opportunity, Shinmaku launched another attack, releasing a purple energy orb that struck Eiji. However, just as the purple orb connected with Eiji, a fireball collided with it, resulting in an explosion. Amid Eiji's bewildered gaze, a flurry of red feathers descended from the heavens, akin to the arrival of a savior, framed by a rainbow-hued wing. Anku had once again saved Eiji's life. After all, for Anku to evolve into a human, he needed to engage with humanity, and coupled with the deep bond between Eiji and Anku, he did not wish for Shinmaku to kill Eiji. "Are you a bat? Flipping sides so easily. You have once again allied with Uz." Anku chose not to display anger, instead smiling at Shinmaku, intending to infuriate him. "I certainly do not wish to lose control again." Observing that both Uz and Anku stood against Shinmaku, Yufin finally felt a sense of relief. Even though both Uz and Anku were adversaries, his mind was solely preoccupied with the desire to avoid losing control once more. And he fled in panic. Such behavior was utterly absurd. Watching Yufin escape, Shinmaku had no desire to linger further, promptly pursuing Yufin as well. Eiji approached Anku's side. Feeling deeply moved by Anku's support, to fight alongside Anku once more was an honor for Eiji. "Anku, why?" Before Eiji could continue, Anku extended his right hand, appearing to challenge him. Yet it felt as though Anku also needed Eiji's assistance. A sensation that was half demand and half threat flooded Eiji's mind. He initially thought Anku meant to attack him, only to realize that Anku merely desired, quickly, hand over today's popsicle. Upon hearing Anku's words, the weight lifted from Eiji's heart. After all this time, Anku simply wanted a popsicle, not to oppose him. Seeing Anku return brought Eiji immense joy. Just as Eiji reveled in Anku's presence, the purple core coins within him suddenly activated, causing him to clutch his head as purple arcs coursed throughout his entire being. Rendering him immensely uncomfortable, he devolved from the Eagle-Hawk-Locust combination to the Winged Angle-Basilisk combination, and the 3 core coins within his driver suddenly exploded, unable to sustain the power of the dinosaur-type core coins. He then regressed to human form, collapsing to the ground in distress. The power is too overwhelming. Observing Eiji in such a state, Anku felt both concern and disdain. In the world of ooze, Anku was astonished to see Hino Eiji absorb an excessive quantity of cellular coins in his quest for power, causing the popsicle in his hand to drop unintentionally. Eiji, are you a fool? What purpose does absorbing so many cellular coins serve? Is it truly necessary? I never imagined that your empty vortex of desire could contain so many cellular coins. What do you seek? Anku was utterly baffled by Eiji's self-destructive behavior, using such an immense quantity of cellular coins, surpassing even Ida's ruthlessness. I am not entirely certain, but this should be a vision from the future. We can ascertain the answer by watching the video. Hino Eiji was disinterested in such matters, having just witnessed the video of Anku shielding him from harm, intensifying his desire to keep Anku close and preventing any loss. However, unbeknownst to Eiji, this video validated his contrary viewpoint. Chapter 12. The hand you hold is no longer mine in the world of armored warriors. Nawa, within a ramen shop, it was unexpected that Hino Eiji would absorb so many cellular coins. He was no ordinary person. It seemed that the previous video revealed the enormity of his empty desire. There were no other individuals in reality who resembled Eiji. Duanmu Yin rested his chin in contemplation. Reflecting on how he himself did not possess such ruthlessness, he merely sought to annihilate all Akasa to avenge his father. He had never considered paying such a hefty price to gain new power. Hino Eiji was a living testament to this. Duanmu Yin had no desire to harm his own body. Overall, Duanmu Yin was solely focused on exterminating all Akasa by his own means. If it involved external power, he would choose to refuse. Yet, Eiji had been cold and indifferent when he lost everything, his mind in a daze, thus yearning for formidable power to aid others. Such individuals were rare, but not non-existent. Duanmu, you must understand. Ma Lingling dismissed Duanmu Yan's conjectures, urging him to adopt a broader perspective, not to dismiss himself while excluding others. I only wish to eradicate all Akasa. What happens to others is inconsequential to me. Eiji's self-destructive tendencies are entirely deserved. I will not follow in his footsteps. Duanmu Yin remained fixated on his own center, neglecting to consider others. Emma Lingling, witnessing Duanmu Yan's arrogance, chose to remain silent, allowing him to persist in his ways. Duanmu Yin had many admirable qualities, yet he was strikingly arrogant like Zero. If Duanmu Yin were to choose to become an Ultraman, he would still fall short. Saishu once remarked, when you believe you can accomplish something solely by your own efforts, then you are not yet a qualified Ultra Warrior. A new scene unfolded. Yufin wandered in a parking lot, clearly overwhelmed by the excess of core coins within him, unable to sustain his diminutive form any longer. In agony, he lay on the ground, yearning for assistance, yet no one had passed this way. Ultimately, Yufin perished, his body turning to ashes as all core coins burst forth from within. Yufin's form transformed into a blue cubic machine, with core coins embedded upon its surface, ascending into the air. Surrounding the machine, 5 rings materialized, colored red, green, yellow, blue, and gray. Nearby motorcycles and bicycles were instantaneously absorbed by the 5 rings, transforming into cellular coins to provide energy for the machine. The machine soared into the sky, reaching an altitude of 10 kilometers above the ground, as nearby buildings were also converted into cellular coins and drawn towards the rings, rapidly swirling within the machine. These cellular coins gradually morphed into ordinary desire beasts, descending to the ground to wreak havoc upon humanity. Shinmaku had achieved his objective, transforming into a greed eater, hovering beside the machine and eagerly anticipating the impending end of the world. Embrace the glorious conclusion. The desire beasts on the ground rampaged without restraint, obliterating human order and commencing the final steps towards the world's demise. At this moment, Anku and Hino Eiji arrived at this unstable location. Observing the chaotic world and glancing upwards at the colossal machine, absorbing various entities and transforming them into desire beasts. If the gigantic machine were not destroyed, the desire beasts would be immortal and indestructible. This was the appearance of an out-of-control coin container. Anku scoffed, "How laughable, and those creatures have only multiplied." Anku was acutely aware of the disorder caused by the scattered desire beasts. Izumi Hinai now worried for Eiji and Anku. Currently, Hino Eiji was gradually evolving into a greed eater, slowly losing his sense of taste, smell, sight, and hearing. Izumi Hinai feared that Eiji would completely transform into a greed eater. As for Anku, his desires had shifted. He yearned to evolve into a human, and the time spent with Eiji had piqued his interest in humanity. However, Anku's consciousness coin had been struck by Shinmaku. Though it sustained damage, it had not shattered completely. Should Anku's consciousness coin be destroyed, he would perish entirely, unable to fulfill his desires. How do you intend to fight now? Izumi Hinai did not wish to lose the 2 companions who had accompanied her throughout her life. Now caught in a dilemma of choices, there was only one method: to fight with all their might to bring them down. Let's go, Anku. To be able to fight alongside Eiji once more in the final moments of his life was fulfilling for Anku. It made everything worthwhile. With that, Anku and Hino Eiji swiftly charged forth to rescue the people. Eiji transformed into the winged angle basilisk combination, while Anku assumed the form of a greed eater, continually pushing back the desire beasts. Yet, facing a multitude of desire beasts, the pressure on the 2 of them was immense. What is our president doing? He is making a cake. Goodness. Even as the apocalypse looms, the old man remains unfazed. Calmly baking a cake. Having witnessed countless situations, Hosho remains unperturbed, seemingly aware that events would unfold in this manner. His mentality is truly admirable. Author's commentary: forget about these creatures. We must swiftly deal with the container. The words may flow lightly, yet they still face the daunting task of confronting the swarms of voracious creatures, leaving no time to dispose of the containers and the true wood. This troublesome horde of voracious beings is a considerable hindrance. Anku shares this sentiment. The current circumstances cannot persist any longer. In this moment of crisis, several gunshots are fired at the voracious creatures, and upon turning around, Anku notices that Iteming and Goto have arrived, seemingly to lend their assistance. Hino, Anku, apologies for our tardiness. Leave this to us. After Enji dispatches a few voracious creatures, he signals to Anku that he can attend to his own matters, not forgetting to express his gratitude to Goto and the others. Thank you, Anku. As Goto observes Anku and Hino Enji depart, he silently wishes they must return safely. Subsequently, Hino Enji and Anku take flight towards the true wood with swift wings. Watching their battle, Izumi Hinata fervently prays for their safe return. Enji, Anku. Izumi Hinata recalls the previous night when the 3 of them stood together, hand in hand. Yet, in her mind, there lingers the memory of someone who will never return. The depths of her regret grow ever deeper, leaving her to stand helplessly as she watches their struggle. Anku first sweeps his tail at the true wood, while Hino Inji charges in, delivering several punches, only to narrowly evade a destructive energy blast released by the True Wood. The True Wood prepares another destructive energy blast aimed at Inji, but Enku interrupts the concentration with a swift strike of his tail. The True Wood, noticing Enku's interference, retaliates, sending Enku crashing down alongside Enji. The ground erupts with a powerful impact, sending dust flying and igniting sparks. Enji and Enku struggle to rise, yet the True Wood remains unscathed. Observing the uncontrollable container, it boasts, after witnessing such a splendid conclusion, "You still dare to impede me?" Without further ado, the two engage the True Wood in a flanking attack, yet their efforts prove utterly futile against the True Wood's defenses. After evading Enji's assault, the True Wood delivers a powerful palm strike that sends Enku sprawling, who then reverts to human form upon hitting the ground. Now, only Enji and the True Wood remain locked in combat. Enji raises the Tyrant Dragon Axe and fiercely brings it down upon the True Wood, but the True Wood effortlessly blocks the attack with a hand. Observing Enji's aggressive onslaught, the True Wood seeks to absorb all the cell coins within Enji, aiming to empower itself further, preferring to become an uncontrollable container and usher the world toward its end. "I shall take the coins," it declares, reaching into Enji's body to begin the absorption process. To its surprise, Enji seizes its hand and releases a chilling aura, freezing both their feet in place. "What do you intend to do?" The True Wood, realizing its own feet are encased in ice, begins to feel fear as it senses that Enji might be willing to sacrifice himself. Enji raises the Tyrant Dragon Axe, prepared for a decisive strike to vanquish the True Wood, explaining, "Within me lies sufficient power to defeat you." A multitude of cell coins emerges from Enji's body, gradually enveloping both himself and the True Wood, while the area surrounding Enku is inundated with the sheer volume of coins, brimming with the potential to dominate the world. To finally conclude everything, Enji has no choice but to resort to this tactic. Enku gazes in awe at the multitude of flying cell coins, realizing that a greedy being could not possibly possess so many. Understanding the gravity of Enji's decision, Enku prepares himself. With a swift motion, Enji brings the Tyrant Dragon Axe, now infused with an abundance of cell coins, down upon the True Wood. The axe, marked with the emblem of the Tyrant Dragon, swiftly penetrates the True Wood's form, signaling the imminent conclusion of this battle. However, unbeknownst to Enji, the True Wood does not perish. It is shielded by the protective barrier of the container, remaining unharmed. Enji, having exhausted the immense power of the cell coins, can no longer maintain his transformed state and collapses to the ground. Observing the fallen Hino Enji, the True Wood reflects on the success of Enji's battle strategy, lamenting the oversight regarding the container's existence. What a pity! A commendable tactic indeed. Yet, having unleashed such colossal power, you have, upon regaining consciousness, Enji erupts in fury, purple auras radiating from his body, signaling the transformation into a being of greed. Alas, once he becomes a being of greed, Enji will no longer be able to retain his human form. Witnessing Enji's rampage, Enku's heart aches. He glances at the core coin in his hand and appears to arrive at a crucial decision. Unleashing a fiery projectile to awaken Enji, "Enji, cease. Use this." In a moment of confusion, Enji watches as Enku hurls his vulture coin and peacock coin towards him, ultimately transferring his consciousness coin as well. As Enji catches the core coins, he is astonished to see the previously unconscious Izumi Shingo restored to normal, surprising him greatly. "Enku, why?" Although Hino Enji has lost his sight, the remnants allow him to clearly perceive the fracture forming in Enku's core coin. Realizing Enku's final decision, Enji resolves to engage in their ultimate battle, determined to preserve Enku's spirit in his final moments. "I understand. Since you have spoken, this must be your true desire. Enku, let us proceed." Enji affirms Enku's resolve, inserting all 3 core coins into the slots before brandishing the scanner to initiate transformation. This time, Enji will not recklessly charge in. Instead, he carries Anka's last wish, understanding that despite their differing forms, they are seasoned battle comrades, a determination that only Enji can comprehend. Transformation? Ding ding ding. Take Kajaka Condor to Judol. Enji transforms once more into the bird-themed combination, now infused with Anka's consciousness. The core coins are red. The voice emanating is that of Anku, the Kamen Rider Oo bird-themed marriage combination, intertwined with the wishes of friends, revitalizes Enji as he charges towards the true wood, launching 2 hand strikes. However, both attacks are evaded by the true wood. Anka's consciousness does not fade. In a moment unseen by the true wood, Anku and Enji exchange glances, confirming their intentions in unison. They unleash a flurry of punches at the true wood, who finds itself overwhelmed by the bond of friendship between Enji and Anku, tipping the scales of battle in their favor. Subsequently, all of Anka's energy converges into Enji's left hand, forming the Eagle Condor spinning shield. The shield bursts forth with dazzling sparks as Enji delivers a powerful left fist strike, leaving the emblem of the Eagle Condor emblazoned upon the true wood's back. Unable to withstand the onslaught, the true wood contemplates an aerial assault, swiftly ascending. Observing the true wood's retreat, Enji's 6 core coins erupt forth from his body as he activates the Eagle Condor spinning shield. The 6 coins soaring into the corresponding slots within the shield. As Enji soars, he utilizes the scanner to read the core coins for a finishing move. Pedera Tricera Tyranno. Pedera Tricera Tyranno. Gigascan. Enji rapidly approaches the true wood, which immediately retaliates with destructive energy blasts. Enji deftly evades several, but the last one is blocked by Anku. Touched by Anka's protective gesture, Enji gathers his resolve, channeling his energy into a purple arc, while Anku conjures a ring of flames in tandem. The purple ring, composed of the 6 core coins, surges forward alongside Anka's fiery circle toward the true wood. The true wood attempts a final resistance, unleashing purple energy blasts towards the 2 rings, yet they prove impervious, swiftly striking the true wood. Upon impact, the true wood's body contorts into a circular shape, resembling a black hole that consumes all core coins formed by the container, leaving none behind. Below, Iteming, Goto, and Satonaka have also concluded their battles, observing the container above coalescing into a singular mass, seemingly indicating the success of their mission. My end is here. I have finally achieved completeness. With those words, the true wood proclaims its demise, shattering all core coins, including the purple ones, which are consumed by the black hole, along with the core coins in the driver, devoid of any consciousness. Anku. As Enji gazes at the completely shattered falcon coin, he feels as though he has lost a cherished comrade from their past battles. Ultimately, the entire container is utterly destroyed, and Enji loses his ability to transform, plummeting rapidly towards the ground. Just as he believes everything has come to an end, a familiar red glove appears before him. It is Anku. He is not dead. Hey, Enji, wake up, you'll die. Anku skillfully slaps Enji's face, rousing him from unconsciousness. Looking at the still-living Anku, Enji feels a profound sense of relief. Anku, it's fine. There's no need to worry. What about you? Anku nonchalantly brushes off Enji's concern, declaring, I'm all right. I've already attained what I desired. Enji comprehends Anka's final wish and, honoring Anka's desire, inquires, what you truly yearn for is life, isn't it? If you were to die, indeed. The previous collection of coins that I shared with you is now on the brink of demise. How utterly fascinating. How could I possibly feel any dissatisfaction? Choosing you has undoubtedly been a stroke of fortune for me. As I watch Anku gradually drift away from me, Eiji cannot help but reflect upon Anku's forthcoming decision. Hey, where are you going? In response to Eiji's inquiry, Enka's reply is imbued with a newfound gentleness, as this declaration marks an eternal farewell. The hand you wish to grasp is no longer mine. Eiji refuses to believe that Enku is truly gone. He desperately reaches for the place where Enku vanished, and ultimately, a shattered half of a core coin lands in Eiji's hand. Overwhelmed by the agony of losing his dearest friend, he erupts into inconsolable tears. Enku! Tears cascade rapidly in Eiji's eyes, signaling the end of a life, while the other half of the coin manifests before Izumi as Enka's final essence, before fading away into mere currency. As Eiji teeters on the brink of despair, Goto and the others grasp his hands, enabling his wish to be fulfilled. However, from this day forth, Eiji resolves to traverse the globe in search of a way to resurrect Enku. Unbeknownst to him, a specter follows closely behind, a solitary hand belonging to Enku, who transforms into Eiji's ethereal guardian throughout his journey. The scene freezes here. Chapter 13. A decade's promise, a reunion once more witnessing the profound friendship between Hino Eiji and Enku. Along with Eiji's relentless efforts to revive Enku, brings forth a torrent of tears, in the world of Diga, at Nanace Rina's dormitory. Rina watches the spirit of Enku accompany Hino Eiji on his travels, her tears flowing uncontrollably. The bond between Eiji and Enku is truly remarkable. The poignant moment when Eiji fails to grasp Enka's hand as life draws to a close is heart-wrenching. Now, Enku, in spirit form, journeys alongside Eiji, leaving Rina utterly unable to contain her emotions. In Rina's eyes, the sudden loss of a comrade in arms is a descent into the abyss of despair. In the dormitory of Daigo and Shinchiro too sheds tears, evoking memories of his sister Mayumi's loss. Initially, Shinchiro had only intended to comfort her. Yet, as he observes Eiji's determination to resurrect Enku, he wishes fervently that Toma could similarly safeguard Mayumi in spirit form. Though reality does not permit such solace in the world of the armored warriors. The Armor One world, within the Happiness Dumpling restaurant, the heart-wrenching scene compels Meijin to weep, for as a girl, her emotional resilience is not as robust as that of boys. Witnessing Enka's spirit protecting Eiji completely overwhelms her. Now, it is clear why the knight introduced first on the screen was OOO. Eiji has endured so much, initially manipulated by his family to save a little girl, followed by the loss of a comrade after years of battle. Eiji's plight is truly tragic. I apologize, I should not speak ill of him. Beimiao reflects on Eiji's experiences, realizing that everyone bears different burdens. Eiji's resolve to find a way to revive Enku, masking his grief, leaves a lasting impression on Beimiao. He recognizes Eiji as a valiant warrior. Recalling his own parents, despite their leniency compared to Eiji's, his mother aspired for him to become a pianist, fulfilling her dreams. In this regard, Eiji's experiences seem far more harrowing. Though Li Shinon is a grown man, the thought of Hino Eiji's tragic story makes him feel fortunate in comparison. He cannot help but feel pity for Eiji, who remains ensnared in the shadow of Enka's loss. Tears occasionally well up in his eyes, prompting Dongshan to offer him tissues, chiding, "Big man, don't cry like that." In 0.4, a decade's promise, a reunion once more. The extinction of dinosaurs facilitated the birth of birds. In the world of Kamen Rider, the Time King world, within the 9-to-5 hall, was as momentarily taken aback by the title. 10 years later, he quickly flips through the pages of the Time King Fuma record, finding no mention of events occurring 2 years hence. No news. OO still has a tale to tell a decade later, yet why is this not recorded in the books? Could it be that future events cannot be chronicled? What contemplates this possibility? Concluding that the future cannot be gleaned from written texts. Indeed, the era of video appearances is uncertain. We will undoubtedly learn of future occurrences. For now, let us observe. Should anything transpire, we can rush to offer our assistance. Gates reclines in his chair, lost in thought. In a dim corner, The once shattered half of the Falcon Core coin seems to respond to a distant call. Anku, Anku. A sorrowful, wistful voice echoes in Anka's mind. It's Hino Eiji calling. Yet, he appears to be resting after a fierce battle. What will transpire next? Anku, revive. The voice. Could it be Eiji? A miracle unfolds as the fractured Falcon Core coin reassembles, subsequently enveloped by cellular coins. Anku is finally resurrected. A decade has passed. The revived Anku descends upon a city in ruins, bearing witness to the aftermath of a recent battle. What has transpired here? Anku contemplates as he wanders through the desolate cityscape until he catches sight of his reflection in a car's mirror. Recalling his final encounter with Hino Eiji before his death, at that moment, he had already perished. Given this trajectory, Anka's sudden revival seems orchestrated by unseen hands. But who, indeed, could have resurrected him? As Anka ponders, he turns to see a battalion charging forth, armed and evidently seasoned in warfare. To his astonishment, among the troops are familiar faces. Izumi Shingo, and Eriko, all hiding near a car, seemingly evading some threat. They're coming, Anku exclaims. Prepare yourselves. The audience and Anku alike are puzzled. Who could inspire such fear in them, possessing formidable strength? In the distance, for sheets flutter down, each representing one of the four greed, as shadows of four monstrous figures emerge behind them. Anku is stunned. These humanoid monsters are his comrades from 800 years ago. Mezel, Gamal, Kazali, and Yuvin. All core coins had vanished alongside the demise of the true king, yet here they stand, seemingly intact. Unfazed, they step forward. Hurling taunts. Yuvin sneers, "You pathetic insects, at last? You show yourselves." Kazali adds, "No matter how many times you try, it's all in vain." Gamal inquires Mezel, "Shall we eliminate them all?" Mezel responds, "Of course, for our king." Anku, bewildered, cannot fathom their existence. How can they be alive? As he gazes in disbelief, they summon the desire beasts, ready to engage in a lethal confrontation with the remaining humans. Open fire! With a command, the humans pull their triggers, unleashing a barrage of bullets against the desire beasts. However, modern weaponry proves ineffective against these creatures. As the beasts draw near, the armed individuals are left with no choice but to engage in hand-to-hand combat. In an instant, the tide turns. The greed hold the upper hand, relishing the power they wield over the lives of the desperate humans. A muscular man shoulders a rocket launcher, aiming it at the greed. But Gamal's immense strength deflects it, causing the rocket to crash into an abandoned vehicle behind Izumi. As sparks fly, a car plummets towards Izumi, prompting Anku to merge with him, spreading his wings to evade the impending disaster. The greed, too, cannot resist the thrill of battle, joining the fray to assault the unarmed citizens. Subduing the populace proves effortless for them, with Yuvin exclaiming, "This is far too easy." Meanwhile, a team has affixed explosives to a massive boulder. Utilizing her formidable strength, Izumi lifts the boulder and hurls it at the greed. Eriko then fires several rounds at the explosive-laden rock, but an unseen force halts the blast. Suddenly, a resounding declaration echoes. "Take Torabata Ta2 Beata Toba Tatoba." The king from 800 years ago re-emerges, shielding the greed from the explosion, adorned with a symbol identical to that of Eiji transformed into Oo, yet dressed in a dimly colored qipao, exuding an air of dominance. It is none other than Oo. Is he Eiji? Ank had believed that after such a long time, Eiji's return would surely mean he was here to shield the people from harm. However, Ank was mistaken. The ancient king raised the sacred emblem and unleashed a flurry of slashes upon the crowd, plunging them into even greater chaos. People scrambled to evade the ancient king's assault. Those who reacted too slowly were struck down, suffering injuries or losing their lives. "Hey, what are you doing, Eiji?" Ank attempted to rouse Eiji's consciousness, Yet he foolishly failed to realize that the figure before him, OOO, had replaced AG, becoming the true OOO'd AT that moment. Goto, Date, and Rin, who had arrived late, rushed to the scene for support. Leave this to us. We will buy you some time. Rin, we're counting on you. Goto pulled out his driver, preparing to transform, reminding Rin to look after the injured before his metamorphosis. Transformation. Goto engaged in close combat, while Date provided ranged support. Goto charged in with a punch for each child, but soon found himself surrounded by the Greed and the Ancient King. Under siege, Goto struggled to break free, sustaining several blows from Gamel and cuts from the Ancient King's sword, along with a kick from Mizuru. Witnessing Goto's predicament, Ankh felt bewildered. Having just awakened, he found his friend revived, yet was oblivious to the current situation. What on earth happened? Just then, a voice suddenly resonated from behind Ankh. This is the world now. As Ankh turned around, he beheld a man clad in a green coat, adorned with a patterned shirt and brown trousers, standing before him. With a familiar tone and a familiar presence, Eiji Hino and Ankh stood together once more. Eiji. This was the name Ankh had yearned to utter for the past decade. After much turmoil, to reunite with his longtime comrade was nothing short of exhilarating. You've finally returned. Welcome back, Ankh. Behind them, sparks erupted, illuminating the backdrop of their reunion. This was the greatest desire of Eiji Hino. Subsequently, Eiji led Ankh to a nearby forest, where he had arranged Ankh's attire from his previous life, a long-anticipated gesture of love and friendship. Put this on. Now you truly look like Ankh. Observing his current attire, Ankh felt out of place but had no choice but to accept the clothing Eiji offered. Yet, his curiosity about the world's events overwhelmed him. Forget the clothes for now. You must explain what happened. At that moment, Eiji's hands trembled slightly, a departure from his usual demeanor. Well, for the full story, you should ask the others. I must be on my way. Eiji attempted to turn away, reluctant to engage in further conversation with Ankh. As Eiji began to leave, Ankh called out to him. Hey, clarify this. Eiji turned, wearing an understanding smile as he replied to Ankh. You can come find me anytime. Look over there. I'm hiding behind the ruins at the end of that tunnel. What is going on? This is all so perplexing. In the world of Kamen Rider at Narumi Detective Agency, Shouterg felt something was amiss with Eiji after 10 years. Although he was thrilled to see Ankh revived, he sensed that Eiji's current behavior did not align with his true self. Philip, can you uncover any information regarding the core metals? Shouteru observed Eiji's strange actions on the video, unable to pinpoint what felt off. Perhaps it was merely a detective's intuition. Philip turned to the Earth Library to gather information and soon found something useful. Shouteru, there are reports concerning the core metals and cell metals, but these incidents occurred in the neighboring district. If we are alive 10 years later, it stands to reason we should have survived the greed. That's a significant problem. I need to return to the precinct to bolster our combat capabilities. I will train them in battle tactics and return tonight, said Ryataru. Already departing the agency to attend to his tasks in the Dino universe, it was indeed peculiar. One would expect Ankh to be overjoyed at Eiji's revival. Despite the previous AG's somewhat foolish demeanor, his sudden coldness felt out of character. Eiji seems to be under someone else's control, remarked the patrolling Shinnosuke, echoing Shouteru's sentiments regarding Eiji's odd behavior. As the scene continued, the focus shifted to the military base established by Hina and her comrades, the resistance organization's headquarters. At this moment, the army had suffered significant casualties, despite Date and his allies fighting valiantly. Even if they managed to repel the greed, the loss of lives in battle could not be undone. They still mourned the presumed death of Shingo, Hina's brother, whose body had yet to be found, further darkening the atmosphere at the base. Concerned for her brother's fate, Hina, who had already lost their parents, leaned heavily on Shingo. She could not bear the thought of losing him. Why brother hasn't he returned? Date and the frontline fighters shared her sentiment, lamenting the situation. Goto felt regret for not checking on Shingo's disappearance immediately after the battle. We cannot confirm whether he is truly in danger. Goto, focus. Concentrate on the task at hand. Date urged. It must be said that Date had become remarkably composed after serving as a field medic for a considerable time. Hina worried not only for Shingo but also for Eiji, who had joined the mission. If only Eiji were here. Hearing Hina's concerns, Aang donned his familiar attire and stood behind them, saying, "Why do you say that?" Had Hina not noticed her brother's sudden hair color change, she might not have recognized Aang's revival. The sight of her comrade from over a decade ago brought tears to her eyes as she grasped Aang's red-gloved hand. The moment of reunion. The passage of time. Hina had longed for the hand Eiji had once failed to grasp, and at this moment, she finally held it. Chapter 14. Eiji Hino possessed by greed. Continuing from the previous text. Is that truly you? Aang? I thought I would never see you again. Though filled with longing, Hina's immense strength remained unchanged, causing Aang considerable discomfort. He thought to himself how this girl had retained her strength over the years. Ouch! Let go! As Aang took in the familiar faces of his comrades, his mind raced with questions about the world's current state. He sought information from Date and the others. What has happened to this world? Why have the greed returned? And who is that Oo? Isn't he supposed to be Eiji? Observing Aang's urgency, Goto reported the recent peculiar events. He is not Eiji. The Oo from 800 years ago has revived and thrown the world into chaos. Aang was taken aback by the sudden resurrection of the ancient king. It was bewildering how such a thing could occur. At that moment, a screen illuminated before Aang, revealing a familiar face, Hongo, who began with a familiar exclamation. Happy birthday, Aang. Here's to your rebirth. As the camera panned, it revealed a circle adorned with strawberries, inscribed with blessings for Aang's revival. Hongo, aware of Aang's eagerness to learn about the world's events, promptly began his explanation. You wish to know what has transpired in this world, correct? Allow me to enlighten you. One day, that king from 800 years ago suddenly returned. He is the ancient Oo, the one who had the alchemist create the core metals. The resurrected king wreaked havoc upon this world, claiming dominion over it. A truly troublesome ancestor. Absorbing Hongo's words, Aang found it hard to believe the ancient king's return. Yet, the manner of his resurrection was unspoken, leaving Aang with a sense of suspicion. You were once a confidant of that king, known as the Greed Point 800 years ago. In his quest for greater power, he sought to absorb all the core metals but ultimately failed, consumed by the very power of the metals alongside the greed. However, now the king has returned, having acquired the core metals that vanished with Dr. Maki. He has bestowed power upon the greed and once again manifested in this world. Understanding Hongo's implication, Aang responded, So, his intention is to dominate this world. Is that correct? Hongo turned to face the ravaged city, affirming, That is indeed the case. Anku, overwhelmed by anguish, roared at Hong, unable to bear the sight. Where is Eiji? Where could Eiji possibly be? Surely he would not stand idly by. The now missing Hino Eiji caused great distress for Izumi Bina, who, not daring to deceive Anku, reluctantly replied, Of course, Eiji participated in the battle. However, at that time, he was engaged in combat with the king. In Bina's mind, vivid images of Eiji's fierce struggle against the king flooded in. Eiji was battered and bruised, utterly incapable of mounting any resistance against the king's overwhelming strength. Just as the king prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Eiji, a small girl suddenly burst onto the scene. Noticing that there were still others left alive, the king unleashed a volley of golden darts towards the girl. Eiji, unable to bear the thought of her suffering, instinctively rushed to shield her. He stood protectively in front of the girl, absorbing the lethal damage himself. Ultimately, the king cast a fiery attack towards them, engulfing both Eiji and the girl in a sea of flames, leaving their fates unknown. As for Hino Eiji, it was evident that he would not rise again after sustaining such grievous injuries. He never returned after that. Bina spoke with a heart full of worry and sorrow, while Idate and Eriko gathered around to comfort her, urging her not to fret, for Eiji was OO, and he would not perish. I saw him just now. It's true, he suddenly appeared before me and told me to ask you what happened. Upon hearing Anka's assurance that Eiji was safe, Bina was filled with joy, barely able to contain her excitement at the prospect of seeing Hino Eiji again. Could it be that Eiji is here now? Anku turned to Bina, speaking earnestly. I must go retrieve him. Defeating our enemies truly requires the strength of that fool Eiji. In truth, Anku secretly longed to see Eiji once more and catch up on all they had missed. Feeling a pang of disappointment that their reunion had been so brief, though the onlookers, Anku appeared somewhat tsundere. Anku's feelings for Hino Eiji were undoubtedly profound. Just as Anku was about to depart, Hong called out to him, Wait, Reno. Following Hong's instructions, Reno handed a coin storage box to Anku, which contained coins Eiji had reclaimed from the king's stronghold. After all, to defeat the king, one must harness the power of the core coins. These are the core coins Eiji snatched from the greed. Take them and use them. As Anku gazed upon the box filled with the falcon and peacock core coins, he couldn't resist reaching out to feel their texture. Subsequently, Anku set off with Izumi Bina towards the location Eiji had mentioned as his hideout in a certain bar. A hideout for the Greeds and the king. They indulged in drink and sport. The Greeds had transformed into human forms over the past decade, their appearances enhanced. Particularly striking was Mizuno, who had become even more alluring, clad in black stockings and a water-blue cheongsam, her black hair cascading down to her shoulders. A decade later, Mizuno remained stunningly beautiful. The sight of the enchanting Greeds left some male spectators restless. Wow, this Greed-turned girl is absolutely gorgeous. I want to charm her, exclaimed Nangong Xine. Calm down, Xine. Aren't you supposed to become a hero? To be a hero, you must maintain composure and a steady demeanor. However, I must admit, this girl is indeed beautiful, Lin Jikai replied. I too have fallen for her. Such a beautiful girl, I wish to date her, shouted Xen Chung. Daigu, what do you think? Is she attractive? Daigu responded. Daigu, you're drooling. Your behavior has betrayed you. Digging well teased. Himph, how come all boys are the same? Lena remarked. The collective sentiment among the male viewers, excluding the protagonist from the Armored Warrior world, was, indeed. It's mainly because Measle is simply too cute, kawaii. The Greeds, hiding here, could no longer suppress their inner desire for battle and were tempted to eliminate the remaining humans to bring peace to the world. Unless commanded by the king, they would not act on their own. Just then, the king emerged from behind the curtain, prompting the Greeds to bow respectfully, unwilling to show any sign of disrespect. A single statement from the king took them by surprise. Now that Anku had been resurrected, if they could seize all the core coins from him, the king's evolution would accelerate. Wu Fan immediately offered his services, suggesting he would seek out Anku and present his core coins to the king. Hoping for a generous reward in return, as the scene shifted, Anku and Izumi Bina arrived at Hino Eiji's hideout, which resembled their own base, albeit in a more desolate location. The isolation made it a rare spot for visitors, rendering it difficult for the Greeds and the king to discover. They entered a spacious indoor area, featuring a large bed and a sizable refrigerator filled with numerous ice pops. Suddenly, they heard a noise behind them. Bina turned and saw Hino Eiji standing before them, seemingly unharmed. Unable to contain her overwhelming joy, she rushed forward and embraced him passionately. Eiji, it's wonderful to see you alive, Bina exclaimed, disregarding her own strength. Squeezing Eiji tightly, who felt exhilarated rather than pained. From a distance, Enku observed that Eiji appeared somewhat different than before. I'm sorry for worrying you. I was injured and had to recuperate here for a while. Not surprised to see Bina, as Enku had brought her along, Eiji welcomed her presence, knowing she was a long-time comrade. You came with Bina, right? So, you figured out what happened. Enku recounted all he had learned to Eiji. But when it came to the prospect of joining forces to defeat the Greeds and the king, Enku flatly refused. Bina was taken aback, puzzled by Enku's rejection. Had Eiji not known Enku would decline, he would not have remained silently observing the unfolding drama. I am agreed. The fate of humanity is of no concern to me. Seeing Enku's tsundere demeanor, Eiji couldn't help but chuckle. Enku's bewildered expression as he gazed at Eiji was peculiar. Typically, Eiji would have sought to mediate, but now he seemed to have changed significantly, as if he were a different person. What are you laughing at? Knowing Enku's stubborn nature, Eiji couldn't resist offering a tempting proposal. Enku? You haven't changed at all. How about this? You help me defeat him, and in exchange, I'll return your core coins. Don't you wish to restore your body? Observing Enku deep in thought, contemplating the offer, Eiji wore a triumphant expression. Further enticing Enku, then it's settled. Yet, Enku would not be easily swayed. He intended to morally leverage Eiji's proposal by demanding mini ice pops in return. Wait, I can assist with that, but you must provide me with ice pops. Eiji had anticipated Enku's request, having prepared the ice pops in advance for this negotiation. I knew you would bring that up. Here's your advance payment. Seeing the familiar flavors of ice pops, Enku's heart instantly fluttered. Relieved, he indulged in the ice pops, taking a moment to rest at Eiji's hideout. As Izumi Bina watched Enku enjoying his ice pops, memories from a decade ago flooded her mind. Those moments of joy shared between Eiji, Bina, and Enku. They had experienced countless thrilling adventures, playing and laughing together, stirring emotions within her. Now that Enku had returned, hands that had never held one another before were clasped once more, and their trio stood before the audience again. However, this atmosphere was swiftly shattered by Bina's question, which echoed Eiji's recent transformation. By the way, Eiji, what has become of that little girl? Eiji, having initially forgotten about the girl he had saved, recalled her only after Bina's reminder. His demeanor turned cold as he stated the harsh truth. That child? She died. There was nothing I could do. Such was her fate. Upon hearing this, the audience began to doubt Eiji's authenticity, for the true Hino Eiji would never utter such inhumane words. Subsequently, through Enku's perspective, it became apparent that 3 mysterious core coins resided within Hino Eiji, coins that Enku did not recognize: Centipede, Bee, and Ant. Those who had previously speculated about Eiji's true nature felt an unsettling sensation upon discovering these core coins within him. In the world of armored warriors, Nawa World, within a ramen shop, the emergence of core coins within Hino Eiji raised the question. Had Eiji been possessed by a greed? Duan Mu Yin entertained this daring thought. For after watching so many videos, it was inconceivable that Hino Eiji could be a greed. It is a possibility, but logically, one would resist possession and retain some semblance of their consciousness. Yet, Hino Eiji appears so aloof, suggesting he may have lost the will to resist. Could it be that Eiji? Ma Lingling seemed to ponder something but hesitated to confirm her suspicions. Lingling, what are you trying to say? Du Nmyn persistently tapped on MLNGL's shoulder, attempting to awaken her. However, upon witnessing Du Nmyn's unwavering determination, MLNGL refrained from speaking up. In the world of Kamen Rider 4's. Within the Moon Rabbit capsule, the prevailing trend suggested a grim possibility. Had Mr. Y-Suk truly perished? At this moment, Chijima Waiki shattered the oppressive atmosphere. Nevertheless, Kisaragi Gentaro refused to believe that his senior, Eiji Hino, could be dead and exclaimed loudly to Chijima Waiki, "Impossible! The last time I saw Hino Eiji, he was unyielding. He cannot be dead." given that this was a scenario unfolding 9 years into the future? What fate awaited them? Would they also fall victim to the desires of the greedy and the hands of the king? DWZ, the senior, suddenly pondered what their resistance would look like if they were to survive in the future. Let us observe the changes. If we anticipate the future, we might find ourselves battling alongside AG and the others 9 years from now. After all, EFTA has its own Kamen Riders, and with our numbers, we shall surely eradicate those unnecessary existences. Sakurada Risei rested his chin on his hand, contemplating. As long as Kamen Riders existed in this world, evil creatures would inevitably be vanquished. The scene continued to unfold, revealing Idemitsu Akira and Got Shintaro, who were also observing the unusual behavior of Eiji Hino. This indicated that only Izumi Hinata was unaware that Eiji Hino was no longer the person she once knew. At that moment, Enku sensed the arrival of Yuva. It was evident that he aimed to seize the core metals from Enku, ultimately to facilitate the king's further evolution. Enku, give me the metals. Observing Yuva's disruptive presence, Eiji Hino was not one to allow such chaos to ensue. As Enku bravely restrained Yuva's movements, he prepared to unleash the core metals upon Yuva. Enku retrieved 3 familiar core metals resembling traffic lights from his pocket and swiftly tossed them towards Eiji Hino. Upon catching the metals, Eiji's excitement surged as if he had stumbled upon a new continent. This is fantastic. I have longed to try this out. Hearing Eiji's words, Enku felt a surge of frustration, realizing that Eiji seemed to cherish the core metals more than himself, leaving him feeling particularly disheartened. Eiji inserted the 3 core metals into the slot, raising the scanner to read the transformation. Ding ding ding. Take Torabata Ta2Ba Tatoba Tatoba. Eiji lowered his head as the patterns began to assemble on his body, a green glow flashing in his eyes. Raising his head, he had entered a state of combat. Enku expertly maneuvered out of Eiji's way as Yuva charged forward, throwing a series of punches, all of which Eiji deftly evaded. Not only did Yuva fail to gain the upper hand, but he also found himself on the receiving end of several blows. Now, Eiji resembled a wild beast, seizing Yuva and hurling him onto the sofa before mounting him and delivering a flurry of punches, growing increasingly exhilarated with each strike. Subsequently, Eiji grasped Yuva once more, swinging his fists with fervor, violently propelling Yuva towards the expansive corridor. Yuva, battered and questioning his existence, recalled that the former Eiji Hino would never exhibit such rage. He remembered the time the king had thoroughly thrashed Eiji, leaving no room for such vitality. As Yuva's thoughts wandered during the battle, Eiji seized the opportunity to deliver a swift kick, catching Yuva completely off guard. In this confrontation, Eiji held the advantage, with Yuva unable to land a single blow, further solidifying Yuva's belief that this was not the true Eiji Hino. What on earth is happening? He has grown significantly stronger. Could he not be Eiji Hino himself? At this moment, Eiji became increasingly intoxicated by the thrill of battle, and having tasted success, he once more demanded core metals from Enku. As Enku prepared to comply, he hesitated, recognizing that Eiji Hino would never utter such words, especially with that commanding tone. Eiji had always embodied a benevolent demeanor, consistently displaying warmth and kindness. This sudden demand for core metals raised alarm bells. Something is amiss, Enku thought, resolutely deciding against handing over the metals. Moreover, Enku had recently glimpsed core metals within Eiji's body, leading him to suspect the presence of other greedy individuals within Eiji. Tio confirmed his suspicions. Enku chose to withhold the core metals. Observing Enku's refusal to yield, Eiji, undeterred, opted for a more direct approach and attempted to seize the metals by force. Brandishing the holy sword, he swiftly slashed at Yuva, producing sparks with each strike, causing Yuva immense pain, even in his complete form. Yet, witnessing Eiji's frenzied actions, Yuva realized escape was futile, leaving him to endure the relentless onslaught. Eventually, Eiji extracted 2 core metals from Yuva's body, revealing additional cell metals in the process. Delighted by his spoils, Eiji swiftly switched to a continuous transformation, My metals. Yuva, filled with rage and helplessness, watched as his core metals were commandeered by Eiji Hino. Ding ding ding. Kuwagata Kamakiri Bata Gata 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 Kiraiba. Kamen Rider Oo insect form, reporting for duty. As Oo transformed into the insect form, he disregarded all notions of fair play. This was an expensive form indeed. Summoning 50 clones. They surrounded Yuva. Yuva was momentarily paralyzed by fear. Wait, are you serious? How could I possibly contend with 50 of you at once? Are you bullying an old man? Before Yuva could even react, Oo's clones unleashed their battle potential, delivering a series of punches and kicks to the helpless Yuva. As Yuva, battered and bruised, prepared for retirement, the clones eagerly unleashed their finishing kicks. Subsequently, they activated the scanner to read the core metals on their drivers. Initiating the finishing move, ding ding ding, scanning charge. The 50 clones launched into the air, one after another delivering kicks to Yuva, resulting in a cacophony of explosions. Ultimately, Yuva could no longer withstand the barrage of Kamen Rider kicks, leading to his explosive defeat. In the aftermath, only his consciousness metals remained. Yuva attempted to flee, but Eiji, aware of his intentions, aimed to destroy the sentient core metals. However, Enku interjected to prevent him. Eiji's violent demeanor mirrored that of a thug, recklessly throwing punches as if he held a personal vendetta against Yuva. Ultimately, Eiji acquiesced to Enku's request and allowed Yuva to escape. Why did you stop me, Enku? Well, if I hadn't, Yuva would have been finished off entirely. Enku retorted, fully aware that Eiji's actions revealed he was not the genuine Eiji Hino. Simultaneously, Idemitsu Akira and Got also found Eiji's behavior intolerable. Eiji Hino would never ruthlessly assault a foe, regardless of the animosity involved. I say, you can't possibly be the real Eiji, Idemitsu Akira inquired, seeking to ascertain Eiji's authenticity. What are you talking about, Mr. Idemitsu? Eiji feigned ignorance, attempting to deflect suspicion. Yet, Enku was not so easily deceived, as Eiji's longtime ally. Enku was acutely aware of Eiji's tendencies and directly accused him of being a greedy individual. Enku sought to probe whether Eiji was still pretending, for greed-driven beings possessed core metals. Should Eiji deny it? Enku could assert that he had witnessed unfamiliar core metals within Eiji. Who exactly are you? Ultimately, Eiji found himself devoid of plausible excuses. Enku was proving to be a formidable adversary. Had Enku not suddenly revived, none of this would have transpired. Eiji scratched his head and, gazing deeply at Enku, remarked, "You truly are a remarkable partner. You saw through me so swiftly, and no more pretense. Let us lay our cards on the table." Eiji turned around, his body emanating a mesmerizing purple glow, and as he returned to his original form, his true appearance was revealed to all. His hair shone in a vibrant purple, and his pupils glowed a vivid orange as he unveiled his authentic visage. "My name is Goda. I am temporarily borrowing Eiji's body." After Goda's self-introduction, Hinata appeared visibly perplexed, seemingly struggling to accept this revelation. "What does this mean?" she whispered, seemingly in denial of the truth. "I observed core metals within Eiji." "You claim your name is Goda, correct?" "I have never heard of a greedy individual named Goda." As Enku's puzzled gaze lingered, a vulture canister materialized before them, showcasing a video call initiated by HJ, who began explaining the situation. "Allow me to clarify. We at the HJ Foundation once intended to artificially create core metals." Witnessing yet another scheme by that troublesome old man, Enku was incensed, exclaiming, "What a mess he's made." Although the core coins have been successfully manufactured, numerous flaws remain. The experiments have failed countless times. Eventually, I came to a realization in order to create the core coins, one must possess a fervent desire. Hence, I focused on Enku, finally understanding what had transpired. Indeed, to manufacture core coins, a profound desire is essential. Otherwise, it is merely a fanciful dream. Ag, you say? Before Hongshang could finish his sentence, Enku surmised that Hongshang had exploited Ag's desires, as only his desires could be kept in check. That's correct. I utilized Ag's intense desire as foundational data, which ultimately led to the creation of the core coins. Concurrently, an artificial avarice being was born. It is he, Goda. Upon hearing that Ag's desire served as the basis for the core coins, Enku was already infuriated. But now with the emergence of an artificial avarice like Goda possessing Ag, Enku could not tolerate it. Why could he not tolerate it? Because Ag could only be manipulated by Enku. No one else was permitted. Enough boasting. Return Ag's body at once. Enku, known for his ruthless demeanor, directly demanded that Goda relinquish Ag's body. Yet Goda merely laughed. Ha 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 ha. What are you laughing at? Enku was puzzled. Even in such dire circumstances, Goda stubbornly refused to vacate Ag's body. Has Goda lost his mind? Are you truly intent on this? Are you certain you want me to leave his body? Once I depart, what calamity might befall him? You, who have borrowed that man's body, should be the most aware of the consequences. Enku recalled the previous instance of borrowing Inui Shingo's body. Naturally, he understood that without occupying Inui's form, survival would be exceedingly difficult. Contemplating this, Enku could not help but wonder. Could it be that Ag's current state is dire? It seems Enku is still unaware of Ag's condition. Thankfully, he is the best friend of Hino Ag. With these thoughts, Goda shook his head at it is far more severe than you imagine. Hino Ag is already deceased. Goda emphasized the word deceased. Enku's eyes widened in shock. Hino Ag is dead? How could Enku even entertain such a notion? How can one explain that Enku was able to revive him and still hear Ag's faint voice? He could hardly believe the sudden news of Ag's demise. The others, including Ida and Akira, were equally incredulous at the fact of Hino Ag's death. The once vibrant and cheerful youth had suddenly perished. It was akin to tearing through the final veil of despair. Indeed, I currently inhabit the corpse of Hino Ag, which is why I stand here. Though not wear such a grim expression, Enku, I wish to collaborate with you. Upon hearing Goda's unexpected proposal for cooperation, Enku found it hard to believe that a being of avarice would dare to partner with one of his kind, especially while possessing Ag's body. Although Enku initially considered collaboration, he found himself at a loss against Goda's persistent arguments. You heard it, I was born from Ag's desires. I possess all of this fellow's memories. I will undoubtedly fulfill all of Ag's desires from his life. Enough talk. A being of avarice wishes to become Ag. Moreover, it would benefit you as well. As long as I remain within Ag, he can continue to live. Furthermore, if we join forces, it is indeed possible to defeat the king and the avarice beings from 800 years ago. Enku initially intended to reject the collaboration, yet he was uncertain of Goda's intentions. Who knows if Ag's body might be ruined by him? Enku decided to test Goda. You intend to make a trade with me? A trade? This is not merely a transaction. The power of Ozu lies here. What do you think? It can only bring benefits to you, right? Clearly, Goda aimed to entice Enku with the power of Ozu as a threat, suggesting that if Enku could acquire Ozu's power, he would likely consider collaborating with Goda. Ultimately, Enku gritted his teeth and agreed to the trade, thinking to himself that had it not been for Goda's occupation of Ag's body, he would have already pulled him out and given him a thrashing in the world of armored warriors. Light and shadow, within the Happy Dumpling restaurant, who would have imagined that the Hongshang Foundation could create such advanced technology as artificial core coins? If our elemental armor summoners can produce them, then surely technology of such a caliber can be manufactured. Dongshan pondered over the video, still unable to guess that they might also be capable of creating even more formidable weapons to combat the Shadow Guardians. Probably not, for creating core coins necessitates an overwhelming desire. Did you not hear Hong Shang say that the foundation for manufacturing core coins lies in such desires? Considering that none among us possess desires akin to Hino Age's, the task of creating core coins is akin to reaching for the heavens. Li Shinan poured cold water on Dongshan's enthusiasm, asserting that without a powerful desire, there is no possibility. This implies that if Xiaoxue is possessed by the evil water, she may also wish for Goda to inhabit Hino Age's body to replenish her strength and energy. Baiming's thoughts diverged from the others. If the Shadow Guardians sought to replenish their energy and regain their peak abilities, they too would need to inhabit a human body to restore their strength. This is a possibility. It seems we can utilize this video to rescue Xiaoxue, especially since she is currently possessed by the evil water. The evil water will exploit Xiaoxue's connection to Baiming. We cannot act impulsively. We must employ our intellect. Listening to Shi Zhao's words, Baiming calmed down, particularly eager to discover how Ag overcame his trials. A new scene unfolded. Wu Fan returned to the bar, bearing the scars from battle. The other avarice beings, upon witnessing Wu Fan's disheveled state, immediately deduced his defeat, leading them to recall an old adage: the harshest words strike the hardest blows. The king, upon seeing Wu Fan's condition, cast a disdainful glance and, without a word, absorbed the remnants of Wu Fan's power. Wu Fan, along with his core coin, was drawn into the king's body. The other three avarice beings breathed a sigh of relief, grateful they had not emulated Wu Fan. Otherwise, they would have met the same fate. However, their respite was short-lived, as the king's insatiable thirst for power began to extend towards Kazari, Measle, and Gamel. After enduring a painful ordeal, the three were also consumed by the king, becoming part of him. Wu Fan's essence occupied the left hand, Kazari's the right, Measle's the right leg, and Gamel's the left. The king had regained considerable strength. His next objective was Anku and Goda. By absorbing their core coins, he could seize dominion over the world. By the following morning, unprepared, the king had stormed into the headquarters of Inui Shingo and his companions. Gotu and the others planned to hold out for a while, allowing Eiji and his group to rest. Ida stood by, providing support, but the bullets he fired were easily blocked by the king's formidable physique. The king, wielding a gun wrested from Gotu, fired back at both Gotu and Ida. They took cover, but Ida fired again, only for his bullets to have little effect, merely fueling the king's combat fervor. The king lunged at Ida with his claws, and after Gotu narrowly dodged, he retaliated with a series of punches. Yet, these attacks proved futile against the king, whose armor was far more resilient than that of the avarice beings or the devourers. The king's body was exceedingly tough. Gotu's strikes were akin to mere tickles. After demonstrating a few moves, Gotu could no longer sustain himself. "You two are no match for me." This declaration struck a nerve in Gotu's youthful spirit, compelling him to charge forward with all his might, only to be sent flying by a kick from the king. Subsequently, the king unleashed a barrage of attacks. Kazari's claws from the left hand, Wu Fan's mantis-like arm from the right, and Measle's strength from the right leg, overwhelming Gotu. Faced with the king's relentless onslaught, Gotu could no longer maintain the knight system, being kicked aside and reverting to his human form. In that moment, Ida recalled a new weapon that had yet to be fully developed. Although it was unclear what kind of weapon Ida referred to, it was certain to prove immensely useful in battle. Soon after, Ida and Gotu made a hasty retreat, coincidentally arriving at the moment when Anku and Hino Eiji appeared. Buying time for Gotu and the others, "At last, you have shown yourself," the king said in a low voice. Observing Anku's slow approach, upon arriving, Anku and Goda beheld the poised king, weapon in hand, exuding an air of authority. The king addressed Anku. "It has been a long time, Anku. Who would have thought I would see you again?" Anku, still haunted by the events of over 800 years ago when the king had betrayed him to seize his core coin, was not in the best of moods. "What are you saying? Among all the avarice beings, you were my most loyal servant. It stands to reason." After all, only Enku had fought alongside the king against other brethren, securing their core coins for him. Thus, in terms of loyalty, Enku was indeed the prime candidate. "I was merely utilizing you," Enku retorted. "You have not changed one bit. Speaking of which, I never knew there were avarice beings born that I was unaware of." Chapter 16. Absolute Domination. The might of the dinosaurs. Continuing from the previous passage, Wang directed his gaze towards Goda, who had possessed the body of Hino Ag. As long as the core coins existed, Wang could sense the presence of the greed. "Please, you've already discovered it." Goda scratched his head, realizing that there was no secret from Wang's keen eyes, and he openly revealed his identity. "Naturally, even if you are a counterfeit greed, you should still possess a core coin. Your core coin will soon become my possession." Wang clenched his fists, determined to seize Goda's core coin, vowing not to relent. "You wish to take my core coin? Don't even think about it. If you have the ability, come at me." Goda's eyes were filled with disdain. With the power of Oo now at his disposal, defeating Wang would be a simple task. "Taste the true power of Oo." As he spoke, Wang raised the ancient blade, which began to gather a magnificent and overwhelming force, shimmering with dazzling golden energy, and swung it towards Enku and Goda. Enku and Goda swiftly dodged, and in the split second of evasion, Goda had equipped the driver and called for coins from Enku. Goda received 3 core coins and transformed into Kamen Rider Oo. Ding ding ding, take Torabata Ta2 Ba Tatoba. As Goda morphed into Oo, he evaded Wang's slash and leaped from the pillar to deliver a kick to Wang. "Enku, quickly say that phrase." Goda seemed eager to hear Enku repeat the words he had spoken during their first battle against Ag. After all, Goda had inherited all of Ag's memories from his life, meaning Goda not only wished to embody Oo, but also to replace Hino Ag. "What?" Enku was utterly perplexed by Goda's inquiry. While they conversed, Wang seized the opportunity to strike Goda with his sword. Goda managed to block the attack. "Have you forgotten? Just forget about the song." After saying this, he evaded Wang's assault. "We don't have time for idle chatter." As Enku finished speaking, Goda became momentarily distracted in battle and failed to evade Wang's double sword slash. Bracing himself desperately against the attack, the damage inflicted on Goda was substantial, sending him rolling onto the main road outside. Wang approached Goda with a cold, aloof demeanor, repeatedly launching 2 swords at him. Goda managed to dodge them all. After evading one strike, Goda retaliated with a punch, but Wang sidestepped effortlessly, continuing his relentless assault on Goda. Sparks flew as Wang's terrifying might rained down upon him. Even though Goda was an artificial greed, his combat experience paled in comparison to Wang's. Despite having the power of core coins, Goda found it nearly impossible to wield their true potential. Spotting Enku approaching, Goda saw a glimmer of hope and shouted, "Enku, switch to another combo and give me the coins." Before Goda could finish, he was interrupted by Wang's attack. Turning to Enku, who glanced at the pitifully few core coins in the storage box, Enku felt utterly helpless. "There are no other coins left." Enku frowned, watching as Goda was thoroughly dominated by Wang, feeling anxious. If Goda perished, so too would Ag. "Hey, let me use the eagle, sparrow, and griffin combo." Goda was becoming increasingly desperate. Unable to wait any longer, shifting his focus to Enku's core coins. Upon hearing this, Enku was displeased. After all, if anyone were to use them, it should be Ag's true self. Enku refused to allow anyone else to wield them. "I've already told you there are no coins left. Make do with this for now." After much contemplation, Enku decided to use the cat series combo against Wang, retrieving the lion and cheetah coins from the storage box to provide Goda with a temporary solution. "Any combo will do." With no other options available, Goda accepted the core coins tossed by Anku and switched his combination. Goda replaced the lion and cheetah coins with the falcon and locust coins, scanning them with the driver to change his form. Lion Torachita Latalata Laterarter. A radiant burst of light enveloped him as Kamen Rider O transformed into the Cat series combo. Without further ado, Goda swiftly scanned the core coins for a finishing move. Scanning charge. Goda dashed towards Wong, leaping into the air to strike with his sharp claws. Originally a formidable warrior, he was caught off guard as Wong seized his right hand. How could this happen? Watching as his finisher was interrupted by Wong, Goda felt immense frustration. Changing forms had proven futile. As he spoke, Wong yanked Goda down, using the powerful impact of the Gamel to send him flying far away. The overwhelming force caused Goda to revert to his human form, clutching his chest in discomfort, clearly overwhelmed by Wong's extraordinary strength, which had surpassed even the AG version of OO. Out of tricks? Then let your core coins become a part of me. With that, Wong raised his left hand, and a chilling wind swept towards Goda, evoking a sense of despair akin to being drawn into a black hole. Stop, please! Goda felt a surge of fear as a multitude of core coins began to flow from his body. He worried that if the cellular coins continued to emerge, his core coins would falter. Leading to his complete assimilation with Wong, AS Goda teetered on the brink of merging with Wong. Anku rushed forward to shield Goda from Wong's assault, reminiscent of how he had protected Eiji from Maki a decade ago. Though Anku was not defending Eiji now, he understood that if Goda died, Eiji would follow suit, so his actions were driven solely by concern for Eiji. Surprised to see Anku blocking for him, Goda weakly lay on the ground, looking up at Anku. Anku, why are you doing this? You must protect Eiji's body. If anything happens, I will hold you accountable. Anku cast a glance at Goda, but the worry for Eiji was etched deeply in his heart. I will see this through for you. Then let us start with you. With that, Wong intensified his grip. What had begun as a single-handed effort now became a two-handed assault, causing an endless stream of cellular coins to emerge from Anku's arm. Anku struggled to maintain his stability, but Wong's strength proved overwhelming. Soon, Anku's entire arm was drawn into Wong's body. Wong's form erupted in brilliant light, while Goda watched in shock as Anku sacrificed himself for him. Izumi Shingo collapsed to the ground. Excellent, the power continues to surge. Such a futile struggle. Regardless, this OOO is destined for death. With that, Wong slowly approached to continue absorbing Goda's core coins, regardless of the outcome. Both Eiji and Anku were doomed. As Wong advanced, Goda's sense of crisis heightened. Just as Wong was about to strike, an anomaly occurred within Wong's body. Inside Wong, Anku had not been fully absorbed. Instead moving unscathed within Wong's form, I have been waiting for this moment. I will take your core coins. After speaking, Anku grasped the dinosaur coin within Wong's body. Currently, only the dinosaur coin could eliminate the core coins. Goda, use this. Anku tossed 3 dinosaur core coins from Wong's interior to Goda, who, panting, seized them and inserted them into the driver's slot. Ding ding ding, Pterotricera Tyranno Puto-Tyrannosaurs. A chilling aura swept through, flashing with purple-green light as Goda transformed into the dinosaur combo, wielding the violent bite dragon axe. This combo should work. Anku, help me subdue him. Ecstatic with his newly acquired form, Goda felt confident that the dinosaur combo would not spiral out of control. Yes, let us finish this quickly. Goda, wielding the ferocious bite dragon axe, charged swiftly towards the king, relentlessly swinging the axe in rapid succession, cleaving into the king's form. This time, the tables had turned, and the king found himself at a disadvantage. No matter how many core coins he possessed, as long as there were dinosaur core coins, everything would be reduced to mere rubble. The marks left by the bite dragon axe on the king's body sparked dazzling flames. And with Anku now tormenting the king from within, Any attempt at resistance was utterly futile. The king strained to strike back at Goda, but his efforts were effortlessly thwarted, each attack met by the unyielding Bite Dragon Axe, which dealt devastating blows to the king. Unable to withstand the backlash of this overwhelming force, the king was enveloped in purple arcs of electricity, and a multitude of cellular coins erupted from his body. Seizing the moment, Goda raised the Bite Dragon Axe, intent on absorbing the cellular coins, planning to retaliate with the same tactic he had used against Dr. Shinoki. "I shall end you with this move." As the words left his lips, Goda activated his scanner, unleashing his ultimate technique. Ding ding ding, scanning charge. With a mighty swing, the colossal Tyrannosaurus emblem cleaved towards the king, and in an instant, the purple arcs intensified until the king exploded into oblivion. Fragments of his body transformed into cellular coins and core coins, drifting through the sky. Anku separated from this inferno in the world of Kamen Rider. Oh, Hino Eiji watched the video, his heart swelling with joy as Anku successfully reclaimed his core coins. "Now, I should be able to survive safely within Goda and stay with you forever." However, Anku's expression darkened. "But what if Goda breaks his promise? Eiji, you could be exploited, and worse, you might die." Anku's distrust of Goda was evident, and he began to contemplate the worst-case scenario. "Cheer up, Anku, if I don't survive, we can at least fight together in my final moments, and that would be the best of all." Eiji spoke nonchalantly. Anku recalled the image of Eiji saving a little girl and choosing silence. He licked his ice pop, ignoring Eiji in the world of Kamen Rider. Revice, Ichikagiri was astonished at how easily the king was defeated, feeling that their assistance was no longer necessary. Witnessing Eiji's triumph over the king filled him with joy, as it meant they wouldn't need others from different worlds to aid them. However, a nagging feeling lingered in his mind regarding Goda's fixation on the floating cellular coins, sensing impending danger. His brother, Daijigiri, harbored suspicions about Goda's trustworthiness, recalling how Goda had once mentioned possessing the power of Oo while controlling Eiji. Since then, Daiji had grown wary of Goda, the greedy one, as if to validate Daiji's instincts. The scene was about to take a dramatic turn. Goda's eyes gleamed with insatiable greed as he stepped forward. Intent on absorbing all the coins for himself, "I wonder what would happen if I were to use those core coins." Anku glared at Goda derisively, aware that no greedy individual had ever dominated the world through the power of others' core coins. "I remember Eiji can harness the power of the core coins," Goda mused, contemplating the absurdity of manipulating Eiji's body for his own whims. "Hey, what are you scheming? I have always desired power. A power that matches Eiji's own ambitions." In that moment, Anku sensed Goda's ulterior motives, but it was too late. As Anku rushed to thwart Goda, he was thrown aside, and Goda began to absorb a torrent of cellular coins. The coins surged into Goda's body, and soon, 3 core coins erupted from within, swiftly slotting into his driver. Goda raised the scanner, scanning his core coins to fulfill his ambitions. Transform. Mukade Hachi Air. Marvelous, absolutely marvelous. Is this the true power of Oo? I have finally attained this ultimate strength. As he spoke, the 3 animal symbols soared towards Goda's chest, and amidst a dazzling display of dark purple light, his true form was revealed. The emblem on his chest bore a striking resemblance to that of the king who had absorbed the greedy desires of others. Yet at its center were 4 visages of Goda, colored yellow, green, gray, and blue. His bodily structure was a grotesque amalgamation of a centipede's head, the sharp stinger of a bee, and the legs of an ant. "Goda, you despicable fiend!" Anku, infuriated by Goda's exploitation of Eiji's body and his own betrayal, surged forward, aiming to seize Goda by the neck. Now restored to his peak form, Goda shrugged off Anku's grip and retaliated with a punch, sending Anku crashing to the ground. Refusing to yield, Anku rose again to strike, But Goda adeptly blocked his attempts, ultimately seizing Enku by the throat and tossing him into a large warehouse. Goda remained unfazed by Enku's struggles, relentlessly attacking him with his claws. Enku, utterly powerless, was repeatedly knocked down, pain rendering him unable to rise. Enku, I shall make you a part of me. Goda's ambition soared to new heights as he set his sights on Enku, intent on absorbing him to gain unparalleled dominion over the world. With another vicious claw strike, Goda struck hard, followed by a brutal follow-up attack, leaving Enku severely wounded, transformed from his complete form into a mere hand. Enku dropped 2 core coins, which he swiftly snatched. Now, Enku deeply regretted ever trusting Goda. Had he not dug his own grave? But regrets were futile now. Goda was unstoppable, and Enku lacked the strength to resist. While AG, under Goda's fierce control, gradually lost his autonomy. P.S. Apologies, but I have final exams next week, and I will return to continue on Saturday afternoon. Chapter 17. Enku. Long time no see. Upon arrival, Akira aimed to teach Goda a lesson, raising his hand to fire a bullet. Despite the bullet having some effect, it was minimal. Goda retaliated by hurling a large oil drum at Ida, who was momentarily caught off guard and was subsequently knocked down by Goda. You will obediently become a part of me. Enku, unable to move, felt a multitude of cellular coins fall from him, robbing him of his ability to act, and he watched helplessly as Goda prepared to make his move. Yet, just as Goda took a few steps forward, an unexpected event unfolded. He suddenly lost control of his body. Bewildered by his inability to move, Enku, Enku, a familiar voice resonated from within Goda, surprising everyone. It was Hino Eiji. How had he emerged from such despair? Is that you, Eiji? Eiji's survival was thanks to Goda's possession of his body. Without that, he would have struggled to live. Now, Eiji was cognizant of everything happening inside and outside. Initially, he believed he could coexist with Goda within the same body for an extended period, but he never anticipated Goda's despicable actions, prompting him to wrestle back control. Enku, I'll hold this guy off. You need to escape now? No way. I can't just run away. Their exchange drew Goda's ire, as he realized that Eiji's consciousness was beginning to overtake his own. Are you Eiji? You're just me. Stop causing trouble. With those words, Goda took action, forcibly expelling Hino Eiji from his body, and a radiant rainbow light flashed by. The light gradually materialized into Hino Eiji, who collapsed before Enku. Witnessing Eiji's fall, Goda scoffed. If you hadn't intervened, you could have lived alongside me now. I shall ensure your complete obliteration. As Goda spoke, he summoned violet waves of energy from his own claws, directing them straight toward Hino Eiji. Witnessing Eiji being struck, Enk immediately rushed forward, merging with Eiji to shield him from the oncoming attack with his wings. Gradually descending, Enk entered Eiji's body, and at that moment, Eiji's bangs looked remarkably stylish, adorned with gray hair. The back of his hair was decorated with numerous red feathers, symbolizing Enki in the past. It was Eiji who fought valiantly, but now they had become one, making Eiji an unstoppable force. Have you merged with Eiji? Stop struggling. Your fate has long been sealed. Goda's intentions were unmistakable, to eliminate both Eiji and Enk. Just at this critical juncture, Ida and Goto arrived on the battlefield with new equipment, driving Goda away, leaving only Enk and Eiji behind. Enk slowly closed his eyes, entering Eiji's consciousness space. This realm was bathed in crimson, and upon opening his eyes, Enk heard a voice that brought tears to his lifetime. Enk, it's been a long time. This voice was laced with regret, vitality, and pride, fulfilling a wish that had lingered for over a decade. Yet, Enk's expression did not mirror the joy of their reunion. Instead, it was filled with confusion and sorrow. Though he was elated to see Eiji again, The sudden prospect of Eiji's demise weighed heavily upon him. "You fool!" This was Ank's inner thought, a sentiment he had expressed to Eiji on numerous occasions. Yet voicing it in this moment felt exceedingly difficult. "Why must you?" Eiji, feeling a tinge of pride, thought there was no room for regret. He had to clarify everything to Ankh, even if it felt somewhat embarrassing. "She is right in front of me. I must reach out to save her." Hearing this, Ankh could no longer contain his emotions. The following was their dialogue. "Is it truly worth sacrificing your life for this?" "It is more than that. I have a wish that has always lingered in my heart." "What is it?" In the final moment, it has finally come to fruition, following the trail of Eiji's memories. He lay on the ground, battered and bloodied, clutching a shattered coin in his hand. Eiji had long desired to resurrect Ankh but had never succeeded, leaving him with many regrets. Nevertheless, in the final moments of his life, he decided to take one last gamble. If it truly came to pass, he would consider himself fortunate, dying without remorse. "Ankh, come back to life." As Eiji uttered these words, the coin in his grasp began to shimmer, and the broken pieces suddenly fused together, restoring the falcon coin to its original form. However, with those words, Eiji's vitality waned, lying lifeless on the ground without witnessing Ankh's revival, a profound regret for a lifetime. The boy who once yearned to grasp that hand had finally realized his wish, yet he was no longer before them. Could it be? Witnessing this scene, those present, including Ankh, were moved to tears, even in the face of imminent death. They longed to grasp the hands they had once missed. "I can only resurrect because you granted my wish. Are you foolish? Why would you go to such lengths?" "For no reason, if I had to explain. I merely did what I desired most." Eiji, the ensuing battle would be Ankh's final stand. "Will you fight alongside me? Please." Ankh understood the gravity of this last battle, realizing he would never again witness Eiji's innocent and radiant smile. Reflecting on their shared memories, Ankh wished to do something for Eiji before he departed. Eiji's request was the very wish Ankh had yearned to fulfill for over a decade. With these thoughts, Ankh opened his eyes, stepping toward Goda. At that moment, Ida and the others could not combat Goda with their night systems. Only the core coins held any effect against him. "It's your turn now." "Eiji, no, I should call you Ankh, right?" "Eiji, I understand." Ignoring Goda, Ankh gazed at the evolved core coin in his hand, speaking to himself. "If that is your wish," Ankh declared, sequentially inserting the 3 core coins into the drive slots, continually murmuring his true thoughts. Subsequently, Ankh took the final falcon coin, reminiscent of the Hino Eiji from over a decade ago, both bearing the initial resolve of comrades in battle. Only through unwavering dedication could they transcend time. Now, Ankh's belief resonated with Eiji's original conviction, revealing the same vibrant spirit that had once defined Eiji. "Eiji, let us go." Ankh grasped the scanner, his gaze reflecting the preciousness of fulfilling a friend's wish. Now, Eiji's aspiration would be realized by Ankh, for this was their final battle in the truest sense. "Transform," the sound echoed. "Take Kajaku Condor to Judol Eternity." This sound, intermingled with the voices of Eiji and Ankh, made it clear to the audience just how tragic the outcome of this battle would be. Under the baptism of the phoenix behind him, Ankh gradually revealed his form as Oo, Kamen Rider Oo, eternal bird form. Observing the new Oo, a celebratory birthday party commenced as before. "Happy birthday, Oo." It was the dawn of a new falcon. On the battlefield, Oo surged forward, delivering a punch to Goda, followed by a right hook, which Goda narrowly evaded. Next, Oo struck Goda's abdomen, landing a solid hit. Oo unleashed a flurry of punches, all of which Goda expertly defended against. Realizing this tactic was ineffective, Oo pivoted and kicked Goda. After being struck, a shadow materialized, Hino Eiji. This time, It was his turn to become a phantom and join Ankh in the fight. Eiji landed a punch on Goda, their hands locking eyes for a moment, reminiscent of a decade prior. As if to say, this time, it's my turn to protect you in battle. Ankh nodded in acknowledgement and followed suit with a punch aimed at Goda, with Eiji delivering a right hook immediately after. Eiji's phantom faded before Ankh, signifying that it was now up to Ankh to conclude this. What is that power? What else could it be? You have provoked both Eiji and Ankh, after being thoroughly beaten. You dare claim that this power is beyond your grasp? Accept the couple's wrath. Subsequently, the 3 core coins from Ankh's driver and the 4 within him soared forth, landing in the slots of the open Falcon rotating shield. Ankh then closed the lid, retrieving the scanner to begin reading the core coins within the Falcon rotating shield, initiating his ultimate technique, Eternity Charged. A phantom of a phoenix appeared upon the Falcon rotating shield, and Ankh raised it, directing the amassed fiery energy toward Goda. Unfortunately, this attack alone was insufficient to vanquish Goda. It seemed an inevitable night kick was on the horizon. Eiji's phantom re-emerged, gazing at Ankh, as if making a final decision. Ankh? Take him down with that. Ankh once more raised the scanner, scanning the core coins as he prepared for the final strike. Scanning charge. Ankh leaped into the sky, Eiji's phantom following closely, both releasing their night kick into the air. Die, 2 before Goda. Eiji's phantom and Ankh fused, piercing through 3 crimson rings, unleashing sharp claws toward Goda. This potent force penetrated Goda's form. Arc after arc of electricity enveloped Goda, who, faced with his impending demise, felt an undeniable sense of unwillingness. Impossible. I have obtained the strongest power. With those words, Goda collapsed to the ground, exploding in a final burst, thus concluding his brief existence. Ankh gradually descended, surrounded by ethereal, colorful feathers that swiftly faded from view. Initially believing that this would ensure Eiji's survival, Ankh was taken aback when Eiji unexpectedly released him. Ankh was puzzled, watching as Eiji's sincere, reluctant, and solemn gaze vanished from his consciousness. Ankh returned to the body of Izumi Shingo, rising to rush to Hino Eiji's side. Now, without Ankh's sustaining presence, Eiji was gravely weakened, his eyes half open, struggling to draw another breath, unwilling to depart so soon after reuniting with Ankh. Supporting Eiji, Ankh felt immense regret. Had Goda not broken his promise, they would not have encountered such misfortunes. Ankh, it's wonderful to see you once more. Eiji expressed joy, though he understood his own life was nearing its end. Feeling a deep sense of dissatisfaction, I am truly certain that choosing you was an absolute gain. It is as if everything has returned to a decade ago. At that moment, through Eiji's perspective, Ankh departed from his sight. Although all of this belongs to the realm of time long past, every minute and second that followed, Eiji dedicated himself to finding a way to resurrect Ankh. Even in the face of failure, Eiji never relinquished hope. For him, everything was worth it in the present, both for Ankh and for himself. Encountering his long-lost comrade once more was undeniably filled with profound regret. Eiji is that kind of person, yet his time in this world was fleeting, as all of this came at the cost of resurrecting Ankh, a life exchanged for a life. Just as Eiji was on the brink of collapse, Izumi Hinata rushed to support him, believing that with Eiji and Ankh's return, they could return to the days of holding hands as before. However, at this moment, Eiji was destined to leave them forever. Hinata, being a girl, struggled to bear the emotional weight. Witnessing Eiji's desperate battle against death left her heart heavy. Hinata-chan. At that instant, Riku pulled Eiji's gaze toward the little girl he had saved earlier, revealing that he had indeed succeeded in rescuing her back then. How splendid! My hand has finally reached. Eiji extended his hand, yearning to grasp life, and in that moment, he seemed truly magnificent, as the regret of failing to save the little girl in the village was finally fulfilled. Yet, while everyone gazed upon Eiji's expression of desolation, they failed to notice that he had already drawn his last breath. The first to sense the disturbance were Ank and Izumi Hinata, who looked upon the lifeless Eiji and finally felt the sting of sorrow. Hinata grasped Eiji's hand, hoping to make him aware of her presence, but alas, Eiji could no longer hear her. Ank, witnessing Eiji's open eyes, attempted to close them with his hands, but it was the greedy hands of a collector that sought to do so. In order to shield Eiji's body from injury, he instead used the hands of a human. You fool! Thus, the once simple, pure, and kind-hearted Eiji Hino departed from our sight forever. Ank gazed at the setting sun's afterglow, his face betraying a sense of unwillingness and regret, yet the memories left behind by the deceased linger on in our minds. Even though Eiji Hino was no longer by Ank's side, the time they had shared was not illusory. Death is not to be feared. Rather, forgetting is the most terrifying of all, as long as we hold the memories of our dearest ones close to our hearts. Their essence remains preserved within the tapestry of our lives. Eiji's passing is indeed a profound sorrow, and Ank has lost the youth who once fought valiantly for him at any cost. Why must it be so? A person's greatest fear is not the loss of their closest friends, but the eternal departure of their memories. If memories fade, then that person becomes but a specter. Ryotaro Nogami. This is true. The most significant aspect of a human's life is the time known as memory. Once memories are lost, one lacks the motivation to continue living. Sakurai K. and I once thought those who lost their happiness were pitiable, but it seems the true horror lies in losing memories of those individuals. It appears that the aspiration for world peace remains a daunting challenge. Jin Masato. I only wished for Aaliyah to bring smiles to everyone. Yet it seems Aaliyah is compelled to wear a smile, while the memories that are hard to relinquish remain etched in my mind. It appears my dream may very well come to naught. Duanmu Yin. Memories that have faded. Currently, I am solely focused on defeating Oksar, with no time to ponder such matters. The world of Ukamen riders is indeed peculiar. Even the smallest of memories can wield such significant power. Li Shinnon. Yet, one cannot say so simply. An ancient saying goes, death is not to be feared. Forgetting is the most terrifying. We had previously focused on eradicating the anomalous beasts, but neglected the indelible memories of the innocent who suffered harm. However, we, the armored warriors, are not omnipotent and lack the time to attend to those still mired in the memories of the beast's assaults. Ultraman. Isn't that perfectly normal? We Ultramen are not gods. We merely combat the monsters and extraterrestrials that invade Earth. We cannot save the innocents who lose loved ones in our battles. Their tender hearts are easily shattered, and we feel utterly powerless. Sai observed the barrage of comments flying across the screen. Daiko pondered the weight of Ultraman's words. Ultraman is not a god and has limitations, yet I am different. I am both light and human. The light left by Dinah resides within me, and I have the duty to discern right from wrong in this world. I possess the ability to act within my means, and if those affected by my actions are harmed, I will certainly not let them go unpunished. P.S. Dear friends, I have returned to update. Daiko now embodies both humanity and the symbol of Ultraman. A rarity indeed. Such individuals, who occupy the dual roles of Ultraman and human, are exceedingly scarce. Chapter 18. The armored second team gang Daiko has secretly resolved that, regardless of the circumstances, if monsters disrupt the order of the human world and keep people living on the edge of suffering, he will not spare those who attempt to invade Earth, be they aliens or cosmic beasts. If the human armored team lacks a sense of unity, then the spirit of teamwork will inevitably dissipate. No matter the efforts exerted, exterminating too many aberrations will not garner the citizens' favor. Now, please enjoy the new combat footage. Armored Second Team Gang, you apprehended him? Why are you asking us to leave? Upon seeing this title, everyone in the Kamen Rider world became unsettled. When did the armored second team suddenly emerge? Excluding Magina, who appeared particularly anxious, for prior discussions with Dr. Geru had set plans in motion for the second team. Yet execution had never followed. If this video were to be exposed, Magina could very well lose the trust of Tucson and the others for an extended period. Having painstakingly built the entire team, the repercussions of this incident might compel Tucson and the others to withdraw from the armored team, relinquishing the summoning rights to the second team. Magina, what has transpired? How did the armored second team suddenly emerge out of nowhere? We have been completely in the dark. Is this all part of Dr. Geru's initial scheme? Tucson scrutinized Magina's bewildered expression with suspicion. To acquire the summoning rights, one must earn the favor and recognition of the commander-in-chief to obtain the summoning device. Having been Magina's colleague for quite some time, Tucson had never heard her mention this matter, leaving only one possibility. Magina and Dr. Geru had never considered Xian Nan and the others as lifelong armored warriors. Regardless, let us first observe what the video has to reveal. It is far more useful than panicking here. In contrast to Tucson, Xian Nan remained remarkably composed. As a pianist, she consistently maintained a poised and meticulous demeanor in her daily life. The new footage commenced. Bei Miao, transformed into the black rhino armor, found himself surrounded by the Shadow 5 protectors, who were affecting his neural pathways with their green energy shield, leaving Bei Miao in considerable distress. It appeared he had endured considerable torment. The prefix of the armor began to emit alarm signals, and the remaining 4 gathered outside, responding to the alert triggered by the anomalous energy. They had summoned their weapons. Preparing to confront the 5 protectors. Bei Miao, we are here to save you. Xian Nan and the others brandished their weapons and began rushing toward Bei Miao. If you have the ability, come over. I'm so scared. The arrogant Jean made a melodramatic display, igniting the fighting spirit of Xian Nan and the others, who were determined to eliminate all 5 armor summoners today. Stop, don't come over. Despite Bei Miao's earnest attempt to dissuade them, Xian Nan and the others were undeterred. The more he protested, the stronger their resolve became. Just as they raised their weapons to strike the green shield, the intense nuclear radiation from the shield rendered their armor and weapons ineffective upon contact. Before long, Xian Nan and the others found their weapons had failed, and they regretted charging forward unarmed. How could this happen? My weapon has failed. Despite this, the 5 of us will face death together. With Xian Nan's declaration, the 4 followed suit, rushing in like Bei Miao, clutching their heads and howling in agony within the green shield. A group of impatient fools. I simply cannot comprehend what humans are thinking. The 5 protectors had expected to swiftly eliminate the 5 armored warriors, but they were taken aback by how quickly the situation had escalated. It was utterly beyond comprehension. In their moment of utter despair, a voice suddenly flashed through the minds of the 5. It was Magina's voice. Though she was not physically present, her prayer resonated within each of their hearts. The only way to break this high-pressure magnetic shield is for all 5 of you to simultaneously deactivate your armors. Use the energy released to counteract it, but know that your armors will face unprecedented consequences. Magina's words served as the perfect antidote. Xian Nan and the others resolved to employ a self-destructive strategy against the Shadow 5 protectors, utilizing the energy released from deactivating their armors to create a powerful impact against the high-pressure magnetic shield. Although this would result in the loss of their summoning rights, the thought that the Shadow protectors would also suffer significant damage made it all worthwhile. Shi Zhao, Kurenzhong, Tucson, Xian Nan, Bei Miao, light and shadow armor. Deactivate. 5 individuals stood hand in hand beneath the oppressive weight of the heavy magnetic shield, forming a circle. As the last words were uttered, a blinding radiance engulfed the entire dock, leaving the 5 guardians astonished at Li Xinnan's actions. However, they were not as injured as they had anticipated. Rather, the overwhelming light merely left them temporarily blinded, forcing them to retreat. As for Li Xinnan, who had dispelled the shadow armor, he and his companions permanently lost their ability to summon their armor, resulting in a hospital stay exceeding 3 months. Nangong Sini exclaimed, "Heavens, is it truly this explosive from the outset?" Yet, Bei Miao and the others were undeniably too impulsive, playing right into the enemy's hands. Shi Zhao remarked, "I never imagined the cost of future battles would be so steep. Losing the ability to summon armor is indeed a source of great regret." Mei Jin added, "The 5 guardians have gone too far, employing such grand schemes. Alas, this plan undoubtedly originated from the future, allowing us to avert this crisis." Dong Shan concurred, "You're right. We owe a debt of gratitude to the creator of this video, who spared us unnecessary troubles and enlightened us about the subsequent plans of the Shadow Guardians." Bei Miao lamented, "Indeed, however, I cannot believe I was the first test subject. How did I fall into the enemy's cunning trap?" Kunzong speculated, "It must be that the 5 guardians exploited your weaknesses, Bei Miao. Xiaoxue had previously been possessed by the malevolent water, causing you to lose your judgment and fall into the enemy's scheme," Li Shinan surmised. "So, the matters concerning Armor Team 2 must have evolved from this incident, with our hospitalization merely a prelude to their plans to eliminate us. 3 months later, after their discharge from the hospital, Li Shinan and Mei Jin were enjoying a picnic outdoors. They believed everything was tranquil until a portly man was pursued by 5 individuals who appeared to be thuggish, relentlessly chasing him down. Unbeknownst to them, the portly man was no ordinary target. He was a formidable figure. The commotion soon caught Li Shinan's attention, and as they turned, they witnessed the chubby man transform into a creature of evil earth. Li Shinan and his companions, having hoped to showcase their skills after a long respite, attempted to don their summoning devices, only to discover they were malfunctioning. The powerful pulse overwhelmed their muscles and nerves, rendering them unable to transform. Flame Dragon Armor, merge. Wind Eagle Armor, merge. Earth Tiger Armor, merge. Black Rhino Armor, merge. Snow Mastiff Armor, merge. 5 voices resonated from behind Li Shinan, revealing that those 5 individuals did not require their protection but were, in fact, new armor summoners. Upon donning their armor, they pushed past Li Shinan and his companions, swiftly pursuing the creature of evil earth. The Wind Eagle and Earth Tiger leapt forward, surrounding the creature with ferocity. The creature of evil earth, akin to a small insect ensnared by 5 mighty tigers, trembled in fear, for he was the weakest among the Shadow Guardians, now experiencing a level of treatment far beyond what the 5 guardians could fathom. "Aren't you all claiming to be heroes? Why gang up on me?" This statement, uttered by the creature of evil earth, only served to highlight its non-villainous demeanor. The current armor summoners were no longer the same as before. They had transformed into a reformed gang of armor warriors. "Heroes, we only seek results. 1 down, 1 to go. Enough talk. Let us act." If such words had been spoken by Armor Team 1, they would have been inconsistent with their character. However, times had changed and Armor Team 1 had become a relic of the past, now led by Dian Nan, having morphed into a force of darkness in society. As the command was given, everyone brandished their weapons. Apart from Dian Nan, the Wind Eagle summoned the Wind Eagle Sword, the Earth Tiger summoned the Earth-Shattering Claws, the Snow Mastiff summoned the Thunder Rod, and the Black Rhino summoned the Meteor Gun. As the captain, Dian Nan delivered a formidable blow to the creature of evil earth, followed by a strike from Zishi. Seizing the opportunity, Beikai stabbed the creature from behind, and as it turned to face him, Beikai landed a hammering blow upon its head. The creature of evil earth, dazed and disoriented, felt its intelligence plummet. When Dong then leapt and slashed at its chest, while Fang Zhong delivered 2 claw strikes. The pitiful creature of evil earth was toyed with like a mere insect, soon reduced to a state of green light. Fang Zhong, quick to respond, summoned the earth-splitting blade and unleashed its finishing move. The earth-splitting slash, immobilizing the creature, which met its demise with a final earth-splitting palm. In the realm of the armor warriors, the world of light and shadow, the dark domain appeared quite painful. Little did they know that the armor warriors faction had activated Team 2, explaining the ominous title. Observing its own demise, the creature of evil earth felt immense resentment. However, this incident not only represented the loss of 1/5 of their power, but also signified the harbinger of their annihilation. It seemed that this plan had not only failed to take effect, but had also increasingly tilted the situation against them. The video we could see was also visible to the armor warriors, indicating that our plans could not keep pace with the changes. A strategic shift was imperative. Initially believing that the malevolent Waters plan was flawless, they were taken aback by the armor warriors' deep cunning, who had anticipated the activation of Team 2 to deal with them. Blame lay with Ingba and Jiawang. If they had swiftly erased the memories of the descendants of the Five Elements village, there would have been far fewer misfortunes. The thought of the previously fallen Ingba and Jiawang ignited a fury within Ijin, as they realized their earlier tasks remained unfulfilled. Unable to quell the anger of the Five Guardians, at this juncture, they were rendered useless, mere remnants of their former selves. Brothers and sisters, the more tense the situation becomes, the more we must maintain our formation. Since the armor warriors can unite, so must we, lest we allow the armor summoners to exploit our weaknesses. Imu, the strategist of the group, though not the most formidable in battle, was adept at utilizing human nature to eradicate threats. Having seen the video, they too needed to devise a counter-strategy. They planned to formulate a new scheme, as the old one had become obsolete, necessitating the consideration of new policies. Returning to the video, seeing the new armor summoners defeat the Shadow Guardians so swiftly, Kuenzhong couldn't contain his excitement and exclaimed, "Well done. You must be the summoners of Armor Warriors Team 2. When Dong and Beikai behind him couldn't help but chuckle. But it was a derisive laughter, tinged with scorn, suggesting that Team 2 lacked any semblance of unity. Please clarify your statements. What do you mean by Team 2? I am the summoner of the Earth Tiger armor." Fang Zhong retorted, gesturing to himself, seemingly oblivious to the fact that they had usurped the previous team. He glanced back at the former armor summoners, adopting a disdainful attitude to make their identity clear. "You have become history." Fang Zhong and the others dismissed Team 1 entirely, brushing past them as they walked by. The most egregious affront came when Zishi deliberately collided with Shi Zhao's shoulder, shoving him aside. This had crossed Shi Zhao's threshold of tolerance. While they had defeated the anomaly beasts, their disdainful silence towards Li Xinnan and their rudeness in pushing past was truly excessive. "You lack manners." Shi Zhao's retort only served to ignite Dian Nan and the others' spirits. Zishi pointed at Shi Zhao and the others, speaking coldly, "The impolite ones are you. Please show some decorum. The past is behind us. Those who control the present hold the power to speak." "You," Dong Shan, infuriated, was about to shout, but when Dong interrupted him, continuing to belittle them. "You are a failed group. The dark spirits are on the brink of demise under our pursuit." As he spoke, when Dong raised a finger, puffing himself up, revealing an unexpected boldness in his confrontation with Dong Shan. "All of you, remnants of the past, should remain where you are and witness the completion of your unfulfilled wishes." Dian Nan, unwilling to be seen as weak, doused their aspirations with cold water, attempting to bolster his team's stature. "What wishes? Do not be so arrogant." Kuenzhong, the quintessential good-natured individual, could no longer tolerate the brazen demeanor of Armor Team 2. And his temper flared. Yet, rather than having the desired effect, this only provided more opportunities for Team 2. "We speak the truth. Your incompetence and failures have led to severe consequences. Thankfully, we are here to clean up your mess. In other words, you should be grateful to us." Beikai's words caused Li Xinnan and the others to instinctively lower their heads, for Beikai was the one closest to the truth within Team 2, illustrating that cunning individuals could not outmatch those who were merely realistic and arrogant. "If you have a problem, Seek out the appropriate individuals. We are busy and will not entertain you further." Even before their departure, Wendong subtly revealed the reason for their presence, which was rather straightforward. Just as Wendong was speaking, Meijin happened to walk over, indicating that the perpetrator was already aware I in the world of armored warriors, light and shadow. "Within the Happy Dumpling restaurant, Meijin, would you kindly speak the truth to us? Has the armored team too been prepared all along, while we merely serve as mere substitutes?" Upon hearing this, Dongshan could no longer restrain his emotions, his gaze darting around Meijin's face, as if he understood everything. "The doctor had mentioned that prior to your joining, plans for Team 2 had already been set in motion, yet I had not consented. I told the doctor that as long as you could handle the situation, Team 2 would not be activated." Under the pressure imposed by Dongshan, Meijin reluctantly confessed, albeit she had promised Geru to prepare a contingency plan for Team 2. As she firmly believed in her team's ability to eradicate all supernatural beasts. This video depicts everything that is to come. Team 2 has not yet been activated, which implies that as long as we remain vigilant against the schemes of shadows, our future will not fall under their control. This video surely serves as a warning to us Lixin and shared his thoughts, contemplating that since changes are destined to occur in the future, perhaps we could avert trouble now and potentially alter what is to come. The video had not yet concluded. It appeared that Team 2 was still engaged in some form of mischief. A blind spot had emerged in Kuenzhong. The scene shifted to a warehouse, where Xiangwang lay sprawled on a sofa, and 4 guardians suddenly appeared before Wendong and Fangzhong, seemingly intent on a 4-against-2 confrontation. "Truly, we ought to express our gratitude. Who would have thought you would serve this grand dish on a silver platter?" Evilwood remarked, for Xiangyang was the target of the 5 guardians. If they were to eliminate Xiangyang, the existence of the Emperor Hero would cease to be E.as for you. You will have to settle for being the appetizers before the main course. Evil Gold's meaning was quite clear. Before eliminating Xiangyang, they intended to deal with Wendong and the others one by one. The longer the night, the more dreams. "Let us strike." With Evil Water's command, all the guardians raised their weapons and charged at Wendong and his companion. Despite their numbers, with only 2 to contend against 4 adversaries, victory seemed a daunting task. Just as the 4 guardians made their move, a resounding voice echoed from behind them. "Halt!" It was Dian Nan and Bei Kai, who realized that Xiangyang was merely bait, and their true goal was to eliminate the remaining guardians. "Let us see who becomes the appetizer," scoffed Bei Kai, surprised at how easily the guardians had fallen for the ruse. Had it not been for Xiangyang being the summoner of the Emperor armor, they would not have engaged in such disgraceful tactics. Flame Dragon armor, combine. Black Rhino armor, combine. Dian Nan and Bei Kai donned their respective summoning devices on their wrists. Completing the armor fusion. Chapter 19. You have captured him. By what right do you demand we step aside? As the duo summoned the flame crossbow and the water shield, a new battle was about to commence. Dian Nan, as the captain, fired several rounds at the 4 guardians, causing their formation to scatter. Bei Kai summoned the water shield for close combat, thus initiating a righteous 4-on-4 clash. Evil Gold, the most powerful among them, faced off against Wendong and Fangzhong in tandem. Bei Kai stood as the mightiest presence in the entire armored team, single-handedly enduring the attacks of 3 guardians. Evil Water swung his weapon towards Bei Kai, who blocked it with the water shield, and as he faced Evil Wood's shadow sword, he parried yet again, thrusting the water shield forward. When Evil Fire attempted to strike Bei Kai with the shadow blade, Bei Kai swiftly dodged, grasped the shadow blade, and countered with the water shield. Evil Water and Evil Wood aimed to strike together. Bei Kai, showcasing his exceptional talent, pushed them back with sheer strength. All while evading Evil Fire's shadow blade. "I shall play with you for a while. I will guard the door." Initially, the 4 guardians intended to encircle their adversaries, but now they found themselves on the receiving end of an assault. regretting their failure to notice the two overlooked threats lying in wait. Back with Evil Gold, still recovering from his previous battle with Zishi, his stamina had taken a slight hit due to this conflict. After fending off Fang Zhong, he did not realize that Wandong had leaped into the fray, quickly striking him with the Wind Eagle sword. Fang Zhong, ever quick-witted, attacked with the rending claw, swiftly putting Evil Gold into a state of green light. As Evil Gold sought to aid his comrades, Evil Wood, hearing his call for help, suggested that he escape via the Black Domain, only to be intercepted by Dian Nan's bullets from the flame crossbow. Dian Nan let out a cold snort, relieved at his timely discovery. Otherwise, a disaster would have ensued. Evil Gold was soon struck by the combined finishing move of Wandong and Fang Zhong, ultimately succumbing to Wandong's Wind Eagle leg, turning into Demon Iron and sealing him away. Meanwhile, Evil Wood, witnessing his captain's sealing while still reeling from earlier, clumsily aimed his weapon at Bei Kai, only to find Bei Kai seizing the opportunity to deliver a chilling blow, causing Evil Wood to stagger back and regroup with Evil Water and Evil Fire. What now? Evil Wood panicked. Losing yet another combatant, he lacked confidence against Bei Kai and sought advice from Evil Water. The most cunning among their ranks, in stark contrast to Evil Wood's state, Evil Water, though somewhat flustered, maintained a calm demeanor, spread out and charged together. With Evil Water's directive, Evil Fire and Evil Wood dashed in different directions, leaving Evil Water to confront Bei Kai alone. Evil Water's recovery was swift. Now in peak condition, he aimed to stab Bei Kai with the shadow gun, but Bei Kai countered with the water shield, returning the favor. Evil Water was knocked to his knees by the blow, yet he refused to concede, determined to uphold the dignity of the Shadow Guardians, vowing not to surrender unless he abandoned that honor. Clinging to that dignity, Evil Water launched another attack, but Bei Kai once more blocked it. This time, however, Evil Water acted with cunning, rapidly striking at Bei Kai's chest. Despite the armor's protection, the damage inflicted was not negligible. Seizing the moment, Evil Water attacked again, and Bei Kai, spotting an opening, crouched low and thrust fiercely at Evil Water. Just as the Shadow Guardians and Armored Team 2 faced a life-or-death scenario, Bei Miao and Shija arrived. Witnessing Evil Fire's intention to eliminate Xiangyang, neither party wished for such an outcome. Unbeknownst to Evil Fire, the summoning rites of the Snow Mastiff armor had returned to Shija, who promptly summoned it and delivered a punch to Evil Fire. Meanwhile, Fang Zhong, hearing the commotion, leaped towards Evil Fire, delivering a strike that left Evil Fire clutching his head as he helplessly watched Xiangyang being taken away by Shija. Evil Fire had unwittingly walked into a trap, delivering himself to his demise. With a clang, the sound of metal colliding filled the air as Wandong engaged Evil Fire in a weapon duel, sparks flying as their weapons clashed. Wandong swiftly retreated a few steps, and as Evil Fire prepared to strike again, Wandong seized the opportunity to land two swift cuts. As the battle escalated, Wandong charged forward, aiming for a decisive blow against Evil Fire, but all his attempts were thwarted by Evil Fire's shadow sword. Ignoring Fang Zhong at his side, Evil Fire aimed to teach Wandong a bloody lesson, only to be repelled by Fang Zhong's slap. Consumed by rage, Evil Fire lunged without a second thought, only to be intercepted by Fang Zhong's palm, causing Wandong to stagger backward from the Wind Eagle sword's impact. In that moment, Evil Fire found himself trapped, struck by Fang Zhong's rending palm, ultimately meeting his end as his demonic essence was sealed away. Thus, the battlefield was left with only Evil Water and Evil Wood, who continued to clash with Bei Kai and Fang Zhong. As for Wandong, he had noticed Bei Miao and the others arriving and, seizing the opportunity, snatched Xiangyang away, for Xiangyang possessed the power to summon the Emperor armor, a force hidden within him. Wandong had intended to leverage Xiangyang to threaten the remaining two guardians. However, he failed to notice Evil Wood behind him, who delivered a strike and pressed his sword against Wandong's neck. Ignoring Bei Miao and the others, Wendong dashed towards Evil Water, while Dian Nan had already disarmed and joined forces with Bei Kai. And Fang Zhong quickly surrounded Evil Water and Evil Wood. Make way! Evil Water, now threatened by their comrades, sensed a glimmer of hope for survival, yet he doubted that they would disregard their allies' lives. What if we refuse? Dian Nan remained remarkably composed. Disrupting their ranks would pose a true danger to their team. If you do not let us, we shall take his life. Evil Water, realizing they had taken the bait, attempted to place his shadow gun against Wendong's chest, hoping that if the agreement proved effective, he might just eliminate all members of Team 2. Are you jesting? With such despicable tactics, do you expect us to release you? Bei Kai retorted, preparing to dismantle the water shield, suggesting he might betray his comrades. You called for him. By what right do we owe you passage? Since you wish to play, let us see whose blade is swifter. The words uttered by Dian Nan not only left Evil Water and Evil Wood in a state of shock for several hours, but also made it abundantly clear to all present the repugnant actions of the armored Team 2. Duanmu Yin exclaimed, "Is this really happening? Abandoning one's comrades?" Dian Nan's behavior is utterly incomprehensible. I cannot fathom how he could stoop to such depths. He is clearly unfit to be an armored summoner. Tongsheng Zhanwu added, "Is this a joke? We are comrades who share life and death together, yet he casually speaks of abandonment without a shred of responsibility. Is the world of the armored warriors truly so chaotic?" Kuenzhong expressed his indignation. "This is outrageous. He previously fought alongside the other members of Armored Team 2 to defeat the Shadow Guardian, and upon reflection, I realize their moral character is severely lacking." Meijin questioned, "How on earth did Dr. Geru allow such individuals to join?" Meijin replied, "I am unsure. It was my brother's decision. Rest assured, I will not permit Armored Team 2 to act recklessly." After speaking of Dian Nan, Bei Kai and Fang Zhong summoned their respective weapons. As they activated their finishing techniques, they gave little thought to whether Wendong might be harmed. 3 waves of lethal energy surged forth from the flame blade, Earth Splitter, and Meteor Gun, ready to strike. Once the energy was fully charged, Dian Nan's Demon Sealing cleaved directly into Evil Wood, while Bei Kai's Torrent Stab pierced through Evil Water. Fang Zhong's Earth Splitter aimed directly at Wendong, who was grappling with Evil Wood. Fortunately, it merely grazed the edge of his armor without causing fatal injury. Wendong emerged relatively unscathed, yet this assault caused him to revert from his transformation, rendering him unable to summon the Wind Eagle armor again. "I will fight you all." Although Evil Water suffered considerable damage from the Torrent Stab, his fighting spirit remained unyielded, and he rapidly began to recover. However, Bei Kai was relentless, not allowing Evil Water a moment's respite. Before Evil Water could reach them, Bei Kai lunged forward, striking him repeatedly with the Meteor Gun. In just 6 moves, he completely immobilized Evil Water with the Torrent Stab's finishing technique. Now, the Shadow Guardians had been entirely sealed by Armored Team 2, no longer daring to wreak havoc. The scene concluded here in the world of the Armored Warriors, the Light and Shadow Realm. Within the Happiness Dumpling House, while Armored Team 2 demonstrated impressive efficiency, their lack of solidarity was troubling, as they readily abandoned their teammates. The recent Earth Splitter incident, which almost struck Wendong, raised serious concerns about their disregard for his well-being. Dong Shan frowned, clearly disturbed by the repugnant actions of Armored Team 2, unable to muster any goodwill towards them. "Meijin, perhaps you should discuss this with the doctor. Although our efficiency may be slightly inferior to Armored Team 2's, we excel in our commitment to professionalism and integrity." Meijin reiterated the suggestion, emphasizing their superior moral standing. "Moreover, they have used Xiangyang as bait to lure the Guardians, and I can no longer bear to witness such tactics. Frankly, I do not wish to be affiliated with them." Shi Zhao's discontent stemmed not only from the abandonment of comrades, but also from the manipulation of innocent individuals to draw out the Shadow Guardians, which crossed a line for him. Rest assured, as long as we remain united, I believe you will not be replaced by Dian Nan and his ilk. I have also discussed this matter with my brother, who has seen the footage. Dr. Garou does not wish to see such issues arise within our ranks. Meijin offered reassurance, guaranteeing that such concerns would not manifest in the future. But why can we all see the footage while Min Si and Hui cannot? Is it possible that only significant figures across various realms can access this footage? Li Xian quickly identified the crux of the issue. This is quite fortuitous. Their inability to view it means that we alone can see it, thus better protecting the true identities of our armored warriors. This video is of great importance to us. Bei Miao echoed this sentiment, expressing gratitude to the creator of the footage. Moreover, the bulletin board allows us to communicate with characters from other realms, fostering interactions with numerous Kamen Riders and Ultramen. Kuenzhong was elated, realizing that without the bulletin board, they would lack the means to engage with key figures from other worlds. Indeed, we all fight alongside Ultramen and Kamen Riders to uphold justice against the monsters invading Earth. Though we may not belong to the same species and vary in stature, our intentions are noble. My intuition tells me that one day, we shall transcend dimensions to unite in battle. Meijin concluded with a smile, firmly believing that her words would one day be validated. The disunity within Armored Team 2, stemming from their morally questionable natures, had destined them for a downfall from the moment they were granted the title of heroes. The same could be said for Kamen Riders and Ultramen. In their pursuit of power, many succumb to darkness through unscrupulous means. Yet, there are also those who strive diligently to embody the image of a great hero. And ordinary individuals share this aspiration. This time, we witness the emergence of a hero, a simple human joining forces with Ultraman and the defense force to resist the invasion of malevolent forces. Now, let us turn our attention to the new scene on the screen. Taro versus the Ultra Beast Legion. In the universe of light, the Ultra Beast Legion. Taro, you have grown. You dare to confront the Ultra Beasts alone? And not just one. When did this occur? I am completely unaware that As Taro's brother, Ace felt immense pride for his once mischievous sibling. It must have been that time when I, along with Zat and a human teacher named Weno, fought against the three-headed Ultra Beast created by the ABO people. I must say, the Ultra Beasts under the ABO people were remarkably weak, aside from the enhanced Bemster. Taro reminisced about the battle at the oil field, a highlight of his combat with humanity. Now, this video resurrected that long-ago event, and Taro felt nostalgic for the members of Zat. Kitazawa, Weno, Nishida, Vice Captain Arakaki, Moriyama. These were excellent comrades in arms. It cannot be overstated that Zat was the most renowned team of the entire Showa era. Taro was thrilled to discover that his father had such a storied past. I am truly excited. Taiga felt a sense of pride for his stern father. Although strict, Taro's actions were always for Taiga's benefit, a sentiment Taiga could sense. Taiga, while you are fortunate to fight alongside such young warriors on Earth, my comrades are equally reliable. It is time for you to witness the true strength of Zat. In the world of Kamen Riders, the Decade World, Menyashur looked at the new species, the Ultra Beasts, with great interest, muttering, Ultra Beasts. This species appears formidable. I wonder how the Ultramen will confront them, especially since the title suggests there is more than one. Although Menyashur was previously astonished by the footage of Taro battling Mororoa, he now found himself increasingly intrigued by the collaboration between Ultramen and humans. A new scene unfolded before the audience's eyes. A colossal avian creature descended from the heavens, making its way toward a chemical plant. The modified Bemster, previously vanquished by Jack Ultraman, had been resurrected and enhanced by the ABO people through dimensional science. Bemster was now far more powerful than when it first appeared. As it arrived, it immediately began to consume the gas from the gas canisters, gradually dragging the entire canister into its maw. The other viewers were baffled, unable to comprehend what kind of entity Bemster was to absorb such a massive gas canister. Bimster often fed on the exhaust from the Ashma comet, which contained a substantial amount of helium and hydrogen, and now set its sights on the gas canisters on Earth. Moreover, Ultraman's light-based attacks had no effect on Bimster, as its abdomen could absorb these attacks as a defensive mechanism. Unless the light was unleashed at maximum power, it would not be able to vanquish Bimster. There had been instances where Bimster's kin absorbed the powers of Exceed Ultraman, and only with Exos' assistance did Exceed manage to escape its clutches. What? Bimster is immune to the Ultraman's light and can absorb it infinitely? How terrifying! Takayama Momo was taken aback by the white subtitles displayed on the screen. Realizing Bimster possessed such an overpowered ability, he felt hopeless about facing it in the future. Dio, we really have to unleash our light skills at maximum strength, but doing so would drain the Ultraman's own power and hinder our continued combat. Is there truly no alternative? Upon reflecting on the light-based abilities, my heart plummets like Takayama's dreams, particularly at the thought of being entirely absorbed by Bimster, which only exacerbates Takayama's mounting pressure. I am the world of Kamen Rider. Time World. With such grotesque abilities, if I were to confront this monstrous fiend, I might very well find myself consumed by Bimster, creating quite the predicament. Tokiwa Sugo initially believed that monsters were merely large-headed entities devoid of any formidable skills. However, upon witnessing the terrifying abilities of Bimster, he was left utterly flabbergasted. Indeed, one wonders how Taro managed to devise a solution. Unless the light-based abilities are utilized to their fullest extent, victory seems elusive. Although such monsters are unlikely to appear in the realm of Kamen Rider, Tsukuyomi is deeply concerned for Taro's predicament. Chapter 20. The battle between humanity and Taro unfolds on screen. A young man, approximately 30 years old, races towards Bimster. This individual is Sensei Ueno from the Terakoya. At this moment, two younger children, slightly younger than Ueno, approach him, recounting how even Taro Ultraman was unable to vanquish Bimster. It is inconceivable that Ueno could succeed where Taro failed. While any other individual might retreat, Ueno is no ordinary person. He assures them that he will surely defeat Bimster in Taro's stead. The two children listened intently to Ueno's words and departed, placing immense trust in his capabilities. However, they had not ventured far when they heard Ueno's voice calling out to them, imparting an important message. Even in the absence of the Terakoya, one must not forget the importance of learning on a broad thoroughfare. Amidst a throng of fleeing individuals, the children caught a glimpse of Ueno's self-sacrificial spirit, seemingly vanishing into the fray. Yet, this was Ueno's decision. As an elder of the Terakoya, he must serve as a role model in the hearts of the children. Approaching Bimster, it had already made its way to a new gas canister, carelessly knocking over the main valve. Causing gas to leak, Bimster stood quietly, absorbing the escaping gas. At this juncture, Sensei Ueno confronted Bimster, who remained oblivious to the significant action this diminutive human was about to undertake with determination. Ueno vigorously swung a rope, securing one end firmly to Bimster's yellow horn. Grasping the other end, Ueno leaped onto Bimster's head, seeming as dawn broke on the second day. The absence of monstrous disturbances in recent days had brought a serene calm. The Victory Squad found themselves at a loss, uncertain how to pass the time, until they stumbled upon a video that alleviated their boredom. Daiku watched as the footage showcased 3 distinct battle scenes, each team member facing their own adversary, a sight that stirred warmth within him. This was a vivid portrayal of Taro fighting alongside humanity. From the video alone, it was evident that the ZAT team possessed formidable strength, effortlessly taking on a super beast. Rina shared this sentiment, her thoughts drifting to a day when the Victory Squad could join forces with Diga on a grand battlefield, each tackling their own foes. The mere thought sent a rush of adrenaline through her veins. Indeed, if Diga could battle alongside the Victory Squad, they would face no pressure and could even alleviate the burden on Ultraman Diga. That would be truly magnificent. Yatsui entertained similar thoughts, his mind wandering as he sat before the computer, chuckling at a joke he had made. Daiku, unable to resist, joined in on the laughter. If only one day we could fight like our senior Taro. My burdens would be greatly diminished, Daiku murmured softly. In the Nexus world. Lying on his bed, Jun watched Taro Ultraman with envy for his human companions. Memories of his previous encounter with Sainagi, when he was shot, haunted him, making him feel that the light bestowed upon him by Nexus was a curse, rather than granting him more time to rest between battles against the alien beasts. It deepened his confusion about whether humanity was truly worth protecting. This had been Jun's lifelong dilemma. Gazing at Taro in the video and the evolution trust he held in his hand, he whispered, "How I envy these Ultramen for having such wonderful human allies to fight alongside them. Since losing Sarah, I have had no companions to aid me in battle. If only I could travel through time. I would gladly leave this world to protect others instead." Returning to the scene, the atmosphere was charged with tension as sparks flew in the battleground. Taro faced Sabatanda with ease, landing punch after punch on the creature's head, which showed no sign of retaliation. Clearly, Sabatanda, a juvenile super beast, was terrified of Taro's overwhelming power, recalling the gruesome fate of being dismembered by a certain meat factory director. The memory was chilling. It had felt as if his very intestines were being torn apart. Leaving only ashes that lingered long after his demise, his soul quietly returning to the monster graveyard. Now, having been resurrected by his master, Sabatanda yearned for revenge on Ace, only to find himself confronted by an Ultraman who was far more terrifying than Ace himself, relentlessly subjected to the harsh lessons of love. Who could be more unfortunate than I? Eventually, Taro, having had his fill of the fight, delivered a powerful uppercut, sending Sabatanda crashing to the ground. With a final display of strength, Taro lifted the defeated creature and hurled it down forcefully before finishing with the Strium Ray, striking Sabatanda squarely. The creature lay motionless, defeated. Turning to Bimster, who was now blind and desperate, he shook his head and flung the rope-holding Weno away. Taro spotted Weno, pouncing like a hungry tiger and safely placing him on the ground. Meanwhile, on the other side, Balakan, reduced to a mere shadow of its former self, lay helpless under the relentless barrage of the God Eagle's continuous bullets and the whale's laser attacks. Balakan was defeated. Under Taro's command, the ZAT team launched the Energy B bomb at Bimster once more. Initially, the bomb elicited no reaction as it penetrated Bimster's abdomen. However, Bimster involuntarily absorbed it, and before he could comprehend the situation, the bomb detonated, engulfing him in flames. Ultimately, Bimster met his end at the hands of the ZAT team. The Yabo people, seated in their cockpit, were utterly terrified and attempted to hastily pilot their craft away. Taro quickly noticed their movements. Another Strium Ray struck the Yabo's craft, obliterating both the Yabo and its vessel in a flash. Thus, the Yabo concluded its nefarious existence. The scene concluded with countless beings captivated by the breathtaking battle, particularly as three-headed monsters were overwhelmed by their respective opponents, unable to contain their exhilaration. Yet, Ace, situated in the Land of Light, felt no such excitement. Observing the two super beasts battling Taro, he was reminded of their past encounters, especially with his old rival Balakan, who had committed countless errors. Despite its decent power, it was simply too weak at this time. Ace found no interest in hunting it down, for the weaker the adversary, the lonelier he felt. However, this was of considerable interest to the worlds of other Ultramen and Kamen Riders, as well as the Armored Warriors in the world of the Armored Warriors, within the ramen shop. Makahai had returned home and, hoping to spend time with Ma Lingling, discovered he could also watch the video footage, prompting him to join Ma Lingling and Duanmu Yin in viewing it together. Duanmu Yin, what do you think of the super beasts? They seem so weak against Ultramen. If our world had such towering entities, would you be interested in them? After watching for a while, Makahai found the super beasts utterly uninteresting and shifted his focus to the ox slaughter machine. Addressing Duanmu Yin, these super beasts are not much different from ordinary monsters, but it's hard to say how I'd fare against them, especially with the Yabo, those interdimensional scientists capable of creating such creatures. Moreover, this Bimster was modified by the Yabo. Although we did not see the process of Bimster defeating Taro, the injuries of Dongguang Taro already testify to everything. If the Yabo were to modify Ox as well, it would only grow stronger, and I might not be able to handle even 3 of them. Duanmu Yin was finally frightened, recalling the Yabo's scientific prowess and remembering Ox's modified experiences. Originally, Ox was terrifying enough in their world. But if the Yabo enhanced it further, their elemental armors would stand no chance against even one. When Taro first arrived on Earth, he possessed the body of Dongguang Taro, becoming a reliable member of the ZAT team. Every Ultraman had their own defense team, yet none could match the bond of life and death shared by the ZAT team, with steadfast comrades and friends by their side. More than 30 years later, a new batch of defense teams united like the original ZAT team. This time, they were guys. The Ultraman leading them was Taro's student, the Ultraman Mebius, who transformed into the human Hinode Mirai on Earth. Although Mebius was a novice, his prolonged stay on Earth with his guys' teammates rapidly strengthened their friendship. Sometimes, when the enemy was formidable, they required the support of other Ultraman warriors. Next, I will share the experiences of Ultraman Mebius. Divided into 7 stories. Chapter 21. What is that expression on your face, and what are those tears about? First piece. Leo's Tale. Enemy. Leafrat Alien, it's truly unexpected that it would be me. Mebius remarked, watching the video as it began to depict his experiences, a moment of great joy for him. He recalled the time he had taken Leo's flying kick head-on. Although Leo was reluctant to discuss it, Mebius had been far too immature at that moment. Is that so? I can't believe Mebius blocked Master Leo's ultimate flying kick with a kick of his own. I wouldn't he have had such courage? Ciro praised Mebius for his bravery. Oh dear. Ciro, please stop. I'm turning red, Mebius exclaimed, unable to contain his embarrassment, attributing his discomfort to Leo, who insisted on bringing up that incident in the world of Kamen Riders. At the Minghai Detective Agency, one pondered, do Ultramen have teacher-student relationships, just like I do with Teacher Minghai? I've always appeared immature in Teacher Minghai's eyes. I wonder if I can see my own reflection in this Mebius? Zhuxiangtao gazed enviously at the connections even these Ultramen possessed, particularly the mentor-student relationship that was so admirable upon reflection. He recalled how he had failed to heed the words of Narumi Shoji on that fateful night, leading to the rescue of the evil wolf beast, which resulted in a harsh reprimand from Narumi. Ultimately, Zhuxiangtao's indecisiveness caused Narumi Shoji to be gunned down, a wound that would forever linger in the hearts of both Zhuxiangtao and Philip. Now, witnessing yet another Ultraman with an identical identity to his own, he was particularly intrigued to observe how his teacher would chastise this new arrival, Mebius. Philip also reminisced about the tragic night when the uncle was shot. And although Zhuxiangtao had changed significantly since then, he remained deeply curious about how Mebius would fare under scrutiny. The moment was filled with uncertainty regarding Mebius's potential failure. The video then presented a new scene. It began with Mebius being relentlessly pursued by an unknown alien. The Reflate alien's energy indicator on its chest flickered wildly as it advanced, knocking Mebius to the ground before delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. As Mebius stumbled back, he nearly lost his footing, creating a shower of sparks against the ground. At that moment, Ryusei, piloting the Phoenix, could hardly contain himself, urgently shouting to Hibino Mirai, who had transformed into Mebius, "There's no time. Use the Mebius Ray." Despite Mebius's energy reserves being critically low and his physical strength waning, he felt compelled to act for the sake of his pride. He raised the Mebius energy device on his left wrist, swiftly rubbed his right hand, and with a flourish, drew a golden arc above his head. Once charged, Mebius formed his hands into a cross shape, unleashing a beam of golden light. Initially, it seemed this ray would be sufficient to vanquish the Reflate alien. Yet the alien effortlessly raised its shield to absorb Mebius's energy attacked. In retaliation, the Reflate alien redirected Mebius's beam back at him, prompting Mebius to brace himself with his shield. However, his strength was rapidly depleting. And soon the shield shattered under the force of the Mebius ray, leaving Mebius grievously wounded. What? The energy beam is ineffective against it. Far away at the guy's base, the monster expert Chiping was astounded. He had never encountered an alien immune to Ultraman's powers. Realizing the futility of his energy attack, Mebius swiftly shifted into his brave form, combining the powers of Hikari and Mebius, and slashed through the air with a golden sword aimed at the Reflate alien. Do not attack recklessly, Mirai. But in a fit of rage, Mirai struck out at the Reflate alien in a frenzy. Yet, the situation took a turn. The Reflate alien spun rapidly, using itself as a massive shield. As the golden sword struck its form, transforming into a purple blade that was hurled back at Mebius. The impact left Mebius reeling, his energy indicator flashing ever more rapidly. I thought you might possess some courage. But is this all you can muster? It seems I have overestimated you. With that, the Reflate alien extended a 6-meter-long sword from its hand, preparing to finish Mebius off. This was the final strike. Just as it was about to descend upon Mebius, Ryusei piloting the Phoenix released spatium missiles in support. The Reflate alien, sensing the sound of bullets slicing through the air, turned and effortlessly destroyed all the missiles. After clearing the threat, it turned its gaze back to Mebius, disappointment etched across its face. You're already too weak to continue, but I will still find a way to finish you off. The Reflate alien pointed its sword menacingly at Mebius. Despite its desire to eliminate him quickly, it afforded Mebius a moment to breathe. I'll let you keep your life for now. Ha 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 ha. The Reflate alien laughed heartily as it departed, leaving Mebius helpless, clutching his wound and pointing ineffectually at his adversary, but all efforts were in vain. Watching the Reflate alien vanish from sight, Mebius's fury ignited anew, and he pounded the ground in a display of his frustration. That Reflate alien has quite the audacity, granting Mebius a second chance at life. It's truly nauseating, remarked Daigu. This is hardly a moment for laughter. Being publicly humiliated by an enemy, one would surely desire to save face. I feel immense sympathy for Mebius. Were I to face such indignities from the Dark Giant, I would be enraged as well, added Jin Zhongjian. That is all in the past. Am I not standing here quite well now? Nonetheless, I was far too impulsive back then. Falling for the enemy's ruse, Mebius reflected. One cannot entirely blame Mebius. Impulsiveness can turn one into a monster, leading to a loss of proper combat tactics, which highlights the cunning nature of the Reflate alien. Countered Jin Hao. Cunning? It's more than that. To insult Mebius in front of his comrades is unforgivable. Were it me, I would have fought back without hesitation. Wu Gang chimed in. You? Fight back? Don't kid yourself. Your weight and height disparities are far too great. Honestly, you'd be better off fleeing, Su Tingfei retorted. Su Tingfei? You? Wu Gang shot back. Enough, you too. Quarreling in front of so many is truly embarrassing for me. Li Haoyan interjected. The video then shifted scenes. Hibino Mirai sat aboard the Phoenix, having suddenly heard an unfamiliar voice that was both serious yet laced with gentleness. Could it be that Reflate alien? He pondered. No. From their conversation, it became clear that they were not enemies. They were either from another invading race or Ultramen sent by the Land of Light to aid Mebius. They piloted their aircraft directly to Kuroshio Island. Zhiping observed the desolation of Kuroshio Island as recorded in the defense team's files. The island, located at the southern tip of the Izu Islands, had become a tragic sight, devastated by the monstrous Black Kiras and Red Kiras. Almost all of its inhabitants had perished. Upon landing at a secluded corner of Kuroshio Island, they followed the guidance of their companion to the summit, where they encountered an elderly man wearing a conical hat and black and white battle attire. This elderly figure was there to pay respects, yet so much time had passed that Kuroshio Island had become a no-go zone, off-limits to all. They and the audience watched in confusion. The elder spoke. During the initial battle on Earth, I failed to protect this sunken island. Initial battle? Ryusei was puzzled by the elder's cryptic words. He never cared for riddles. As a result, many became sacrifices. This is a place I will never forget. As the elder stood, the camera focused on a lion ring adorning his finger, drawing attention. Perhaps those from other universes were unaware of his true intentions. But all Ultramen, including those from the Land of Light, recognized his identity. Are you the one who called me? Although uncertain, Mirai mustered the courage to engage with the elder. Mebius. The elder immediately revealed Mirai's true identity, causing the other Guy's members to instinctively reach for their weapons. If this man were to attack suddenly, they would protect Mirai at all costs. It was only when the elder removed the conical hat that Mirai realized who he was. After parting from the Land of Light, we meet again. What brings you to Earth? Mirai was well aware of the elder's true identity, having just mentioned the Land of Light, which all cosmic viewers recognized as another Ultraman. And the closest to Mebius, I'm here to battle you. The elder's face carried a stern expression, filled with dissatisfaction and anger. It appeared that the elder, Daiba, was particularly displeased with Mebius's fighting style. As Taro had sent Daiba to Earth to assist his student. Yet Daiba felt Mebius was still too young and lacked the fighting spirit necessary to give his all. Faced with the sudden challenge from Daiba, Mirai felt immense trepidation. I cannot fight you. Hearing Mirai's refusal only solidified Daiba's belief that Earth should not be entrusted to Mebius for protection, and he began to provoke Mirai into battle. Do you think you would fare better against me than against the Reflate alien? Filled with resistance, Mirai was aware that Leo would train him, yet the thought of Leo's combat style made him even more apprehensive. The teammates nearby could no longer contain their frustrations. I can't take this anymore. You're just spouting nonsense, Mirai. Who is this guy anyway? Despite Long and George shielding the future was reluctant to see them harmed because of it and had no choice but to reveal the truth about the man. His name is... Before the future could finish speaking, the imposing figure of Dapeng struck a fighting pose and shouted out his true name. Leo? In a radiant burst of golden light, all the members of the Guy's team, except for the future, instinctively shielded their eyes until the brilliance faded, revealing a colossal red giant before them. It was Ultraman Leo. Zhiping was overjoyed to see the old warrior reappear on Earth. Come on, Mebius. Under Leo's stern gaze, the future could not help but take a few steps back, but Long and George urged the future to engage with Leo. Though I don't know what's going on. He looks incredibly motivated. Go on and spar with him. We'll follow. Yielding to George and Long's encouragement, the future steeled himself and advanced. Mebius. The future swiftly summoned the power of Mebius, generating a brilliant golden glow as he transformed into Ultraman Mebius to battle Ultraman Leo. In a desolate wasteland, a gust of sand blew by as Ultraman Leo assumed a combat stance against Mebius. Mebius, however, merely stared vacantly at Leo's movements and attack patterns. By the time Leo had readied his next stance, the battle was already underway. Leo initiated the fight with a powerful kick, which Mebius quickly attempted to block with both arms. However, the force was overwhelming, and Mebius was sent staggering a few steps back. Without giving Mebius a moment to recover, Leo lunged forward with another kick. Mebius, noticing the impending strike, dodged just in time and moved behind Leo to seize him. Leo, feeling Mebius grip his left hand, retaliated by forcefully twisting Mebius's arm and delivering a punch to Mebius's abdomen, subsequently slamming him heavily to the ground. Mebius struggled momentarily but managed to rise again, only for Leo to strike once more. Mebius, employing the same defensive tactic, raised his arms to block as Leo charged forward again. Seizing an opportunity, Mebius managed to throw Leo off balance, though it was Mebius who ended up lying on the ground. Leo swiftly regained his footing and unleashed a flurry of kicks towards Mebius. Mebius was unable to evade them, taking hits from every direction, prompting Leo to chastise him harshly. "If you don't take this seriously, you might lose your life." Determined not to embarrass himself in front of Leo, Mebius bravely charged forward to kick Leo again. However, Leo recognized the flawed attack and countered, pushing Mebius back several steps. Mebius soon found himself at the mercy of Leo's relentless assault, and the audience could feel the severity of Leo's training methods. Particularly, as Leo unleashed a series of rapid punches, it became evident to all, including other Ultramen, Kamen Riders, and Armored Warriors, that this training was nothing short of brutal. Thus, Mebius remained on the receiving end of the punishment until Leo prepared to unleash his ultimate technique to determine the victor. Leo leapt into the sky, executing a 360-degree backflip, and then delivered a heavy kick with his left leg engulfed in intense flames. Those who witnessed this knew all too well the destructive power of this finishing move. It was Leo's flying kick. Mebius resolved to retaliate with a powerful upward kick aimed at Leo. Any standard Ultraman would have evaded or created a barrier to withstand the attack. Yet, Mebius was an exception. Seemingly oblivious, he launched his kick with reckless abandon. As Leo's blazing foot approached, Mebius displayed no fear, but Leo was taken aback in a way. Is he really not planning to dodge? My brother Leo is surely going to feel that impact. Oh no, this is really happening. I can do this. Damn, I can't stop. As Mebius drew nearer, Leo felt completely cornered. Suddenly, the sky erupted in a sea of flames accompanied by a thunderous roar. After the explosive sound and fiery display subsided, Mebius fell to the ground in disarray, clearly in pain, having reverted to his human form as Hibino Mirai. The cosmic audience was left astounded by Mebius's audacious maneuver. In the world of Trigger, Takanashi Kingo watched the brutal display of Mebius being battered by Leo and felt a deep sense of pity. He pondered whether all Ultramen trained in such a manner. If that were the case, he needed to continuously grow stronger to match the power of dark giants like Karamira. He felt woefully inadequate. After contemplating for a while, Kingo realized he must adapt to the training methods of the Land of Light. But with Ribbit gone, he found himself at a loss for whom to train with. Was he truly expected to traverse time and space to find professional Ultraman training in the Land of Light? But where exactly was the Land of Light in this universe? Kingo's mind raced as he struggled to determine the appropriate training style for himself. Meanwhile, in a shadowy alley, the Dark Giants, Karamira and their kin, were gathered, having gained access to the video feed. Is this really the training method of the Land of Light? It's rather underwhelming. That Ultraman Leo? I could defeat him in no time. The speaker, a dark giant named Hitram, was known for his strategic prowess and volatile temperament. Hitram, do not underestimate the strength of other Ultramen. Now that we know of their existence, they are simply the names all beings in the universe use to refer to them. If you truly wish to spar with them, you might just find yourself being hunted by the Land of Light. Standing beside Hitram was Dagon, a dark giant who relished battle. Dagon, are you interested in accompanying me to the Land of Light? I wish to see whether our dark giants or their luminous guardians are superior. Hitram was fixated on the idea of their dark giants dominating the universe, but first, he aimed to eliminate those valiant defenders of cosmic justice. Chapter 22. What are those tears and expressions? Though Hitram craved combat, he had a relentless obsession with capturing his foes and ensuring their complete demise. Dagon, however, was different. As a martial enthusiast, He showed no interest in overpowering opponents who acknowledged a strength greater than his own. Having no desire to join Hitram in conquering the universe, Karamira was even more unique. Her sole focus was on bringing Trigger back to her side, consumed by obsession to the point of falling into darkness. Ever since she learned it was Takanashi Kingo who had returned Trigger to the light, her resentment towards him deepened. She was perplexed that Trigger was, in fact, Takanashi Kingo, who was merely Trigger's human embodiment. Having seen Mebius, who transformed into Hibino Mirai, on the screen, she had surmised that Takanashi Kingo was Trigger's manifestation on Earth. If it means being with Trigger, I would forsake the darkness. Is Takanashi Kingo truly Trigger's human form? Takanashi Kingo, why did you abandon the darkness and choose the light? Karamira stood there in a daze, questioning herself, while only Trigger knew the reason behind such a choice. Back in the scene, Leo's flying kick proved devastating, exacerbating the injuries already suffered by Hibino Mirai. George and the others rushed toward the end of the battle, discovering Mirai sprawled on the ground. They helped him up while inquiring about his injuries. Soon after, Leo transformed back into Dapeng Yin and approached the injured Mirai. However, having recently expended considerable strength, Mirai's teammates could no longer contain themselves, especially George and Long, whose tempers flared as they aimed their guns at Dapeng Yin. As an Ultraman, what were you thinking? Attacking without discernment. I won't let you off lightly. Dapeng Yin simply stood there, observing Long and George as they defended Mirai, a sardonic smile crossing his lips as he retorted. If you rely on weapons, you'll leave yourself vulnerable to your enemies. In the end, it is always up to you. This statement was not only directed at Long and George, but also resonated with others watching from different worlds. Ultimately, it underscored the necessity of relying on one's own combat skills to triumph over opponents. Yourself? For a moment, Long and George were left speechless, though they had distanced themselves due to their mission. This Earth is my second home. No, it is my true homeland. Homeland? As Leo spoke, Mirai sensed a deeper meaning within his words. Sure enough, Leo continued to admonish Mebius. I was testing whether I could entrust this homeland to you. It seems that Taro allowed it. I will not permit it. I cannot leave Earth in your hands. With that, Dapeng Yan's eyes sparkled with cold light, radiating fury. It was a terrifying sight, though to the viewers from other worlds. Only Ultraman could grasp the true significance of this statement. On what grounds do you say that? To this day, Earth is a world we both protect. That will not change in the future. I fear that Leo's words may render one incapable of lifting their head in the face of adversity, instilling a profound lack of confidence in future battles against foes. Yet, how could mere mortals fathom the essence of Leo's statements? After all, Musashi suffered defeat at the hands of the Refractions. He also succumbed to me. What does this signify? Do you comprehend? Your battles must culminate in victory. If you fail to grasp even this, how can you audaciously proclaim yourselves as ultra-warriors? The more he spoke, the more fervent he became, and Long, unable to contain his emotions, felt compelled to step forward and deliver a blow. Try uttering another word. Just as Long was about to act foolishly, Mirai intervened to restrain him, the impetuous fool. Cease this at once, however. Long would not be swayed so easily. Witnessing a dear friend being reprimanded, it was only natural for him to intervene. Mirai, are you truly content to be spoken to in such a manner? Yet, Leo Ultraman's assertions held merit. As Mirai's words faded, tears of frustration streamed down his face, and Leo, instead of reflecting on whether he had erred, shamelessly retaliated. What manner of expression is this? That gaze, those tears, what do they signify? Can your tears save this Earth? Strike down the Refractions. Should you succeed, I shall entrust you with the fate of the planet. Subsequently, before departing, Leo tossed his white training uniform, which he had worn on Earth, to Mirai. The promise Leo made was one that Mirai would never forget. He understood all too well the consequences of failure. His gaze gravely fixed on the direction in which Leo had vanished. Kinzaki Kazuma. This statement is imbued with both anger and melancholy, and it embodies steadfastness. We, too, as Kamen Riders, share this sentiment. Who among us has not traversed the path of defeat? Tachibana Haruto. Indeed, we are the hope of humanity. Failure is inconsequential. Should we cower like turtles, that hope would have long since devolved into despair. Asakura Genta. Yes, the arrow is drawn and must be released. Once launched, the arrow must fly unwaveringly towards its mark. We must take responsibility for the paths we tread. Leo's words have greatly inspired me. I shall commence my training immediately, Lin Jikai. We, the armored warriors, must not falter. To lose would mean an early exit. We must vanquish all the zombie kings and their leader for humanity's peace. Nangong Xine, Jikai, I shall assist you. I am none other than the unparalleled Xine. Helping those in need is also our mission as armored warriors. Returning to the scene, Mirai and Long converse as they return to the Phoenix Nest base. Gazing vacantly at the training uniform bestowed upon him by Leo. Meanwhile, Meiji Yuki enlightens everyone about Leo Ultraman's past battles on Earth. According to the Mac archives, Leo Ultraman has faced defeat at the hands of various aliens and monsters on numerous occasions. So, who was it that ultimately triumphed over these extraterrestrial foes? Xiaohao stood and posed the question to Yuki, and of course, it was Leo Ultraman. In most instances, when Leo Ultraman returned to battle, he unveiled new skills to combat his adversaries. Though he faced setbacks, he was certain to emerge victorious in the next encounter. One can only speculate how many harrowing battles he has endured. Kadoya Tsukasa began to reflect, feeling that his previous remarks had been excessive. However, upon recalling the hardships Leo had faced, his remorse began to flicker. But I remember the defense force. At this moment, Zeppei seemed to recall that the Mac team had suffered total annihilation at the hands of a certain ring-shaped creature. Indeed, they were decimated by enemy attacks. Nevertheless, that wretched being fought to the bitter end. Long, too, began to feel profound regret for his impulsive actions. Meanwhile, Mirai had finally grasped the meaning hidden within Leo's words. So that is it. To regard the Earth as one's homeland is precisely what it entails. Leo Ultraman's birthplace was also destroyed, leaving the Earth as his sole remaining homeland. This sets him apart from me, who hails from the land of light. Our guy's team captain, Mizushima, also shared his perspective. Leo Ultraman. He must have transformed that solitude into strength to fight on. Only by committing to such resolve can one truly consider another's planet as their own homeland. At this juncture, Long continued to recount the harsh truths of Leo's experiences while contributing his own thoughts. Though our intentions are noble, do we possess that same resolve? Is this the determination that has propelled us to fight thus far? With these words, Long turned to Mirai, addressing not just him, but the entire team. Mirai, as you are now. No, as we are. It is inevitable that we cannot surpass Leo Ultraman. At this moment, Kadoya Tsukasa stood and offered comfort to Mirai. Leo Ultraman has also faced defeat. We have only lost to the Refriesians once. Indeed, we cannot afford to lose again. Our battles must culminate in victory. Mirai responded, but the light-based skills are ineffective against him. That is inconsequential. Leo Ultraman has already imparted the means to defeat the Refriesians. Mirai had always perceived the Refriesians as a grotesque entity, nearly devoid of weaknesses and elusive in terms of attack. At this moment, Hisakawa Zeppei elucidated a viable path for Mirai, focusing on the physical structure of the Refriesians. Speaking, Zeppei presented an electrical schematic of the Refriesians' anatomy to the group. The Refriesian structure resembles a multi-layered dielectric mirror, meaning it does not absorb light. However, employing Leo's flying kick may prove effective. Upon hearing this, the group recalled the solution, utilizing the flying kick skill. Then let us emulate that technique and execute it flawlessly. George eagerly suggested. wanting Mirai to unleash this ultimate move and vanquish the Refreshens. However, considering Leo Ultraman's physical capabilities, his vertical leap reached a staggering height of 1,000 meters. The flying kick is a technique that showcases the utmost limit of physical prowess. If your flying kick possesses similar destructive power, before Zeppei could finish, Mirai had already come to a clear realization regarding his own capabilities. Coupled with his previous experience of enduring Leo's flying kick, he formed his own conclusion. Having personally experienced Leo's flying kick, I understand that my kick does not possess that level of destructive power, as Mirai concluded. Long suddenly had an epiphany, excitement coursing through him as he clutched the white training uniform Leo had given Mirai. I see now. This is why Leo Ultraman left this behind. Did he not say it himself? In the end, one must rely on oneself. Look at this passionate fool. What are you saying? Nothing at all. Just as Long's exuberance became a spectacle, the ever-patient Truth Na could no longer restrain herself and was compelled to deliver a sound thrashing. This also added a touch of amusement to the guy's base. Very well, Mirai. Let us commence your specialized training immediately. I shall assist, Long assured Mirai with a pat on his chest, affirming that it was only natural for comrades to support one another. Please wait. However, Mirai declined Long's generous offer, intent on relying on his own efforts to train. After all, Leo had lost comrades, loved ones, and friends, relying solely on himself to conquer one foe after another. This endeavor encapsulated the sweat Leo Ultraman had shed on Earth. Sweat born out of a determination to transform solitude into strength. Now, I understand that I cannot depend on the strength of others. Allow me to proceed alone. Gazing into Mirai's eyes, it was evident that he had arrived at his own resolution. Although he and Long had always been comrades, he felt the need to stand independently, to become a solitary lion akin to Leo. Thus, day after day, Mirai trained relentlessly against the tree stump in the forest. Year after year, without fail, as if he were capable of toppling one with a single kick. While Mirai may not be as formidable as Leo, his unwavering dedication was ever present, with Leo watching over him from the shadows. The voice of Leo resided within him, not merely shared with Musashi, but resonating with all beings of the universe. Men often fight alone, perpetually challenging themselves. All the spectators previously harbored a negative impression of Leo. Having witnessed him deliver a fierce flying kick to Mebius, however, Leo's indomitable spirit and the embodiment of the lion's eye only reinforced their belief in the notion of a man standing alone, illustrating that there are times when a man may lack steadfast companions or the support of family during moments of solitude. In light of this, it becomes imperative for a man to maintain the spirit of a tiger descending from the heavens. In the world of armored warriors, capturing generals, Nangong Sini diligently trains in the training room, influenced by Leo's example, immersing himself in rigorous practice. Meanwhile, Lin Jikai, having just completed his own training, notices Sini still hard at work. Upon entering the training room, he observes Sini engaged in relentless exercise, lifting dumbbells and attacking a training dummy, even after over an hour has passed since his own session concluded. Sini, you must be out of your mind. Stop immediately. We are humans, while Mebius and Leo are ultra warriors. How can we possibly compare? You should take a proper rest, Lin Jikai exclaims, as he removes one of the dumbbells from Sini's grasp. Urging him to take a break, I cannot relent. I have resolved to train for 3 hours daily and run for 2 hours each morning. To defeat the Zonkwai and protect the information codes of humanity from being seized. I must train diligently. I have only half an hour left. Jikai, you may leave. I shall soon catch up, Sini asserts with unwavering determination. Upon hearing Sini's resolve, Lin Jikai refrains from further protest. Sini has always proclaimed his ambition to become the world's strongest, and Lin Jikai does not wish to extinguish his aspirations, allowing them to soar freely, as long as he avoids injury. It is paramount. After all, The Zonkwai could appear at any moment, and should Cine sustain a muscle strain during training, he would bear that regret for a lifetime. In the world of Kamen Riders, Spirit Riders. Inspired by Ultraman Leo, Tenkaichi Tsubasa begins to wield his sword within the Spirit Hall, vowing to become a formidable warrior like his father and resurrect 15 heroic souls. Not only can Tsubasa view this video, but so can Tsukamura Akari and Onishi, who is currently attending university. As she steps outside, she catches sight of the training Tsubasa, feeling genuine happiness for him, as he strives to reignite the fire of his life through daily training. Returning to the scene, the future diligently practices kicking tree stumps in the woods. Although he has made significant progress after several days of training, he still feels a lack of proficiency. He has brought numerous tree stumps for repetitive practice. Day after day, having toppled many, yet he remains dissatisfied with his performance, believing his kicking ability insufficient to defeat the Rephrite alien. During a brief respite, Ryu approaches to offer comfort. "How is your training coming along?" However, upon noticing the despondent expression on the future's face, Ryu understands that the future's skills are still lacking, yet he remains unperturbed. "But you must be somewhat pleased, are you not?" Ryu inquires. Yet, the future feels it is not enough. Currently, he lacks confidence in his efforts, doubting his strength to break through the Rephrite alien's defenses. Even if he were to execute Leo's flying kick, he fears he would be unable to unleash its full potential. "I do not possess Leo's physical prowess. I must cultivate the destructive power of Leo's flying kick. There are still deficiencies I must address." At this moment, Ryu comprehends the future's inner thoughts, realizing he aspires to become a formidable warrior like Leo. "But the distance to achieving Leo's full strength is vast. I do not wish to burden others, nor do I want them to worry about me." The future gazes intently at Ryu, seemingly sensing that Ryu wishes to impart some profound wisdom. "I am simply too concerned." But before Ryu can finish, Zeppei and Sho arrive, marveling at the numerous tree stumps the future has kicked down. "Wow, that's quite a lot. With these, we can surely light a bonfire." Zeppei exclaims. "A bonfire?" Ryu questions, suspecting that Zeppei and the others are not here to observe the future's training, but rather to enjoy a vacation. "Indeed. Speaking of bonfires, we can roast Taro in an instant." Ryu recalls the custom of roasting Taro from their homeland and introduces it to the future. "Future, you haven't tried this yet, have you? It's delicious. You should join us." Despite his teammates' enthusiasm, the future reluctantly accepts their invitation. The scene shifts as everyone prepares sticks and other combustible materials. Just as Zeppei reaches for a lighter, he suddenly remembers he left it in the guy's vehicle. "Wait, that's unnecessary." Ryu suddenly suggests the method of fire by friction. The scene transitions as Ryu takes out the prepared wood and begins to rub it against a flatboard, creating sparks. Watch closely. What is Ryu doing? The future, unfamiliar with this practice, turns to Zeppei for clarification. "If you do it that way, the friction will generate heat, resulting in fire." While Zeppei's explanation is somewhat helpful, the history of fire by friction would likely be lost on the future. This moment also lays the groundwork for the future's eventual victory in battle. "You probably are unaware, but ancient Earthlings used to ignite fire this way." As Ryu continues to rub the wood together, the shavings accumulate, and the temperature rises, eventually igniting a small flame. The future gazes intently at the flickering flame, lost in thought, contemplating how this pivotal moment could aid him in defeating the Rephrite alien. Chapter 23. Achieving the goal. Mebius' explosive spinning kick. At this moment, Ryu and the others receive news that the Rephrite alien has reappeared at the previous battleground. Now, the future is brimming with confidence, disregarding his teammates' advice as he transforms into Mebius to engage in combat. "Your life shall be returned to you." The Rephrite alien, filled with arrogance, believes itself vastly superior to Mebius. Unaware that Mebius has evolved beyond his former self, Mebius adopts a combat stance, fixating his gaze on the Rephrite alien, with all the guy's team members and Leo watching. hoping Mebius will unveil a new technique to counter the foe. Here I go, Mebius cries out, sprinting towards the Rephrite alien. After covering a distance of 3 meters, he suddenly leaps into the air, performing a 360-degree spin, seemingly preparing to execute Leo's flying kick. Are you challenging me with a kick against my defensive light skills? The Rephrite alien, unhurried, raises its shield once more to defend. At that moment, Mebius' right foot lands on the Rephrite alien's shield. A sense of despair washes over the spectators. After all that training, the results appear disheartening, leaving everyone feeling disheartened, as it seemed the Rephrite alien had the upper hand. Unexpectedly, a vision of Ryu creating fire through friction flashes through Mebius' mind. In an instant, Mebius spins his body at high speed. Transforming into his burning brave form, he rapidly rubs against the shield like a matchstick, creating a powerful impact that forces the Rephrite alien to stumble back several steps, with Mebius standing triumphantly before everyone. Ultimate move, Mebius' explosive spinning kick. Well done, future. When did you learn this technique? Ryu exclaims, filled with joy and astonishment, having closely observed the future's training without realizing he possessed such a powerful kick. Kirik Sento. I never anticipated that spinning and jumping could yield such destructive power. From now on, I shall utilize this skill, though I must train further. I wouldn't want to find myself lacking in strength. 5-dimensional Yusuk. Spinning and jumping, indeed a splendid choice. I've always charged headlong into kicks. I never considered such an ability. I must train diligently to defeat all the Garanji. Suiting Fei. Nice. The Feihua armor relies on leg strength for attacks. Mebius has truly mastered this skill, and it seems I have found new inspiration. I must train outdoors tomorrow. Zeta Ultraman. Mebius, your prowess is remarkable. It seems that inspiration was derived from someone named Ryu. How enviable, Haruki Natsukawa. Indeed impressive. Zeta, we too can experiment with this skill to vanquish more foes. This kick's destructive power is surely superior to the Alpha explosive kick. Zeta Ultraman. Absolutely. I shall take Mebius as my benchmark, striving to grow stronger and earn Master Zero's esteem. Haruki Natsukawa. Yes. O's. Returning to the scene, the Rephrite alien rolls on the ground, visibly pained and furious, astonished that Mebius could inflict harm upon it. How dare you injure my body? With that, the Rephrite alien unleashes a series of purple projectiles at Mebius, who deftly evades them. Just as Mebius prepares to release a cutting energy blast from his Mebius aura, he inadvertently turns away and fails to see the Rephrite alien's position until he hears its warning. Look here! Upon hearing the voice of the Rephrite aliens, the scene that unfolded before Yumibozu was exceedingly infuriating. The left hand of the Rephrite alien unleashed chains that ensnared the Phoenix, initiating a negotiation with the life of the dragon as collateral. Seated within the Phoenix, the dragon was filled with rage, unable to fathom that the cunning Rephrite aliens would resort to taking hostages. Surely, you cannot stand by idly while these minions meet their demise. If you do not act, I cannot ensure their safety. Though the Rephrite aliens were incensed by the injury inflicted upon them by Yumibozu, the presence of the Phoenix beside him sparked a devious idea. Do not concern yourselves with us, indeed. Let us vanquish the Rephrite aliens. Amidst the turmoil, the dragon and the truth-seeker within the Phoenix were in a state of panic. Yet they deemed it worthwhile to act in order to protect Yumibozu. The Rephrite aliens, confident of their victory, brandished their spear once more, aiming to strike Yumibozu. This became the final straw for the mighty bird, who swiftly removed the conical hat from his head and positioned the Eye of Leo upon his chest, transforming once again into Leo Ultraman. Leo, a familiar battle cry echoed, accompanied by the distinct BGM for Leo, heralding his return. Leo leapt forth, seizing the Rephrite alien's spear with a tenacious grip, and with all his might delivered a devastating chop to the spear, causing it to shatter at the tip. Seizing the moment while the Reflite alien was momentarily dazed, Yumibozu tore away the chains that bound the Reflite alien's left hand, freeing the dragon and the Truth Seeker. The stage was now set for Yumibozu and Leo, liberated from the constraints of hostages, allowing them to unleash their full potential as they both advanced to grasp the Reflite alien. However, the Reflite alien, endowed with formidable strength, swiftly broke free from their grasp, tossing Leo and Yumibozu aside before delivering a punishing blow to Leo, who collapsed to the ground. Fueled by fury, Yumibozu retaliated with a kick directed at the Reflite alien, only to be cast away once more by its overwhelming might. In the ensuing scuffle, Leo regained his footing and engaged the Reflite alien, executing a series of relentless attacks while Yumibozu adeptly defended against the Reflite alien's onslaught. The Reflite alien unleashed a barrage of purple projectiles toward Leo, who deftly performed backflips to evade the incoming fire. Determined to shield his brother from harm, Yumibozu launched himself at the Reflite alien, delivering a punch that only served to further provoke it, as he narrowly avoided several of its counterattacks. Leo, leaping from behind, landed squarely between the Reflite alien and Yumibozu, delivering a swift kick before vaulting into the air, executing an elbow strike aimed at the Reflite alien. The Reflite alien soon found itself on the receiving end of Leo's unrelenting barrage, a hand chop, a kick, and a punch, followed by another kick from Yumibozu. The two Ultramen deftly dodged the Reflite alien's strikes, grasping its shoulders and shaking it vigorously. As time passed, Yumibozu and Leo relentlessly hurled the Reflite alien away. They exchanged knowing glances, nodding in agreement, then leapt into the sky to prepare for their ultimate technique. In unison, they assumed their stances to unleash their final, devastating attack. Flames roared around Leo's right foot, while Yumibozu commenced a rapid 360-degree spin in midair. His entire form engulfed in a blaze akin to a roaring inferno, following Leo's flying kick to strike the Reflite alien. Leo's flying kick, Yumibozu's blazing spinning kick. The Reflite alien shattered into countless fragments as they descended to the ground, the explosion indicating its demise. With the battle concluded upon their landing, the sun dipped below the horizon of Black Tide Island. Leo prepared to depart from Earth, knowing that upon relaying the news, he would return the white training suit he had once bestowed upon him. "Thank you. No need for thanks. You have shown me what I must do." Observing the more mature and grown-up Yumibozu, Leo turned to leave with a contented smile. Although a tinge of regret lingered, Yumibozu could not suppress his joy. Brother Leo, in the future, he conveyed his unwavering promise to protect the Earth. "Very well. I entrust it to you. No, I entrust my homeland to you." The gravity of Leo's tone intensified, revealing that he regarded Yumibozu as a younger brother and a worthy successor. "I assure you. I count on you." Yumibozu, a proud smile adorned Leo's face once more, a rare sight after 30 years of absence, a cherished gift from an era long past. The scene faded to a close. Thus, the tale of Leo reached its conclusion. The second chapter, Eddie's Tale, Adversaries, Ho and Robaluga in the Land of Light. Leo's might was truly formidable. It was evident that Yumibozu had earned Leo's favor. Entrusting the Earth to Commander Yumibozu implies Leo's endorsement of him. We too must engage in relentless training, whether under the tutelage of Taro or Commander Yumibozu, striving to become as strong as him. Leo observed the multitude of younger Ultramen in the plaza with great delight. It appeared that my battles and words of training had provided them with immense motivation. Thus, the Ultramen would grow ever stronger. Our fighting skills serve as our greatest weapon in self-defense, as Leo spoke. Yumibozu refrained from rebuttal, harboring admiration for Leo despite his reservations. Indeed, the spirit of the Ultramen is akin to a relay baton. Look, here I am alongside Yumibozu. I hope this video offers valuable insights to the younger generation. At that moment, Eddie arrived at the Ultra Guard, evidently thrilled to see the footage of himself alongside Umibiozu.in, the world of armored warriors, the light and shadow realm, due to the recent challenge posed by the Shadow Guardian. Li Xinnan and his companions were compelled to engage in battle. Ultimately, they triumphed over the Shadow Guardian and the 4 ancient beasts sent forth by the Black Emperor, resulting in their complete annihilation. Had Xiangyang not awakened the consciousness of the Emperor, Li Xinnan may have faced dire consequences. Although Xiaoxue emerged unscathed, she felt immensely fatigued and required several hours to recuperate. They returned to the dumpling shop to rest and watch videos. Having missed the Leo chapter, oblivious to the events that transpired, Meijin recounted the recently aired video in detail. With the emergence of new footage, Li Xinnan and his companions grew increasingly intrigued by the Ultraman race. Li Xinnan gazed intently at the white subtitles introducing Eddie, lost in contemplation. I never imagined the Ultramen had relationships akin to masters and disciples. The sheer number of Ultramen is remarkable. This bodes well for the stability of cosmic order. Indeed, we armored warriors share a similar purpose. To protect all people, we must engage in battle, never considering the guardians of other realms. They each have their corresponding protectors. The universe is truly wondrous. I long to become comrades with them. Shi Zhao rested his arm on the table, propping his chin as he pondered meaningfully. The others chuckled, captivated by the unfolding scene. In the midst of Yumi Bozu's universe, a red and white orb of light plummeted toward Earth at an astonishing speed. It soared through the skies above Hawaii, where the white orb revealed a silhouette, unleashing a binding light that struck the shadow of a spaceship. Upon impact, the vessel could no longer maintain its form, transforming into a colossal robot. Its body shimmered in blue-green hues, adorned with 2 antennas atop its head, which bore a striking resemblance to the bow of a spaceship, and its lower half evoked the image of a sea creature emerging from the depths. The Disc Creature. Robaluga 2. Originally, the Disc Creature was an assassin dispatched by Commander Black of Black Star to eliminate Leo on Earth, but 30 years prior, Leo had vanquished them all. However, remnants of the Disc Creature remained on Black Star, yet to be dispatched to Earth, and now it had received orders from the Supreme Commander, currently pursued by Eddie Ultraman. The world of Kamen Riders. The 01 universe, within the top floors of Fuiden Technologies. Arudo scrutinized the video showcasing the Disc Creature, noting its similarities to the Shimegia produced by their company. After much deliberation, he proposed a rational idea. If we could modify the programming of our Shimegia to operate more like the Disc Creatures, it would prevent them from being easily infiltrated by other systems. What do you think? If you were to accept my proposal, you could capture an image of the Disc Creature, comparing its anatomical structure with that of Robaluga 2, thereby allowing for a more splendid transformation of Robaluga 2. Who listened to everyone's suggestions, also accepted this idea. This video provided them with great inspiration, and has already recorded the appearance of Robaluga 2 and transmitted it to the data space. Returning to the scene, as Robaluga 2 descended, another red and silver giant followed suit. Once the dust settled, a being resembling Pan Changjiang landed on the Earth. The prominent yellow belt around its waist was particularly striking. The battle between Eddie and Robaluga 2 commenced with Eddie launching a kick towards Robaluga 2, who narrowly evaded by sidestepping. Eddie then attempted to dodge as Robaluga 2 retaliated with a punch, which Eddie skillfully avoided. Now it was Robaluga 2's turn to counterattack. It swung a fist at Eddie, who again dodged to the side. Robaluga 2 unleashed another assault, but Eddie blocked it with both hands, sending Robaluga 2 flying. Eddie showcased his prowess as the ultimate king, delivering a swift knife-hand strike to Robaluga 2's abdomen. Infuriated by the perceived injustice, Robaluga 2 retaliated with a kick, but Eddie remained steadfast. Firmly planted on his feet, Robaluga 2 launched a furious onslaught towards Eddie, who adeptly evaded each attack until he seized Robaluga 2's right arm. With a powerful throw, Eddie created distance between them and unleashed a sweeping kick at Robaluga 2. Not one to be caught off guard, Robaluga 2 retreated several hundred meters. Upon landing, it unleashed a barrage of devastating purple energy blasts towards Eddie. Amidst the relentless bombardment, Eddie dodged each blast with ease, remaining remarkably composed even under such chaotic circumstances. Robaluga 2, taken aback by Eddie's agility, realized that its ranged attacks were futile. It then soared towards Eddie, but the dust kicked up by the explosions obscured Eddie's vision of his foe. Seizing the opportunity, Robaluga 2 struck Eddie with two swift kicks and seized him by the neck. Finally, Eddie caught a clear glimpse of his adversary, gripping Robaluga 2's outstretched arms. Robaluga 2 once again capitalized on the moment, firing energy blasts at point-blank range, forcing Eddie to stagger backward. The relentless assault continued with a series of purple energy blasts, leaving Eddie struggling to counterattack. Despite being known as the Ultimate King, he found himself at a disadvantage in this confrontation. Just as the situation seemed dire, a golden bias strip suddenly collided with Robaluga 2, and as it settled between Eddie and Robaluga 2, it gradually revealed its original form. Mebius Ultraman re-emerged, sensing the invasion of Earth and swiftly arriving in Hawaii to rendezvous with Eddie. Eddie, rising to his feet, exchanged nods with Mebius, and the duo was ready to engage in battle. Mebius initiated the attack with a flurry of punches directed at Robaluga 2, while Eddie joined in with a series of kicks followed by a knife hand strike. Mebius leaped into the air, delivering a kick to Robaluga 2's head, followed closely by Eddie's own powerful kick, sending Robaluga 2 reeling backward. With renewed vigor, Eddie and Mebius launched a combined assault, landing punches and kicks on Robaluga 2. Eddie followed up with another strike, while Mebius pressed the attack without hesitation. However, Robaluga 2 managed to counter, sending Mebius flying with a kick. Eddie stepped in to retaliate, but Robaluga 2 blocked his attack and aimed another strike at Eddie, who narrowly evaded. Having learned from his previous encounter, Mebius braced himself against Robaluga 2's kick and retaliated with a powerful punch. Chapter 24. Everyone's teacher in the scene that followed, taking advantage of Robaluga 2's momentary disorientation, Mebius lifted Robaluga 2 and hurled it backward. Once it landed, Robaluga 2 ascended again, unleashing an even broader array of energy blasts. Initially, Eddie bore the brunt of the assault, but with Mebius joining the fray, the intensity of Robaluga 2's attacks escalated. Both Eddie and Mebius regretted not taking to the skies to pursue Robaluga 2, and instead found themselves enduring a barrage of relentless strikes on the ground, with no opportunity to evade. Meanwhile, Eddie, having evaded several attacks, seized the moment to launch his Ultra Spear, striking Robaluga 2 in midair, rendering it momentarily immobile. Ultimately, the two Ultraman warriors combined their energy for a devastating finishing move. The Mebius Ray and the Shikushim Ray struck Robaluga 2 with tremendous force, causing it to explode in a spectacular display. The two stood victorious, gazing at one another for an extended moment, their silhouettes framed against the dazzling sunlight, a stark contrast to the chaos that had just transpired. Witnessing Eddie's combat prowess, numerous beings across the cosmos were left in awe, their admiration for him growing as they regarded him as an idol. Zhenzhong Jianwu remarked, "Incredible. Is this truly the fighting style of the esteemed Eddie?" Seizing the gaps between enemy attacks to counter relentlessly, coupled with an array of energy techniques, he truly embodies the essence of the Ultimate King. Eddie responded, "Indeed, in our land of light, I am revered as the Ultimate King. Upon my first arrival on Earth, I took on the role of a teacher to humanity." Tokiwa Sogo exclaimed, "Teacher, I never imagined that Eddie would also embody the role of an educator." "Eddie-sensei, you are truly my idol," Eddie humbly replied. "You flatter me." Sogo.at that time. "I assumed the role of a teacher to investigate the negative energy that is often associated with adolescence." Higashi Matsuba interjected, Negative energy? Are you referring to the sadness, anger, jealousy, and other such detrimental influences that reside within humanity? If that's the case, it is indeed plausible. Do Ultraman truly concern themselves with such matters? Father of Ultra affirmed. Indeed, our roles as Ultraman are diverse, encompassing various positions such as administrative observers, commanding officers, chief instructors, and scientists. Kirik Sento inquired, Scientists? Are there physicists among you? I believe my scientific prowess could rival yours. Hikari asked, Oh? If I may inquire. Kiryu Sento, what kind of technologies do you specialize in? Matoi-shun, intervening, suggested, Might I ask, could you two refrain from discussing this in the group chat and instead converse privately? Following Matoi's advice, Kiryu Sento and Hikari opted to exit the group chat to foster a more interactive dialogue as scientists. The new scene unfolded, revealing that Mirai had sensed a trace of negative energy emanating from Sakura Hill Junior High. Despite other GUIS members believing that such a minor amount of negative energy posed no significant threat, Mirai insisted on investigating, recalling Eddie's counsel to Mebius before departing Earth. Shortly after Mirai arrived at the school, he was approached by 3 former students, Tsukamoto, Ryugo, and Katsuyoshi. They were under the impression that their teacher, Shitty Man, was none other than Eddie Ultraman, who had joined UGM over 20 years ago. With unwavering belief, Tsukamoto posed all the questions that had been on his mind. Excuse me, are you with GUIS? Yes. Is there any unusual activity? Unaware of the implications behind the question, Mirai, who held firm to his belief in the existence of negative energy, failed to grasp the deeper meaning. Nothing unusual. I see. Then I shall take my leave. Disheartened by the absence of the negative energy he had anticipated, Mirai departed. However, Tsukamoto was unwilling to let go of the opportunity to gather information about Shitty Man and approached Mirai once more. Wait a moment, do you know someone named Shitty Man, who was once a member of UGM? Upon hearing the mention of UGM, Ryugo began to scold Tsukamoto. Why are you bringing up UGM? Shitty-sensei worked as both a teacher and a member of UGM. Katsuyoshi interjected, Is that true? Absolutely. I heard it from the child of a former UGM member at the previous school. Is that so? Can you tell me where Shitty-sensei is now? In that moment, the innocent little Mirai encountered a human who still remembered the existence of his brother Eddie. Albeit Eddie was now in the land of light and unable to respond, leaving Mirai at a loss for words. As night fell, Mirai engaged in a heartfelt conversation with Eddie, who was far away in the land of light, hoping to arrange a reunion for their junior high school class. Not only as an Ultraman but also as an educator, Eddie was revered, and even 25 years later, this admiration remained steadfast. The final gathering of the Sakura Hill Junior High School alumni was set to take place, and Mirai earnestly urged Eddie to attend as Shitty Man Sensei. Eddie, who fantasizes about attending the reunion, feels an overwhelming sense of joy. After all, having grown from childhood into adulthood, and now nearing middle age, he has long hoped that his former teacher, Shitty Ming, would grace their final reunion with his presence. However, without a moment's hesitation, Eddie declined the invitation, exclaiming, I cannot do that. In an alternate dimension where he communicates with his older brother, Future finds it hard to fathom Eddie's resolute expression. Why? Future muses, I once visited Earth to investigate negative energy, and through my interactions with humanity, I sensed their boundless potential. Surely, this resonates with you, Dream Bose. Indeed, Dream Bose empathizes deeply with Eddie's intriguing experiences during his visit to Earth. Yet, humanity remains oblivious, misdirecting that potential towards negative outcomes, resulting in the very essence of negative energy. Dream Bose candidly addresses Eddie's inquiry, still struggling to grasp the reasons behind Eddie's swift refusal. Exactly. Thus, I aspired to explore the realm of education, perhaps to mitigate the generation of negative energy. I diligently studied and became a teacher for middle school students. A tumultuous period marked by instability. However, I failed to contain the emergence of negative energy, In order to confront the relentless monsters, I had to relinquish my role as an educator. Although I have distanced myself from Earth, my thoughts remain with them. Dreambows, I implore you to convey my message. Shitty Ming extends his sincerest apologies to everyone. While he was once an exemplary teacher, the current Shitty Ming, no, Eddie Ultraman, has strayed from guiding his students, yet he has never forgotten them. In the cosmos, Shitty Ming has become a legend, a figure of admiration and respect. Nevertheless, his abrupt rejection of the reunion invitation has led to a profound understanding of the teaching profession among his peers. In the world of Kamen Rider 4's, within the Moon Rabbit capsule, Kisaragi Jintaro has perpetually remained a student reluctant to mature. Despite his social prowess, his lack of teaching experience has instilled a sense of unease about his future. While Shitty Ming is indeed a commendable teacher, his achievements for his students are already remarkable. I comprehend your sentiments. However, we must also consider the anxiety Shitty Ming experienced at that time, as being a teacher necessitates a certain level of awareness. Listening to Yuki's counsel, Jintaro's spirits soared from despair to elation. He abruptly rose from his seat, as if he had discovered a kindred spirit, his eyes sparkling with admiration for Shitty Ming. This teacher, Shitty Ming, is my aspiration in life. I swear, I shall become a teacher like him and strive to befriend my students. Jintaro resolved to pursue his dream of becoming an educator wholeheartedly. In the world of armored warriors. Naba? Within a ramen shop, watching the troubled Shitty Ming resolutely decline his student's invitation, Duanmu Yin was suddenly reminded of his own father. In his youth, he was immature, engrossed in video games, indifferent to his father's affairs. Now, it is too late. Duanmu Gu has already departed, and only now does he realize the true meaning of loss. He glimpses Eddie Ultraman, who bears an uncanny resemblance to his father, and perceives Eddie's hesitation. He must be unable to let go of his students. Otherwise, Mr. Eddie would never disregard them. Domi, he is an exceptional teacher. I must vanquish all the Auks and capture those behind the scenes to avenge my father. Duanmu Yin has unraveled his inner turmoil and is resolute in becoming a killing machine against Auks, determined to eliminate them, regardless of the cost. Observing Duanmu Yan's determined expression, Ma Kuai and Ma Lingling agreed that those who collude with Auks must also be brought to justice. Leaving no wrongdoer unpunished. As dawn broke the following day, news of Eddie Ultraman's arrival on Earth had spread across various media outlets, appearing on numerous newspapers. All of Eddie's former students rejoiced upon learning that their teacher, Shitty Ming, had returned to Earth, enthusiastically shouting their hopes for his attendance at the upcoming reunion. Teacher, there's a reunion tomorrow at Sakuragaka Junior High School, the last one, exclaimed Shungji, who works at the supermarket. You simply must come, urged Tsukamoto at the school gate. Definitely, you must attend. Rakugo, Shungji, Dr. Fangshun, and Juni will all be there. Everyone is eager to see you. Meanwhile, Future, hiding in a corner by Sakuragaka Junior High School, felt a pang of anxiety for her brother. I'm sorry. I cannot bring myself to say it. It is evident that Future still lacks the courage to relay Eddie Ultraman's apology for disappointing everyone. Back at the guy's base, Zhiping noticed a faint reaction of negative energy on the computer, pinpointed to Sakuragaka Junior High School. Here it comes again. Is it the same negative energy as before? Nearby, Marina recalled Future mentioning her vague sense of negative energy in that location. The memory of fear resurfaced. Indeed, it is minimal yet intermittent, Zhiping explained. Is it that middle school again? Yes. I heard that school is on the verge of closure. How unbelievable. Could it be that the school feels sorrow over its impending demolition, thus inciting the negative energy? While such musings are intriguing, Zhiping quickly doused their optimism with reality. How could it? Inanimate objects cannot emit negative energy. That is implausible. As 5 of them discussed the matter of negative energy, Future, on the other side, clutched an Eddie doll with a sigh, clearly still mourning her brother's unfulfilled promises to his students. Future conveyed her concerns to Captain Hashimizu, who recognized her profound uncertainty and the adverse effects weighing on her. Rather than chastising her for any missteps, Hashimizu offered heartfelt guidance. I see. But what should we do? You ought to take some action, shouldn't you? Before Future could finish, Hashimizu urged her to calm down and listen to his thoughts. Encounters, farewells, joy, sorrow. Humanity is indeed a troublesome species. Yet, as time passes, it transforms into something we call memories. Memories? Indeed. If one were to be devoid of memories, it would be the most tragic fate for a human. Wouldn't it? It must be said that in the realm of psychological support, Captain Hashimizu undoubtedly ranks first among the Heisei defense team leaders. Incredible! Captain Hashimizu is so gentle. He is always kind to his subordinates. Especially during that moment when he comforted Future. I felt compelled to become his subordinate, mused Shinchiro. What? Shinchiro, should I just dismiss the Victory Squad members and let you join guys instead? Teased Kiryu. Not at all. Captain, what I'm saying is that Hashimizu exudes a sense of security and light. If you could emulate his qualities, perhaps I wouldn't consider leaving the Victory Squad, Shinchiro replied in one word. That would be cowardice. Retorted Kiryu. What did you say, Kiryu? Do you want to compare? Who is afraid? Bring it on, Dato interjected. Both of you, stop arguing. Remember, everything we say gets transmitted to the comments section. How wonderful, Dreambos. I envy you for having such an excellent captain. Thank you for all the cherished memories, Dreambos responded. Thank you, Brother Taro. Had it not been for watching these videos for so long, I might have long forgotten these past memories. Indeed, no one wishes to lose the memories they hold dear. Added Hino Eiji. Time swiftly approached the final reunion for Tsukamoto and his colleagues. Many students who had been taught by Eddie Ultraman gathered for this momentous occasion. Fangshun, Shangji, Tsukamoto, Rakugo, Dr. Jinny, and others congregated on the rooftop of the teaching building. Rakugo hoped to utilize this platform to summon Eddie Ultraman. Meanwhile, at the school entrance, Hibino Future gazed regretfully at the festivities unfolding on the rooftop. I still cannot bring myself to speak Eddie's words. Just then, a faint blue-purple light flickered from the teaching building, and Future was astonished to witness the sudden emergence of negative energy. The building, which was merely an object, should not be capable of generating negative energy. Meanwhile, at the guy's base, Zhiping's computer suddenly registered a surge of negative energy. The negative energy from Sakuragaoka Junior High School is rapidly escalating. The dazzling hues of blue and violet emanated brilliantly, coalescing into a colossal sphere. Negative energy surged forth from the Shui Zhaofeng teaching building, transforming from gas into a tangible entity. A creature born of this negative energy materialized before the crowd. Its form was cloaked in a mottled brownish-gray, with outstretched hands resembling the wings of an owl, and two large spikes protruding from its chest. It was the sulfuric monster. Hua landed not far from the school. And soon Shangji and his companions caught sight of the beast. Look over there, it's a monster. A monster indeed. Jinny, this is your doing again. For it was during Jinny's previous heartbreak that Hua had first manifested. How was I to know? I certainly didn't summon this creature. However, rather than wreaking havoc, Hua stood still, roaring, as if attempting to convey a message. Keen-eyed cosmic beings discerned that this monster was not driven by rage towards the destruction of buildings, but rather seemed to be calling out for someone. At that moment, Mirai had transformed into Ultraman Mebius, advancing to confront the monster. Although Hua had not caused any devastation to the city, it was imperative to eliminate the threat for the sake of the populace. Mebius charged towards Hua, seizing the massive creature. Before Hua could comprehend the situation, he was ambushed by the sudden appearance of the Ultraman warrior. Hua managed to shake off Mebius, the latter, hands on hips, observed Hua, who remained stationary, seemingly searching for something, looking rather innocent and endearing. Hua appeared to lack a target for battle. When he turned, he found Mebius standing before him, prompting onlookers to believe that the monster would surely attack. To their surprise, Hua was startled, his expression betraying a significant fright. Although Mebius was poised for combat, he couldn't fathom the thoughts swirling within the creature's mind. For safety's sake, Mebius decided to push Hua away from the school. And Hua, held by Mebius, appeared utterly helpless, flailing desperately against the Ultraman's back. Suffering from a barrage of attacks, Mebius inadvertently sent Hua flying, who landed heavily on the ground. Hua retaliated with blasts of blue and violet light, striking Mebius with overwhelming force, who found himself momentarily incapacitated. Just then, Ryu piloted the Phoenix, launching a variable beam at Hua as he charged towards Mebius. The beam penetrated Hua's form without any visible effect. "What is happening?" Ryu exclaimed in astonishment, as Hua turned to retaliate against the Phoenix. Fortunately, Ryu's driving skills allowed him to evade catastrophe. Chapter 25. Memories of Teacher Eddie. The scene continued to unfold. Mebius observed as Hua was drawn towards Ryu, seizing the opportunity to charge once more, employing sheer brute force to hurl Hua away. Mebius followed up with a flying kick, but Hua crouched down, evading the attack. Now it was Hua's turn to dominate the battlefield. He lunged at Mebius, relentlessly striking him with his hands, occasionally using tears as a weapon. The camera intermittently shifted between Hua and the dimly lit corridors of the school, the stark contrast highlighting Hua's ferocity, until a single drop of water fell from a faucet in the corridor, prompting Hua to cease his assault. This moment, all spectators and Mebius alike were utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Seizing the opportunity, Mebius managed to slip away from Hua's relentless pressure. Just then, Hua's gaze was drawn skyward, where a small red-silvered rapidly approached him, transforming into a towering giant. Yes, it was Ultraman Eddie, once more gracing the earth with his presence. Upon witnessing Eddie's arrival, his former students were transported back 25 years, recalling the fervent teachings of their mentor, Yashida Takashi. They all cried out, invoking the image of the man they cherished, Yashida Takashi, their beloved teacher, whose memory brought them joy. As they gazed upon the familiar figure, Hua's ears perked up, expressing his excitement. "Since this monster is born of negative energy, I shall be the one to vanquish it." With that declaration, Hua raised his hands, seemingly signaling his surrender. True to his word, Eddie unleashed a burst of fiery light that enveloped Hua. A golden radiance erupted from Hua's form, and rather than suffering, he appeared to smile at the end of his life. In that moment, succumbing to Eddie's hand felt like the pinnacle of happiness for Hua. Hua's demise brought smiles to Eddie's students, as they longed for their teacher to remain with them just a bit longer, calling out his human identity on Earth. "Teacher, out of admiration for you, I have become a teacher myself," Tsukamoto exclaimed, expressing how he had finally become a mentor like Yashida Takashi, a memory he would cherish forever. Observing his former students, Eddie understood the reason for the resurgence of negative energy on Earth, which explained why Hua had smiled even as he perished. "I'm married now. I have 3 children." Fangshun shared her own journey over the years. "I work at a local credit bank," followed by Raku. "Every day at the university, I conduct experiments," Shungji chimed in, recounting his own transformations. "I have inherited my father's supermarket and work diligently," Shungji added. As their words settled, the students unveiled a banner that read, "Thank you, dear teacher, for the beautiful memories you left us," evoking deep sentiment within Eddie. Tsukamoto, leading the group, proclaimed, "Everyone, let us express our gratitude to our teacher. We sincerely thank you." As a grand melody resonated, their cherished memories melded into the passage of time. "When I gaze upon you, I feel the grace of a teacher. As I stand upon the campus of yesteryears, so many years have swiftly passed. Reflecting on this, time truly flies, and farewell is upon us, until we meet again." As the music faded, Eddie soared into the sky, leaving uncertainty about his return to the land of light. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Mebius, transformed into Mirai, stood before the teaching building, contemplating whether to apologize to the students. "In fact, it is the students who have taught me." At that moment, a middle-aged man approached Mirai. "Yashida Takashi, brother. I am the one who should express my gratitude. The time spent with them is an irreplaceable memory." Mirai earnestly addressed Yashida. "Go on. They await you," Yashida encouraged. "Mebius, I must personally apologize to them, for they are the most important students to me." With that, Yashida ascended to the rooftop of the teaching building, where all the students warmly welcomed his presence. The camera shifted to Mirai and Taka. That monster was definitely summoned by Sakuragaka Junior High. Mirai earnestly stated that it as simple as that, George inquired. "Indeed, however, it is slightly different. Sakuragaka Junior High did not summon the monster out of despair over impending demolition, but rather to facilitate a meeting between Eddie and the students," Mirai explained, evoking profound emotions in Tarina. "Those from our memories can also be described as warriors of the past. Memories hold immense significance." The scene concluded with Yashida embracing his students. One cannot deny that those cherished moments would always prompt laughter, mingled with tears, much like Tsukamoto and the others. Part 3. Ace Enemies. Aburu, the Mebius killer, lunatics, in the land of light, gazing at the multitude of Eddie's former students flashing across the screen. The one with the deepest emotional bond was undoubtedly Ultraman Eddie. Tsukamoto, Raku, Fangshun, the doctor, Juni. Those memories, once fading, now surged back into Eddie's mind, reminding him of their youthful faces from many years ago. Yet, with the passage of time, they had all departed from this life, leaving a sense of longing. For humanity could not utilize the life-preserving devices invented by the Ultraman warriors. This time, it is my turn. Aburu, it was thanks to him that I was able to reunite with Yuko. As Eddie beheld the introduction of the enemy on the screen, emotions of anger, sorrow, and nostalgia welled up within him once more. I in the world of Kamen Rider. Saber, Aburu again? Wasn't he defeated by Taro last time? How has he returned? As he watched the familiar foe reappear, Fei found it hard to believe how these extraterrestrial beings could resurrect themselves. Shouldn't the Megiddo from their world also be able to come back to life? It must be the accumulation of resentment that has allowed Aburu to return. Didn't we previously discuss the reasons for Aburu's revival? He must harbor immense hatred for the Ultraman warriors, which has restored his corporeal form, Runtaro elaborated. Fei sighed. It seems yet another fierce battle awaits. But it can also serve as material for my story. The scene transitions to a grand screen. Within the dim confines of a spaceship, for extraterrestrials engage in a serious discussion regarding a grand scheme. The camera focuses on a particularly familiar alien, indeed, the otherworldly scientist, Aburu, who first appeared in the Taro saga. He has resurrected once more. Is this not the interdimensional being Aburu? And what of it? Yet, even a creature such as he might find himself among our four kings. The speaker, the frost assassin Grozum, is capable of freezing anything, a lethal entity from the dark realm of Suzhou. Grozum exclaims, "The Emperor's temper is not a recent development. This gentleman, exuding an air of sophistication, is the so-called gentleman from the Myphala's race. His kin, who previously descended upon Earth, met their demise at the hands of Taro. Yet this Myphala's individual is the one who battled the original Ultraman. He had previously proclaimed that he would return to Earth one day, and this time he is determined to fulfill that promise." With a scoff, Aburu addresses the assembled extraterrestrials, declaring, "I shall eventually transform you all into super beasts. Under my dominion, we will vanquish the Ultraman Mebius and offer the Earth to His Majesty the Emperor. Just wait and see." As Aburu contemplates his selfish ambitions to dominate Earth and defeat Ultraman Mebius, One extraterrestrial can no longer contain his frustration. Hold on. I will not allow you to take all the credit. This alien, entirely composed of skeletal structure, is the Disrelem, overly eager to claim glory, voicing his discontent at Aburu's attempt to usurp recognition. Without further ado, Aburu transforms into a flurry of interdimensional fragments, fleeing the spaceship to commence his meticulously crafted battle plan. Aburu, Disrelem exclaims, growing increasingly agitated at the sight of Aburu's escape. Wait, Disrelem, let us observe his capabilities. All the viewers recognize Aburu's intent, to conquer Mebius and present Earth to the Emperor. However, the audience is left perplexed about the identity of the Emperor they serve, as all 4 extraterrestrials are simultaneously in his employ. Left Xiang Ta, who exactly is the mastermind behind them? I have an ominous feeling about the Emperor Aburu mentioned, Ultraman father. It is the Impera, a being that wreaked havoc in our land of light for over 30,000 years. It was only through my awakening of the true sword's power that I was able to inflict severe injury upon him, forcing him away from the land of light, though I too suffered wounds. Jin Zhong Jianwu, such a perilous existence. Even someone as formidable as Ultraman father incurred such grave injuries. Clearly, the Impera's might cannot be underestimated. Daegu, to defeat Mebius, is Aburu not dreaming. Mebius is far too powerful to be vanquished. Mebius, Daegu, do not be complacent. Extraterrestrials are cunning. Aburu intends to exploit my vulnerabilities as leverage. He plans to scatter me from guise, ensuring his victory. Duan Muyen, you Ultramen seem rather weak, without guise. You falter. It appears that immense power is not always advantageous, a Ling Ling. Do not fall for his deceitful words. Duan Mu is merely jesting. In an instant, she covers Duan Mu Yan's mouth. Nan Gong Xine. Let me see what Aburu's plan entails. Additionally, I wish to ascertain his true strength. The scene continues to unfold. The gifted oceanographer, Shin Gajuji AI, who previously saved Mirai and Kobe, unexpectedly arrives at the guy's base. After some dialogue, it is revealed that Shin Gajuji AI is the granddaughter of the Grand Counselor. In her desire to enjoy life with Mirai, she decides to spend the entire day on a date with him. However, when she inquires whether Mirai has someone he likes, he candidly lists Ryu, Marin, Tetsu, George. Unfazed by Mirai's bluntness, Shin Gajuji AI continues to pursue their date. Meanwhile, a man distributing balloons on the street casts a lingering gaze upon Mirai, hinting at a significant event to come. Back at the guy's base, the source of the temporal wave has been identified. Previously, the origin of this temporal wave was shrouded in uncertainty, posing a tremendous threat. To ensure safety, the guy's base has been tirelessly investigating its source. Fortune smiles upon them as they finally uncover it, though the revelation is quite unexpected. Impossible. Until now, no means could detect this temporal wave. The source lies off the southern coast of Japan. An extermination operation must be planned immediately. GIG, with the command from Meiji Shui, all Guy's members, except for Mirai, confidently present their battle strategies to the Grand Counselor. To neutralize the source of the temporal wave, they propose using the Phoenix Cannon's unique, transcendent munitions to unleash the Phoenix Beam. The Phoenix Beam? The Grand Counselor expresses skepticism regarding the proposed plan, as he is unfamiliar with it. Utilizing a principle akin to the energy release within the Sun, we will fire an ion-electron beam of 100 million units. I understand. With Meiji Shui's explanation, the Grand Counselor feels reassured. The loading of the Phoenix Cannon's ammunition is complete, and the operation is set to commence in 1 hour. However, just as the mood lightens, a grave piece of news arrives. Alarming data floods the computer in front of Tetsu. This is not good. What has happened? The source of the temporal wave is on the move. Could it be? Are they attempting to flee? Without realizing it is a trap, the team impulsively races to pursue the source of the temporal wave. Preparations for takeoff commence immediately. Later, as they prepare to contact Mirai for assistance. The communication device is disrupted by an unusual electromagnetic wave, rendering communication impossible. Noticing this strange phenomenon, the team grows concerned that Mirai might be attacked during his date. Yet, considering the presence of Shin Gajuji AI, they deem it improbable. Mirai's strength should suffice against any adversary. The atmosphere in the base is tense, and after several seconds, Ryu abruptly breaks the silence. "Captain, let us go, just the four of us. If we miss this opportunity, the temporal wave will continue broadcasting, and extraterrestrials and cosmic monsters will relentlessly invade." Driven by the urgency to dismantle the source of the temporal wave, Ryu is completely oblivious to Mirai's feelings. However, his friends recognize that the inability to contact Mirai at such a crucial moment implies it could be a trap. Acknowledging the possibility that this is an ambush set by the enemy, they realize the foe might exploit the opportunity to return to Earth and eliminate Hibino Mirai directly. Yet, this represents a prime opportunity to eradicate the source of the signal. With the Grand Counselor's nod of agreement, the team resolves to seek out the source of the temporal wave, confident that should Mirai be harmed, Meiji Shui will devise a way to provide support. As Mirai and Shin Gajuji AI enjoy their date, an unfamiliar man observes this guy's member, contemplating how he might extract vital information from Mirai to gain fame and recognition. As he reminisces, it becomes clear that he is a journalist. However, the true concern arises from his striking resemblance to the character Hikaru Sakaguchi from the Nexus world. Within the Nexus universe, the Night Raid team watches in astonishment as the journalist bears an uncanny likeness to Hikaru. "Hikaru, this journalist looks just like you. I can't believe there's someone from Mebius's world who resembles us. It's truly extraordinary." Hiraki Shirori exclaims excitedly, pointing at the figure on the screen, clearly fascinated by the concept of parallel universes. However, Hikaru merely smiles at Shirori, his thoughts consumed by Mebius. Ultraman Mebius. Huh. If only I had arrived in that world back then, I would surely have tested my strength against him. Though it seems unlikely now, I must consolidate all the fear from the river of forgetting and awaken Seijo Nagi's memories, allowing her to accumulate all her anger, which is vital for restoring my true form. That moment will mark the peak of my power. Hikaru recalls his initial arrival in this world, where he encountered Seijo Nagi's mother, already plotting to make her a capable fighter. Unlocking astonishing power. Returning to the scene, Mirai, on his date, suddenly spots a media report indicating that other Guise members are piloting the base's flying machine to track down the source of the temporal wave. He is taken aback, for no one had ever mentioned this to him. "This is Mirai, from the command center." The communicator displayed the word error, indicating an inability to communicate with Xiaoping and his companions. However, in a corner, an elderly man observed the anxious demeanor of the future with great delight, seemingly pleased that his plans were increasingly aligning with the unfolding changes. It appeared that the future had sensed someone watching him from the shadows. And shortly thereafter, he heard voices behind him, accompanied by faint footsteps. What was happening? When the future turned around, he discovered it was the male reporter who had been following them, devoid of any air of caution that the future had been on guard for. "Do not wear such a frightful expression." The male reporter was momentarily taken aback by the future's terrifying gaze, but then he reconsidered that such heightened vigilance might not be unusual for any member of Guise. Chapter 26. New Skill, Dreambeam Fiery Explosion. Who are you? I am called Jichuan. It has been a while since we last spoke. I appreciate your previous assistance. As he spoke, Jichuan presented his business card to the future, and upon seeing the authentic card, the future felt his earlier wariness dissipate. Given the urgency of the situation, how could the Guise members still be leisurely on a date? May I inquire about that? As he spoke, Jichuan produced a voice recorder, intending to sensationalize the matter. "I must say, you are quite rude, are you not?" Ijin Gujiaya interjected, positioning herself between Jichuan and the future. reproaching Jichuan for his shameless demeanor. If I remember correctly, you are a marine biologist. But before Jichuan could complete his thought, Ijingujiai retorted sharply, he has a perfectly legitimate reason for not being able to engage, correct? With a smile. She addressed the future, yet it was evident that Jichuan was reluctant to let the matter rest and wished to continue his interview. What might that perfectly legitimate reason be? I am quite curious. How unfortunate, but the confidential matters of guys cannot be disclosed to outsiders. Come along, future. With that, she swiftly pulled the future away, aware that staying there would likely lead to further complications instigated by Jichuan. Hey, it's me. I seem to have stumbled upon some fascinating news. Make sure my payment is double what I usually receive. After they departed, Jichuan made a call to his colleague, excitedly announcing that he had found intriguing news. Once he hung up, he followed the future and Aya. Jinhao remarked, that individual is truly disgusting. To gather material, he actually stalks the future. If I encounter him, I shall not let him off easily. Dongshan concurred. Indeed, at the very least, reporters in our world do not pursue interviews with such relentless fervor as Jichuan does. Yet I have an unsettling feeling about this situation. Hino Eiji added. Really? Thankfully, we do not have a similar reporter here. By the way, was it Ayabu's plan that caused the Guy's members to disperse earlier? To take them down one by one? Inbazuk observed. It seems we have indeed fallen into Ayabu's trap. We can only pray for their safety. Meanwhile, at the Phoenix base, the source of the temporal waves continued to ascend. Zhiping addressed the screen before him. What is the status of the Phoenix cannon? The launch preparations are complete. We can engage shortly. Just as they were about to utilize the Phoenix cannon for a counterattack, an alarm blared. The source began to accelerate. If it continued to ascend at this angle, it would collide head-on with the Guy's base. As the surface of the sea disturbed, the ripples became increasingly frequent, and a large instrument rapidly emerged from the seabed. Emergency evasion. With a swift maneuver, the Phoenix nest narrowly avoided the massive instrument. What was that just now? That was it. The temporal waves originated from that. Trying to escape, are we? Captain, full speed pursuit. With the command from Sui Shui, all personnel maneuvered the Phoenix nest toward the large instrument. During the pursuit, the Supreme Chancellor initiated a video call. If we maintain our current flight path, we will undoubtedly exit the atmosphere. Precisely. Just when they believed the source would not venture too far, Zhiping suddenly transmitted some unfortunate news. The source has accelerated again, exiting its trajectory. Supreme Chancellor, please permit us to continue the pursuit. Understood. I will contact the Guy's cosmic base. You must remain vigilant. Thus, the Chancellor approved their course toward the outer reaches of Earth's atmosphere. GIG, accelerate to maximum speed. Full speed pursuit. With Ria's command, all Guy's members unleashed their firepower and soared toward the cosmos. Turning to the future, he felt an overwhelming concern for their safety. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolved to return to the Guy's base. Ijingujiaya, sensing the future's unease about returning alone, insisted on accompanying him, as it was her duty as the granddaughter of the Supreme Chancellor to oversee such matters. Although Jichuan trailed them throughout, fortunately, no significant issues arose. However, at that moment, a crisis emerged, as a voice reached the future's ears. Long time no see, Dreambeam Ultraman? Turning around, the future spotted an elderly man holding numerous balloons, intently gazing at him. Who are you? We are of a stubborn disposition. Hearing the familiar voice once more, the future realized he had landed himself in deep trouble. Ayabu. The gateway to the alternate dimension should have been completely sealed. Why is it still active? Here, the future utilized telepathic communication to prevent Ijingujiaya and Jichuan from discovering his true identity. Until our grievances are resolved, we shall resurrect time and again. As he finished speaking, Ayabu randomly selected a balloon and released it into the sky. When the balloon reached its zenith, it abruptly transformed into a crumbling wall. Shards of the wall cascaded down, revealing a colossal figure in all its formidable glory. Seek vengeance, Ace Killer, drag Dreambeam Ultraman into the abyss of hell. With Ayabu vanishing into a shadow, the Ace Killer, obeying Ayabu's command, leaped out from the alternate dimension and descended upon the earth, a towering giant. Adorned in red and yellow with a green chip embedded in its core, materialized before everyone, particularly its enormous left hand standing out prominently. The arrival of the Ace Killer unleashed widespread destruction upon humanity. As the Ace Killer wreaked havoc in the city, the future, aware that Ijingujiaya was unable to unleash her full power in the presence of the Ace Killer, prioritized ensuring her safety before engaging in battle. However, just as the future charged forward, Ijingujiaya grasped his arm, expressing her desire to confirm something she had long wished to ascertain. Future, as I mentioned earlier, I came to confirm one particular matter. But before she could finish her thought, the future urged her to find a safe place to hide. Yet, without waiting for her response, he hurried toward the battlefield, prompting Ijingujiaya to follow in order to verify the truth of the situation. As the future transformed for battle, Ijingujiaya discerned his true identity as Dreambeam Ultraman. So it is true. Previously, when Ijingujiaya and the future were in Kobe, she had been taken hostage by Ayabu to coerce Dreambeam into an action. Ultimately, Dreambeam had harnessed the powers of the 6 Ultramen, successfully defeating Ayabu's solace and rescuing Ijingujiaya. From that moment on, she had believed that her gallant savior was Hibino Mirai, and now witnessing him transform into Dreambeam before her confirmed her suspicions. The battle was poised to erupt. The Ace Killer initiated a fierce assault on Dreambeam, leveraging the combat experience bestowed upon him by Ayabu. Dreambeam found himself on the defensive, struggling to maintain control. The Ace Killer swiftly knocked Dreambeam down with his massive left hand, following up with a kick to his side. Subsequently, Dreambeam's rapid-fire attacks were effortlessly countered by the Ace Killer, who showed no signs of fatigue. Skillfully dismantling every offensive maneuver. Observing the clash between the Ace Killer and Dreambeam, Ayabu retrieved another balloon, seemingly muttering incantations, "Go, Godiva." Ayabu hurled the balloon into the sky, whereupon the purple balloon burst in a cloud of violet mist. Godiva swirled in the air, hovering menacingly. Dreambeam Ultraman. Allow me to elucidate the significance of battling Godiva. As those words hung in the air, Godiva transformed into a mass of purple mist, encircling the Ace Killer before swiftly entering the originally black chip. The Ace Killer suddenly surged with power, the black chip morphing into a vibrant green one. Staring in bewilderment at the Ace Killer's transformation, Dreambeam stood dumbfounded, unsure of how to respond to the impending onslaught. Dreambeam Beam. With a command from Yaburu, Ace Killer began to harness the light energy akin to that of Mebius, creating sparks by rubbing his hands together and then constructing a M-bias ring in the sky. As the M-bias ring vanished, Ace Killer unleashed the Mebius ray. Mebius was momentarily taken aback, unable to react in time, and was struck by the Mebius ray, propelled with tremendous force into the nearby buildings. The audience was left in shock. How could Mebius' technique be replicated by an adversary? This seemed impossible. Just as Ace Killer had absorbed the techniques of the Ultra Brothers in the past, becoming extraordinarily powerful, he was now the Mebius Killer. Mebius, the Ultraman, wielded powers that were essentially his own, battling against himself. What would the outcome be? As Yaburu introduced the scene, the audience regained their senses. The techniques were engineered based on Mebius data, transforming the original Ace Killer into the one who slays. Kirigasinto remarked, "How impressive. Yaburu's scientific prowess is truly remarkable. If he weren't the villain, I would gladly collaborate with him," Li Shinon exclaimed. "Incredible. If Yaburu were to seize the data of our armored warriors and modify Ace Killer, wouldn't he that make him the armored warrior killer? This is a significant predicament," Victory added. "I can relate. Previously, Yaburu stole my combat data, transforming Ace Killer into Victory Killer. Asuka Shinasuke commented, "Yaburu is truly cunning, leading Mebius onto a shortcut." "Such malice," Philip stated. "He is indeed a multidimensional scientist. His modification technology is extraordinarily advanced, far surpassing our world's Gaia memory." Once more, the Mebius ray. This time, Mebius wised up and countered with his own light technique. The pale yellow and orange rays clashed in the center, neither side yielding, until a massive explosion erupted from their sustained confrontation. Mebius soared. A new skill was implanted in the mind of Ace Killer, and a grand light sword stood tall in his right hand. At that moment, Ace Killer and Mebius engaged in a fierce sword duel. In this battle, Ace Killer's strength far exceeded that of Mebius, and under relentless assault, Mebius found himself overwhelmed. Gradually, Mebius began to falter, as all of Ace Killer's attributes surpassed his own. "Your swordsmanship is lacking, Mebius." In the Land of Light, Hikaru watched in dismay as Mebius' sword skills fell short. "Yes, mainly because I've relied too much on hand-to-hand combat. And I rarely use my light sword. This isn't my fault." Mebius scratched his head, attempting to dispel the awkward atmosphere. "From today onward, you will train with me in swordsmanship, Mebius. Swordsmanship is essential for us Ultra Warriors. After watching this video, I realized your skills are alarmingly inadequate." Ace, as a wielder of the light sword, expressed concern over Mebius' rudimentary techniques. "It's not that dire, Brother Ace. It's just that Yaburu's Ace Killer is too powerful." "You dare to retort? Now, come with me to the training grounds." Thus, under Ace's insistence, Mebius trained in swordsmanship with him. This became a point of great interest for many young Ultras, as the sudden sword duel captivated their attention. Returning to the scene, Mebius, having been injured earlier, found his stamina dwindling. His sword skills faltered against Ace Killer, and after Ace Killer effortlessly struck Mebius, he swiftly turned, seizing Mebius by the neck with his massive left hand. Leaving a gash with his claws, Ace Killer blocked Mebius' strike and delivered a powerful kick, sending Mebius crashing to the ground. Mebius Bomb. Dark red flames rapidly engulfed Ace Killer, fueled by Yaburu's influence. Coalescing into a massive fireball, the dark red fireball surged towards Mebius. With a thunderous explosion, Mebius took the brunt of the attack, wisps of white smoke swirling around him. Amidst the cries of despair, Mebius collapsed helplessly. "You have lost." Ultraman Mebius it seemed as though this was the inevitable conclusion, as Yaburu observed the scene, convinced of Mebius' doomed fate. Yet, Mebius rose anew, unleashing a cutting light bullet towards Ace Killer. To his surprise, this maneuver proved effective, striking Ace Killer's green core and halting him in his tracks. However, Mebius had no strength left to continue resisting, and he knelt on the ground without further resistance. Just when it seemed Mebius was cornered, Shinju Kaori rushed to his side, calling out to the man she had been dating, "Mirai." Hearing her encouraging voice, Mebius glanced at Shinju Kaori, standing not far away. Despite his desire to keep his identity hidden from her, he hadn't anticipated the revelation would come so swiftly. "You truly are Mirai." Realizing the connection, Shinju Kaori felt a sense of clarity. "When you saved me last time, I felt enveloped by a powerful warmth, and I wondered if it could be you." Gazing at the woman he cherished, Mirai felt immense guilt for not fully expressing himself when he was with Shinju Kaori. Had he done so, she might not have discovered his identity. Reflecting on this irony was painful. Thus, he confirmed today that the warmth he felt then was akin to the warmth you radiate. "Mirai, you had told me, didn't you? Ultra Warriors fight fiercely for the love of humanity. Therefore, I cannot perish. To die because of my gentleness would be absurd." Mebius pondered deeply. If he were to perish in battle to protect the one he loved, he would regret not fulfilling his duties as an Ultra Warrior for eternity. Therefore, he implored himself to rise. Encouraged by Shinju Kaori, Mebius' gaze ignited with determination. The heart of the Ultra grew ever more resolute, and he gradually stood upright, fixing his gaze on Ace Killer. His resolve solidified. Mebius and Ace Killer charged towards each other, each delivering a fierce kick. Though Mebius sustained considerable damage, he pressed on, continuing to strike Ace Killer with relentless leg attacks. Initially, Ace Killer managed to withstand them, but after the second strike, Mebius unleashed a powerful blow that Ace Killer could not endure. Seeing his defenses falter, Ace Killer took the initiative, striking Mebius with a palm. Quick as lightning, Mebius seized Ace Killer's massive right hand, exerting all his strength to twist Ace Killer's arm violently. A loud crack echoed across the cosmos. How brutal! The spectators from various universes echoed their astonishment, including many Ultras from the Land of Light. However, Ace Killer's recovery was swift, and he soon broke free from Mebius' grasp, delivering a heavy punch that forced Mebius backward, leaving him no room to retaliate. Noticing Ace Killer's relentless assault, Mebius resorted to his ultimate technique. Channeling all his energy, Mebius clenched his right fist tighter, flames erupting around him, intensifying with each passing moment. At this moment, Mebius resembled a colossal bomb. And Ace Killer, trapped beneath Mebius' armpit, felt the heat radiating from him. Desperate to escape, he found himself constrained by Mebius, and as time passed, Ace Killer's body began to boil like water heating to a frenzy. Mebius bomb. With a resounding explosion, both Mebius and Ace Killer perished in the blast. However, Mebius was not so easily vanquished. His light particles swiftly converged in the air, coalescing back into his physical form. Mebius, panting heavily, rested momentarily. Chapter 27. The corruption of human hearts. Continuing from the previous account, that last move was an Ultra Bomb, no, perhaps better termed as Mebius Bomb. However, the toll it took should be considerable. Indeed, as Yaburu had stated, the Ultra Bomb is highly draining, and Mebius quickly exhausted his stamina, reverting to human form. In the world of armored warriors, the Hunter world, Nangong Xian gazed enviously at Mebius on the screen executing the Mebius Bomb. Feeling a twinge of apprehension, the Ultra Bomb is truly formidable, yet it severely depletes the Ultra Warrior's stamina. It is unfortunate that we armored warriors cannot utilize such a skill. Ultramen can transform into light particles, but we humans cannot. Nangong Xian spoke slowly, expressing that the fear associated with this skill could be likened to self-harm, akin to jumping into a fire. If humanity were to truly master this ability, it would lead to their demise. Zeoda, observing Dream Bias as he learned this new skill, was profoundly shocked and filled with astonishment. Truly impressive. If I could master this skill, I could defeat monsters with a single blow in the future. Alas, this skill significantly drains the energy of Ultramen. It seems I must use it sparingly. Zeoda, possessing a degree of self-awareness, still harbored a strong desire for the Ultra Bomb. As a novice, he required hands-on guidance. The skills of Ultramen were indeed formidable, and it seemed imperative to visit the Land of Light to enhance his own abilities. After resolving to train harder, Zeoda increased the intensity of his practice. Much like his previous endeavor with Triga, now imbued with a sense of diligence. Back to the scene. Meanwhile, based on the source of the transmission, the Phoenix Nest had already flown to the lunar surface. Beginning its search for the origin of the temporal waves, they had indeed arrived on the moon. The source of the temporal waves was located nearby. At that moment, the keen-eyed Xiaohao suddenly spotted a large object on the lunar surface. Just as he prepared to take a closer look, all communications from the Phoenix Nest abruptly ceased, and the engines suddenly shut down, causing the entire airship to plummet rapidly towards the moon's surface. An unexplainable area interfered with the reactor's normal operation, rendering the propulsion inoperative. At this juncture, Zheping realized that something was obstructing the Phoenix Nest's infrastructure, leading to its swift descent. Could it be the stone pillars doing? Just as he finished speaking, the base erupted in fireworks, crashing violently towards the ground. Fortunately, the psychic power was strong enough to prevent significant damage. Xian Chung expressed commendation, recalling his own past prowess. However, the impact left all the crew members unconscious. Transitioning to Earth, after a fierce battle, the future was left exhausted. Shin Gong Suji AI roused the future, albeit with limited energy remaining. Observing the future's exhausted expression, she felt profound concern. Alas! What terrible misfortune! The Ultraman fought valiantly to defeat the monster. Yet the guy's team members appeared despondent. Chuan, having witnessed the battle, ridiculed the future. The audience across various universes experienced a surge in blood pressure. Simultaneously, the ground began to crack, debris splitting apart, revealing a dark red void beneath. As the surface crumbled, Chuan, Shin Gong Suji AI, and the future all fell into the abyss. Upon regaining consciousness, the future was astonished to find themselves in a vast desert. The future hoped that Shin Gong Suji AI would not perish because of her. In Chuan's eyes, she persistently pushed him away. Yet, Shin Gong Suji AI exhibited no fear, determined to protect her Prince Charming. Previously, the future had shielded Shin Gong Suji AI, and now she sought to reciprocate that protection. You once saved me. Now it's my turn to offer my life for yours. This warmth, now it is my turn to give back. Dio, you wish to die so desperately? Chuan could not fathom what transpired between the future and Shin Gong Suji AI. Nor did he comprehend the depth of their bond. Only the two involved understood the situation. Otherwise, why would Shin Gong Suji AI insistently seek out the future, rather than abandon one's dignity to survive? I would prefer death, however. Chuan could not wait. If he did not fire his weapon, Aburu would not let him go easily. Regardless of Shin Gong Suji AI's pleas, Chuan remained a despicable character, solely concerned for himself, showing no regard for others. Before Shin Gong Suji AI could finish her words, Chuan roared in anger and fired a shot at her. The future lunged forward, raising a shield to protect Shin Gong Suji AI. A golden shield manifested in the future's hands, effectively absorbing the crimson-purple bullet. What was that just now? In Chuan's astonished gaze, the future had conjured an unknown shield with her bare hands, instilling fear and panic within him. Undaunted, Chuan continued firing several rounds, but each one was deflected by the future's shield, dissipating harmlessly upon contact. Chuan felt an oppressive heaviness in his heart. Realizing he had failed to eliminate the future and Shin Gong Suji AI, he turned to Aburu, seemingly seeking alternative solutions. Aburu was no benevolent figure. Seeing Chuan's ineffectiveness, he raised his hand and telekinetically pushed him away. Caught off guard, Chuan was thrown to the ground. The future, embodying her altruistic nature, attempted to help him up. However, rather than gratitude, she was met with disdain and fear from Chuan, who continued to retreat in fear of the approaching future. Don't touch me, you monster. Monster? Are you referring to me? Boom. A surge of thunder echoed in the future's mind, momentarily paralyzing her. She now felt an overwhelming sense of despair. The filthiness of human hearts was laid bare in Chuan. She merely sought to help her compatriot, yet received only panic in return. Perhaps it was the earlier shield that transformed the future in Chuan's eyes into an unknown beast, one capable of ending his life at any moment. Far better than Aburu, whose presence evoked both terror and surprise in Chuan. He believed that following the future was a grievous mistake. Had she not suddenly appeared in his line of sight, he would not have encountered such misfortune today. The future, contemplating these thoughts, realized she had inadvertently harmed Chuan. This is the essence of humanity. Do you still wish to protect them? Do not cling to your stubbornness. Speak candidly of your disappointment in humanity. It is sufficient. What do you say? Shall we join forces with Aburu? You have no obligation to protect humanity. The future, reflecting on Aburu's words, fell into deep thought. Today, she had witnessed the darker side of human nature, and despair washed over her. The audience now understood why Chuan Chuan was dragged into this. It was purely Aburu's scheme. He aimed to reveal humanity's true face to Dream Bias, forcing him to confront the depths of despair in an attempt to ensnare Dream Bias into their ranks. This was Aburu's second plan. It must be admitted that intelligent extraterrestrials excel in such tactics. Aburu's cunning machinations were laid bare for all to see. Wu Gang. Aburu is truly despicable, seeking to ensnare Dream Bias in despair while exposing the ugliness of humanity, attempting to draw him into their lair. A scheme far worse than Lufer's. Jin Shangxiang poor Dream Bias. He must have lost his trust in humanity. Could Aburu's plan truly succeed? Would Dream Bias fall into darkness? Fenyao Xian. Impossible. I believe that Dream Bias will not be so easily swayed by Aburu. There must be a turning point, and I have faith in him. Mei Jun. Aburu's scheme will undoubtedly fail. I also believe that the Ultraman will not succumb so readily. Dagu. I have faith that Dream Bias will surely create a miracle. Absolutely. Meanwhile, back on the moon, a certain voice had indeed revealed the radiation point of the interference area. Is that so? The voice that Marina heard was, in fact, the solution provided by Hokuto Seiji. Now, Marina felt an inexplicable trust in this unknown voice, sensing that its owner stood on the side of justice. He had stated that if they approached the stone pillar as closely as possible before attacking, the interference would cease. Could it be mere hallucination? Nevertheless, Ryu remained skeptical of this unknown voice, as its sudden appearance left room for doubt regarding its intentions. Yet no one could deny that this voice could indeed assist them. Among them, only Marina fully believed in this voice, convinced that it originated from their ally. Now returning to Earth, Aburu awaited the future's response. So, will you join us? Aburu laughed maniacally, sensing Dream Bias's hesitation. He was certain that such indecision would lead to the worst possible outcome. The heavy atmosphere grew more oppressive due to Aburu's manipulation. The audience repeatedly trusted that Dream Bias would never align with Aburu. Indeed, the future did not disappoint their hopes, decisively choosing to refuse. Aburu's smile suddenly froze. His anticipation for the future to join their ranks had now turned to despair. I will fight. To save those who matter to me. The future has already made its choices. Whether for itself, for humanity, or more specifically for the members of Guise. This choice will undoubtedly accompany it throughout its life. The future bears no regrets for today's decision, yet it has incited the wrath of Aburu. It seems that today, both the future and Shinguji Aya will not exit unscathed. Aburu has already formulated the best possible plan in his mind. Is this your answer? If so, then the game is over. You shall perish here. As the words fell, a dark purple glow emanated from Aburu's eyes, and amidst a dazzling display of light, his human form gradually transformed into an otherworldly luminescence, ascending into the sky and coalescing into a new form. Rather than a new form, it was more akin to his original state. Aburu's true visage was revealed before the future. Without a moment's hesitation, the future transformed into Ultraman Mebius to engage in battle. Even though his body had reached its limits, Mebius would still charge forward without a second thought, aiming to vanquish the malevolent species invading Earth. However, unbeknownst to Mebius, his true identity had already been uncovered by Hirukawa. As a journalist with a sense of professional integrity, Hirukawa understood that such a monumental story must be sensationalized at the earliest opportunity. That guy is Ultraman Mebius, before the battle between Mebius and Aburu commenced. Aburu, adhering to his professional ethics as an extraterrestrial, felt compelled to engage in a self-questioning dialogue. Thus, he revealed the plan he had initially devised. Ultraman Mebius, have you not noticed? You have fallen into a trap. Separated from guys, you are incapable of fighting as you usually would. Yet, Ultraman Mebius, fueled by fervor, disregarded this warning and charged forward to attack. However, with his stamina already depleted, he was unable to unleash his true potential. In the face of Mebius's chaotic assaults, Aburu effortlessly parried and countered. Particularly adept at mental manipulation, he toyed with Mebius's body, rendering him completely powerless to resist. After tiring of this amusement, Aburu would effortlessly hurl Mebius to the ground at any moment. After enduring countless torments, Mebius became a mere puppet, devoid of vitality under Aburu's control. Subsequently, having grown weary of manipulating Mebius, Aburu lifted him and relentlessly slashed at him with the massive blade on his right hand. Already bearing old wounds, Mebius found it exceedingly arduous to withstand Aburu's onslaught. What is happening? Am I really no match for him? The onlookers, observing Harukawa cowering in the corner, felt a surge of indignation and longed to break through the screen to drag him out. Allowing Aburu to deliver a fitting punishment, I mentioned earlier that his body had long since reached its limits. Shinguji Aya remarked, glancing at the battle unfolding before Mebius. Mebius was now gravely weakened, lacking the strength to contend with Aburu. Yet, even so, Mebius refused to forego this opportunity. With every additional danger, he would rise to defend humanity. Such was Mebius's indomitable spirit. But he continues to fight. The audience could easily discern that Shinguji Aya's feelings for the future were genuine and profound. That gaze, that look. Even a staunchly oblivious individual could see how enviable it was for the future to have such a girlfriend. One wished for a comforting girlfriend like Shinguji Aya. Yet the harsh reality denied them that chance. Back on the moon, Long piloted the Phoenix, while Jirina and George operated the Rapid, both aircraft racing towards the source of the signal. However, the stone pillar offered them no respite. From its apex, numerous arcs of blue electricity surged downwards, bombarding the ground. With a thunderous crash, a figure emerged from the earth. It bore 2 large red ears and was entirely snow-white, giving the first impression of resembling a lunar rabbit. Approaching them amidst their astonished gazes was the full-moon super-beast, Lunaticus. That is Lunaticus, the very super-beast that had once obliterated lunar civilization. With Zepiai's explanation, yet another unfamiliar super-beast deepened its impression in the eyes of the audience. In the world of Kamen Rider, Creation World, at the Nisita CAF, Kiryu Sento fixated on the screen displaying Mebius under Aburu's relentless assault alongside the bewildered guys on the moon, filled with concern. What now? Aburu has completely discerned Mebius's thoughts. At this rate, not only Mebius but Earth itself will suffer under Aburu's onslaught. Kiryu Sento spoke anxiously, wishing they could transcend dimensions to avoid such hardships. Mebius is truly unfortunate, not only subjected to Harukawa's venomous gaze, but also to Aburu's frenzied attacks. Had Mebius not endured such grievous injuries, he would have had more than enough strength to send Aburu reeling. Banjo Ryuga, though newly transformed into Kamen Rider Cross C, still struggled to grasp the meaning of protecting humanity. However, after witnessing this video, a profound transformation occurred within him. If Ultraman bears countless injuries to protect us humans, then my purpose as a Kamen Rider is clear. If my only motivation is to show off and seek the spotlight, then I may never comprehend what it means to protect. Listening to Banjo Ryuga's earnest self-reflection, Kiryu Sento was taken aback. Who would have imagined this gorilla would attain such enlightenment at this moment? Kiryu Sento thought to himself, feeling a surge of happiness for Ryuga. If he were to treat this lightly, Ryuga would never bear the responsibilities of a Kamen Rider. Banjo Ryuga must be eliminated. Suddenly, Kiryu Sento perceived an unusual sound, yet the only individuals present were himself, Ryuga, and Mizora. There were no others. Was it only I who heard the sound? Why didn't Ryuga and Mizora notice it? How peculiar! Kiryu Sento muttered quietly, remaining vigilant towards the unknown sound. Returning to the scene, Mebius lay wounded beneath Eburu's relentless blows, utterly devoid of strength to resist. Under the torment of his injuries, Mebius appeared profoundly weakened. Ultraman Mebius, your formidable secret lies in the bond you share with humanity, yet that is also your greatest flaw. Without the support of guys, you are but an inept warrior incapable of fighting. You cannot protect anything. Regret it, despair. With these words, Eburu unleashed a barrage of crimson blade-like energy projectiles upon Mebius, each strike exacerbating the wounds that marred his form. The onslaught of psychological and physical attacks bewildered Mebius's mind and drained his stamina. Despite being a novice Ultraman newly arrived on Earth, as Eburu had stated, Mebius was now engulfed in despair. Hiding among the rubble, Shinguji Aya could no longer contain her steps and approached her boyfriend, fully aware of the potential for injury. Yet the courage within her heart propelled her forward. "Hey, don't go over there. Otherwise, I might be discovered as well." Just as the words were spoken, Eburu's ferocious gaze locked onto the trembling Hirukawa, launching a fierce attack without uttering a word. Chapter 28. Ace's peak appearance. Hirukawa, frightened, once again sought refuge among the debris. Serves him right. All the viewers, observing Hirukawa's timid demeanor, felt an inexplicable sense of relief and joy. However, amidst the merriment, Shinguji Aya steadily advanced towards Mebius. "Future, you saved me once before. You are my knight, therefore, you cannot forsake me this time." Amidst the inferno, Shinguji Aya exhibited no fear. Despite Eburu's frenzied assault, she remained unharmed. The audience criticized Eburu's marksmanship, likening it to that of a lumberjack. And not just by a little, for the Ultraman warriors are the valiant knights who shall never falter. As Shinguji Aya's words grew more impassioned, Eburu found himself at the peak of his fury. A bullet striking the ground ahead of her. Countless ashes flew into Shinguji Aya's face, causing her to scream and fall to the ground. Back on the moon, Lunaticus made its initial appearance beside the stone pillar. Exhaling white mist towards the phoenix and rapid, as Lunaticus launched its attack, Long and the others maneuvered swiftly to evade it. After successfully dodging, Long occasionally glanced back at Lunaticus, muttering, "Is it a bodyguard for the stone pillar? Therefore, we must eliminate it first. To score points, we must overcome this obstacle." Observing Long's evident anxiety, George attempted to frame Lunaticus as the game's antagonist, asserting that only by defeating the big boss could they progress. "It's up to you, my friend." With those words, Lunaticus unleashed a series of fireballs, which George adeptly evaded, seizing the opportunity to fire a transformation ray back at Lunaticus. Despite being struck, Lunaticus suffered no damage. Instead, it grew even stronger, continuing its assault on George's rapid. "Your enemy is me?" Meanwhile, the dragon fiercely launched an assault on lunatics, who found no respite from the relentless barrage of sparks and ammunition. His vision obscured by the dense flurry of fire. Ladies and gentlemen, never relinquish hope until the final moment. Hokuto, on the moon, clutched his heart and fervently encouraged Mebius and Guys to fight valiantly. Back on Earth, due to Eburu's continuous onslaught, Mebius had exhausted all his strength, struggling helplessly among the ruins. "You have lost, Mebius Ultraman, a powerless warrior who cannot protect anything." In the midst of Eburu's triumphant mockery, Mebius seemed intent on rising to continue the fight. Yet, tormented by his myriad wounds, he ultimately succumbed to exhaustion. Perhaps influenced by Eburu's taunts, Mebius gradually lost his confidence, realizing he was but a lone soldier without GUIA support. Left with no opportunity to retaliate, Mirai-kun, Kaoru Shinjo refused to believe that Mebius would fall so easily, calling out his name with fervor, urging him to rise again as her noble prince. Mebius's essence. embodied in his human form as Hinode Mirai, had begun to descend into despair, slowly plummeting through the boundless, resplendent tunnel of time and space. Mirai suffered a profound blow, his spirits rapidly descending from a peak to a low valley. Losing the brilliance he once held, Aburu was right. Alone, I cannot protect anything, not even Keiru's life. Gradually, the realm surrounding Mirai turned to darkness. Everyone believed Mirai had completely abandoned the will to fight, unable to rise once more. However, in this desperate state, a resounding voice reached Mirai's ears. "You are not alone, Mebius." Mirai opened his eyes, searching for the source of the voice, and immediately beheld his Ultraman compatriot and elder, Ace. The audience was filled with hope upon witnessing Ace's arrival, believing that Mirai still had a chance. "Even if we are separated, you should be able to sense the presence of your comrades who fight for victory." Ace spoke. He reminisced about a partner he once fought alongside on Earth. Though they had been apart for a long time, none knew when they might reunite in the past. "I too was separated from my most cherished companion. She stood by me through thick and thin until her mission concluded." Returning to her kin, gazing at the image of the woman that Hokuto longed for on the screen, Mirai recognized her from the tales he had heard prior to arriving on Earth. Recounted by the instructor, Taro. "I know. She is from the moon, isn't she?" Hokuto seemed not to hear Mirai's voice, continuing to recount the experiences he shared with Nanace Yuko. "I became a solitary warrior, yet I persist in battle. For even in separation, her will resides within my heart. We continue to fight together." I hold this belief steadfastly. Listening to Hokuto, though Nanace was not by his side, her spirit and intentions remained firmly anchored in Hokuto's heart. Even if they could not be together for long, the audience, alongside Mebius on site, felt the powerful energy emanating from Ace, who had fought alone until now. Even in separation, they remained united in the Terraga universe. Aboard the Gnostis, Madoka Kinji focused intently on Hokuto's narration and his enduring fighting spirit. Ace Senpai is truly invigorating. Even without Nanace at his side, he possesses the courage to confront his foes. Transforming into a human form akin to Ace Senpai, Madoka pondered the significance of light, realizing that its existence extended beyond mere survival. It was to demonstrate that he was no longer bound by the constraints of life, striving to be true to himself. Was this the lesson imparted by Terraga's transformation? As Madoka's thoughts settled, he gazed at his hands, questioning himself. Inspired by Ace, a newfound determination shone in Madoka's eyes, embodying both valor and strategy. In the world of Kamen Riders, the world of Decade. Kamen Rider Tsukasa had previously been perplexed by the sudden loss of his memories. Having traveled through numerous rider worlds and acquired cards from his seniors, he had never contemplated his true identity. However, upon watching this video, an inexplicable warmth blossomed within his heart. "Even when alone, I have endured so much hardship. Ace Ultraman is indeed a formidable warrior. Though he lacked the immense power to fight single-handedly like Ace, he realized, how can I know unless I try? I too shall venture into countless worlds alone, transforming the power of all riders into cards for my own use, becoming a king." Tsukasa advanced step by step towards the identity of the Det King. Unlike Madoka, who had grown up watching videos. Returning to the scene, Mirai's mind raced with images of his teammates, who remained steadfast in their battle on the moon, exhibiting remarkable strength even in his absence. The flames of determination ignited within Mirai, seemingly fueled by the blazing courage of his comrades, and he could no longer suppress his desire to fight. "Rise, Mebius. With the thoughts of your comrades, defeat Aburu." Mirai nodded at Hokuto, his entire being bursting forth with golden light, enveloping him completely. With a mighty roar, the emblem of the Mebius ring rapidly manifested upon him, transforming him into a brilliant golden figure. Mirai's unwavering faith surged forth, and amidst the astonished gazes of Aburu and the onlookers, Mebius, rejuvenated, stood tall once more. "What? Why hasn't Mebius fallen?" Aburu exclaimed in disbelief. "Why? Aburu, I am not alone. My heart is eternally entwined with that of my friends." As the words left his lips, Mebius unleashed the Mebium energy, transforming into his burning brave form. Under the immense fortitude of his spirit, Mebius fearlessly launched a fierce assault on Aburu, who was wholly unprepared for defense. The contrast with Mebius's previous state was stark. The tide of battle had shifted in favor of Mebius, with the victor of the conflict becoming evident. Simultaneously, on the moon, lunatics had become entirely captivated by the dragon's dazzling array of sparks, prompting George and Marin to swiftly maneuver to the side of the stone pillar. "Marin, where should we aim?" George's inquiry found Marin well prepared, as she had guidance from a higher power. Gradually closing her eyes, Marin asked Hokuto for the target coordinates, to which he responded, "Listen closely. To the right of the stone pillar is a protruding object emitting a flickering red light. That is the radiation hub of the interference zone." The dialogue between the two sparked envy among countless viewers, wishing they too could communicate with their comrades from such a distance. George turned to the right side of the stone pillar. Through George's adjustment, everyone could see the flickering red object, the radiation hub of the stone pillar. Destroying it would restore communication signals. Marin took the initiative, firing a beam of energy toward the target. Boom! As the protruding object exploded in a shower of sparks, the entire Phoenix Nest regained power, along with its engines and communication signals. Under the control of Poku and the others, the Phoenix Nest sprang back to life. Realizing his plan had been thwarted, lunatics, in a fit of rage, unleashed a fiery projectile toward the Phoenix Nest. Meanwhile, Hokuto, gazing at the moon, seemed to take action. "Yuko, let us go." Hokuto raised his hands, and as the rings on his ring fingers touched, a radiant spectrum of light erupted. Beneath this kaleidoscopic glow, a red and silver giant revealed his magnificent silhouette, his Ultraman emblem gleaming brightly, the entire color timer glowing green. He hurled an 8-pointed light ring at the fiery projectile launched by lunatics, causing it to dissipate instantly. Then, the silver-clad giant, crouched in a poised stance, stood up abruptly. Ace Ultraman, ranked among the top 5 of the Ultra 6 brothers, was the nemesis of Aburu and a super expert in vanquishing kaiju, most of whom met a gruesome fate at his hands. Due to Ace's numerous beam techniques, he earned the nickname King of Light throughout the universe, with skills such as the Ultra Guillotine, Ultimate Guillotine, Cross Guillotine, Metallium Ray, and Laser Wave. Yusuke from 5 Generation. Ace's beam techniques are so extensive, he truly deserves the title of King, not only in long-range combat but also in close-quarters battles. One can unleash unexpectedly remarkable skills, showcasing a vibrant array of abilities. Ace, thank you for the compliment. This subtitle is truly marvelous, as it can even decipher my identity. Asuka. Indeed. My miraculous form is quite similar to that of Senior Ace. Although it is merely an illusion, achieving parity with Senior Ace is more than sufficient. Makai. With so many beam techniques, is this the unique trait of Ace Ultraman? If I attempt to utilize water elements to execute a beam attack, I could potentially obliterate Oxar. Returning to the scene, Ace Ultraman's debut astounded everyone, illustrating the essence of a true monster slayer. Ace executed a series of agile rolls, swiftly dashing before Lunaticus to deliver a powerful kick, followed by a flurry of ultra hand blades and combined strikes. Subsequently, Ace seized the creature by its fateful neck, exerting all his strength to hurl Lunaticus to the ground. Seizing the momentum, Ace mounted Lunaticus, launching a relentless barrage of strikes until the monstrous entity exhausted itself significantly. However, Lunaticus, the cunning adversary, unexpectedly exhaled a cloud of white smoke that obscured Ace's vision, seizing the opportunity to throw Ace aside. Once more, it capitalized on the chance, using its own head to knock Ace away, seemingly recalling the moment when Ace had previously cast it into the depths of a volcano to meet its fiery demise. Lunaticus grew increasingly aggressive, delivering a resounding slap towards Ace. In an instant, Ace was engulfed with fury. Although this slap wasn't delivered by an Ultraman, it ignited the flames of wrath within him. Witnessing Lunaticus resort to its old tactics, Ace firmly grasped Lunaticus's right arm, exerting maximum force to fling it backward. Lunaticus rose, undeterred, its crimson eyes suddenly gleaming with a fierce light. From its gaze, it unleashed cannon-like projectiles, with no option for close combat. Ace desperately dodged Lunaticus's heavy artillery attacks, rendered momentarily helpless. Fortunately, Maria and George drew Lunaticus's attention, bombarding it with transforming rays. Meanwhile, the Phoenix Nest piloted by Pa Sui approached the stone pillar's front, its cannon gathering ominous energy, unleashing maximum power to obliterate the entire structure. Phoenix Ray. Back in Ace's battlefield, Lunaticus launched another volley of fireballs at Ace, seemingly attempting a final stand. However, Ace would not grant it the opportunity. After evading the attack, he pivoted to gather energy for a beam, turning to face Lunaticus, arms positioned in an L shape. Metalum Ray. Two beams simultaneously struck their target, resulting in a spectacular explosion of sparks. The battle on Ace's side had reached its conclusion. Transitioning to Mebius Ultraman, Mebius hurled Aburu to the ground. Before Aburu could rise, Mebius extended his arms, a fierce explosion of sparks enveloping him, coalescing into a colossal fireball. The fireball descended upon Aburu with unrelenting force. Mebius Bomb. Aburu, feebly rising once more, could not evade the onslaught of Mebius Bomb as the flames engulfed him. Wisps of white smoke rose intermittently. Aburu resisted the assault of the Mebius Bomb, declaring, "Why is this happening? I should have triumphed over you. Even if defeated, I am still loyal to the great emperor. Alongside the other three, a future of annihilation awaits you." After proclaiming his final words, sparks crackled around Aburu until he had no chance to resist. He disintegrated into dimensional fragments, vanishing beneath the endless sea of flames. Meanwhile, within the spaceship, Grozum, witnessing Aburu's defeat, eagerly anticipated a showdown with Mebius on Earth. However, unbeknownst to them, Dale had ventured out to commence his own plans. With Aburu's defeat by Mebius, the dimensional space created by Aburu collapsed instantaneously, allowing Kaori and Hirukawa to return to the real world alongside Shinguji. Upon awakening, Shinguji Kaori beheld the radiant visage of her knight in shining armor. Reflecting on the recent events, she realized that everything had indeed transpired in reality. "I saw it all. You performed splendidly." Upon waking, Kaori couldn't help but praise Mirai's exceptional performance. Nearby, Hirukawa awakened to find himself unscathed, filled with joy, while Mirai had intended for Hirukawa to return promptly. Yet, Hirukawa discovered the truth of Mirai's identity, stating, "I have seen your true form. Don't expect me to remain silent." Hirukawa's words carried a warning, laced with the threat of potential repercussions, leaving uncertainty as to whether he might act upon Mirai's true identity. After uttering those words, Hirukawa departed. Mirai stood there, pondering whether Hirukawa's awareness of his true nature would lead to his expulsion from Earth. In turmoil, Mirai grappled with the risks he had faced that day, being questioned by Aburu on the worthiness of protecting humanity, and criticized by Hirukawa for the need for protection, ultimately learning of his identity as an Ultraman. Chapter 29. The Fiery Heart of Ace. Mebius gains love. Hikaru feels jealous. Everyone was engulfed in uncertainty and concern regarding Mirai's plight, as his experiences could be likened to a hellish trial. With the outcome remaining unknown, at that moment, Ace's voice resonated in Mirai's ears. "Mirai, the fiery heart must not be extinguished." Show compassion to the weak, help one another, and forge friendships with people from all nations. Do not lose this sentiment, even if it has been betrayed countless times. This is my unwavering wish. Gazing at Ace's heartfelt words, Mirai tenderly nodded in agreement. The scene shifted to Ace, transformed into the human form of Hokuto. Just as Hokuto finished speaking, a familiar and cherished voice reached him. Seiji, that voice was one he could never forget, a shining remnant of his time with Natsuki. Natsuki? Turning around, Hokuto beheld Natsuki after more than 30 years. Although time had taken its toll, Natsuki's beauty from that era could never be reclaimed. Yet, for Hokuto, it mattered not. The mere sight of Natsuki made everything worthwhile. Dressed in a white gown, she stood before Hokuto. Her smile partially obscured by wrinkles, yet unable to conceal her joy has been so long, indeed. As Natsuki approached Hokuto, she reminisced about the long passage of time, cherishing the moment of reuniting with her comrade. Had I not been a lunar inhabitant and remained on Earth, perhaps I would have shared such experiences with you. Seiji, that is true. Natsuki's tone shifted to one of resolute determination, but I have no regrets. Just as you mentioned earlier, I have always felt you by my side. Natsuki. In that instant, time itself seemed to freeze, as the two slowly moved closer, raising their hands to touch one another, the moment their palms connected. A brilliant star shone between them, dazzlingly radiant, accompanied by the sound effect of Ace's transformation. The entire space was enveloped in a kaleidoscope of colors, leaving no one aware of what Hokuto and Natsuki were currently experiencing. In the world of armored warriors, the realm of light and shadow, within the Happiness Dumpling House, Ace's words not only rejuvenated Li Shinnon and the others, but also instilled in them a yearning to forge friendships with warriors from other worlds. Essentially, Ace had become their mentor, providing them with invaluable guidance both in combat and in spirit. The fiery heart must not be extinguished. Anyone from any nation can become friends. Is this not Ace's unchanging desire? Meijin pondered deeply over Ace's psychological counsel, which resonated with audiences from every world. Conveying Ace's heartfelt wish, it appears that the Ultraman clan holds a profound affection for humanity. How enviable is the deep bond between Ultraman and humankind. If one day Ultraman were to descend upon our planet, we too could attempt to befriend them. Did Ace not say that anyone from any nation could become friends? This is hardly surprising. Ultramen are not threats to us but comrades in arms. Li Shinnon's words perfectly encapsulated the essence of Ace's wish, and upon deeper reflection, individuals like Li Shinnon grasped its significance. Baimyang did not dismiss Li Shinnon's sentiments and gradually came to acknowledge him, affirming that all pianists possess a remarkably delicate sensibility. That is true. However, we still face a formidable threat. The annihilation of the Shadow 5 Guardians. It feels as though they will not easily perish. They must be concealing some trump cards to confront us. If Ultramen can traverse time and space, they could undoubtedly assist us. Baimiao's words rekindled the confidence of everyone, for sooner or later, they would certainly encounter Ultraman and Kamen Rider. They all stood on the same line, and surely, they would resonate with one another and understand each other deeply. In the world of Kamen Rider. The Extreme Fox world, the audience in the lounge marveled at Ace's splendid performance. Witnessing his regal demeanor and combat prowess, Dao Zhang yearned to be a formidable warrior like Ace. However, aware of the disparities in height and weight, he realized that beings like Ultraman were beyond his reach for a lifetime. His immediate goal was to surpass the Star of Stars, Fuxing Shou, who had long occupied the champion's seat. Dao Zhang focused solely on acquiring the strength to defeat Kamen Rider before striving for the supreme power to surpass Ultraman and his ilk. Ace, ACE, the phonetics of my name, Ing Shou, bear a striking resemblance, he mused. His diverse combat techniques must have a significant connection to me. I fervently hope that one day, Ace Ultraman will grace our world, and I shall earnestly compete with him. Fuxing Shou reclined, resting his chin on his hand, observing Ace Ultraman, and gradually came to understand him on a profound level. It seemed Ace Ultraman was also an idealist. Forging friendships with other nations represented world peace, a truly admirable endeavor. Sakuragi fixated on the large screen, and setting aside Ace's formidable strength, it was Ace's fervent aspirations that filled Sakuragi with yearning. Returning to the scene, Mirai and Kamiyama AI sat upon the grass. The recent battle had evidently drained Mirai of much stamina, prompting Kamiyama AI to accompany him as they basked in the sun and enjoyed the breeze. "You've saved me again." Hearing Kamiyama AI's praise, Mirai could not help but smile, reminiscent of someone elated at having just made a girlfriend. "Because I am your knight." Kamiyama AI, lost in thought, stifled a giggle behind her hand as she gradually drew closer to the flustered Mirai. "Thank you." In an instant, Mirai felt an inexplicable warmth on his face, only to realize belatedly that Kamiyama AI had kissed him. Mirai's mother. This is explosive news across the universe. No one had anticipated that the once single Mirai would suddenly find a romantic partner. This chapter concluded with Mirai's panicked expression, "No." A sudden, piercing scream shattered the moment, emanating from none other than Shinjo. In the Tiga universe, Shinjo's cries were the loudest. Others covered their ears to avoid hearing his incessant wails. "Why? Even Mirai has found love. Why am I unworthy? Why is that?" Shinjo stared incredulously at the screen, unable to fathom that Ultraman could indeed fall in love. Overwhelmed by despair, he collapsed into his chair. "Why am I, with such a handsome face, unworthy of love? Yet an Ultraman possesses a romantic relationship. This is blatant bias." The others had grown accustomed to Shinjo's self-absorption, as he was the most narcissistic and shameless member of their victorious team. And the other team members had no intention of comforting him. Especially Daiku, whose focus remained glued to the screen, unable to move an inch. The experiences of the three extraterrestrials and the Emperor they had previously mentioned. Mirai, as Ultraman, had been arduous. Fortunately, Daiku did not have to endure such hardships, as he didn't have to work overtime every day. Daiku sighed deeply, worried about the challenges that lay ahead for Mirai. Shinjo, feeling abandoned by Daiku, was despondent. Remembering the times Daiku had driven him in the Falcon One, he felt as though this comrade had forsaken him. "I'm exhausted. Let it all be destroyed." In the universe of light, Hikaru's feelings mirrored those of Tiga from his universe, albeit in a somewhat opposite manner. While Shinjo was despondent, Hikaru was seething with anger. Gazing at Kamiyama AI, who was within his grasp, Hikaru's rage threatened to spill over the screen. A knightly aura began to emanate from Hikaru's hands. Manifesting as a luminous sword, Mirai stood beside Hikaru, observing his agitation, and urged him to calm down. Upon reflection, Hikaru realized it was not worth the ire. After all, human lifespans were far shorter than those of Ultramen. Furthermore, Hikaru could hardly confess his love to Mirai, as it would be utterly incongruous with his character. Ace patted Mirai's shoulder and solemnly remarked, "Well done, lad. The moment I departed, you found a new flame. It seems you have quite the charm on earth." This was a statement best left unspoken, as uttering it would lead to disaster. Hikaru's previously simmering anger skyrocketed in an instant. Unable to contain his emotions, Hikaru raised his sword to strike at Mirai, but fortunately, Jack and Kazuma intervened, preventing a catastrophe. Witnessing Hikaru's furious demeanor, Mirai resolved to help calm him down. In the fourth chapter, featuring Jack as the protagonist and the enemy. Dailime, a new scene emerged, prompting Hikaru to abandon his pursuit of Mirai. Just moments ago, Kazuma and Jack had struggled to restrain Hikaru. Thus, a well-known anecdote circulated in the Land of Light. Hikaru, consumed by jealousy, accused Mirai of playing both sides. Little did they know, their reputations had already spread throughout the Land of Light. Though not a black mark, It certainly provided fodder for social embarrassment for both Mirai and Hikaru. Jack, gazing at the newly emerged scene, was engulfed in sorrowful memories. It harkened back to the time they defeated Zoya Maruki, when ignorance led to the unintentional demise of the Metsonians. Jack's sentiments mirrored those of Mirai in the subsequent footage. Humanity had never repented, perpetually repeating the same mistakes, utterly unrepentant. As the new scene unfolded, the Phoenix Nest was to be commended for its excellence on the moon, prompting the return of the team ahead of schedule. Meanwhile, Kamiyama AI resumed her work in Kobe as a marine specialist. The media fervently covered GUI's performance, garnering widespread acclaim. As the Guy's team members aboard the Phoenix Nest jubilantly returned, they were eager to boast about their time away from Mirai. Just as the multitude of spectators and the awaiting Mirai looked forward to the safe landing of the Phoenix Nest, calamity struck. A massive crimson space suddenly appeared behind the Phoenix Nest. Seemingly possessing a gravitational pull at it engulfed the entire vessel, gradually cloaking it, and beneath the crimson exterior, the Phoenix Nest was subjected to relentless bombardment. In an instant, the entire Phoenix Nest was obliterated by this sudden spatial attack. Leaving countless onlookers stunned, an enemy had ambushed the Phoenix Nest, causing it to explode in a heartbeat. This unfathomable scene sent Mirai's heart racing, tears welling in his eyes as he rushed toward the explosion site. Simultaneously, Yashiki, driving a jeep, caught wind of the news, particularly the report of the Phoenix Nest's instantaneous destruction, sparking concern for Mirai's mental state. However, media reports indicated that Banjo George had survived, suggesting he had narrowly escaped death. How could the entire Phoenix Nest be obliterated and yet one person survive? Is this part of the extraterrestrial scheme? Tsukami Show questioned. As previously mentioned, the existence of the three great kings assures us that the Dailime aliens must have been involved in the destruction of the Phoenix Nest. Do they not consider Mirai's feelings at all? Hino Eiji interjected. One calamity after another is pushing Mirai into a corner. What is Dailime's ultimate plan? Arima Mayan pondered. To ensnare Mirai in such dire straits is nothing short of a hellish challenge. If the Wish Grand Prix unfolds similarly, I may never find happiness. This profound psychological torment is unbearable for anyone. Fortunately, Mirai, as an Ultraman, possesses a remarkable capacity for emotional resilience. We need not worry. The fact that he has endured thus far is a miracle. Is this what Mirai, the predecessor, had to endure? It is truly heart-wrenching. Thankfully, the frequency of Sphia's interventions has been low. I have longed to traverse time and save him in the aftermath of the explosion at the Guy's base. Aside from Banjo George's miraculous survival, the hopes for the remaining 5 members, including the captain, were bleak. The explosion during GUI's return journey instilled fear and panic among the populace. The media seized this opportunity to interview the Guy's team members, expressing their regrets and thoughts regarding the fallen members, excluding Banjo George. They believed that Ultraman Mirai would seek vengeance against the malevolent extraterrestrials responsible for the deaths of the Guy's members. Lamenting the sacrifices made by their comrades, Mirai watched the news reports unfold. A wave of negative emotions washed over him, leaving him in turmoil. He could not accept the notion that Rokusui and the others had perished. I refuse to believe it. I absolutely refuse to accept that everyone is gone. Meanwhile, the suddenly awakened George found his memories still tethered to the catastrophic explosion at the Guy's base in that moment. Sparks crackled as the entire Phoenix Nest blazed with fierce flames, inflicting severe injuries upon everyone. George was no exception. Just as he believed he was destined to perish alongside his comrades, a sudden surge of crimson light enveloped him, whisking him away to safety. The audience quickly realized they were entirely ensnared in the machinations of Disraim, for there was no reason to leave anyone alive while incinerating all the Guy's team members. When George regained consciousness, he was filled with remorse, apologizing profusely to the future version of himself. I'm sorry. I'm the only one who returned. At that moment, the future was still clouded by anger, incessantly questioning George about the fate of the others. Unable to deceive the future, George nodded, conveying his thoughts. Wonderful. I knew they were still alive. The exhilaration of the future stood in stark contrast to George's weary demeanor. Observing George's dissonance, the future attempted to uplift his spirits, but George's anxiety plunged the future's mood into despair. I was sent back merely to deliver a message from Disraim, one of the 4 Dark Kings. He intended to relay a message to Ultraman Mebius through his comrades, demanding that Mebius suffer a complete defeat on Earth. This was the condition for the return of the other team members. At that moment, a crimson vortex reappeared in the city, from which a colossal extraterrestrial descended, landing with a thunderous impact. It was none other than Disraim, the assailant of the guy's base. As Disraim emerged, he stomped forcefully into a building, obliterating it in an instant. The nearby populace, struck by fear, fled in panic. Moreover, Disraim summoned an array of fireballs from the crimson void, raining down destruction upon the streets, causing unnecessary chaos. Flames engulfed the roads and buildings, yet miraculously spared the fleeing crowd. It seemed that aside from Aburu, Disraim's accuracy was remarkably low, managing to strike everything except those fleeing in the streets. At this juncture, the future dashed into the street, shouting, "Stop, Disraim!" Instinctively, he prepared to transform into Ultraman, yet the words of George echoed in his mind, urging Mebius to suffer total defeat on Earth. The audience sensed that this confrontation would undoubtedly lead to unforeseen complications for Mebius. However, the future did not yield to the pressure. He transformed into Mebius and confronted Disraim on the battlefield. Initially, those who had fled would surely seek vengeance for their fallen guy's comrades. Yet, George, Mikex, and the future knew that the other team members were alive. In a fit of rage, Mebius prepared to engage Disraim, but upon reflecting on the latter's grotesque demands, he hesitated. Seizing the opportunity, Disraim unleashed a barrage of crimson destructive orbs upon Mebius, enveloping him in smoke and debris from the countless explosions. Mebius, too, was significantly impacted, crashing to the ground. "Return my comrades." Mebius felt utterly constrained, unable to fight fairly, and resolved to plead with Disraim for his friend's return. Disraim, however, remained indifferent, sneering, "If you adhere to the agreement," in the midst of the chaos. Yashiki ran in one direction while the rest of the crowd fled in the opposite. He soon reached the battlefield, utilizing the Ultraman's specialized vision to spot the Phoenix Nest base, encased in a blue-silver energy shield. Surprised, he promptly relayed this crucial information to Mebius. "Mebius, look over there." Chapter 30. The Essence of Desire. Are humans worth protecting? Following Yashiki's gaze, Mebius activated his own vision, revealing the guy's base shrouded in the protective shield. Inside, some members bore burns from the flames, while the uninjured guy's team tended to their wounds. Mebius was elated to see they were still safe. However, Disraim was not pleased. "Ultraman Jack, Ultraman Mebius, you better behave, or I shall obliterate that sphere," raining fragments upon the populace. Mebius, now apprehensive, found himself in a precarious position as Disraim lunged forward, grasping Mebius by the throat, manipulating him as the audience lamented Mebius' plight. Disraim relentlessly tormented Mebius, delivering a flurry of blows that exacerbated Mebius's previous injuries, rendering him incapable of mounting a counterattack. Fearing that any act of defiance might lead to the destruction of the blue-silver sphere, endangering not just his allies but also the spectators below, Mebius felt utterly helpless. Disraim had thoroughly discerned Mebius's weaknesses, no less formidable than Aburu. As the audience watched Mebius endure the punishment, their anger grew. Cursing him for his perceived ineptitude and failure to avenge the hostages. Overwhelmed by the crowd's jeers, Mebius clenched the grass beneath him, seething with indignation and frustration. countless cosmic beings shared in his despair. Mebius was indeed pitiable, having faced criticism from Hirakawa after his battle with Aburu, and now Disraim had incited the crowd against him, causing his blood pressure to rise. Suddenly, a barrage of colorful projectiles whizzed by. It was George, who had just emerged from the hospital, buying Mebius some time. Disraim retaliated with a few kicks to Mebius, menacingly declaring, "Next time, I shall get to know you better." With that, Disraim stepped away from Mebius, transforming into a faint crimson light that vanished from sight. The crowd gazed upon the defeated Mebius with disappointment. He had failed to meet their expectations and left them disillusioned. Mebius, now in human form, found his old wounds exacerbated by Disraim's relentless assault. Gripping a railing, he collapsed. George located the future, unaware of the trials he had endured on the moon, a truth shrouded in mystery. Having suffered the ravages of humanity, the future was now burdened not only by physical pain but also by profound emotional wounds. "If it's my weakness that caused this, I will strive to grow stronger, but to be rendered utterly powerless is to wish for an end in battle." George sighed. With the future so gravely injured and the situation at the Phoenix Nest uncertain, George struggled to offer comfort. At that moment, the crowd spotted the remaining Guise members, who were being bombarded by the furious onslaught of Gatling gunfire directed at George and the future. "Why are you all so spineless like Ultraman Mebius? At this rate, the souls of our comrades shall never find peace. 5 of your guys have already perished." The uninformed crowd hurled insults at the future and George. Hearing their derision towards his comrades, the future could no longer remain passive. Rising to his feet, he proclaimed loudly, "They are not dead. My comrades are alive, merely taken hostage. They have not perished." Instantly, the crowd fell silent, astonished to learn that their heroes were alive, albeit as captives. However, this revelation did little to assuage their tumultuous emotions. So that why Ultraman Mebius fought so listlessly. His comrades were taken. Neither he nor Guise intended to strike back. The chaos in the streets escalated. At that moment, unable to bear the spiraling situation, George stepped in between the future and the crowd, attempting to advocate for him. Yet, George's efforts only exacerbated the crowd's panic, drawing media attention that sensationalized the turmoil, further deepening the sorrow of Guise in the world of Kamen Rider. Oh, Anku watched in astonishment as the media reported on the chaos in the streets. From Anka's perspective, he never expected Ultraman's world to be in such disarray. "Ag, did you see that? That is the unvarnished essence of human desire. In the pursuit to satiate one's gaping desires, individuals can resort to any manner of chaos, reproach, and vitriol, all of which stem from the profound yearnings of humanity. They have even taken to inscribing these matters in newspapers, which is precisely the kind of yearning I find myself longing for. With such beings, do you still wish to safeguard them?" Anku, nonchalantly devouring an entire popsicle, strolled alongside Hua Ying-si, elucidating the terrifying reality behind the veil that humanity has cast aside. Hua Ying-si appeared largely unfazed, his gaze transfixed on the video of Ri by Yue Lai, reminiscing about his own youth when he, too, succumbed to the temptation of self-reproach. "No, I firmly believe that humanity is capable of change. The errors they commit ultimately compel them to face consequences, and in due time, those transgressions will be rectified. If the opportunity to amend one's shortcomings slips away, then a life may very well be irrevocably shattered. Thus, I am resolute in my commitment to protect all individuals. I do not wish for them to languish in perpetual gloom due to their misdeeds. Within the confines of my capacity, I shall strive to fulfill my duties, ensuring that no regrets linger." Tio Anku, Hua Ying-si's fervent gaze seemed to be an exercise in futility. "Very well. Think as you will. You are merely a tool for my coin collection. So take note." With that, Anka retreated to the kitchen for another popsicle, leaving Hua Yingxi in a state of existential contemplation. Nevertheless, Anka's words would linger in Hua Yingxi's mind. If humanity remains unrepentant, incessantly repeating the same mistakes, is this truly worth my guardianship? In the world of armored warriors, the realm of Xingtian, Wu Gang and Su Tingfei engaged in a heated debate within their apartment, embroiled in an argument over Meng Baiyuxi's feelings of guilt. Hey, are you still defending Meng Baiyuxi? It was his incompetence that allowed DC Lei Mu to seize the opportunity and inflict grave injuries upon him. With your impulsive nature, you'll inevitably end up like Meng Baiyuxi. Su, let me tell you, what I do is not recklessness. It is a fervent desire to eradicate the underworld demons, akin to advancing through levels in a video game. Meng Baiyuxi was merely a novice upon arriving on Earth, bound to face scorn. Who among us has not? Unlike you, Su the young master, who struts around with arrogance, even turning against your OWN. No wonder you lack a decent girlfriend. Su Tingfei appeared deeply insulted, and fueled by Wu Gang's provocation, he retaliated with fervor. You, a man who plays video games daily, dare to speak of my lack of a girlfriend? I am focused on my career. What about you? A jobless gamer with the audacity to judge me. At least I have something worthwhile. You're just an old boss with a foul temper. Mind your own business before reprimanding me. What strength do you possess? With that, Wu Gang retreated to his room to watch videos, leaving Su Tingfei seething with frustration, nearly at the brink of a heart attack. In his room, Xiao Tian found himself incessantly disturbed by the quarrels between Su Tingfei and Wu Gang. Ever since moving to this apartment, he has been subjected to their relentless bickering, leading to a significant decline in his sleep quality. At times, their disputes escalated to the point where he felt compelled to intervene. Arriving at his job at Happiness Express with dark circles under his eyes, his performance plummeted. Xiao Tian contemplated vacating the premises, but the prospect of incurring a penalty for breaking the lease weighed heavily on him, given his meager earnings. Moreover, relocating would entail a lengthy search for a new residence. Ultimately, he decided against moving out. Returning to the scene, a small media company held a newspaper, their sentiments mirroring that of the public, expressing dissatisfaction with GUI's lackadaisical approach. What is Guys thinking? In the name of camaraderie, they neglect the safety of the citizens. Wouldn't you agree, President? Although the president shared their criticisms of Guys, he had neither the time nor inclination to engage in such trivial matters. If you have time to spare, go sweep the floor. As the young employee exited, everyone beheld the company S sign. What a careless report. This store manager is quite the smooth talker. Though his words cut deep, his actions betray his sincerity. Due to the widespread consequences of this incident, it had begun to affect the upper echelons of Guys, particularly Meiji Shui. Numerous news outlets flocked to Meiji Shui, eager to conduct interviews and extract more sensational information to embellish their narratives. Director, could you please share your thoughts? In the eyes of Guys, who holds greater significance, the citizens or the comrades? Moreover, could you comment on the absurdity of Guys officers becoming living hostages when they were meant to protect the citizens? The media truly dares to say anything. Upon hearing this, Meiji Shui momentarily froze, her previously haughty demeanor shifting to one of anger and sorrow. Observing her expression, a reporter suddenly felt as if he had erred. Though he remained blissfully unaware of his mistake, his face betraying no fear, merely a facade. Did he wish to counter the citizens? Unsurprisingly, Meiji Shui did not engage with the public concerning this matter, maintaining her earlier emotional state as she proceeded to her office. Along the way, a throng of reporters clamored for interviews, but Meiji Shui ignored them all, appearing deaf to their inquiries. The camera shifted to the visage of Wei Lai, who sat in the Guy's executive office, increasingly disturbed by the journalist's distortion of the truth, indiscriminately crafting chaotic headlines, leaving him in a state of unrest. Why is this happening? when reports claim that the members have no hope of survival. The sorrowful populace still casts blame upon them for merely being alive. To be alive yet treated as hostages infuriates them. What are we truly fighting for, Daegu? Isn't the essence of Ultraman about protecting humanity? Indeed. How did I fail to realize this from the outset? Fei Dianren. Isn't the purpose of Ultraman's guardianship solely to safeguard humankind? Meng Baiyu Si, wear a smile. Do not let a trifling setback close your heart to life. Zhenzhong Jianwu. Indeed. We Ultramen have fought tirelessly to protect the smiles of the people. Smiling. Chao Zhenqing Ren. No. If it is merely to safeguard the greedy, who live in their own self-centered worlds, such individuals will forever remain sinners. What, then, is true guardianship? Only those involved can comprehend. Meng Baiyu Si. Yes, I was too disheartened back then. I considered allowing the populace to remain in a state of fright. I, like my comrades and guys, felt utterly lost regarding what choices to make. Kisaragi Gentaro. Then simply communicate with them. There is no issue that cannot be resolved through open dialogue. Ren Tianyun, however. The public is currently struggling to accept the news of Gai's members being taken hostage by DC Lei Mu, leaving them utterly disillusioned with all officers, including Wei Lai. Even earnest communication cannot quell their emotions. Tian Kong Sizun. What a predicament! DC Lei Mu has laid bare the true countenance of humanity. Returning to the scene, DC Lei Mu re-entered the confines of his spaceship. The Myphula's alien watched his captivating performance with great interest, recalling the heinous acts he committed on Earth. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. By the way, how do you plan to resolve this, Glorzam? With a dispassionate demeanor, inquired of the stoic DC Lei Mu, who appeared eager to witness Meng Baiyu Si's execution on Earth. Just wait and see. DC Lei Mu leisurely flaunted his prowess, scarcely considering the impending execution of Meng Baiyu Si. Yet, it was precisely DC Lei Mu's overconfidence that afforded Meng Baiyu Si another chance to gain the support of his comrades, inspiring him to fight valiantly. The camera then shifted to the interior of the Phoenix Nest, where Long and Per Shui bore the most severe injuries. Zhenli Na and Xiaohao scoured an unfamiliar location for ointments to tend to their wounds. During the treatment, Long could not help but boast about his self-centeredness. Why does DC Lei Mu act in such a manner? It seemed that within the team, Peshui possessed the highest level of insight. Swiftly providing an answer to Long's inquiry, that guy aims to sever the bond between Meng Baiyu Si, Ultraman, and humanity. He wishes to demonstrate a Meng Baiyu Si who is incapable of fighting due to us. Intending to obliterate the trust between Ultraman and humanity and the entire team, the most composed individual is undoubtedly Captain Per Shui. His approach to tasks is remarkably methodical and meticulous, and he exhibits a profound affection for all his subordinates. Upon uttering this sentiment, the atmosphere within the Phoenix Nest swiftly transformed into one of desolation, as if they had lost sight of their future, helplessly witnessing the torment inflicted upon them by DC Lei Mu in front of the populace. While also facing their ire, the thought is indeed disheartening. Long's spirits plummeted to the depths upon grasping DC Lei Mu's intentions. His heart soared to an isolated future, consumed by an inescapable concern for what lay ahead. However, the resilience of Zhenli Nai is commendable, as she swiftly comprehended the essence of Per Shui's words. It mattered little if they could not return. That was the implication, was it not? She did not wish for the reckless fervor of a fool. Caring deeply for her comrades, she had already mentally prepared herself the moment she resolved to become a member of the Gai's team. Even if it was a spontaneous decision. Turning to gaze at the silent Long, she noted the mechanical coldness in his eyes, a reflection of a glimmer of lost hope. Yet, when Zhenli Nai recounted her initial joining of the Gai's team, she was filled with unwavering confidence, fully equipped for the sacrifices that lay in battle. Sacrifice is an inevitable aspect of conflict, but if one engages in battle with a fervent spirit and the cherished memories of comrades, one becomes a worthy warrior. Inspired by Zhenli Nia's words, Long and the others returned to their peak state, and Shui beamed with joy at the renewed determination on their faces. With such spirited warriors by his side, Shui faced death without regret. At this moment, Zheping conceived an excellent idea and eagerly shared it with the group. Let us convey our heartfelt intentions to the future. While Zheping's idea was commendable, Long felt it was utterly implausible. The invasion of DC Lei Mu had resulted in the destruction of the base's electrical systems, rendering it inoperative. Although communication with the base had been severed, if they transmitted signals across all frequencies, perhaps someone in a distant location might intercept them and relay the message back to the base. This would be my final act of service. Gazing at Zheping, whose eyes sparkled with fervent hope, Long realized he was prepared for the ultimate sacrifice. I and the Ultraman should indeed be this way. Perhaps our armored warriors and your Ultraman will never truly understand one another. However, if we were to unite as one with Ultraman, humanity would undoubtedly learn to embody the divinity that you possess. Ryotaro Nogami. Indeed. Even if we may not always cross paths, we will spare no effort in safeguarding ourselves, and we, the Kamen Riders, shall not concede defeat. Returning to the scene, the beautiful moments always pass swiftly. On this splendid day, a crimson rift once again appeared in the sky, from which Desurum slowly emerged, descending upon the earthly realm. Meanwhile, the future discovered its own path, transforming once more into Dreambeat and confronting Desurum in battle. This time, however, Desurum had grown cunning, devising an exceptional strategy to punish Dreambeat. Observed closely, Desurum no longer shrouded his intentions. He unveiled the guy's base, enveloped in a blue-silver sphere, right before the eyes of Dreambeat and the populace. The truth was revealed, inciting furious outrage among the citizens, their words akin to a barrage of bullets raining down upon Desurum. Yet, Desurum paid no heed to the vitriol hurled by the citizens. Feeling that everything was proceeding according to his design, he pointed towards the guy's base, encapsulated in the blue-silver orb, declaring, "That is your companion, cast aside by humanity. You can save no one." At that moment, Desurum relentlessly bombarded Dreambeat's psyche, tormenting him while seeking the opportune moment to eliminate him. Since the last encounter, it was George's unexpected assistance that had allowed Desurum to exploit a weakness and spare Dreambeat's life. Harboring resentment towards the foolish and selfish, he sought to annihilate them alongside him. With that, Desurum unleashed a barrage of crimson destruction orbs towards the citizens. Dreambeat, feeling a surge of compassion, swiftly turned to shield the gathering citizens from harm. Terrified by the onslaught, the populace fled in panic, while Desurum continued to summon countless crimson orbs, bombarding the streets and buildings with relentless fervor. The world was engulfed in flames, with citizens desperately fleeing towards safe zones. Yet, one individual remained distinct from the others. An employee of the electronics store. Upon entering, he encountered the store manager clutching a bundle, who instinctively urged the young man to escape this perilous place. Wishing to contribute in the face of impending danger, that moment, a sudden broadcast interrupted their conversation. "To all receiving this signal, please respond. This is Guy's base." The manager, initially thinking he had misheard, approached the broadcast speaker for a closer listen. Confirming it was indeed the Guy's base transmission. Believing he had glimpsed the goddess of victory, he took a microphone and responded to the broadcast. "Guy's base, this is JKI." Receiving a telegram from Guy's filled him with exhilaration, and upon understanding the sentiments of the Guy's members, he quickly summoned the television crew to relay their heartfelt message. On the battlefield, Desurum continued to unleash crimson destruction orbs upon the streets and residential buildings. Dreambeat, enduring his wounds, approached Desurum. Sensing Dreambeat's subtle movements, Desurum intensified his assault with relentless orbs, However, Dream Beat, having learned from previous encounters, skillfully evaded every attack. Yet Disurum, being a cunning extraterrestrial, directed one of the orbs to strike the ground, causing it to erupt and target Dream Beat. Caught off guard, Dream Beat was struck and sent flying, crashing to the ground with a cry of anguish. The energy indicator flickered ominously as Dream Beat faced imminent demise at the hands of Disurum. Feeling a profound sense of unwillingness, Igarashi Ikki, this underhanded attack, Disurum's combat tactics are indeed quite ingenious. Left Shitaro, this is merely his long-range assault. Previously, Dream Beat was severely injured, which led to his defeat. In close combat, he surely cannot match Dream Beat. His combat skills have yet to be fully showcased. Mitsuya Toshi, what Shitaro says is correct. Merely excelling in long-range combat does not signify superiority. If he falters in close quarters, he is merely an amateur. Nangong Shinichi. Precisely. Close combat is fundamental. If he cannot fully demonstrate his prowess, he is unworthy of being considered a formidable adversary. We must witness your skills firsthand. Back to the scene. The streets were now nearly deserted, the populace having retreated to safety. In this eerie silence, a miraculous voice emerged. It was Ryo, relaying their heartfelt intentions through the broadcast to Dream Beat. Stand up, Ultraman Dream Beat. Go forth and fight. Do not concern yourself with us, Dream Beat. Hearing Ryo's voice, questioned whether he had misheard and sought the source of the sound. Upon seeing the guy's base trapped within the blue-silver sphere, he realized that his comrades were unharmed and still possessed the spirit to survive. Should they fail to endure, they could not engage in battle. This seemed to embody Ryo's conviction. Ultraman Dream Beat. Fight! Forget about us and protect everyone. Listening to the broadcast, George gazed intently at the guy's base ensnared within the blue-silver sphere, his heart filled with admiration for their resilience in the face of despair. He nodded in agreement. The hearts of the guy's members were intertwined, their emotions entrusted to Dream Beat. Ultraman Dream Beat, no matter what, fight with our spirit and protect the citizens. At this moment, the citizens finally recognized that the guy's members had not abandoned them despite their fall from grace. They understood that guy's members, along with Dream Beat, were deeply connected to them. They would surely safeguard everyone. Mere words would not suffice to achieve greatness. They would not be worthy of the title of heroes. Realizing their earlier misjudgments, the citizens chastised themselves, collectively slapping their faces in regret. However, aside from the adults, only the pure-hearted children remained. A young girl, upon hearing that the guy's members were still alive and had never given up, was moved. Though she understood her voice was but a whisper, it did not deter her resolve. Ultraman Dream Beat, please save the guy's members. Inspired by the young girl's plea, the citizens felt a resurgence of hope, collectively calling for Ultraman Dream Beat to rescue their trusted guys. Dream Beat, touched by the encouraging words of his comrades and not forgetting himself, felt a surge of emotion. Even in the face of the citizens' scorn and reproach, his comrades remained steadfast by his side, devising ways not only to soothe the citizens' hearts but also to uplift his own spirits. Countless viewers envied Dream Beat, wishing for such loyal companions. Warriors who had fought alone longed for the camaraderie that Dream Beat enjoyed. The presence of understanding allies made every day an inspiration. With numerous friends fighting alongside him, loneliness was but a distant memory. And now, Dream Beat had achieved this. Returning to the scene, Dream Beat's heart surged with tumultuous emotions, his spirits soaring to new heights as he made his decision. With a powerful leap, he forcefully pinned Disurum down, rendering him unable to rise. Yet, this did not deter Disurum from continuing his onslaught, unleashing a rapid barrage of orbs upon the guy's base. Since these little insects are so concerned for you, watch as they perish by my hand. As the orbs hurtled towards the guy's base, Dream Beat realized his oversight, nearly forgetting this critical detail. Just as it seemed the guy's members were about to meet their demise, at that critical moment, Yashiki unfolded his right hand, a multitude of sparks illuminating his body. With a musical score accompanying his descent, Yashiki transformed into Ultraman Jack, shielding the guy's base from the relentless barrage one after another. He intercepted the projectiles, not using a shield but relying solely on his own body to absorb the blows. His arms crossed protectively over his chest. The attacks that struck Jack's form were inconsequential, causing him no pain or harm. As Jack deflected the final attack, he looked towards Dream Beat and declared, "Ultraman Dream Beat, defeat Desurum." As Jack's voice echoed, the crowd surged with fervor, passionately chanting for Mebius to rise and continue the fight. Go, Mebius Ultraman. In that moment, the populace collectively forgot the terror instilled by Daislum, breaking free from the shackles of despair and darkness. Their eyes once more beholding the light as they recognized their savior, Mebius Ultraman, standing upon the sunlit earth. The hero they had longed for, their faith grew stronger, and in turn, the hero responded to their unwavering support. No longer engulfed in despair, Mebius faced Daislum with renewed courage. Swiftly, he transitioned from his ordinary form to his blazing form, charging forth with vigor, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches and kicks upon Daislum. Though Daislum was an intelligent extraterrestrial being, his combat prowess was notably lacking. Furthermore, caught off guard and bewildered, he was unable to counter Mebius's onslaught, now feeling the weight of despair himself. The cries of the crowd fueled each of Mebius's attacks, propelling him forward, while a photographer captured every moment, despite the images being somewhat blurry. An honest testament to his efforts, as Mebius forcefully slammed Daislum into the ground. The latter struggled to catch his breath. Just as Daislum prepared to unleash an energy attack upon the citizens, George's vigilance kicked in, prompting him to activate the super technique. Transcend Technique, Unleash. Chapter 32. The demise of Daislum at the command. George immediately adjusted his handgun to the stage of the Transcend Technique, firing several blue bullets towards the citizens and the surrounding buildings. Upon impact, these bullets formed a protective blue shield, deflecting Daislum's energy blasts and safeguarding the fleeing populace. With the citizens now safe, Mebius gathered his ultimate technique, familiar flames enveloping him as he quickly conjured a fireball aimed at Daislum. The Mebius bomb did not explode upon impact, as Daislum still had a breath left. Seizing the initiative, Jack fired a brilliant blue beam. Both attacks struck Daislum simultaneously, overwhelming him beyond endurance. With a series of explosive sounds, Daislum was swiftly obliterated. The jubilant crowd, witnessing their hero triumph over the malevolent extraterrestrial, erupted in joyous cheers and smiles for Jack and Mebius. In the dawn of victory, Jack and Mebius exchanged a glance, and Mebius soared into the sky, transforming into his humanoid form. Subsequently, Jack rescued the guy's base and gently placed it on the ground. Before ascending into the sky, Pahui and Long, injured but determined, supported each other as they exited, relieved to learn their companions were unharmed, and joined George at the guy's base to reunite with everyone. "Sorry for worrying you," Pahui said, his head bandaged, offering an apologetic smile towards the future. Hearing the captain's concern, the future could no longer maintain her joyful demeanor, tears of sadness streaming down her face. "Don't cry, silly." Long attempted to console the weeping future, but unexpectedly, she embraced him, tears flowing. Having endured the cruelty of humanity, the future cherished her companions even more. The lengthy separation had caused her mental state to deteriorate day by day, longing for the camaraderie of guys. Thus, amidst the laughter and joy, Guys finally returned home safely. Observing the future amidst the Guys crowd, Xiang Xiushu felt envious, donning his glasses and murmuring, "With Guys as this family, and friends by my side." George seemed to be drawn by something, the camera focusing on his eyes, sensing an unseen gaze upon him. Yet, upon looking back, he saw no one, dismissing it as mere illusion, and joined the others in restoring the base to its original position. Meanwhile, our protagonist Xiang Xiushu drove off in his jeep. Part 5. The Seven-Arc Enemy. Grozom witnessing the reunion of guys. The others felt a deep sympathy for the future, who had bravely faced numerous trials before finally reuniting with her companions, her tears a testament to her journey. In the future's world, she was never alone. With Long, Renina, Xiaohai, George, Zhuping, and Captain Pa Hui by her side. Though she could adapt to life without them, the absence of their presence made the world seem desolate, subjecting her to the disdain and scorn of others. With the precedents set by Aburu and Daislam, the audience had come to appreciate the value of friendship. In the Kamen Rider world. Dino World observing the tumultuous journey of the future finally culminating in reunion with his friends. Ryotaro felt tears welling, striving to suppress them, fearing mockery from Momotaro's and the others for shedding tears as an adult. However, Momotaro's, typically playful with Ryotaro, sensed his emotional shift, realizing this was not the time for lightheartedness. In Ryotaro's world, the first to possess him was the Imagine. Momotaro's, his most trusted ally. Despite Momotaro's penchant for mischief, he held a deep sense of loyalty, often guiding Ryotaro with strictness in battle while seeking to elevate him socially. Although he claimed indifference towards Ryotaro, his actions betrayed genuine concern. Noticing Momotaro's observing him, Ryotaro instinctively worried about revealing his emotions, yet he felt it was inconsequential. Their exchanged glances confirmed the depth of their bond. Unparalleled among the four Imagine. In the Kamen Rider world. Revice world. As Xiang Xiushu departed, the affection and concern he showed towards the guy's family left Ikki Igarashi envious of Hibino Mirai, who had such close companions, having long regarded guys as family. Ikki wholeheartedly appreciated Mirai's life, yet the thought of her past tribulations pained him, leading to a heightened concern rather than criticism. Mebius's arrival on Earth was not solely for battling invading extraterrestrials and monsters, but also to experience the warmth of humanity. While unfamiliar with Ultraman, the comforting sense of safety was all too familiar. He envied Ultraman for such human connections. Residing within Ikki Igarashi's body, Vis felt a twinge of regret. Each battle Ikki fought came at the cost of losing a fragment of familial memory. Thus, as battles accumulated, Ikki's lost memories multiplied. Although Vis had always remained by Ikki's side during these conflicts, he wondered when he would finally clarify their situation. In the Land of Light, Ciro was astonished at the emergence of a new title. Wow, the next to stand alongside Mebius is none other than my father. Let me see just how powerful this Grozom truly is. Reflecting on Grozom, he recalled encountering one of his kin before, who served Belial. That ice-cold ability was no trifling matter, and he had suffered greatly in that encounter. Upon hearing Ciro's misadventures with Grozom, Mebius became intrigued. Did you also face hardships against Grozom? How unexpected. His freezing power is truly formidable. One must not underestimate him in battle. Should Grozom seize an opportunity, even the Ultraman warriors might find themselves in dire straits. Ciro wholeheartedly agreed with Mebius's insight. However, unbeknownst to Mebius, during that encounter, Ciro had not only faced Grozom but had also been frozen at the feet, though not as severely as Mebius had been. By the way, Mebius, how did you fare against Grozom? You weren't frozen in a lamentable state, were you? How did you resolve that predicament? Recalling that incident, Mebius's cheeks flushed. He had relished the attention of numerous women during that time, marking the first joint operation with the guy's female members. Oh well, the video will reveal all. Ciro glanced at Mebius's flushed face and refrained from further inquiries, perplexed by Mebius's thoughts. A new scene unfolded now. Within the spacecraft, only Grozom and the Mefras aliens remained. The irritable and prideful Grozom finally seized the opportunity to punish Mebius. At last, my time has come. I shall confront Mebius Ultraman directly and demonstrate what true power entails. I will offer Earth as a tribute to the great Emperor. Learning of his chance to face Mebius, Grozom felt triumphant, yet the Mefra's aliens observed his demeanor with concern. Exercise caution. Your opponent is not merely Mebius Ultraman. Grozom appears to be an excessively arrogant young man who hardly takes matters to heart. Underestimating the formidable strength of Ultraman Mebius, while still spouting grandiose claims. Regardless of the adversary, he boasts of his victories. Amidst Grozom's derisive laughter, he commences his nefarious plans. Read what? Truly arrogant beyond measure. It seems Grozom has immense confidence in his abilities. However, underestimating one's enemy is a grave error in warfare. Will Grozom ultimately be vanquished by Mebius? Sakata Ryuci. It has been said that one must not underestimate their foes. The name Grozom suggests a formidable freezing ability, and it is well known that Ultramen are indeed wary of cold. It appears Grozom holds the upper hand. Rin Tianyun. Regardless of the outcome, justice shall undoubtedly triumph over evil. Whether it is the armored warriors or Ultraman, we will not allow carelessness to cost us our lives. Mebius. One cannot dismiss this matter so lightly that I, too, fell prey to such arrogance, which allowed Grozom to launch a surprise attack, leaving me encased in ice. Encased in ice. If the temperature of the cold is exceedingly low, could it be that the Ultraman warriors will not withstand it? Surely, they would not perish. Galaxy Ultraman. It is indeed possible. We Ultramen harbor a profound fear of both the cold and extreme heat. Should we draw too close or be struck, a single blow could render us incapable of fighting back, leaving us at the mercy of our enemies. Mitsuzaki Kazuma. What a terrifying ability! Let me witness how Ultraman Mebius resolves this conflict, returning to the scene due to the prior invasion of Daisurimu. Paku Shui, Long, and George have sustained severe injuries, and now my Jikshu has brought them all to the medical room for treatment. Why sincerest apologies for the trouble caused. Paku Shui expresses deep regret as he remains on Earth, feeling the weight of the consequences on Mirai and Chiri who accompanied him. Paku Shui feels a profound sense of unease. Before everyone recovers, we shall strive to fulfill our duties. After bidding farewell to Captain Paku Shui, Mirai and the others visit Long and George. Though Long believes his injuries to be inconsequential, his eager attempts to rise are met with Xiping's insistence that he remain in bed to rest properly. At this moment, the scene shifts to a serene dam, where the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers abound, and the azure lake sparkles beautifully in the idyllic landscape. However, this tranquil scene is soon shattered as Grozom, cloaked in a cerulean garment, approaches amidst a chilling aura. Grozom exhales a gust of frigid air, the temperature plummeting drastically, swiftly encasing the once azure lake in ice, transforming it into a pristine expanse of silver white. Grozom admires his handiwork as the entire lake succumbs to his icy touch. The audience is left awestruck by Grozom's terrifying freezing ability. Should one be ensnared by his ice, they would lose their mobility within mere seconds. Kenzaki Kazuma. Is this Grozom's freezing ability? Truly terrifying. Thus far, we have yet to discover a way to counter this power through our collection of immortal beast cards. Zhaoi Long. A freezing ability. Indeed. What a detestable presence. In the world of Kamen Rider W. At the Mingsai Detective Agency, Zhaoi Long recalls how his family fell victim to this loathsome skill. Zhuo Xiangtao and Philip observe the fury etched upon Zhaoi Long's face, choosing to remain silent, well aware that his parents and sister perished at the hands of a dopant. The Gaia memory used remains unknown, but it is evidently akin to the freezing skill. Reminiscent of Grozom's powers, Zhuo Xiangtao feels a pang of sympathy for Zhaoi Long, who is trapped in a cycle of despair, resolving silently that he will protect every inhabitant of Fengtu, from the young to the old, and that he will find the dopant responsible for Zhaoi Long's family's demise. Philip, sympathizing with Zhaoi Long's plight, has forgotten the memories of his own family, leaving him unaware of their identities. This day, Zhuxiangtao remains the only companion Philip has, and he considers himself fortunate to have such a steadfast friend. Back to the scene, Grozom's attack swiftly captures the attention of Guise. To ascertain whether extraterrestrial disturbances are afoot, Maijixu instructs Mirai and Zhiping to patrol Takakura City. Upon arriving at the dam, Zhiping cannot suppress his shivering. As an ordinary human, he finds the temperature here at its most bearable limit. When asked why Mirai appears unaffected, it is because he is an Ultraman, possessing immunity far superior to that of humans. Thus he remains lively and unperturbed. However, Zhiping is not as fortunate. The cold has rendered him unable to move properly. In that moment, Grozom, adorned in a blue cloak, approaches Mirai and Zhiping, enveloped in an aura of frost. Ultraman Mebius. Realizing that Grozom has uncovered his true identity, Mirai can no longer remain passive. He draws his firearm, aiming it at Grozom, and inquires about the icy situation at the dam.is this you're doing? As expected, Grozom begins with a self-introduction. I am one of the 4 kings loyal to the Emperor. Grozom, with my power, freezing this planet is a mere trifle. Unable to tolerate Grozom's malicious intent, Mirai fires his weapon, but Grozom's icy breath instantly encases the bullet in frost. Mirai gazes in astonishment at the frozen projectile. Grozom's powers are indeed formidable. Come, transform into Ultraman Mebius and face me in a duel. With that, Grozom's entire being transforms into a brilliant blue beam, resembling a soaring column of water. Once the azure light dissipates, numerous ice flowers scatter around him, revealing Grozom's colossal form before the astonished eyes of Mirai and Zhiping. Ultraman Mebius, why do you hesitate? This planet is on the brink of total freezing. As Grozom boasts in his gigantic form, Mirai prepares to transform into Ultraman Mebius for a one-on-one battle. Yet, Zhiping clings desperately to Mirai's pant leg, attempting to prevent him from engaging in combat. Grozom's freezing ability is exceedingly powerful. Even Zhiping could be ensnared. And surely an entity like Ultraman would succumb to such an icy fate. Despite Zhiping's exertion to restrain Mirai, he ultimately collapses under the intense cold, unable to stand. Mirai gently touches Zhiping's head, noting his feverish condition, and reflects on the overwhelming nature of Grozom's freezing abilities. At this moment, Chiri and Xiaohao arrive to assess the situation, immediately spotting the incapacitated Zhiping and the bewildered Mirai. Seeing them approach, Mirai feels a sense of relief, entrusting the care of Zhiping to the 2 girls while he transforms into Ultraman Mebius to confront Grozom. Mirai transforms into a radiant golden light, swiftly dashing towards Grozom, soaring into the sky and forming the shape of Mebius, delivering a powerful kick towards Grozom. Grozom raises his shield to block the attack, forcefully flinging Mebius aside. Mebius regains his footing and unleashes a barrage of relentless strikes upon Grozom. Yet Grozom's formidable physique remains unscathed. Moreover, Grozom's terrifying defensive and offensive capabilities leave Mebius struggling to keep pace, continuously being repelled. Every strike Mebius delivers is effortlessly thwarted by Grozom, who retaliates with immense force. Thus, Mebius becomes a mere plaything in Grozom's grasp, who seizes him by the neck and tosses him aside. Mebius attempts to unleash the Mebius Ray to vanquish Grozom, but Grozom withstands the onslaught with no apparent damage. Is this all you are capable of? With that, Grozom swiftly restores his form. This grotesque ability leaves countless beings of the cosmos speechless. Even a beam attack fails to obliterate Grozom. What manner of foe is this? As Dream Mebius gazed at the futile dream beam, he contemplated engaging in close combat. However, Grozom relentlessly unleashed an uncountable barrage of chilling air towards him. Dream Mebius found his vision obscured and the frigid temperatures rendered him unable to approach Grozom. Meanwhile, Zhiping grasped the electronic monster capsule, affixing it to his firearm. In a swift motion, he pulled the trigger, launching the capsule. A flash of green light erupted, coalescing into a monster wielding a rocket launcher in its right hand. Chapter 33. The Death of Dream Mebius. The audience was left in shock. Just after Dam descended upon the Earth, it fired several high-temperature projectiles at Grozom. Waves of flames rained down upon Grozom, halting his advance. Such a tactic, Grozom, who typically reacted adversely to superheated attacks, would ordinarily find his very form melting away. Yet, these initial strikes were insufficient to vanquish Grozom. Observing the ineffectiveness of his assault, Dam persisted, launching more fiery projectiles at Grozom. In retaliation, Grozom expelled a gust of frigid air, instantly freezing two of Dam's fiery projectiles mid-flight. Seizing the opportunity, Grozom unleashed a freezing blast, catching Dam off guard and sending him crashing to the ground. The power levels had peaked, yet it had no effect whatsoever. Zhiping, in disbelief, watched as Dam's flames failed to harm Grozom. Overwhelmed by the onslaught of cold, he sank to the ground in despair. Seeing Zhiping in such distress, Jinli Na felt compelled to assist him, escorting him to the base for treatment. Only Xiaohao remained to cheer for the future. Go, future! Inspired by Xiaohao's encouragement, Dream Mebius rose once more, transforming into the burning brave form to engage Grozom in battle again. With renewed vigor, Dream Mebius concentrated his fiery energy and unleashed the Dream Beam Bomb towards Grozom. The flames of the Dream Beam Bomb were exceptionally intense. The audience collectively believed it sufficient to annihilate Grozom. However, reality delivered a crushing blow. Though the Dream Beam Bomb detonated on Grozom, engulfing him in flames, Grozom's indomitable will and regenerative abilities allowed him to dissipate the flames rapidly. Exhausted from unleashing two ultimate techniques, Dream Mebius found his energy depleting, the energy indicator flashing wildly. Is it possible that it can't kill him? Exclaimed Duanmu Yin. Grozom is simply an immortal existence. It seems Dream Mebius cannot escape this fate. Qin Xiao remarked, what a formidable opponent, possessing the ability to be eternally unyielding. Even when his body is exhausted, he survives through sheer willpower and immunity. It is truly vexing. Lin Zikai added, if we were to face an adversary like Grozom, we'd likely meet our end in the battlefield. Dream Mebius is surely doomed. There is no hope in this scenario. Asaka Shin asserted, no, I believe that our senior, Dream Mebius, will find a way to escape. There must be a method to counter Grozom's freezing ability, Shi Zhao countered. In this situation, hope appears bleak. Grozom's grotesque powers will undoubtedly hinder Dream Mebius Ultraman's mobility beneath this damned. Suiting Fei exclaimed, is there truly no hope? Dream Mebius, persevere. Do not succumb so easily. Returning to the scene, Grozom sensed his opportunity as he observed Dream Mebius, now devoid of strength and unable to retaliate. Now it is my turn to strike, he declared, as a chilling blade materialized in Grozom's right hand. This weapon was immensely destructive. Any contact would unleash an even greater wave of icy energy upon the foe, instantly freezing them and rendering them immobile. Grozom and Dream Mebius engaged in a final, desperate struggle, with Grozom relentlessly slashing at Dream Mebius. Lacking the strength to mount an effective defense, Dream Mebius could only strive to evade the onslaught. Grozom continued his assault until the blade penetrated deeply into Dream Mebius' body. The impact rendered Dream Mebius utterly motionless, and Grozom seized this moment to pin him firmly against the dam. With a swift motion, Grozom shattered the sword, which rapidly transformed into silver ice within Dream Mebius, swiftly enveloping him entirely. Thus, Dream Mebius was slain by Grozom, becoming an ice sculpture, mercilessly perishing upon the dam. The moment Dream Mebius fell to Grozom's hand, despair gripped the hearts of spectators across various worlds. The demise of Dream Mebius Ultraman at Grozom's hands was indisputable. In the world of armored warriors, light and shadow, the Dumpling House. This marked the first occasion for Li Xinan and his companions to witness an Ultraman being slain by an extraterrestrial. They recalled the scene vividly. As the protector of Earth, Dream Mebius was so easily defeated by Grozom. Kuenzhong, feeling increasingly agitated, furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "How could this happen? Dream Mebius was easily slain by Grozom. I must still be dreaming, not yet awake." Kuenzhong, remain calm. Ultraman is not omnipotent. No matter how powerful they may be, they cannot withstand an opponent of such magnitude. Dongshan, seated beside Kuenzhong, urged him to quiet his thoughts. If all adversaries were as grotesque as Grozom, they might find themselves perishing on the battlefield. However, with the mutant beasts eradicated, such foes no longer exist. Currently, rescuing Dream Mebius Ultraman is a daunting challenge, but that does not imply guys and the other team members lack alternatives. They are undoubtedly devising strategies to rescue Dream Mebius. In the meantime, we could also observe the technological advancements on that side. Perhaps we can learn something. At this moment, Li Shinan voiced his thoughts, and his suggestion was met with unanimous agreement as they continued to watch the footage. They all believed that the guys' team would not remain idle, but would indeed devise a plan to save Dream Mebius Ultraman. In the world of Kamen Rider Saber, as they witnessed Dream Mebius transformed into an ice sculpture by Grozom's extensive freezing capabilities, Rintaro was captivated. This truly Grozom's prideful freezing skill? It is astounding. My Lion Knight's achievements pale in comparison to his freezing prowess, forever overshadowed by Grozom. However, Rintaro felt he could not forgive Grozom for using this power for malevolence. Turning Dream Mebius Ultraman into an ice statue, as he spoke, Rintaro expressed profound disdain for Grozom's excessively arrogant and violent fighting style. Fei Yuzhan, observing Rintaro's hatred for Grozom, felt a deep connection. They wielded the same elemental power in battle, yet applied it in entirely divergent manners, failing to reflect upon their own missteps. If this self-centered behavior continued, he would ultimately pay the price for his actions. Returning to the scene, Grozom, having executed Dream Mebius, utilized a team of news media to broadcast his triumph. "I shall inform the inhabitants of this planet that I have defeated Dream Mebius Ultraman. The Emperor shall soon arrive, and then your fates will be sealed." With that proclamation, Grozom erupted into laughter, vanishing into a cold light near the dam. On the streets, the populace reacted with a mix of terror and anger. Fear arose from the realization that Grozom had slain Dream Mebius Ultraman, stripping them of their long-protected hero. Anger stemmed from Grozom's audacity to publicize his victory over Dream Mebius Ultraman through the media, inciting their wrath at his blatant provocation. Meanwhile, 7 Ultraman's human form, Akiyoshi, swiftly mounted his beloved steed and raced to the site of Dream Mebius's execution. Xiaohao, unable to fathom that Dream Mebius had departed from them forever, struggled to calm his emotions. Despite his efforts, he could not confront the harsh reality. "Future, answer me. Tell me you are not dead." As his agitation grew, Dream Mebius remained frozen on the dam, leaving uncertainty regarding his vitality. "Is it truly over for you? Future?" Xiaohao could hardly believe the unfolding events, tears streaming down his face as he lowered his head, oblivious to his own eyes shedding tears. "Are we truly done for?" The celestial warrior, Zhu Xingtuan, arrived here. Observing the tearful Xiaohao with deep sympathy, his gaze devoid of the harshness he once reserved for Liu. For Sabin had always cherished humanity, never casting blame upon them. He had even endured imprisonment in a cosmic jail for defending them. Yet he bore no regrets. Zhu Xingtuan's words reached Xiaohao's ears, transforming into a gift of encouragement. "We cannot simply give up," Zhu Xingtuan declared, lifting Xiaohao's gaze as he approached her. Xiaohao regarded this stranger standing beside her. Having weathered numerous storms in her life, with the presence of such a formidable Ultraman as Zhu Xingtuan, she sensed that he was far from ordinary. After a while, Zhu Xingtuan ignited a campfire in the nearby forest, providing warmth and comfort to Xiaohao. Although her spirits lifted considerably, she remained uncertain about how to rescue Driambius. Thus, she turned to the enigmatic Zhu Xingtuan for guidance. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Zhu Xingtuan interjected. The Ultraman warriors of the past have also faced formidable foes and been vanquished. Zhu Xingtuan began to reminisce about the fear he once felt, having been subjected to the same treatment by the Gageous aliens. Reflecting on his youth, he acknowledged his underestimation of the enemy. Yet, as he spoke, his eyes radiated unwavering conviction. Humanity had resolved those crises, leading to the salvation of the Ultraman warriors. Listening intently to the words of this man nearing 60, Xiaohao was increasingly convinced of the extraordinary experiences Zhu Xingtuan had endured. She yearned to inquire about his true identity, but Zhu Xingtuan revealed nothing. The Ultraman warriors had been saved, and as long as comrades stood together, no matter how powerful the adversary, victory could always be achieved. Zhu Xingtuan had paved a path for guys. The rest was for them to resolve. Most beings in the universe were aware that this was Gui's trial, and now it was time for them to rescue Sabin's brother. Though Xiaohao felt enlightened, she still saw no way to save the future, her heart heavy with uncertainty. Zhu Xingtuan urged her to calm down, to close her eyes and sense whether the future still held a pulse of life. He too closed his eyes, placing a hand over his heart, and Xiaohao followed suit, hoping to glean any information. This scene left the audience puzzled. What could closing one's eyes and touching the heart achieve? Zhu Xingtuan remained remarkably calm, provoking some impatient viewers to voice their frustrations. But then, a twist occurred. Xiaohao ventured into her inner world, and it seemed that the future sensed her probing. Xiaohao, I am still alive. The revelation sparked a flurry of excitement among the audience. They had not anticipated this to be the Ultraman warriors' method of spiritual communication. Even humans could achieve such a connection. Learning never ceases. The presence of the future enveloped Xiaohao, filling her with elation. There must be a way to save Driambius. She would not give up, Zeta remarked. Sabin is so gentle. He treats Xiaohao with such understanding. He truly loves humanity, Leo countered. Then why was Sabin so strict with us on Earth, only showing kindness to humans? That is blatant favoritism, and I object. Sabin replied at that time, it was because of your repeated failures in battle. I was acting in your best interest. In combat, one must achieve victory. If the first battle ends in defeat, it is not your fault. However, if one remains despondent, I must be strict, Jeet added. So Sabin trained Leo before. No wonder there are such strong opinions about him. But we cannot blame Leo. Victory in battle is essential. One must win. As that is the fundamental code of a warrior, Shangguan Lan concurred, that makes sense. If we fail in battle, all that awaits is a tempest of repercussions and irresponsibility towards the citizens. We armored warriors are no exception. Tiandao Zongxi echoed, I agree. We must fight until the last moment. To flee is to be irresponsible to oneself and to the citizens. Kiria Zetsu proclaimed, well said, fighting to the end to achieve victory is the essence of combat. Failure is not to be feared. What is truly terrifying is abandoning those you have vowed to protect. Sakurai Keiha mused, is this the true meaning of protection? I shall strive to understand it fully. Thank you, seniors. I will endeavor to create a world of peace and happiness. Returning to the scene, Grozum, having dealt with Driambius, returned to the spaceship to meet with the Myfula's aliens, expressing his disdain for the Ultraman's abilities, dismissing him as merely a novice. Even though he was aware of Driambius' defeat at Grozum's hands, the Myfula's aliens remained vigilant, cautioning Grozum against underestimating him. The Ultraman Driambius is not dead. Despite a torrent of expletives Grozum wished to hurl at the Myfula's aliens. They were correct. Driambius had not perished. He had merely lost his mobility and energy, requiring external assistance to return to his former self. I know. Just leave him there. The Ultraman brothers will surely come to rescue him. When they do, I'll dispose of them all. The Myfula's aliens considered this, yet they remained far more composed than Grozum, recognizing that guys might take action. Do not focus solely on the Ultraman brothers. Humans are also devising new strategies, yet Grozum, filled with brawn but lacking in intellect, was deaf to these warnings. Humans? How could those feeble beings accomplish anything? The Myfula's aliens, wishing to prevent Grozum's premature demise, gently advised, "You should not underestimate humanity. Whatever they do is futile. I am invincible. If they resist, I shall freeze them all." Amidst raucous laughter, Grozum dismissed Guis' minor maneuvers. No matter who obstructed him, he would freeze them all. However, Grozum's overconfidence led him to underestimate guys, who were now taking serious action. As night fell, Maijikshu was in discussion with Marina and Xiaohao regarding their plan, while the three men, Poor Shui and his companions, were confined to the medical room, unable to leave. Thus, the women resolved to defeat the enemy using their own strength, without relying on the men. The only way to rescue Driambius was through advanced technology, the Magner medical beam. Presenting the defensive team's past data on this initiative, which had been employed to rescue Sabin Ultraman, they aimed to transform it into enhanced ammunition, converting materials equivalent to Ultraman energy into lasers. Loaded onto the wing craft to be fired at the Ultraman. They had discovered a method to save the future, but Grozum remained a colossal threat. Although Marina understood how to rescue Driambius, she realized Grozum would likely strike again. He was an unkillable entity, a nightmarish existence, and they needed a plan to eliminate Grozum entirely. The flames of Flame Ewing Dam, the Dream Beam Ray, the Dream Ball, all proved ineffective against him. The atmosphere grew heavy with despair. Every skill of Driambius could not harm Grozum, and guys had no perfect solution to vanquish him. Even if they rescued the future, he would still transform back into Driambius Ultraman, entering a battle with no chance of victory. What could they do? Just as Marina voiced the impossibility of defeating Grozum, Xiaohao and Maijikshu found themselves at a loss for words. Chapter 34. The Power of Women, the Miraculous Theory of Parallel Dimensions. However, Xiaohao, rejuvenated and inspired by Sabin, refused to succumb to despair. She believed wholeheartedly that they could triumph. For both Ultraman and humanity, as long as comrades stood united, any formidable foe could be conquered. Upon declaring this, a sudden round of applause erupted from behind them, vigorous and enthusiastic, indicating someone had affirmed Xiaohao's statement. Well said. Turning to see the source, they were greeted by the interdimensional scientist, Fujisawa Mami, who had approached them. The audience from other worlds felt a surge of hope, but the inhabitants of the Digo world reacted explosively, as if a bomb had gone off. "Wait, is that really Mami?" New City exclaimed, incredulous as he gazed at the video of Fujisawa Mami, struggling to accept the reality. "Hey, New City, who would have thought your sister's identity in the parallel dimension would be that of an interdimensional doctor? What a surprise!" As Juejing gently patted Xinqing on the shoulder, reassuring him, Xinqing knew well that this was not the true Mayumi. Yet this parallel counterpart, resembling Mayumi closely, led a remarkably fulfilling life. Mayumi had been despondent ever since she lost Tomo. Her spirit diminished and confidence to continue waned. However, gazing upon the vibrant and confident Fujisawa Mami, Xinqing felt a genuine joy for her, relieved that she had not succumbed to a path of no return. Achoo! Who's missing me? In the infirmary, Mayumi suddenly sneezed, pondering whether the departed Tomo was reminiscing about her, plunging her once again into sorrow. Back at the base, Daegu observed guys fervently brainstorming ways to rescue the future, filled with admiration. The future, which encompassed the camaraderie of guys, was regarded as family, and Daegu felt truly blessed to be a part of it. His words, though not loud, resonated clearly among his companions, who too envied Mebius for having such understanding allies. Indeed, do you think if Tiga had a human form, he would also enjoy such treatment? I truly hope Tiga's human form is right beside us. Reina's remarks struck a chord with Daegu, who chuckled softly to himself. Yes, Mebius, like me, is surrounded by numerous companions. I wish for every Ultraman's human form to experience this. The arrival of Fujisawa Mami undoubtedly brought immense hope to them. I just asked Uncle Araki to install the new Transcendence technology on the loading vessel. This new technology is Mami's ace in the hole. Not only is she a dimensional scholar, but she is also a super expert in scientific fields. Mami explained that the creation of the new Transcendence technology required time, with 7 hours remaining until its successful completion. Why was Fujisawa Mami here to assist? Because she had learned of Mebius being frozen by Grozum, realizing that GUIS scientists would take considerable effort to manufacture it alone. Thus, Mami came to lend her support. At this moment, Meichi Shui expressed some skepticism regarding Mami's scientific capabilities, yet Mami maintained her usual nonchalant demeanor. Regardless, they could no longer rely on that incredible boy's strength. Upon hearing this, Zenlina and Xiaohai were momentarily stunned, surprised that even Dr. Fujisawa Mami was aware of their future's origins. They had assumed that even Toriyama and Kanamori were oblivious. Mami's sudden understanding felt like a cold splash of water to them. To be precise, I noticed long before you did. Isn't it splendid to have such a partner fighting alongside you? Sharing hardships is what binds us together. Ultraman warriors embody this, and so do we humans. In their eyes, Fujisawa Mami was merely an ordinary dimensional scholar and scientist, unaware of her keen observational skills. In the viewer's perspective, Ultramen had to conceal their identities upon arriving on Earth to facilitate assistance. However, Mebius was quickly exposed, yet rather than being dismissed, he was further accepted and embraced. The audience's connection to the existence of Ultraman warriors deepened profoundly. Returning to the scene, the camera shifted to the depths of a forest where Seven's fire still blazed fiercely. The gaze of the Zhurong team fell upon Mebius, now encased in ice. Hold on, Mebius. Your comrades will surely rescue you. Whether seen as human or alien, your future teammates are determined to save you. Once you overcome this crisis, you will emerge even stronger. Senpai 7 is truly considerate. He is putting in so much effort for Mebius's future, said Kohai. Hey, did you see that, Rosso? That's my old man, though he's a bit strict with new Ultraman warriors. His love for humanity isn't something that can be instilled through mere training. Tokiwa Sogo remarked, this embodies the strong aspirations of the Ultraman warriors. 7 truly puts his heart and soul into Mebius's well-being. Now I feel like becoming an Ultraman instead of a Kamen Rider. What are you saying? Tokiwa Sogo responded. Sorry, just kidding. Don't take it too seriously, Kisaragi Genta declared. Ultraman warriors are not only powerful but also possess strong mental resilience. I am Kisaragi Genta, aspiring to make friends across the universe. I also wish to befriend the Ultraman warriors. Taiga added, I eagerly anticipate the encounters of various forces, believing that one day we will fight side by side. No matter the challenges we face, we must confront them together. I'm getting a bit fired up. I wish our armored warriors could interact with fighters from other factions. If it weren't for the existence of world destroyers, I would personally eliminate them, Malaling interjected. You're getting a bit too full of yourself, Duanmu. Stay humble and keep your composure. Back to the scene, Fujisawa Mami inquired about what the other boys were doing. Hearing that they were still hospitalized surprised her. How can such brave boys suddenly falter at a critical moment? Mami could not accept this reality until she witnessed them in their current state, each one either encased in plaster or hooked to 4 drips. Observing their seeming vitality left Zenlina and Xiaohai in shock. This is no time for rest. You don't need to be sleeping in this situation. Seeing Long and the others remain so nonchalant, Mami resorted to a tactic that had them all lie down. With a mere gentle pat, they fell to the ground effortlessly. Excluding Zhiping, before Mami could even approach, he lay down immediately. Mami smiled softly at the once vibrant Guy's members. now rendered so ineffectual, feeling a pang of sorrow for their diminished spirit. I can see it clearly. You are all incapable at this moment. Long could not hold back, retorting, "Who says so?" only to be met with Mommy's cold gaze, which diminished his previously high spirits. "Rather than letting you all enter the fray in such a battered state, I would prefer to take the wheel myself. Do not underestimate the Transcendence technology." Mommy asserted her authority, insisting that the initial task of rescuing Mebius and defeating Grozom be entrusted to the women. Xiaohai also prepared a proposal, determined to pilot the loading vessel, resolutely ignoring the opinions of others as she volunteered for the perilous mission. "I cannot forgive what they did to the future. Please, let me go." Witnessing Mommy's unwavering resolve, Xiaohai not only refrained from protesting but also solidified her determination, bowing to Mommy to express her intentions. "Please, let me save the future." As the atmosphere intensified, Xiaohai hoped that Mommy would deem her capable of this task. The tension escalated further until Mommy simply nodded in agreement for Xiaohai to pilot the loading vessel, armed with the magma beam to rescue the future. However, Long and the others remained unconvinced, concerned about the risks of the girls undertaking a mission alone for the first time. Just as tensions threatened to erupt, Pashui arrived, calming everyone down. He voiced a few words of encouragement, agreeing to allow the girls to bravely attempt the task. With Pashui's directive, Long and the others felt unable to voice further objections, following Pashui's lead as they exited the base to recuperate. Before they left, they heard Fujisawa Mommy proclaim, "Let me show you the power of women." They all returned to their wards to rest. The next morning, Zenlina and Xiaohai, fully prepared, set off in the rapid and loading vessels.